At the tender age of 12, while feeding fish, Shen Yue inadvertently fell into a pond, leading her to a profound revelation. Her parents were not truly her parents, and her 5 brothers were not her siblings. She was merely the false daughter of the Shen family. Faced with the inevitable loss of everything, Shen Yue chose to surrender, to lie down. For if fate dictated her to lose all, then she would embrace stillness. Eldest brother, is the company entertaining? Let me take a look. She hurried to enjoy the last moments of being the Shen family's daughter, knowing that such privileges would soon be out of reach. Second brother, is acting enjoyable? Allow me a glimpse. What? Immobile corpses still earn a salary? This job must be seized with fervor. Third brother, is your gun authentic? Let me examine it. Quite well made, though the recoil is rather excessive. Perhaps next time, a smaller one for me to handle. Fourth brother, if I enter your research institute, will the professor be upset? May I take a peek? This instructor is quite handsome, a little flirtation wouldn't hurt. Fifth brother, this medicine smells delightful, let me have a taste. Delicious. But my head feels a bit tingly. I hope I'm not developing a larger brain. On the day when the true heiress returned, her 5 brothers shielded Shen Yue protectively. Hui, could you allow her to stay? Her mind isn't quite right, and it's perilous for her to be alone out there. The genuine heiress scoffed, a true white lotus. In time, she realized Shen Yue's mind truly was not functioning properly well. They might as well keep her. Chapter 1. In this world, nothing is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish. Shen Yue often felt out of place within her family, believing herself insufficiently eccentric. Yet today, after plummeting into the pond and striking her head, a wave of clarity washed over her. Indeed, they were never truly a family. How could they be expected to resemble one? Following the impact, an array of memories inexplicably flooded Shen Yue's mind, revealing glimpses of her future self. She perceived whispers that she was not the true daughter of the Shen family. She beheld the authentic heiress, radiantly successful even after years of hardship. She witnessed her own missteps culminating in a lonely demise within prison walls. She saw her muddy little hands grasping at the pond's surface, fleetingly recalling the taste of prison food, and enlightenment dawned upon her. Those were memories from her past life. She was destined for incarceration. Prison fare was dreadful, the labor filthy and exhausting, and one could easily become a target for bullying. Thus, she resolved to begin earnestly altering her destiny. How could a false heiress change her fate? Was she to undergo a complete transformation, exchanging blood and genes? It seemed her only recourse was to be reborn in her next life. From this moment on, should she cling to influential figures to boost familial affection? If all went as anticipated, aside from her adoptive parents, her brothers were disinclined to engage with her due to her perceived dullness, rendering any attempt to hold on to their coattails utterly futile. From this point forward, should she strive to excel academically, utilizing knowledge to reshape her fate? This indeed held potential. With determination, Shen Yue sat at her desk, feverishly writing an exam. Once she completed it, she quietly closed her book, feigning nonchalance. Whether in this life or the last, knowledge could alter others' destinies, but it seemed unlikely to transform her own. That day, with a 45-degree gaze toward the heavens, 12-year-old Shen Yue effortlessly embodied the poignant sorrow of youthful literature. The pain was overwhelming. Lost in contemplation, after 10 minutes of deep thought, Shen Yue arrived at a conclusion. If she was destined for prison and hard labor, why not indulge in the present, savoring each meal with abandon? In this world, nothing is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish their expectations. She resolved to relish her meals before her fate was sealed. Varied dishes at every sitting, each a unique delight. However, by evening, as she gazed at the insipid bowl of cabbage before her, she found herself plunged once more into reflection. Elder brother, has our family gone bankrupt? Shen Yue, who had been preparing to leave after placing the meal before her, paused, taken aback. It was not the question itself that surprised him, but rather Shen Yue's demeanor. In his recollection, this sister of his had always been wary of him, speaking with a caution that suggested he was some ravenous beast. Over time, he had grown reluctant to engage with her. Today, he had come to deliver food only out of parental obligation, never expecting her to initiate conversation. Upon receiving his response, Shen Yue quickly followed up, "Then why is dinner just this?" Unmoved, Shen Yue coldly conveyed their parents' wishes. "You can only eat this today. What about tomorrow? I do not know. What did you eat today?" To his astonishment, he found his sister conversing with him so naturally. After a brief pause, he replied, "I haven't eaten yet." Shen Yue's eyes lit up at this revelation, eagerly offering her bowl of cabbage to him, her expression brimming with anticipation. "Elder brother, here, have some." Shen Yue regarded the chopsticks presented to him, yet he did not open his mouth. Despite Shen Yue's earnest gaze, he recognized her intentions all too well. She merely sought to exploit him, and he was unwilling to be used. Shen Yue felt the sting of his silent rejection. In that moment, she recalled her instinctual fear of her elder brother, yet the terror swiftly subsided. In the face of the impending hardships of prison food, all fears seemed trivial. Elder brother, I truly dislike this. Rather than make me eat cabbage, I would prefer to perish. Shen Yue feigned tears, her voice loud despite the absence of actual tears. Shen Yue rubbed his temples, his expression hardening as he reprimanded her. Stop crying. What an embarrassing sight. Her wailing was so dramatic that one might think he had committed some grievous offense. However, the reprimands that worked wonders on his subordinates proved ineffective on Shen Yue, who only cried louder, eventually attracting the attention of the Shen family. Gathered in the dining room, Shen father, Shen Yue, onlookers. With a weary sigh, Shen father admonished Shen Yue, keep your voice down, or else, before shutting the door behind him. Only then did Shen Yue turn back to Shen Yue, asking, may I continue? He said nothing, simply accepting the cabbage from her hand and eating it in one bite. Shen Yue fell silent. After finishing the cabbage, Shen Yue inquired, what would you like to eat? Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, a true businessperson at heart. She replied, I want to eat crayfish. Not possible. I want wagyu beef. Not possible. I want raw marinated fish. Not possible. I want. Not possible. Last that evening, Shen Yue's dinner consisted solely of bok choy. The only distinction was that Shen Yue dined on the same dish as her. The following day, as Shen Yue had intended to bask in the bliss of lounging in bed, she was reluctantly awakened at 6 o'clock to prepare for school. With her eyes shut, she allowed the maid to dress her, and with her eyes still closed, she made her way to the dining table, consuming a morsel or two before finally boarding the vehicle. Still half asleep by N.A. days, she sensed the car had halted, prompting her to open her eyes and inquire, have we arrived? We're at the Shang residence. It must be said, the little boy had always possessed a certain charm, which she found quite endearing. However, he was a man destined to be beyond her reach, so why bother being a mere sycophant? She dismissed the thought. Uncle Zhang, please drive straight home, there's no need to come here anymore. Uncle Zhang was somewhat taken aback. Although Shen Yue and Shang Junyu were still young, he had observed Shen Yue's admiration and affection for him. Initially, Shen Yue had wept and protested for a considerable time, which compelled the Shen family to negotiate with the Shang family, arranging for the two to attend school together daily. Today, however, had the children quarreled, Uncle Zhang refrained from probing further and, after discreetly consulting with Shen's father, drove away. Shen Yue gazed at the surroundings, both familiar and foreign, as a peculiar sense of foreboding filled her mind regarding the events that lay ahead. Today, someone would slander her, and not even Shang Junyu would stand by her side. Thus, Shen Yue found herself deep in thought once more. How bothersome. What's the point of attending school? If the beautiful moments of life are not spent eating and sleeping, they are utterly meaningless. Perhaps, after being wronged, she could use it as an excuse to avoid school starting tomorrow. She truly was a clever little thing, chuckling to herself. A warm reminder. This book features a male couple. It is neither a Yuri story nor devoid of romantic pairings. Chapter 2. Such fortuitous occurrences. Uncle Zhang, we haven't arrived at school yet. Uncle Zhang, feeling helpless, remarked that the teacher did not permit him to escort her to the school gate. Consequently, Shen Yue reclined on the back seat, clearly conveying her unwillingness to attend school unless he took her right to the entrance. After a futile attempt to persuade her, Uncle Zhang sought further guidance from Shen's father, who assured him that Shen Yue's physician had confirmed her health was satisfactory. If she continued to sulk, he was instructed to carry her to school and hand her over to the teacher. With a heavy sigh, Uncle Zhang contemplated the unsatisfactory nature of this resolution. Yet he dared not defy his employer's wishes. Resignedly, he approached the back seat and hoisted the still languid Shen Yue onto his back. Forgive me, little Yaya, he murmured. As Shen Yue gradually comprehended the situation, she realized she felt entirely at ease, even content. In essence, as long as she was not required to move, she experienced a profound sense of happiness. This was not mere laziness. She justified it as a means of conserving energy for future endeavors. With her newfound rationale, Shen Yue continued to lounge against Uncle Zhang, and upon yawning, she inadvertently caught sight of the morning tea across the way, exclaiming, I want that. Uncle Zhang, exuding a look of exasperation, reminded her that the children of the Shen family were typically forbidden from indulging in outside treats, and he dared not acquire them. Resolutely declining her request. Why not? Shen Yue persisted. Because your parents do not permit it. Why must you make life difficult for a mere worker? Uncle Zhang refrained from articulating the truth, fearing that the child's loose tongue might jeopardize his employment. Instead, he concocted a serious yet absurd excuse, claiming, "It is not that I refuse to buy it for you. Rather, I am simply unable to afford it." With her memories intact, Shen Yue instantly empathized with him, understanding the agony of financial constraint, where even a small gummy bear required meticulous budgeting. Why should a faux heiress impose such hardship on a laborer? It was utterly outrageous. She was audaciously contemplating eating into the fruits of his hard work. The sensation was akin to being starved in a prison, resorting to seizing another's meager meal. The pain was excruciating. In that moment, Uncle Zhang transformed in Shen Yue's eyes from an ordinary worker into a comrade in her struggle. Their shared plight brought tears to her eyes. Yet Uncle Zhang, feeling a sudden disquiet, feared the worst. Heaven forbid, this little ancestor might burst into tears. Crying in public would be quite the calamity, and he must hasten to deposit her at school. Assuming a sprinter's stance, Uncle Zhang prepared to swiftly deposit Shen Yue at the school gate while she was momentarily distracted. Just then, she spoke, her eyes glistening with tears. "Uncle Zhang,
I am sorry.
I shouldn't be so willful. Please don't be upset." Uncle Zhang was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he was not particularly troubled. He merely feared a reprimand from Shen's father and a deduction from his wages. However, upon witnessing Shen Yue's sincere apology, he felt a pang of guilt for not only denying her the morning tea, but also for deceiving her to the point of tears. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he finally spoke. "Next time, I promise I will buy it for you. Let us wait until we can shake off the bodyguards first." At that moment, Shen Yue's classmate, Zhang Peng, happened to pass by and inadvertently overheard their conversation. He was utterly astonished by the truth he had just uncovered. Shen Yue's family couldn't even afford a morning tea? This implied that Shen Yue's parents were destitute? Observing Shen Yue's possessions, which seemed to be of fine quality, he was taken aback. At the tender age of 12, a time when all impulses flourish and recklessness reigns, the classmate who had overheard the secret hastened to race ahead of Shen Yue, eager to divulge this monumental revelation to their peers before she entered the classroom. "Can you guess what I just heard? You would never believe it. Shen Yue is actually a fraud." As soon as the words left his lips, the classmates, who had previously been engrossed in their own activities, turned their attention toward him. "Shen Yue is a fraud? Are you out of your mind this early in the morning? Which Shen Yue are you referring to? Is it our classmate Shen Yue?" Zhang Peng slammed his palm on the desk, grasped the eraser, and was about to elaborate, but suddenly recalled that the teacher would be arriving shortly. He quickly added, "On my way to school today, I overheard Shen Yue speaking with her uncle. Apparently, they can't even afford a morning tea. Her uncle said, 'It's my fault. I simply can't produce any money.'" And then Shen Yue began to apologize. Hadn't Shen Yue grown up alongside Zhang Junyu? He had always assumed that, even if their family was not as affluent as Zhang Junyu's, they would not be lacking significantly. However, Shen Yue's belongings were often rather expensive. Perhaps they were counterfeit? If they couldn't afford morning tea, then could she truly afford those items? Was it possible they were stolen? How utterly revolting. Why would Shen Yue resort to such measures, pretending to be affluent through theft? Reflecting on the times she had treated him to snacks, he couldn't help but chuckle. Where did she acquire the funds? From stolen goods, perhaps? Should we report this to the authorities? As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Even if the initial suggestion that she might have stolen something was merely a hypothesis, it soon became a truth as more people echoed it. Especially given that this was Shen Yue, the very same girl who walked to and from school every day with Zhang Junyu, who played the piano and danced gracefully, and who, with her sweet demeanor and amiable nature, had already garnered admirers. The idea that such a person could be a fraud, or even a thief, was rather intriguing. At times, one's joy can be built upon the suffering of others, particularly when it comes to belittling those who excel, as if that could somehow diminish one's own failures, providing a semblance of comfort. Thus, when Shen Yue finally ambled into the classroom, she noticed that the gazes directed at her had shifted dramatically. Shen Yue found it difficult to articulate the feeling those eyes evoked. She simply knew that if she were in prison, those who held such gazes would surely not survive until dawn. Undeterred by the scrutiny, Shen Yue walked to her seat, only to discover that her chair was damp, and the once pristine surface of her desk was now adorned with graffiti and a myriad of scrawled words.
Fraud. Pauper. Disgusting. Vine. Thief.
These were among the more genteel descriptors. Others were far less savory, branding her as lascivious and hurling various unsightly insults. Shen Yue scrutinized her surroundings, feeling as though happiness had arrived too abruptly, rendering her uncertain. She turned to the person beside her and inquired, "Is this my desk?" At this moment, Shen Yue comprehended the harsh reality. She had fallen victim to bullying. "Hey, Shen Yue, aren't you going to sit?" How could a noble princess possibly lower herself to sit on a glue-stained chair? Ignoring their taunts, Shen Yue calmly retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed Uncle Zhang. In an effort to make her emotions more palpable, she pinched her thigh fiercely, forcing herself to cry. "Hello, Uncle Zhang, I don't want to go to school anymore." The child's voice quivered slightly, and despite her attempts to maintain composure, Uncle Zhang discerned the frailty and sadness underlying her words. He promptly turned the car around, heading towards the school, softly reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I will be there soon." After ending the call with Shen Yue, Uncle Zhang hesitated for a moment before dialing Shen Yichen's assistant. Meanwhile, upon hanging up, the pitiable expression on Shen Yue's face vanished. As she rubbed the characters etched on the table, she rummaged through the excess memories in her mind. Wasn't today the day they accused me of taking someone else's belongings? How did it turn into something written on the table? It seemed the memories in her head were not entirely accurate. Yet, inexplicably, despite reassuring herself, she had never doubted one thing: her ultimate fate would undoubtedly lead to prison. Chapter 3. I cannot be a combat genius. Shen Yue's calm demeanor bewildered many. Typically, a victim of bullying would exhibit some reaction to their plight, allowing the aggressors to derive pleasure from their distress. The onlookers surrounding her yearned to witness her discomfort, fear, pain, and resentment, rather than her impassive expression, as if their actions held no significance in her eyes. Why was that? For a fleeting moment, they felt they had chosen the wrong target. Moreover, Shen Yue had just made a phone call, mentioning Uncle Zhang.
Who was he?
Was he the uncle that Zhang Peng had referred to earlier, the one without money? What purpose would such an uncle serve? Could it be they had made a mistake? Some even felt compelled to quietly question Zhang Peng again. "Hey, you aren't mistaken, are you? Shen Yue really doesn't seem like a poor student. The things she uses appear quite expensive." At that moment, Zhang Peng felt a twinge of uncertainty. But recalling what he had just heard, he reassured himself. Shen Yue was undoubtedly just a pauper, nothing to fear. From her conversation with her uncle, he could even infer that her family had likely emptied their pockets to enroll her in this school. As for her relationship with Zhang Junyu, Shen Yue was certainly pretending to be a wealthy heiress to conceal the financial struggles of her family. Those valuable items were either stolen or deceived from others. In any case, as long as he could prove today that Shen Yue's family was worse off than his, he could assert dominance over her in the future. With this thought, Zhang Peng nodded assuredly. He had heard it with his own ears. Shen Yue's family had no money. Upon hearing Zhang Peng's confirmation once more, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. With that assurance, their apprehensions dissipated. Behind Shen Yue stood only Zhang Junyu. Yet the Zhang family was not particularly formidable. The current leader of the class, the debauched heir Li Fan, boldly approached Shen Yue with a lewd grin. "Shen Yue, do not pretend to be a wealthy heiress. If you agree to follow my instructions in the future, I shall protect you." How does that sound? My family is far more powerful than Zhang Junyu's. Indeed, Shen Yue was undeniably beautiful. Although the baby fat on her face had yet to fully dissipate, it was by no means an exaggeration to describe her features as exquisite. "If you agree, I will ensure that those who dared to deface your desk will face retribution, every last one of them." Those who had just defiled Shen Yue's desk felt a flicker of panic upon hearing this. Li Fan acted recklessly, and his words were not mere idle threats. Their family backgrounds might not be vastly inferior to his, but they were sensible people. Normal individuals fear the insane, and if Shen Yue were to acquiesce, Li Fan would surely not spare them. Realizing this, many exchanged glances, then turned to Zhang Peng for inspiration. "Shen Yue, do not blame us. It was Zhang Peng who barged in and proclaimed you a fraud, claiming your family could barely afford meals and that your belongings were surely pilfered. He incited us to write on your desk, and that is why we acted." Once one person spoke up, others followed suit. "Yes, this was Zhang Peng's fault, not ours. We were merely seeking amusement. The harsh words we uttered were simply to fit the atmosphere. Do not take them to heart. It was Zhang Peng's influence. We merely complied with his whims." Indeed, it was Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He yearned to defend himself, asserting that he had not directed anyone to deface Shen Yue's desk, yet before he could utter a word, he was struck across the face. "What is appropriate to say, and what is not? What have I taught you?" Zhang Peng's fists clenched tightly, then relaxed. I am sorry. I was in the wrong. The classroom resembled a farcical play, and soon some proposed that Zhang Peng kneel before Shen Yue to atone for his misdeeds. Zhang Peng remained silent throughout. Shen Yue gazed at her classmates, and in that moment, they appeared less like children and more like a horde of demons. Their sharp fangs seemed poised to tear into someone at any moment. Although she had never encountered such a scene before, it felt hauntingly familiar to her. Shen Yue did not hold a strong impression of Zhang Peng. In truth, aside from Shang Junyu, she paid little attention to anyone at school. Thus, having experienced bullying for the first time and witnessing others being beaten before her, her tender heart endured a profound shock. She believed that she must have damaged her mind, as not only was her memory faltering, but her entire life seemed to be unraveling. Her former classmates had not been like this. They had greeted her with smiles and accompanied her on shopping trips, even though she always paid. As Zhang Peng found himself kneeling before her, ready to submit, Shen Yue deftly sidestepped, indicating her reluctance to engage in this distasteful game. She muttered, kneeling to heaven, to the earth, to parents, do not kneel to me. I refuse to be your fall. Zhang Peng, caught in an awkward position, hesitated and decided against kneeling. Fortunately, the attention of the onlookers was focused solely on Shen Yue, sparing him from scrutiny. Hey, Shen Yue, honestly, what do your parents do? Someone inquired. Shen Yue spoke the truth. The family business had been entrusted entirely to her elder brother, leaving her father to spend his hard-earned savings on leisure pursuits, while her mother danced at home, only appearing at major national events. However, to others, this revelation was perceived as an affirmation of Shen Yue's lower status. Particularly, a girl who had long held a grudge against Shen Yue could not resist taunting her. How dare someone like you show us a grim face? Jealous of Shen Yue's beauty and popularity, she found her justification and lunged to grab Shen Yue's hair. Let us see what kind of fake adornments the lofty princess wears. They appear almost real. Jiang Wan advanced closer to Shen Yue, and suddenly, memories of her training with her elder sister in prison surged in her mind. She recalled 3 critical points. The first, a strike that could obstruct arterial blood flow, leading to cerebral ischemia. The second, an attack on the carotid sinus that could induce bradycardia, hypotension, or even sudden death. The third, a blow to the cervical vertebrae that could damage the spinal cord, risking fatal consequences if the vertebrae were to fracture and compress the vertebral artery. If someone strikes you, you retaliate. If strength fails, find a weapon, understand? Shen Yue grasped the principle. Seizing a nearby chair, she hurled it at the approaching Jiang Wan without a moment's hesitation. For even a second's pause would signify disrespect to her sister.
Ah!
Jiang Wan cried out, startled by Shen Yue's sudden resistance. Shen Yue, unfazed, glanced at her desk, where 2 words stood out prominently: slut and bitch. She pointed to these words and asked the nearest Zhang Peng, who wrote these. Upon hearing Shen Yue's voice, Zhang Peng involuntarily flinched, his body instinctively responding before his mind could catch up. He pointed decisively at someone in the distance, exclaiming, it was Lin Yanxin. Shen Yue turned her gaze, her expression unyielding. Lin Yanxin, with an air of arrogance, questioned, on what grounds? Shen Yue did not press him further. Instead, she adhered to her guiding principle: if strength fails, find a weapon, lifting her desk and throwing it toward Lin Yanxin. The crowd gasped in shock as Lin Yanxin, startled, jumped up, feigning composure while shouting, Shen Yue, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Before he could finish, a cool voice echoed from the entrance. It was Shang Junyu, the very person Shen Yue had stood up earlier that day. Shang Junyu entered the classroom and observed several students just rising from the floor, a sense of confusion washing over him. However, he refrained from inquiring, for these classmates held little significance to him, lacking any utilitarian value. The sole exception was Shen Yue, a matter frequently impressed upon him by his family. Contemplating this, Shang Junyu felt a twinge of annoyance. His family incessantly urged him to ensure Shen Yue was not bullied. But how could she possibly be? It was a wonder if she even bullied others. Lost in these thoughts, Shen Yue's gaze settled upon the glue on her chair, and she promptly plopped down. Indeed, this was the very essence of being bullied. In summary, the pain was excruciating. Alas, where was Uncle Zhang? She feared her bottom might soon become soaked. This was the 3rd hour since she had left her bed, consumed by these thoughts. The other students remained exceptionally well-behaved, the classroom now devoid of its earlier clamor, a peaceful stillness settling in. Chapter 4. Fear not, we shall return home. The school Shen Yue currently attended was a prestigious private institution renowned nationwide, boasting a faculty of unparalleled excellence, both domestically and internationally. Naturally, the tuition was exorbitant, and the students fortunate enough to study here were either affluent or of noble lineage. Within this institution, social hierarchies were palpably evident. Students with established family backgrounds often arrived at the school after being instructed by their guardians on the intricate web of social dynamics, who to befriend, who to avoid offending, and who to appease. This knowledge constituted the first tier. Those with somewhat weaker familial connections could, through financial means, acquire information regarding the most formidable individuals to steer clear of, forming the second tier. The third tier comprised those who, having gained admission solely through financial clout, were left to navigate the complexities of social identity blindfolded. Lastly, there were the sponsored students, occupying a unique category altogether. This private school, while ostensibly an educational institution, functioned as a microcosm of society, comprised of major conglomerates, political factions, and the heirs of illustrious families along with their relatives. It wielded considerable influence. Students of average means, particularly those reliant on scholarships to attend, often required the school's protection to thrive in this environment. The institution depended on these exceptional students to bolster its reputation and strength. Thus, sponsored students typically did not mingle with their more privileged counterparts. Considering this, Shen Yue's status should not have descended to such depths, for the Shen family, under her elder brother's stewardship, had undeniably emerged as a leader within the business realm. Furthermore, her third brother, through his audacious spirit, had firmly established himself within the military in recent years, elevating the entire Shen family's standing. With these two figures supporting her, it would have been entirely plausible for Shen Yue to assume the role of a school matriarch. However, the family's doctrine emphasized humility in conduct, but ambition in action. Not only Shen Yue but all members of the Shen family were prohibited from flaunting their identities or seeking preferential treatment. Thus, Shen Yue's status remained tightly wrapped, known only to the school administration. Even Shang Junyu was merely aware that Shen Yue was the daughter of a close family friend whom he was tasked to care for. Of course, he harbored a profound aversion to this directive. He believed he should extend kindness to whomever he chose and protect those he deemed worthy. Why should he be obligated to look after Shen Yue? Because Shang Junyu held a particularly unique position within the Shang family. Unable to directly confront the authority of the family elders, he could only direct his frustrations toward Shen Yue. For instance, today, he was acutely aware of Shen Yue's distress and the unsettling atmosphere in the classroom, yet he chose to feign ignorance. This was his stubborn form of rebellion, and he remained indifferent to the consequences it might impose upon Shen Yue. Before long, the teacher entered the classroom, surveying the students with a fleeting glance that paused briefly on Zhang Peng's face and Shen Yue's desk, yet he ultimately uttered nothing. With a numbed expression, he proceeded to the podium, retrieved his textbook, and began to half-heartedly address the class, instructing them to take out their books for morning reading. In this school, the most genuine relationships were those among the students. Those who thrived often hailed from affluent families, while those who struggled invariably came from less fortunate backgrounds. The unwritten law for survival here was simple. Never assist a bullied student. Otherwise, one risked losing a respectable job due to student retaliation. This scenario had unfolded more than once, leaving many teachers desensitized. As he stood at the podium leading the reading, Lin Yanxin suddenly rose and exclaimed, "Teacher!" Shen Yue threw her desk at me. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent teacher rushed to Lin Yanxin's side, alarmed as though his own child were in peril. "Are you hurt?" he exclaimed. Instantly, others chimed in, "Teacher, it was quite dangerous." Shen Yue acted without provocation. The teacher seemed to grasp the situation, yet refrained from probing further, immediately admonishing Shen Yue, "Shen Yue, you must apologize to Lin Yanxin at once." All around, students wore expressions of eager anticipation. The teacher's reprimand indicated that Shen Yue lacked a significant background. Teachers in this institution were pragmatic. They tended to protect students from more privileged families. The teacher's alignment with Lin Yanxin suggested that Shen Yue's family was certainly not of the same caliber as Shang Junyu's. Unbeknownst to them, the teacher was making judgments based on the students, while the students were, in turn, assessing the teacher, missing the opportunity to uncover the truth. Shen Yue glanced at the teacher, her expression neutral, unencumbered by hesitation as she boldly inquired, "Teacher, won't you ask about the circumstances surrounding this incident?" Laughter erupted around her. Had she been a student from a truly ordinary family, the ramifications on her life would be unfathomable. The malice of the students, coupled with the teacher's own bias, could easily crush a still-developing student. Shen Yue had intended to say more, but, upon noticing figures approaching from outside, she fell silent. Thus, she stood obediently. Her head bowed low, allowing the teacher to chastise her word by word, appearing quite pitiable. You must call your parents immediately. You must apologize to Lin Yanxin in person. I am Shen Yue's brother. I am not aware of what she has done to incite such anger from the teacher. Shen Yichen's cold voice resonated from the doorway. Though quiet, it carried an undeniable weight, silencing the unrestrained snickers in an instant. The teacher, who had previously exuded an air of arrogance, suddenly froze as he turned around. Standing at the classroom door was the man who identified himself as Shen Yue's brother, clad in a well-tailored suit. His wrist adorned with an exquisite watch whose brand was indiscernible, yet clearly priceless. His demeanor was composed yet menacing as he surveyed the classroom with an inscrutable expression, ultimately resting his gaze upon the downcast Shen Yue. Following closely behind him were the school's major stakeholders and the principal, all of whom wore expressions of discontent. Mr. Shen, please allow me to explain. This teacher may not fully understand the situation. The principal attempted to salvage the moment. Yet he was acutely aware that today's incident would not be easily resolved. It was his fault. The Shen family had requested discretion, and thus he had not divulged Shen Yue's identity, even to the teaching staff. He never anticipated that such a calamity would ensue. It was infuriating that they had consistently favored students of affluent backgrounds, yet they dared to bully Shen Yue. Alas! At that moment, Shen Yichen approached Shen Yue. Upon noticing her discomfort and the dampness beside her chair, he paused momentarily. He knelt down, draping his suit jacket over her shoulders before addressing the outside world in a cold tone. Principally, perhaps you should come over and take a look before attempting to explain. Principally, bowing slightly and smiling nervously, moved towards Shen Yue. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes nearly rolled back in disbelief. He wished fervently to escape this beautiful world for another planet. At his age, he was supposed to enjoy the fruits of his labor, so why must he confront such a debacle? This was the precious child of the Shen family, the Shen family. How dare these little rascals apply their bullying tactics to someone so cherished? Indeed, he had not informed the teachers of Shen Yue's background, but did they not notice, through her demeanor and attire, that she was someone not to be trifled with? Those impertinent children! The teacher, now somewhat flustered, instinctively defended himself. Principal, it's not like that. The class comprises good students who wouldn't bully anyone, and besides, Lin Yanxin was unjustly treated by Shen Yue. Shen Yichen scoffed, interrupting the teacher. Are you implying that our child deserved to be bullied? The teacher, overwhelmed by Shen Yichen's imposing presence, stammered. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? I heard you say that Shen Yue's parent should reflect on this. I am here now. What do you wish for me to reflect upon? Upon hearing this, the principal quickly interjected. Mr. Shen, please, you must understand that certain teachers here speak without thought. You need not reflect. The ones who should reflect are others. He shot a fierce glare at the fearful teacher, momentarily refraining from addressing him, and then turned to the students who were as silent as mice, nearly wishing to vanish into the ground. Who is responsible for this? Step forward. If you do not speak, everyone will face punishment together. I shall merely remind you that this matter cannot be resolved with simplicity. It may even have repercussions for your parents. As you often do, consider this carefully. The principal's words undoubtedly grasped the very essence of these children's existence. Each student present was acutely aware that their arrogance stemmed from the power of their familial connections. Should this incident adversely affect their homes, their parents would not easily forgive them. In the worst-case scenario, they could become objects of public humiliation. Yet, a lingering doubt remained in their minds. Is the situation truly so dire? Can bullying a single Shen Yue really impact their families? Is Shen Yue's family truly that formidable? After all, aren't her parents unemployed and unable to afford breakfast? The principal, too, felt anxious. The Shen family holds significant influence, and among those present, there were others of considerable standing, albeit not comparable to the Shens. However, he could not afford to offend them, and thus he subtly suggested that Shen Yue's background was not ordinary, hoping that these children might gain some insight. Although the bullying incident appeared serious, they were still young. As long as they recognized their wrongdoing and admitted it, the Shen family, mindful of their reputation, would likely not pursue the matter vigorously. It would surely be a tempest in a teapot, provided the children assured that such mistakes would not be repeated. However, this required a sincere acknowledgement of their faults, enabling the school to mediate effectively. He could only hope that someone would grasp his earlier hints. The reality, however, was that while the students understood, they were unwilling to apologize. If anyone was to blame, It was Zhang Peng. Had he not spread falsehoods claiming Shen Yue was a pauper, they would not have dared to act against her. If apologies were to be made, it should be Zhang Peng's. They had done nothing wrong, merely engaged in their usual antics. Zhang Peng was the culprit. As the first voice emerged, the others found their cue and echoed in unison, affirming that it was indeed Zhang Peng. He had claimed early in the morning that Shen Yue was a fraud, spreading rumors about her. It was all Zhang Peng's doing. I bear witness, it was Zhang Peng. The principal felt a chill in his gaze, but sighed with relief. Thankfully, these children were not foolish. It seemed that Zhang Peng had been designated as the scapegoat for this incident. Rather than punishing an entire class and alienating 20 families, he preferred to reprimand just one. Zhang Peng, is it? Call your parents immediately. The principal's tone had shifted to one of cheerfulness. By having Zhang Peng's family endure all of the Shen family's wrath, he would find himself less burdened. Yet, Shen Yichen was not swayed by this, calmly interjecting. Not just him. The principal froze, turning to Shen Yichen. Mr. Shen, perhaps you could give our school some time. We will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. Shen Yichen disregarded the principal's plea, placing a hand on Shen Yu's shoulder, gently patting her as if to comfort her, while speaking candidly. After observing your methods just now, I suddenly understand why this school has become what it is. It is also a failure on the part of the Shen family to have entrusted you to such an institution. What? The principal was taken aback. At this moment, Shen Yichen noticed Shen Yu's clothing, torn due to the powerful adhesive, her expression indecipherable. He issued a calm directive to his assistant, ordering an immediate board meeting to replace the principal and dismiss all teachers whose moral integrity had been compromised, with the Shen family assuming responsibility for all resultant losses. Understood, he affirmed. He further commanded the cessation of all business collaborations with students from this class, instructing that their parents be informed that the Shen family would exert full pressure on them until the true perpetrator was identified. Standing beside Shen Yichen, Shen Yue felt a mix of admiration for her elder brother's reliability and prowess, alongside a gnawing fear of her own violent actions being discovered. If her deeds were unveiled, she could no longer hide behind her fear of attending school. Oh, divine spirits, please grant me your protection. Chapter 5. How much worse can this get? Shen Yue had never anticipated Shen Yichen's presence here. In her recollection, he had always been indifferent to matters beyond his corporate responsibilities, often displaying a stern demeanor towards his younger siblings. As such, she had come to believe that Shen Yichen neither favored her nor held any affection for her. Nevertheless, it was an undeniable fact that he had come to her aid today. How long has this been going on? He inquired gently after wrapping her in a blanket and sitting beside her. Shen Yue spoke the truth. Yet her disheveled state and the pitiable impression she had left on him diminished the credibility of her words. Rather than trust her account, Shen Yichen found it more plausible that she had been coerced into silence. The thought of such a possibility stirred both sympathy and a greater sense of anger within him. As a daughter of the Shen family, how could she be subjected to such mistreatment? What kind of upbringing had led to her developing such a timid disposition? Reflecting on how Shen Yue often appeared fearful in his presence, Shen Yichen suddenly realized that the events of today had hinted at something amiss long before. Yet none in their family had taken notice. Did you resist? He asked, prompting a shiver from Shen Yue. The inevitable had arrived. From the moment she had struck, she had known her actions would eventually come to light. It was merely a matter of time. She only hoped to remain undetected for a little longer. In the Shen household, willingly admitting one's mistakes was always preferable to facing the repercussions of being discovered, especially since, in her memory, Shen Yichen could always discern when she was being deceitful. Upon hearing her response, a faint smile graced Shen Yichen's lips, though it quickly faded as he replied, "Well done. The children of the Shen family do not bully others, yet we shall not be bullied ourselves." Thank you, brother. Shen Yue felt the sincerity in Shen Yichen's guidance, and the earlier act of retribution had been immensely gratifying. Even though she knew she was not truly the legitimate daughter, she felt a profound gratitude for the elder brother who is currently defending her. You are truly remarkable, brother. Initially, Shen Yichen had experienced a twinge of regret for abandoning his work in haste to come to her aid, but upon hearing her words, an unfamiliar warmth surged within him. For the first time, he distinctly recognized his role as her elder brother. Yet, questions still lingered in his heart. Once fearful of him, the sister who had always kept her distance now seemed to have shifted her stance. Was there someone who had imparted knowledge to her? Who taught you such words? When Shen Yue noticed Shen Yichen regarding her with a probing gaze, she pondered whether she had overdone her flattery. In the confines of a prison, Possessing a tongue that can articulate is of paramount importance. Speaking sweetly bears no detriment to oneself, yet it has the power to ease others' hearts, allowing them to lower their defenses. She recalled being taught that while charm may seem elusive in straightforward terms, it simply means to make others fond of oneself. Shen Yue, your approach is too rigid. Even if your words hold truth, few will be inclined to believe you. Begin by learning to compliment others. Thus, in the memories that followed, Shen Yue first learned to awkwardly extol praises, then progressed to offering them more naturally and ultimately to revealing sincerity without pretense. The words she had just spoken were imbued with genuine intent. She understood that no amount of deceit could evade Shen Yichen's discerning eye. When it came to this elder brother, sincerity alone sufficed. She aimed to package her desire to sleep in rather than attend school and convey it sincerely to her brother. Someone once told her that emotions between individuals are not easily transmitted. Unless explicitly expressed, very few can discern one's true thoughts. Brother, I think you are remarkable. And I truly wish to thank you, yet I have never articulated this. I believe that was a mistake. So now I must say it. This marked the first instance Shen Yichen felt a wave of positive sentiment directed at him from Shen Yue, leaving him so astonished that he forgot to inquire about the identity of the person she referred to. Yes, Shen Yue exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. So much had transpired from yesterday to today, she ought to lie in bed and relax, letting her mind wander. As her tension eased, she suddenly sensed a dampness on her backside and realized she was still wearing those pants stuck with glue. As Shen Yichen prepared to rise and depart, he glanced at Shen Yue, who sat with her head bowed in the car, and felt a sudden pang of compassion. He lifted her from the vehicle and took her hand, saying, "Just follow me for now." Uncle Zhang responded promptly, starting the car without hesitation. Indeed, notifying young Master Shen had proven to be the right decision. Although young Master Shen often appeared indifferent to family matters, he was undeniably the most protective member of the Shen family. Some would soon find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 6. Greetings, brother. As Shen Yichen stepped into the company, the secretaries flocked to him. These secretaries were company staff who typically assisted Shen Yichen with corporate affairs. They had never met Shen Yue and were unaware of her identity. Yet, they possessed a keen sense of propriety, adhering to the principle of not inquiring about what was not theirs to know or gazing upon what was not theirs to see. They refrained from commenting on Shen Yue's presence, merely updating Shen Yichen on the progress of work as usual. Mr. Shen, in accordance with your instructions, I have made the necessary adjustments to today's schedule. The review meeting originally set for 9 a.m. has been postponed to 10 a.m., and the external reception is now arranged at Yuan, which I have already communicated to the accompanying directors. The third version of the new compensation system, drafted by the company after gathering feedback, is ready. Would you like to convene a meeting for final adjustments between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m.? The external itinerary for today has been cancelled, and all other meetings will proceed as planned. I will assign Li Xinbai to take full responsibility for the institutional reform. As Shen Yichen spoke, he glanced at Shen Yue, who was still looking around, and suddenly changed his mind. Let's move the review meeting to the afternoon. You two, prepare a basin of warm water and bring it to my office immediately. Zhang Xia, go to the mall and buy some clothes for this child. As Shen Yichen issued commands, he led Shen Yue towards the elevator, and by the time they reached it, everything had been arranged. Along the way, there were indeed fleeting glances cast upon Shen Yue, yet none lingered in impolite scrutiny, nor did anyone voice any comments. This clearly demonstrated Shen Yichen's adept management of his company. Understood, Mr. Shen, came the reply. As the elevator doors slowly closed before Shen Yue, she noticed that all of Shen Yichen's secretaries were male. Observing Shen Yue's previous curiosity, Shen Yichen pondered that she might be interested in the company. Though he was uncertain about her youthful thoughts, so he inquired, would you like to explore the company a bit later? Shen Yue promptly nodded vigorously. After all, this was the illustrious Shen family's enterprise in the business world. If she did not seize this moment to explore, she might find herself unable to do so once her true identity was revealed and she was cast out. Emotions are indeed contagious. Seeing that Shen Yue appeared less despondent than before, a faint smile tugged at Shen Yichen's lips. First, let us deal with the glue on your hands. Then you can change into some new clothes. Shen Yue suddenly asked, did that uncle know what size clothing I wear? She understood now. This was the privilege of the so-called domineering CEO. Soon, they arrived at the office, and Shen Yue's immediate impression was one of cleanliness and seriousness, much like Shen Yichen himself. Each area was distinctly delineated, with different items residing in their respective zones. A large floor-to-ceiling window offered a panoramic view of the city center. Most importantly, the office featured ample empty space, devoid of any clutter, just an expanse of nothingness. Shen Yue seated Shen Yue on the sofa, and the secretary quickly brought over the warm water. He first tested the temperature with his own hand before gently placing Shen Yue's hands into the water. After soaking for a while, Shen Yue realized her hands remained stuck together. Shen Yue held down her restless hands, saying, "Don't rush. Let them soak a little longer." Shen Yue immediately complied, not only ceasing her movements, but becoming utterly still. Perhaps the silence between them rendered the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. Shen Yue endeavored to seek a topic to discuss. "Shen Yue, do you know what the main component of glue is? Have you studied this part of the material yet?" "No," she replied. "Did you teach yourself? Are you interested in chemistry?" As he asked, Shen Yue recalled his younger sibling back home. Fifth brother has shown an affinity for chemistry since childhood and has now been exceptionally admitted to the chemistry department at Huada University. Shen Yue suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The reason she knew that the primary component of glue was cyanoacrylate was that during her time in prison, someone had taught her the molecular formula of 502 glue after burned, even collecting the toxic gas produced with the intent to use it during an escape. Chemistry held no allure for her. All she desired was rest, lying down. "I have no interest in chemistry, only in sleeping." Shen Yue was taken aback by this response, which was rather different from what he had anticipated. As the eldest brother, Shen Yue took the most care of his family before officially inheriting the company. His younger brothers enjoyed chatting with him, so he knew that the second brother had long aspired to become an actor from a young age. The third brother had no particular interests, but was devoid of fear, demonstrating good execution, so he recommended that he join the military. The fourth brother was exceptionally intelligent and interested in mechanical things, currently researching weapons at the National Research Institute. The fifth brother was intrigued by the human body, sensitive to chemistry, and intended to become a doctor. Shen Yue himself had understood from a young age that he would become the pillar of the Shen family and was determined to inherit and promote the family legacy. Diligently studying business-related knowledge, by the time he was Shen Yue's age, he had already earned his first fortune of 100 million. Yet now, his sister was telling him that her passion lay in sleep. Shen Yue remarked, "You are still young. There are many fascinating experiences awaiting you beyond sleep. I find sleeping to be the most interesting. Just lying in bed brings me immense satisfaction. What else do you do at home besides sleeping?" Shen Yue pondered for a moment, glancing at the book given by their mother. Shen Yue's expression softened slightly as he inquired, "What book is it?" "The CEO's doting secretary." Upon finishing her sentence, Shen Yue felt it was inappropriate and added, "But why are all of Brother S secretaries male?" Shen Yue's face darkened. He realized that there was a reason Shen Yue had been raised this way. After he left home, how had those two been raising the children? "Does your male secretary also sit on your lap?" Shen Yue. After receiving two firm pats, Shen Yue finally fell silent. They remained in silence for a while until Shen Yue took her hand to wash off the glue, which had now dissolved and came off easily. It was the first time Shen Yue discovered that her elder brother was not as fearsome as she had imagined. "Brother, I'm sorry." Shen Yue assumed that Shen Yue was apologizing for her earlier remarks. As he handed her a tissue while wiping her hands, he cautioned, "There are certain things that should not be said, understood?" Shen Yue nodded. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Shen Yue couldn't help but ruffle her hair. This gave Shen Yue a newfound appreciation for Shen Yue's capabilities as a guardian. "Pick out a favorite outfit and change in that room." As Shen Yue obediently clutched the clothes, a sudden thought struck her, and she said to Shen Yue, "Brother, there's glue on my backside too." Shen Yue's expression shifted momentarily, yet he swiftly regained his composure. While dialing his secretary to request another pot of hot water, he softened his tone and advised Shen Yue to wash off the glue herself shortly. Shen Yue nodded, acknowledging that she could not allow her elder brother to attend to such a task. This delay extended for over half an hour, and when Shen Yue finally emerged, changed into fresh attire, Shen Yue was standing by his desk engaged in a phone call. "Old Zhang should have briefed you about the school's matters. I am unclear regarding the Shang family stance, but you might want to thoroughly understand Shang Junyu's position." Shen Yue, being young, struggled to comprehend certain issues. "Could you not discern them as well?" "Understood. I shall inquire about Shen Yue's thoughts shortly." Shen Yue turned his head, and, upon seeing Shen Yue at the doorway in her new outfit, promptly concluded his call. He approached her, assessing her appearance, and remarked that the dress was quite fitting. Shen Yue concurred, exclaiming, "Yes. This dress is very comfortable. Let us go, I will show you around," he said. Their exploration commenced from the top floor, descending through each level in turn. However, Shen Yue's tour was not merely casual. He insisted on inspecting every office on each floor. From 9 in the morning until noon, the two had only traversed barely half of the building. Had it not been for the impending mealtime, Shen Yue felt her legs might have given out entirely. At that moment, a wave of regret washed over her. Deep and profound regret. Yet this feeling dissipated once Shen Yue escorted her to a private dining room at the elegant garden restaurant. As she savored a dish called 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix, which was essentially chicken, Shen Yue felt utterly content. What is the meaning of life if not to indulge in a myriad of delightful cuisines? She devoured her meal with gusto, producing a resounding belch. Are you full? Indeed, I am quite full. A moment ago, I received a call from home, informing me that the Shang family has come to apologize. They should still be waiting for you at home. Upon hearing Shang Junyu's name, Shen Yue felt a sense of inevitability. In her memories, she recalled instances of throwing tantrums, but whenever the Shang family learned of her discontent, they would bring Shang Junyu to apologize. In front of his parents, Shang Junyu always behaved impeccably, patiently soothing her and offering sincere apologies. Yet just when she believed he would genuinely treat her well, he would transform into a different persona, leading to yet another quarrel, followed by more of his appeasement. As they matured, Shen Yue's obstinacy and Shang Junyu's courteous reputation began to circulate. However, only Shen Yue knew that Shang Junyu's frequent change of girlfriends was a display aimed at her, yet out of compassion, she shielded him from familial reprimands. When Shang Junyu's business faced difficulties, she used her own funds to mend the gaps, only to be reprimanded for meddling, trailing behind him daily. Even a single compliment from him brought her joy, yet all she received in return was, "Shen Yue, you are truly disgusting." Shen Yue's humility in the face of Shang Junyu was not solely born from affection. More importantly, when they turned 14, Shen Yue and Shang Junyu had a quarrel. In an attempt to discipline Shang Junyu, his family deprived him of food for a full 5 days. And it was only when Shen Yue came to seek him out that she discovered this ordeal. Upon waking, Shang Junyu's first words to Shen Yue were not expressions of gratitude, but rather a reproachful declaration that his condition was entirely her fault. From that day forth, Shen Yue found herself in a perpetual state of atonement. However, now she was acutely aware, as the prison matron had advised her, that she needed to draw a firm line with such a person. Brother, I no longer wished to see Shang Junyu. Yet, her current demeanor was perplexing. What had Shang Junyu done? Shen Yue, refraining from direct inquiry, preferred to investigate matters independently. Do you trust your brother? Shen Yue, taken aback by this sudden question, nonetheless responded affirmatively, I trust him. At least for now. Little did she know, she was about to be portrayed by Shen Yue as a tragic, reclusive heiress plagued by psychological afflictions stemming from school violence. Chapter 7. They are still children. Do not let them escape justice. As for Shang Junyu, we have always taught him at home to protect little you, and he had been fulfilling that duty admirably. It was only today, when he did not attend school with her, that such an incident occurred. Shin Bin felt a heavy burden upon receiving Shen Yue's call. He pondered whether their adherence to Shen Yue's wishes was misguided. As parents, they ought to discern the right path for their children. Despite having 6 offspring, the first 5 were exceptionally gifted, each aware of their destined trajectory, leaving little room for parental intervention. Even in their academic pursuits, those 5 consistently achieved the highest accolades, with numerous admirers, leaving no cause for concern. The incident involving Shen Yue was unprecedented for the entire Shin family. Suddenly, Shang Junyu's mother struck him hard on the head. The sound startled even Shin Bin. Was it too harsh to discipline a boy of such tender years in that manner? If Shang Junyu had grown up in such an environment, perhaps they needed to reconsider the appropriateness of Shen Yue's close association with the Shang family. Shin Bin hesitated to directly intervene in the Shang family's affairs, opting instead for diplomatic pleasantries. We cannot lay the blame solely on Junyu. It is also our fault for not foreseeing such circumstances in a school renowned for its reputation. Initially, we believed that shielding you from special treatment would enhance her school experience, but now we have our doubts. Indeed, Brother Shang, it is essential for a young princess like little you to understand her uniqueness from an early age, to safeguard her from those with ulterior motives. Just as Shin Bin was about to add more, Su Jilian interrupted him, shifting the conversation. Isn't it true that you usually goes to school with Junyu? Why was she not with him today? The expressions of Shang Junyu's parents faltered, their demeanor darkening, as they were unaware of the morning's events. It must be said that within their household, they had never paid much attention to Shang Junyu, and thus had not noticed his unusual behavior that day. Shang Junyu covered his face, his expression serene, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. This morning, she did not come to meet me. Before he could finish his sentence, Shang Junyu received another slap. You fool. Don't you know to reach out when you isn't around? It's embarrassing enough that you are a man. I feel ashamed on your behalf. Shang Junyu lowered his head, beginning to apologize. I'm sorry. Su Zilian regarded Shang Junyu with a touch of pity. Calm down. Little Yu must have had her reasons for not seeking Junyu today. It's not his fault. It's already noon. Let us have a meal together first. Alas, how could we? We initially brought Junyu here to apologize. During the meal, Shen Bin noticed a message from Shen Chen, his eyelids twitching with annoyance. That little rascal. After finishing lunch at the Shen residence, families began arriving one by one, bringing their children to report who the true culprit was. Initially, the two men listened to Uncle Zhang's report, thinking it merely a childish joke. The real culprit was the teachers who failed to educate the students properly and the principal who allowed the school's discipline to falter. However, as one child after another reported, they realized the situation was far from what they had imagined. He, envious of Shen Yu's ability to attend school with Shang Junyu daily, took every opportunity to secretly add laxatives to her lunch. She had caused the most trouble this time, vowing to teach Shen Yue, the shameless girl, a lesson that would deter her from getting close to Shang Junyu again. Su Zilian's expression darkened as she recalled that Shen Yue did indeed appear pale and in discomfort for a few days each month. Initially attributing it to the trials of adolescence, but now suspecting there might be more to it, especially with Shang Junyu involved. Thankfully, she hadn't allowed the Shang family to come in earlier. Hele, is it? The Shen family will remember this. If it proves true, we will certainly not implicate any innocent parties. Upon hearing this, the visiting family's expression brightened, relieved that the Shen family, as a prominent household, would surely act justly. At this moment, the gatekeeper notified them of another visitor, also concerning Shen Yue. Shen Bin instructed that anyone related to Shen Yue should be allowed entry without hesitation. Once inside, this family also came to report the true culprit. Song Sui desired for Shen Yue to be his girlfriend, but her beauty and popularity made her overlook him. Thus, he constantly schemed behind her back, spreading rumors to turn everyone against her, planning to come to her aid later so that she would have no choice but to rely on him. This incident was also instigated by him, as he wished to see Shen Yue suffer. Hearing this, Shen Bin's expression darkened. These children, though young, had hearts filled with malice. Instead of focusing on their studies, they were plotting devious schemes, a troubling influence indeed. Song family, Song Sui, I will remember this. At that moment, the butler, adhering to Shen Bin's wishes, continued to bring in visitors, and it was none other than the Song family. Upon realizing the unfavorable turn of events, the Song family quickly reprimanded their son, urging him to explain, it's not like that. It's Yuelon who resents Shen Yue for being more beautiful than her, and she took the opportunity to retaliate. Previously, Yuelon had deliberately placed her hairpin in Shen Yue's bag, intending to frame her. I intervened and retrieved the hairpin before she could act. You are speaking nonsense. It was clearly you who poured glue on Shen Yue's chair. It was Luan who scrawled insults on Shen Yue's desk. Lin Wanwan pulled Shen Yue's hair and damaged her belongings. Zhang Xian often deceived Shen Yue into giving her money to spend. As more children arrived and began to shift the blame onto one another, Shen Bin and Su Zilian came to comprehend the nature of Shen Yue's existence at school. They had taught their children to be kind, gentle, and courteous, yet they failed to instruct them on how to confront malice and discern the hearts of others. This was their oversight. Enough. Since Shen Bin stepped back from his position, he had not felt such anger for a long time. He had never imagined that children's malice could reach such depths. I do not wish to hear how children speak. I simply want to inquire how you, as parents, are educating them. Listen to what your children just said. Mr. Shen, children often speak out of turn. The situation may not be as it seems. What do you mean, not as it seems? It is evident that they have not been properly guided. Children are reflections of their parents. Your offspring are hypocritical, cunning, greedy, despicable, vile, and selfish. Is this not what you have imparted to them through your own words and actions? I can easily surmise what kind of businesspeople individuals like you would become. However, the previous remark resonated deeply. Initially, these children had come merely to evade responsibility, but unexpectedly faced a scathing reprimand, igniting their tempers. They do not perceive the distinctions between the Shen family and their own. They only know that they can unleash their frustrations, confident that their parents will resolve their issues. The rebuke from Shin Bin left them quite unsettled. Their parents had never chastised them in such a manner. To them, this old man was inconsequential. After all, why should he speak so? Shen Yue's predicament was merely a consequence of her own foolishness. Silence. These parents have indulged their children since childhood, always using their age as an excuse when their children err, and only now, when the repercussions befall them, do they realize the magnitude of mistakes their children can commit. Shin Bin took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. I do not engage in quarrels with children. You may leave now. However, what the adults may do, he could not guarantee. The Shen family, due to its unique status, is not an ordinary affluent family and naturally employs numerous bodyguards. Upon Shen Bin's command, the bodyguards surged in, swiftly escorting the quarrelsome adults away. Of course, in the process, some of the children were inadvertently handled a bit too roughly. But what could be done when they struggled? Once the surroundings fell silent, Su Jilian promptly called Shen Yichen to inquire about Shen Yue's condition. Given Shen Yue's tender age, what sort of physique could she possibly have? Shen Yichen concluded that Shen Yue was indeed in a very poor state, teetering on the brink of madness. Nonetheless, he did not harbor any disdain. The members of the Shen family are not permitted to consume outside food before reaching adulthood, and today, Shen Yichen had allowed Shen Yue to break this rule. Brother, what is that? I want to eat. I do not know. Shen Yue was taken aback, nearly exclaiming how one so remarkable could be oblivious to the prominent words etched upon their face. However, she refrained from questioning Shen Yichen, instead turning to inquire of the proprietor. What is this? This is called Nenga Xingyan, he replied. Brother, this is Nenga Xingyan. Shen Yichen nodded, having heard her without the need for repetition. Unsurprisingly, Shen Yue purchased 2 more servings, one for herself and one for Shen Yichen. Upon tasting it, Shen Yichen realized that it was merely steamed pumpkin molded into shape with a touch of carbon dioxide. The flavor was precisely that, merely rebranded and repackaged. Yet, seeing Shen Yue's joyful expression as she savored her treat, he uttered nothing and simply called his secretary to cancel the afternoon's agenda. Adhering to the principle of listening to whoever provides sustenance, Shen Yue vigorously nodded, committing it to memory. Shen Yichen couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair, finding that having a sister was indeed rather delightful. Good girl. However, by the time Shen Yue arrived home, she had transformed from a joyful eater into a sullen, expressionless young lady. Shen Yichen took her hand and led her directly to the reception hall, where the 3 members of the Shang family awaited, along with their own parents. Upon seeing Shen Yue, they all rushed forward. Su Jilian embraced Shen Yue, tears streaming down her face, lamenting, "My precious child, it is I who have failed. I could not protect you." Shen Bin stood nearby. Though he did not approach for an embrace, his distress was palpable. Under the urging of his parents, Shang Junyu stepped forward, bowing slightly to the unresponsive Shen Yue as he murmured, "I am sorry." Shen Yue did not so much as blink, thinking to herself, "Ah, here he comes, bearing his apologies." At that moment, she longed to evade Shang Junyu and console her weeping mother, perhaps to tell her that she was not her daughter, to alleviate her sorrow. Yet, having promised Shen Yichen to remain silent, she resolved not to speak. Moreover, upon recalling her circumstances on the very first day, she had already attempted to voice her identity, only to find her ability to speak vanish whenever she tried. After several attempts, she had resigned herself to silence. It was only when Shin Bin noticed Shang Junyu beginning to tremble that he straightened up. "Daya, what is wrong? Could you please respond to your mother? Do not frighten her." "Mom, when I picked Shen Yue up from school, she was already mute. She must be suffering from psychological trauma. Please do not pressure her." Upon hearing this, Su Jilian's sobs intensified. Shang Junyu's parents recognized the gravity of the situation and exchanged knowing glances, silently understanding one another's thoughts. They then stepped forward, nudging Shang Junyu closer. "Su Jia, under these circumstances, it would be wise not to provoke Xiao Yu or question her. My suggestion is to have Junyu try speaking with her. They are of the same age and have always been close. Perhaps he could coax her into speaking." As they discussed this, their intentions became unmistakably clear. They were calculating how to ensnare the Shin family, hoping that if Shen Yue regained her voice due to Shang Junyu, they could position themselves as benefactors of the Shen household. It was at this moment that Shen Yichen, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "You are Shang Junyu? Just moments ago, Secretary Wang revealed to me certain matters. Each day upon arriving at school, you pilfer all of Shen Yue's money, and during lunchtime, you deliberately leave her meal unattended in the cafeteria. When you hear others speak of Shen Yue, you refrain from defending her, even providing subtle hints to your admirers. Please elucidate these actions. Upon hearing these words, all present, except for Shen Yue and Shen Yichen, exhibited a change in countenance. Chapter 8. Eating and sleeping are the essence of life. He relished the sight of Shen Yue's suffering, a price she paid for forcibly keeping him by her side. However, to Shang Junyu's surprise, this time Shen Yue remained silent, unlike before when she would take the blame upon herself to defend him. She did not even glance in his direction, her expression devoid of emotion, as if everything around her were entirely unrelated to her. It must be mentioned that Shen Yue's brother did indeed state that once Shen Yue left the school, she had not uttered a single word. Regardless, if Shen Yue were to withhold her assistance, once he faced punishment, she would undoubtedly endure a greater torment than he. Shen Yichen, seasoned in the trials of life, discerned Shang Junyu's intentions almost immediately, further solidifying his resolve to sever the Shang family completely from the Shen family. The Shang family had received far too much from the Shen family, cultivating a sense of entitlement devoid of any restraint. He pulled Shen Yue behind him, shielding her with a protective stance, and addressed Shang Junyu curtly, instructing him not to look at Shen Yue, but rather to respond to him. At this moment, Shang Junyu's parents approached with 4 smiles, aware that Shen Yichen was now the true authority of the Shen group. Their words were laced with caution. Young Master Shen, might there be some misunderstanding in this matter? We know that Junyu, while perhaps not adept at expressing himself, genuinely cares for his sister Yaya. Junyu, do clarify any misunderstandings with your brother Shen. Shang Junyu instinctively glanced toward Shen Yue, but she was completely shielded by Shen Yichen, rendering him unable to receive her gaze. This marked the first time Shang Junyu encountered such a predicament since Shen Yue had latched onto him. He recognized that Shen Yue's parents wielded far more influence than his own, understanding that he must appease her in order to maintain his current lifestyle. He was also aware that his previous actions were wrong, yet Shen Yue always forgave him, leading him to believe that he was in the right. Shang Junyu remained silent, prompting his father to grow anxious. In a fit of frustration, he struck Shang Junyu, exclaiming, "You wretched creature, did you truly commit these acts? What a calamity it is to have raised such a child. Kneel before me at once, lest I strike you down." Shen Bin, troubled, rubbed his forehead and halted his father's actions, stepping before Shang Junyu and solemnly reiterated, "Shang Junyu, as a man, one must possess the courage to take responsibility for one's actions. I have always believed you to be a good child, which is why I allowed you to grow close to our Yaya. Now, I ask you once more, were those deeds your doing?" Shen Bin, having once occupied a prominent position, exudes an undeniable authority that can be daunting despite his usual amiable demeanor towards the younger generation. When he adopts a serious countenance, the atmosphere becomes so oppressive that it leaves one gasping for breath. Shang Junyu, having never encountered such an intimidating scene, finds that the reprimands from his parents, which usually only inflict physical pain, pale in comparison to the profound dread he feels in Shen Bin's presence. Instinctively, he opts for evasion, thinking to himself that it was Shen Yue who prompted this course of action. At that moment, Shen Yue, standing behind Shen Yichen, widened her eyes in astonishment, wondering when she had ever instructed him to act in such a manner. However, given her prior fondness for Shang Junyu, she might indeed recognize her responsibility in order to spare him punishment. Shen Yichen, sensing Shen Yue's unease, cleverly turned his back to secure her, rendering her immobile. Understanding his subtle cue, Shen Yue complied and observed quietly. Upon hearing this exchange, Shang Junyu's parents breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that it was Shen Yue who instigated the actions. After all, they thought, how could Shang Junyu possibly dare to defy their commands? "Brother Shen, you see, I told you this was a misunderstanding. We can wait until Yaya recovers to discuss the matter in detail." At this, Shen Yichen let out a derisive laugh, drawing the attention of all present. While it might be plausible that Shen Yue could offer him money, would she truly orchestrate an opportunity for him to leave food in the cafeteria laced with drugs? Would she intentionally plot behind his back? Having made his point, Shen Yichen denied Shan's family any chance to defend themselves and turned directly to Shen Bin and Su Jilian, stating, "Parents, the Shan family speaks not a word of truth. Do as you see fit." Shen Bin closed his eyes, realizing that it was his negligence that had subjected Yaya to such suffering. "Show them out." The moment Shen Yichen uttered those words, the Shan family understood their fate was sealed. Shen Bin's command was akin to a final ultimatum. Their days of relying on the Shen family's prosperity were at an end. "Mom, Dad, I plan to change the teachers and principal at school. Shen Yue's learning environment needs restructuring. Until everything is resolved, Let her rest at home. A wave of emotion washed over Shen Yue's face. Big brother. You truly are my brother. I adore resting at home. Shen Yue is somewhat different from us. Being a girl, her thoughts are more intricate. Please pay more attention to her well-being, Shen Yue remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jilian burst into tears, lamenting, Yichen, I know I'm not a good mother. You all matured without needing my concern, and I mistakenly thought Yaya would be the same. I have failed in my duty as a mother. Seeing Su Jilian in tears, Shen Bin felt a pang of sympathy. Dear, this is not your fault. It is I who failed to recognize Shang Junyu's intentions, causing Yaya to suffer. Shen Yichen, noticing that his parents still did not grasp the crux of the issue, let out a heavy sigh. To him, it seemed that what Shen Yue truly lacked was companionship. Her profound loneliness had made her susceptible to the hollow promises of a young boy. Every day, the fourth son immersed himself in research, while the fifth son could only see what piqued his own interest. Their parents were perpetually lost in their own world, leaving the household affairs to the caretaker and the maid. The transformation of Shen Yue into her current self was inextricably linked to her family environment. Shen Yue felt immense gratitude towards her elder brother, who had secured her some precious time to rest, allowing her to lie on her bed in blissful contentment. As time passed, Shen Yue finally understood why Shen Yichen had urged her to feign muteness. Remaining silent was indeed advantageous. She was already unsure of how to interact with her parents. With her brother's persona established, her silence would not appear peculiar. Casting a glance around to ensure she was alone, Shen Yue quietly retrieved her phone and began to search for quick transmigration. The little green plum becomes a charmer with tea art, delving into it with earnest curiosity. She couldn't shake the feeling that the tea art discussed in the book bore a striking resemblance to the tactics espoused by the headmistress of the prison. Uncertain, she decided to explore further. Throughout the week, Shen Yue enjoyed a life of leisure, waking naturally each day, with meals served to her bedside. Each day presenting a delightful variety. Once she reclined, no one disturbed her, allowing her the joyous solitude to play on her phone, a veritable dream come true. At that moment, she was blissfully absorbed in her mobile escapades, completely oblivious to Shen Yichen's arrival. Just then, a text message arrived. As she opened it, her phone slipped from her grasp. Looking up, she was startled to see Shen Yichen, and for reasons unknown, a wave of guilt washed over her. After all, he was aware of her normalcy, which meant she could no longer rely on her faade of silence to enjoy her solitary pursuits. Prepared to adopt the authoritative demeanor of an elder brother, Shen Yichen's attention suddenly shifted to the content of the message on her phone, prompting him to adopt a serious expression. Are you going to seek out Shang Junyu? He inquired. Why would I go looking for Shang Junyu? Shen Yichen scrutinized Shen Yue's expression, and upon confirming her honesty, his demeanor softened slightly. Do not concern yourself with the Shang family. Shen Yue formed a fist and placed it against her chest, exclaiming, Yes, brother. Shen Yichen was momentarily amused by her unexpected display, which alleviated his earlier displeasure upon reading the message. He redirected his gaze to the screen, where a text from Shang Junyu had arrived, but the tone unmistakably mirrored that of his parents. Gaia, could you please come and see Junyu? Ever since he left your home, he has been incessantly apologizing, insisting on atonement. He hasn't eaten for 5 days, and when we offer him food, he cries and throws a tantrum, claiming that if you do not forgive him, he would rather die. Gaia, you are a good child. I implore you, please save Junyu. Shen Yichen captured a screenshot of the message and promptly forwarded it to the tear-streaked Su Jiling and the forlorn Shen Bin. Have you not noticed the subtle machinations of the Shang family during your days at home? After sending the message, Shen Yichen turned to Shen Yue, inquiring, Is there anything on your phone that you would prefer your parents or I not to see? Shen Yue pondered for a moment and concluded that there was nothing of that nature. Typically, she used her phone merely for shopping and reading novels, seldom contacting others. Previously, she had exchanged messages with Shang Junyu, but there had been no communication of late.
No, she replied.
Forget what you just heard. I will handle it, remarked Shen Yue. Bewildered. It was not a matter of forgetting. She truly had not seen anything. Shen Yichen swiftly took Shen Yue's phone, stating, You have 20 minutes to get ready. I will take you to buy a new phone and grab something to eat. Instantly, Shen Yue sat up, preparing to tidy herself and eat. Shen Yichen chuckled softly as he stepped out, closing the door behind him. Standing at the threshold, he retrieved Shen Yue's phone and opened her messages. Aside from the recent texts from the Shang family, there were numerous messages from unnamed senders, most of which contained apologies, pleading for her leniency, alongside a few veiled threats. Shen Yue, if you have the guts, come to school and see if I want to deal with you. You'd best hide at home for the rest of your life. Only a worthless snitch. As he scrolled through, he took screenshots of all these messages to send to his secretary. It appeared that his previous actions had not been sufficiently forceful. However, what truly left Shen Yue speechless was his parents, who evidently had not heeded his warnings. As he continued to scroll, he discovered that Shang Junyu had also messaged Shen Yue earlier. I was wrong, I apologize. I will never act that way again. Please forgive me. Can you pick me up for school tomorrow? I am truly sorry. Please don't ignore me. Shen Yue, if you continue to disregard me, I might die. Shen Yue scoffed as he closed the page. Such youthful folly, resorting to threats of self-harm. Fortunately, he had caught on early. In summation, Shen Yue realized that this family could not function without him. At that moment, Shen Yue emerged, fully dressed in the dress Shen Yue had purchased for her. He inquired, "Why are you still wearing that?" A smile crept onto his lips. He hadn't expected her to diligently maintain her withdrawn demeanor. We will buy some more things later. Noticing the change in Shen Yue, he understood her better. He turned to the newcomer. Mother, I'm taking Shen Yue out for a stroll. Su Jiling was taken aback. Is your sister willing to go? Before she could finish her question, she noticed Shen Yue obediently holding Shen Yi's hand. It seems your sister prefers you over us. Shen Yue was merely still a bit frightened. Shen Yue had thought he would dislike such comments, yet he found them rather pleasing. I'll take Shen Yue out now. Su Ziling's expression turned slightly forlorn. I'll join you. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue panicked. If Mom comes along, I want to be able to speak. Brother, help. Shen Yue squeezed Shen Yi's hand tightly, trying to convey her discontent. Shen Yi's smile subtly grew. Mother, please take a moment to review the messages I sent you. Some matters shouldn't always fall on my shoulders. Su Jiling glanced at her phone, her expression shifting as she looked at Shen Yue with a deeper sense of guilt. You two enjoy yourselves today. I want to join you. Shen Yue clenched her fists. Brother. Chapter 9. I am just useless. Shen Yue appeared to have already decided on a dining venue and, without summoning old Zhang, set out in his own vehicle. Shen Yue sat in the passenger seat, her mind awash with disbelief. This was the passenger seat of her elder brother, a privilege she had never experienced in her previous life, not even as an observer. It felt surreal. Was it fate that allowed her to savor these unexperienced moments before he faced his impending incarceration? Enlightened, Shen Yue resolved to embrace each day as if it were her last, dedicating herself to the art of rest. As Shen Yue halted at a red light, he turned to find Shen Yue, wearing an expression of unwavering determination. What is this look? He inquired. Is she contemplating matters concerning Shang Junyu? Is she planning to seek him out clandestinely? This cannot be. The daughters of the Shen family must not be trifled with. Upon their arrival at Jufu Lu, after indulging in the dishes Shen Yue had longed for, Shen Yue escorted her to the Shen family's shopping center. The moment they entered, the manager led them to a private room. Shortly thereafter, a procession of girls, resembling Shen Yue in stature, began to parade in front of her, showcasing an array of garments. Shen Yue recognized the charade for what it was, a mere ploy to entice her into purchasing clothing. However, in her recollections, her parents had only permitted her such indulgences upon reaching university. Prior to that, her allowance was strictly regulated, leaving her with the impression that she was merely the daughter of an ordinary family with modest means. Shen Yue, which ones do you fancy? Shen Yue inquired. She mentally calculated her available funds against the average prices of the store's offerings and tentatively asked, are there specific prices for these outfits? Shen Yue was momentarily taken aback. As a member of the Shen family, purchasing decisions were based solely on desire. If one liked something, the cost was irrelevant. Why would Shen Yue question this? In a fleeting moment of reflection, Shen Yue recalled the long-forgotten family rules. Allowances were not to exceed 10,000 before reaching adulthood. I am only interested in sleeping, Shen Yue's golden phrase echoed in his mind, eliciting a deep sigh from him. It is often said that sons are raised with frugality while daughters are nurtured with abundance. Perhaps their family had encountered a few discrepancies along the way. Should you find something appealing, simply say so. I shall take care of the bill, Shen Yue stated nonchalantly, embodying the essence of a domineering CEO. If not for the fact that a 12-year-old girl accompanied him, rumors of a wealthy magnate lavishly spending for love might have surfaced by the next day. This was precisely the affirmation Shen Yue had been awaiting. She could not afford to squander her money now. Once she entered prison, resources would be essential. She needed to safeguard a portion of her finances for future needs. As for why she was so certain of her impending incarceration, she had yet to fully grasp. Her memories seemed incomplete, yet an instinctive awareness lingered within her. However, as Shen Yue's recollections gradually sharpened, she began to discern that within the prison, there were formidable figures who would protect her, as well as handsome men. Perhaps incarceration would not be so dreadful after all. Thank you, dear brother. Shen Yue's eyes crinkled with delight, an enchanting sight that starkly contrasted with her previous demeanor of avoidance whenever she encountered Shen Yichen. In that moment, Shen Yichen found himself momentarily dazed. Had one asked him just over 10 days ago, he would never have envisioned being able to cultivate such closeness with his once stranger of a sister. Well, if one has preferences, one should express them.
All right.
Shen Yue responded with enthusiasm, yet after surveying her options, she ultimately selected a simple and elegant white dress. While the choice was undeniably flawless, Shen Yichen felt it lacked vibrancy. Brother, I've made my selection. Just one? Yes. I adore this one. One will suffice. Shen Yichen frowned. In their family, it was unheard of to purchase merely a single item of clothing. Such a notion felt inadequate. Shen Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ever since discovering she was not truly a daughter of the Shen family, spending money had become a peculiar endeavor, causing her to instinctively refrain from excessive purchases. However, she could not articulate the truth to Shen Yichen. Recalling the wise teachings of her prison mentor on the art of evading detection and deceit, she began to playfully tug at Shen Yichen's hand. It's not too much. We can always return to shop again. Originally intending to acquire several more items, Shen Yichen suddenly halted, realizing Shen Yue's underlying intention. She wished to accompany him on future shopping excursions. This sister of his possessed a remarkable knack for strategy. He, who managed a vast conglomerate and oversaw contracts worth billions, scarcely had the time to indulge in frequent shopping trips with her. It seemed she had misjudged the boundaries of his patience. Yet, compared to the image of her languishing on the bed earlier, Shen Yue now radiated vitality. Next time, let us purchase a few more. Upon witnessing Shen Yichen relent, Shen Yue couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, convinced that her prison mentor was indeed an omnipotent figure, imparting so many practical techniques. She resolved to seize the opportunity to record all the wisdom imparted by her mentor. The marketing manager, who had been lingering nearby, recognized Shen Yichen and had anticipated a substantial sale. She had even gone to great lengths, hiring a petite model and showcasing all the dresses in the store, only to be left with the sale of a single, ordinary white dress. Was this not a blow to her gold star sales reputation? With this thought, she approached Shen Yichen and Shen Yue, maintaining a respectful distance that would not provoke displeasure, and cheerfully suggested, "Young miss, you have exquisite taste. This is a seasonal new arrival. Our store is the only one in the city to have it. According to the designer's vision, this white dress features a minimalist silhouette with flowing lines. Its design employs a method of deconstruction and reassembly, allowing each segment to stand as a complete and independent entity. By pairing it with various accessories, one can achieve diverse effects. Would you like me to elaborate further?" A torrent of words, delivered in a soothing tone and gentle voice, left Shen Yue momentarily stunned. Wow, this sister exudes elegance, is incredibly beautiful, and has such a lovely voice. If I had the means, I would undoubtedly exclaim, "I want it now. Bye. But alas, I am without funds, and thus must decline." In the confines of the prison, she had learned to courageously reject unreasonable demands, otherwise the consequences could be dire. Armed with these memories, Shen Yue had acquired the ability to refuse others without a shred of guilt. As Shen Yue was about to decline, she heard Shen Yichen eagerly agreeing and requesting to take a look. The sales manager's smile brightened even further, and with a clap of her hands, she presented a row of exquisitely arranged velvet boxes filled with jewelry before Shen Yue. This particular bow tie, adorned with natural pink diamonds, could elegantly cinch the collar, while the accompanying cuff links could transform the originally understated design into a refined and sophisticated ensemble. As the sales manager elaborated, she pulled over a model still adorned in the very dress, demonstrating the transformation. Indeed, the once modest gown had taken on a more flamboyant flair. However, Shen Yue found herself disinterested, deeming it too cumbersome with the bow tie and cufflinks. A simple dress would suffice. Just as Shen Yue was about to refuse, Shen Yichen spoke up before she could utter a word, instructing, "Wrap it up. Get a new one for President Shen." Upon hearing the transaction confirmed, the sales manager's eyes sparkled with delight as she continued to showcase other accessories. There was a punk-style belt that would create an unexpectedly harmonious contrast with the garment's inherent elegance, and when paired with a pair of ankle boots, it could yield a striking effect. The young lady's features are splendid. She should explore various styles to discover her preference, she suggested. Shen, wrap it up. This bag complements the young lady perfectly. Its design concept is. Shen, wrap it up. This neckpiece. Shen, wrap it up. This attire, when paired with the aforementioned accessories, looks particularly stunning. Shen, wrap it up. This one, wrap it up. Shen Yue stood there, dumbfounded, unable to interject. Only hearing the sales manager's incessant descriptions alongside Shen Yichen's impassive wrap it up. Shen Yue watched in astonishment as Shen Yichen transitioned from purchasing accessories to acquiring a multitude of garments to match, and then procuring several new bags to complement the newly acquired outfits. This experience redefined Shen Yue's perception of a man's purchasing power, who claimed men were inferior to women. Once she fully grasped the situation, she finally interrupted Shen Yichen, exclaiming, "Brother, that's truly enough. Don't buy so much." Shen Yichen, however, effortlessly interpreted her words as, "Sister, if you buy so much, will you not accompany me next time? I wish for your company, not just clothes." In that moment, the once work-obsessed Shen Yichen genuinely appreciated having a clingy sister. Softening his tone, he replied, "All right, we'll buy more next time." Shen Yue suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension. Her brother hadn't scolded her in days, and she sensed a slight itch of anxiety as she recalled her formidable brother. "Thank you. I feel much more at ease." After selecting the clothes, it was time to purchase a phone. This time, Shen Yichen did not allow Shen Yue to choose. Instead, he led her directly to the store, produced a card, and a staff member soon approached with a meticulously packaged box, complete with a prepared SIM card. Shen Yichen took out the phone, inspected it briefly, and placed it in Shen Yue's hands. "This is your new phone. Your new number is already stored in it, labeled as Shen Yue. In the future, only those you trust should have your contact information, understood?" Shen Yue nodded, "Okay, brother." After the purchased clothing was neatly packaged, it was dispatched to the Shen residence. Shen Yichen, accompanied by Shen Yue, stepped out of the shopping mall and inquired whether Shen Yue wished to engage in any further amusements. Upon hearing the term lying down, Shen Yichen instinctively furrowed his brow. In the Shen family's educational philosophy, a lack of ambition and a desire to merely recline in comfort were viewed as tantamount to being useless. Many affluent families often indulge their children, particularly daughters, with the notion that they are little princesses, implying that it is acceptable to lack skills since their parents will provide everything. However, the Shen family does not uphold such traditions. Everything must be earned through one's own efforts, and the family would only support one until the age of 22. This rule applied even to Shen Yue, the sole daughter of the Shen family. As the eldest son, Shen Yichen currently controlled 40% of the family's shares, a portion allocated to him after successfully passing the heir assessment. Excluding the branches of the family, another 30% was distributed by their parents based on the performance of the other siblings. For instance, the second brother had emerged as a top celebrity in the entertainment industry, yet he had yet to meet their father's expectations, thus receiving no shares. The third brother had met the criteria, but the nature of his work precluded him from holding significant stakes in the conglomerate. The fourth brother would undoubtedly inherit shares once his research yielded results, and the fifth brother, being the most astute, had no such concerns. However, Shen Yichen harbored significant worries regarding Shen Yue. He feared that if she were not properly guided, she might become the only member of the Shen family to end up destitute. He was almost certain that if Shen Yue were to find herself on the streets, she would do nothing but lie there. The Shens had always walked the path of righteousness, relying on their own merits to uphold their legacy and forge ahead. There could be no existence of idleness, not even for a sister. It seemed imperative to begin with a correction of her mindset. If their parents could not provide proper guidance, then it would fall to him. That night, someone contemplated 100 methods of retribution against the Shang family. Another person pondered all night on how to rectify the mindset of idleness, while someone else cheerfully hummed a tune in bed, engrossed in a novel, utterly oblivious to the fact that her simple and earnest wish was about to propel her into the depths of hard work.
Me?
Participate in a variety show?
Why?
On the third day of lying in bed, Shen Yue received some disheartening news. Shen Yichen, with a tissue in hand, gently wiped the pepper sauce from the corner of Shen Yue's mouth, and nonchalantly remarked that he had found her something to do to alleviate her boredom from lying around all day. Shen Yue felt a twinge of grievance. "Can't I?"
No.
In a bid to continue her idleness, Shen Yue's mind began to race. "But if I join a variety show, I'll have to speak. I shouldn't be expected to talk now, should I? How infuriating." After Shen Yichen departed, She suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to ask the name of the variety show. However, if her second brother was also participating, it should be relatively easy to locate. In her memory, her second brother had ultimately become an acclaimed actor, establishing an entertainment company and standing at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Though he did not seem as formidable now, he was indeed impressive. A rising star, with some trivial scandals but no serious rumors.
Found it.
Shen Yue is about to participate in the variety show All Roads Lead to Rome alongside her 12-year-old sister. Shen Yue conducted a brief search on this newly conceived program, discovering that she would be among its inaugural guests. The essence of the show is straightforward: to instill in the children residing in Rome an understanding of the significance of hard work. Shen Yue pondered. What exactly is she striving for? To work her way into prison, perhaps? Chapter 10 concludes here. Shen Yue lay in bed, contemplating for a full 2 minutes, but failing to discern the underlying issue that had inexplicably added a variety show to her life. Thus, she relinquished her thoughts and began to entertain herself. At 9 in the morning, several crew members, after undergoing a series of inspections, were granted entry into the Shen household. The butler guided them, directing them to Shen Yue's room. There she was, neatly dressed and still asleep, with an open but empty suitcase beside her. It was evident that someone needed to rouse her. Classmate Shen Yue? In fact, Shen Yue was already clad in comfortable athletic wear, complete with a cap adorned with a pair of small ears, rendering her quite adorable. Goodness, while the family next door is bustling with activity, this sister is still sound asleep. You say she is asleep, yet she is dressed. You suggest waking her, but despite the commotion, she remains oblivious. Where are her parents? It's already 9 o'clock. Attention, please. This is the princess's room. Be mindful of your words. She is not one of those celebrities you can mold to your whims. Shen Yue found herself in a predicament. Who could resist the allure of sharing a dream with the formidable queenpin of the prison, indulging in sumptuous crab roe dumplings? If only the dream hadn't taken such a vivid turn, she would have preferred to remain in slumber. Shen Yue disregarded the chatter and directly called the butler. Where are Mom and Dad? He had clearly instructed his mother to check on Shen Yue at 8:30 to see if she had begun to pack her things. Sir and Madam left at 8:17. All right, unexpected yet foreseeable. From the moment he had approached them, expressing his intention to intervene in Shen Yue's education. He should have anticipated this outcome. That's splendid, YCHN. We feel assured in trusting you use education to you. You are our most outstanding child. Gaining authority over Shen Yue's upbringing proved effortless. After all, it was not the first time his parents had acted in such a manner. While their character, careers, and handling of affairs were impeccable, as parents, they were profoundly unreliable. Very well. Please wake Shen Yue. Shen Yue instructed the butler. Shen Yue suddenly opened her eyes. Having indulged in too many crab roe dumplings, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. A proper breakfast should feature jianbingguozi instead. She sat up in bed, noticing the additional individuals and cameras in the room, realizing that filming had commenced. Although her mind was still somewhat foggy, the butler's voice prompted her to instinctively slip into her introverted mode. One statement snapped Shen Yue into full awareness. She did not wish to go hungry. 2 sets of loose-fitting clothing and trousers, along with 2 pairs of socks. Then, Shen Yue rushed to her bedside, retrieved her pillow, and stuffed it into her suitcase before closing it. How does this differ from their preconceived notion of a wealthy heiress? Indeed, the items she packed were exceedingly casual. Can you believe this? The real luggage must have been sent ahead. How could a young lady of such stature possibly do her own packing? Only the butler remained unfazed, his smile unyielding and unchanged. Shen Yue was the first to drag her suitcase away, followed closely by one cameraman, while another remained with the butler. The production team recognized that this could be a significant point of interest. Before even entering, she spotted the strikingly handsome man who effortlessly drew everyone's attention, her second brother, Shen Yue. Unlike other celebrities who frequently dyed their hair in various colors to suit different styles, Shen Yue had maintained his black hair since his debut, never once altering it. If he were ever seen with a different hair color, it would undoubtedly be a wig. People had inquired why he was so adamant about keeping his hair black. Shen Yue was aware that his explanation in a video was far from the truth. The real reason for his refusal to dye his hair was fear. Their father had declared that black hair was the most noble color and forbade any colorful alterations, threatening to punish him every time he dared to do so. Shen Yue had endured numerous beatings, and as a result, he had developed a conditioned reflex, completely afraid to touch his hair. Setting that aside, Shen Shuangyi had utterly disregarded her, completely ignoring the existence of his younger sister. Whether she was a false heiress or a true one, the pursuit of dreams in the entertainment industry was indeed not an exaggeration. This realization brought Shen Yue some relief. His complete disregard meant that he wouldn't be as controlling as their elder brother, allowing her the freedom to find a place to rest. Dragging her suitcase, Shen Yue approached Shen Shuangyi's side, remaining silent. He cast a glance at her, equally mute, seemingly too lazy even to maintain a fade of politeness. As Shen Yue paused beside him, the barrage of comments began to surge. Unlike Shen Yue, a mere amateur, Shen Shuangyi was a top-tier star, with the number of online viewers in the live stream never falling below 2 million. Now, upon seeing Shen Yue's appearance and the demeanor between the two, his fans erupted in chatter. What kind of attitude does this little brat have towards our brother? I just want to rush in and teach her a lesson. She must be Shen Ji's sister, but why does it feel like their relationship isn't great? Be more confident, it's not just a feeling. Their relationship is clearly strained. Amidst the sea of fans expressing concern for their beloved brother, there were a few comments that stood out, devoid of sympathy for either sibling. Instead, they were laughing uncontrollably. I can't stop laughing. The carefree little sister is actually Shen Shuangyi's sibling. Honestly, their personalities are so similar. It's not the sister's fault. Perhaps you haven't noticed. But she seems too shocked to speak. However, this comment was swiftly overshadowed by the flood of affectionate messages from Shen Shuangyi's fans, creating no significant stir. Hello. Are you Shen Ji's sister? My name is Zhou Xuezheng, but you may call me Sister Zhou. Shen Yue observed the woman before her, who had crouched down to meet her gaze. Despite the innocent and harmless expression on her face, Shen Yue instantly sensed something amiss within her flawless demeanor. This individual was not quite right, akin to a cunning wolf donning the guise of a beautiful maiden. Shen Yue marveled once more at the efficacy of her withdrawn persona. She chose to ignore the woman and silently shifted to stand on the other side of Shen Shuangyi, yearning to distance herself from the alluring villainess. Shen Shuangyi noticed Shen Yue's movement, but had no intention of intervening. He had more pressing matters to attend to in this variety show and lacked the time to babysit. Having promised his elder brother to lend a hand should Shen Yue encounter trouble was already stretching his limits. Anything beyond that would not be his concern.
Zhao.
Seeing that Shen Yue was disregarding her and had even opted to move away with evident disdain, maintained her smile without any alteration. Naturally, she stood upright and addressed Shen Yue softly. I apologize if my sudden words startled you. After a brief pause, she turned to Shen Shuangyi. Teacher Shen, it seems that your younger sister is not quite accustomed to this environment, so I shall not intrude further. Zhou Xuezheng intended to exit gracefully, showcasing her cultivated demeanor while leaving a favorable impression on the audience. At that moment, Shen Shuangyi cast a sidelong glance and casually remarked, impolite. His tone bore no hint of reproach, as if merely commenting on the day's weather. Zhou Xuezheng was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, she realized that Shen Shuangyi must have been referring to Shen Yue. She refrained from speaking on Shen Yue's behalf, merely nodding slightly before departing. Shen Yue felt no anxiety regarding her performance in the show, as she would ultimately face confinement regardless. All these concerns were but fleeting moments. She gazed at the clouds in the distance and mused, ever since I embraced my withdrawn nature and discarded the constraints of politeness, I feel an overwhelming sense of liberation. In a remarkably graceful and poised manner, Zhou Xuezheng had swiftly created a favorable atmosphere, and within that brief interlude, her live stream had already attracted a host of emotionally intelligent fans. This sister is quite agreeable. She exudes remarkable emotional intelligence. I do not dismiss the possibility of her being somewhat affected, yet her poise and composure truly reflect the essence of a wealthy heiress. Among wealthy heiresses, this is the distinction. To foster a more harmonious atmosphere during their shared time, the host requested each guest to introduce themselves. Teacher Shen, would you like to begin? Shen Shuangyi nodded and took the microphone, delivering a succinct introduction. I am Shen Shuangyi. In just 5 words, devoid of any superfluous elaboration, he asserted, I am Shen Shuangyi rather than my name is Shen Shuangyi, perfectly encapsulating his arrogance. Yet, such a personality incited frenzied admiration from his fans, flooding the comments with excitement. Ah, he is so charming. I am utterly captivated. It seemed even a mere exhalation from Shen Shuangyi would be deemed fragrant. After finishing, he casually passed the microphone to Shen Yue. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Yue transferred the microphone to the unfamiliar individual beside her. Jiang Sherwin, upon receiving the microphone, was momentarily stunned, but he quickly composed himself and energetically introduced himself. Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Sherwin, the only son in my family. I enjoy extreme sports and thrilling games, and I hope we can all have a wonderful time together in the coming days. The microphone was passed down one by one. Each introduction quite conventional. The one holding the microphone was Zhou Xuezheng, who had just spoken to Shen Yue. She wore a gentle smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Dear sister, you forgot to introduce yourself. Shen Yue gazed at the microphone before her, not intending to speak at that moment, and thus turned her attention to Shen Shuangyi. She was certain that every word her elder brother had uttered was intentional, since he had taken the time to remind her. It surely implied a deeper arrangement. It was not a matter of her unwillingness to speak, but rather an inability to do so. Indeed. When the microphone was offered to her once more, Shen Shuangyi naturally took it and introduced Shen Yue with a firm declaration. This is Shen Yue. That was all. Chapter 11. Striving for nourishment in the coming days. All sustenance and accommodations would need to be earned through their own efforts. Today marked the first day, and to facilitate an adjustment period, the challenges had been slightly eased. The director paused momentarily before continuing. To reap rewards, one must exert effort. Next, I invite each of you to showcase a talent you have cultivated over time. After all demonstrations, we will engage in mutual voting. Please, present yourselves with unwavering dedication. The crowd instantly comprehended. This was an invitation to display their talents, a familiar trope in variety shows. I shall go first. I hope my elder brothers and sisters do not mind. Despite his words, Jiang Sherwin paid no heed to anyone else, instead retrieving his skateboard from behind and leaping onto it. I adore extreme sports. Other skills may not be as easily demonstrated, so I shall perform this. Jiang Sherwin's face, inherently delicate and charming, contrasted sharply with his hip-hop attire and stylish dreadlocks. His expensive shoes received a close-up as he mounted the skateboard, exuding a flamboyant and confident aura. In an instant, the live stream's comments erupted. After being single for so long, even a young lad looks captivating. Enough. I'll wait for him to grow up. Shouldn't boys be cautious while out and about? I'm just here feeling confident, my husband. Jiang Sherwin's performance was impressive, showcasing a series of challenging maneuvers, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Yet, amidst the applause, Shen Yue remained expressionless and silent, merely posing. After Jiang Sherwin concluded his act, he beamed at the audience's cheers and applause, but soon noticed Shen Yue among them, her face devoid of emotion, her clapping rather perfunctory. Glancing at Shen Shuangyi beside her, he refrained from comment and shifted his gaze. Though Shen Yue had never learned to play the violin, she could discern that Zhou Xuezheng played quite well, whereas Zhou Xuerong, her sister, was markedly less skilled. Eventually, Shen Yue realized that all eyes were upon her. She understood she could not escape this. Given the circumstances, she decided it was best to retire for the night. Thus, she lay down, demonstrating a swift transition into slumber. Director, guests, Shen Shuangyi. Everyone had anticipated a surprising twist from Shen Yue, but after nearly 2 minutes of waiting, it became evident that she was indeed just asleep. The audience beheld Shen Yue's performance of slumber for a mere 2 minutes. What could she possibly be doing? Surely, no one genuinely finds the act of sleeping at such a moment amusing. Thanks to this sister, my toes have awkwardly excavated an entire apartment. Why does Shen Ji's sister behave in such a manner? If she causes trouble for Shingo, I will truly suffer. Thank you very much. Undoubtedly. Shen Shuangyi claimed the top position, while the still sleeping Shen Yue languished at the bottom. Next, we shall proceed to our accommodation for the night. And everyone is invited to select their lodgings in accordance with the earlier rankings. Gradually, the lively atmosphere transformed into a desolate silence, eventually settling in front of a dilapidated courtyard. As the black cloth was lifted, everyone was taken aback. Before them stood a courtyard that was exceedingly filthy and worn down. Even the surrounding walls were constructed from yellow earth, marred by an assortment of grime that obscured their original shape.
Now,
you may choose your rooms in the order of your rankings, announced the production team. No sooner had they spoken than someone exclaimed, "Are we really expected to stay here? This is madness." In response, the woman who had spoken, Dong Yunxin, haughtily declared, "Where is the nearest 5-star hotel? I will book my own room." The directors did not intervene but instead provided her with the hotel's address. However, as Dong Yunxin proudly dialed the hotel to arrange for a car, she faced rejection. "What do you mean? Do you know who I am? I have a card with you." She could not bear to be seen in such a humiliating light by her idol. The camera crew covering the live broadcast followed her, while the others began to choose their rooms. Shen Yue naturally opted for the largest and brightest room. The others followed suit according to the established order. And when it was Shen Yue's turn, only a small room with poor lighting remained. Shen Yue made no fuss and casually selected one. Shen Yue glanced disdainfully at the meager offerings before him and inquired of the others, "Who among you can cook?" Silence was the only response. At that moment, Shen Yue, who had been indifferent and invisible, suddenly felt a surge of panic. She realized she was on the brink of facing her greatest personal crisis, the dinner crisis. This meant that seeking assistance was no longer an option. Even Shen Yue, who had always been somewhat indifferent, began to exhibit a serious demeanor. What was the surprise twist? The production team promptly distributed a sheet of paper and a pen to each participant. Boldly inscribed on the paper was today's surprise question: how would one attack and clear a village occupied by enemies in daily life? Beneath the question was a diagram of a village, featuring a main road flanked by clusters of buildings. Upon seeing this question, everyone furrowed their brows. However, the director was exceedingly pleased. Having confirmed the guests, he had intentionally inquired about their respective strengths, fully aware of the one question that would stump them all. His aim was to confound everyone. Without difficulties, how could there be any effort? Seeing your struggle fills me with joy. However, upon encountering this topic, Shen Yue had no time to frown. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of overcoming the challenge and securing her dinner. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped her pen and approached the stone table in the center of the courtyard, commencing her writing. The subject at hand centered around a village, shaped along the roadway, with a main thoroughfare bisecting the village's heart, flanked by clusters of buildings. If only a portion of the village were to be depicted, it would suggest the existence of auxiliary paths, and several infantry squads would be required for a thorough clearance. Continuing from yesterday's discourse, let me elaborate on the infantry squads, which are divided into 4 components. The first is the ambush team, tasked with severing the enemy's retreat route through concentrated fire. This unit should remain small, typically comprising 2 to 3 individuals or a light machine gun team. The second component is the fire support team, whose role is to utilize firepower to isolate each building, rendering them incapable of mutual assistance. This team should include at least 1 infantry squad, and if conditions permit, it is advisable to equip them with a light machine gun team or designated marksmen to enhance their fire capabilities. The third component is the assault team, responsible for entering the buildings to eliminate the enemy. Depending on the circumstances, this team should ideally consist of approximately 1 infantry squad, and in certain situations, 2 to 3 assault teams may be necessary. Whenever feasible, they should be equipped with weapons and grenades. The fourth component is the platoon command post. At the onset of combat, the platoon commander should retain about 1 infantry squad as a reserve force, prepared to engage when necessary. During operations, the command post should follow the fire support team, providing cover from the rear. Only after completing this tactical planning can the clearance operation commence. Shen Yue's mind rapidly accessed the memories she required, and without further contemplation, she diligently inscribed her thoughts onto the paper. Once the operation began, the squad sergeant would lead the ambush team forward stealthily, securing advantageous positions opposite the attack direction, waiting in concealment. The firing positions should offer adequate cover and concealment while covering the enemy's potential retreat routes, which can be anticipated through prior reconnaissance. Once the ambush team is in position, the fire support team advances to seize a favorable location and initiate fire suppression. Under the protection of fire support, the assault team moves forward to begin clearing the buildings. As the assault team clears the buildings, they should be divided into 2 smaller units, the support team and the assault team. The support team remains outside the buildings, seeking cover while simultaneously providing necessary fire support for the assault team, who will look for opportunities to enter and clear the interiors. This method continues until the entire village has been cleared. Excellent. All tasks are complete. Shen Yue, if you do not seize the moment and exert effort, dinner will slip through your fingers. Chapter 12. Based on the topic of the defense, Shen Yue initially believed she would be the first to answer, as this question required considerable explanation, and she recalled having dedicated nearly 2 weeks to mastering the foundational knowledge. However, upon approaching the directing team, she discovered that several others had already completed their responses before her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sherwin stood to the side and confidently declared, "Let me share my answer first. You may judge its validity." His words exuded an air of self-assurance, as if the reward were rightfully his, a confidence stemming from his passions. He relished extreme sports and gaming, particularly in the realm of strategy games, fully aware of how to seize an enemy-occupied village. How could those who merely dabble in musical instruments, the attention-seeking actors, or the Navi youth possibly rival the thoroughness of his plans? One must first devise a meticulous strategy, understanding where the enemy's weapons are stored, their routine activities, and the shift changes during their night watch. Then, one could stealthily infiltrate, procure sufficient weaponry, and eliminate the remainder, laying mines on the enemy's inevitable paths. Once battle commences, if one's firepower is superior, one can drive the enemy back. If the enemy's firepower is overwhelming, one can lure them into traps. Ultimately, it all culminates in explosions. Art is akin to explosions. Jiang Sherwin was particularly animated, gesturing as if he were amidst a detonation. To this, Shen Yue thought he seemed somewhat juvenile. And what about Ms. Zhou's answer? Do we need to read it for you? Zhou Xuezheng revealed her paper, elegantly inscribed with her response. What comes to my mind is to emulate the experiences of our predecessors, much like guerrilla warfare, hiding in the shadows, taking a shot and changing position. If the enemy retreats into a building, one can deploy smoke grenades. Should they attempt to flee, one can drive them toward the mines. This approach could achieve the desired outcome. Upon hearing this, Li Xing, who had hitherto been rather inconspicuous, could not help but commend. I had no idea Ms. Zhou was so knowledgeable in this area. Zhou Xuezheng maintained her smile, responding naturally. I wouldn't say I'm an expert. The principles of guerrilla warfare have been documented since the records of the Grand Historian. I merely retained a general understanding. Ms. Zhou was too modest. Hey, brother-in-law. You're already engaged to my sister. Surely you ought to refrain from flirting elsewhere. Just look at you. Your gaze is practically glued to someone else. Jiang Sherwin stood at a distance, disdainfully observing Li Xing and Zhou Xuezheng as if they were something unsightly. Li Xing's eyes darkened momentarily. A flash of fierceness concealed beneath his lowered gaze. When he turned to Jiang Sherwin, he feigned an innocent and somewhat aggrieved expression. Sherwin, what are you babbling about? We were merely engaging in a normal conversation. You may say whatever you wish about me. I'm accustomed to it. However, you must not slander Ms. Zhou. Where is your decorum? Jiang Sherwin, unfazed by Li Xing's theatrics, scoffed. Mind your tone. Do you think you hold some esteemed position? Li Xing was Jiang Sherwin's brother-in-law, a somewhat popular second-tier celebrity. Though not as renowned as Shen Shuangyi, he was still quite commendable among his peers. As soon as Jiang Sherwin finished speaking, a fan of Li Xing's had already stormed into his live stream, unleashing a tirade. What a lack of manners. I was just thinking he looked somewhat decent. The child, clearly spoiled by home comforts, had just been standing alongside us, yet now he turns a cold shoulder. How can he be so insufferable, akin to Shen's sister? Is it too much to expect a semblance of normalcy from a child? From his demeanor, it is evident what position Li Xing holds in his household, and my heart aches for him. If he were my younger brother, I would ensure he called for our mother after a well-deserved reprimand. The atmosphere between Li Xing and Jiang Sherwin suddenly became charged with tension, yet Shen Shuangyi remained entirely unfazed. Casually, with her completed answers in hand, she ambled past the two and presented them to the director. It was only then that Shen Yue realized what was happening. Hastily pausing her idle chatter to join the director and submit her own answers, the production team seemed oblivious to the discord unfolding nearby. As the director began reading aloud from Shen Shuangyi's paper, urging viewers to dial 001-537-2698 to discover the answer, the audience collectively murmured, Teacher Shen, you cannot solicit assistance from outside for the Easter egg. The director scratched his head, as if wiping away non-existent sweat, and returned the paper with the answers to Shen Shuangyi. After digesting this, she stood in silence for a couple of seconds, then acquiesced with a nonchalant departure. Shen Yue subsequently presented her answers and patiently waited to the side, anticipating a meal. What is this absurdity? The director rubbed his eyes and glanced once more, still confronted by a lengthy manuscript. He scrutinized a couple of lines, adjusted his posture, and readjusted his glasses before continuing. With each line he read, his astonishment grew, prompting him to inquire, Shen Yue, what major are you studying? After posing the question, he chided himself for his foolishness. Shen Yue appeared so young. What could she possibly be studying? It must be mere interest. Shen Yue remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, attempting to communicate through her eyes. Yet her efforts fell flat. The director observed the answers on the paper, then glanced at the others, his expression rife with discomfort. Jiang Sherwin, who had lingered close to the production team, noticed the director's evident unease and approached with interest, demanding, what did she write? Let me see her answers. Without waiting for permission, Jiang Sherwing snatched Shen Yu's paper from the director's hands and, after a brief perusal, looked back at Shen Yue in shock. After a moment's pause, he asked, "Do you also play Death Conflict?" Jiang Sherwing clearly failed to grasp Shen Yu's silent communication and stepped closer, pressing her again. "Are you ignoring me? Have you played it or not? Or perhaps something else?" Shen Yue continued her silence, embodying the self-restraint of a shy girl.
Zhao Xusheng.
Observing Jiang Sherwing's relentless pursuit of Shen Yue, stepped in front of her, as if to protect her, saying, "All right, Sherwing, Yaya is rather shy. Please do not disturb her like this." Upon hearing Zhou Xuezheng's words, Jiang Sherwing sensed the underlying malice. It sounded as though he were bullying Shen Yue. His temper flared instantly, and he retorted sharply, "I merely wanted to speak with her because I find her impressive. Why do you meddle so much?" After speaking, Jiang Sherwing returned the answers to the production team and turned away, muttering curses under his breath. As Zhou Xuezheng heard Jiang Sherwing exclaiming about Shen Yu's prowess, her smile remained intact, yet her gaze dimmed slightly. Chapter 13. The Heart Aligns with Strength. Although Zhou Xuezheng appeared to praise Shen Yue, her words seemed to carry an odd undertone to the ears of those present. Particularly, Jiang Sherwing, who had seen Shen Yu's complete answers, understood the implication behind Zhou Xuezheng's statement most clearly. While Shen Yu's true strength lay in the substance of her written responses, Zhou Xuezheng's comment shifted the focus to the quantity of answers Shen Yue had produced. Jiang Sherwing was uncertain of Zhou Xuezheng's intentions, yet this did not prevent him from mentally marking her with a label of suspicion. This woman was not quite right. She bore a resemblance to the White Lotus types his sister had encountered in the past. He decided to observe further.
Zhao Xurong, although Zhao Xusheng's sister,
exhibited a demeanor entirely different from her sister's poise. She walked with her head slightly bowed, unsure of where to place her hands, radiating a subtle sense of awkwardness. However, the ever-compassionate Zhou Xuezheng seemed oblivious to this, as she presented Shen Yu's answers to Zhou Xuerong, admonishing her, "Look, even Shen Yue knows how to tackle this problem. Why don't you? You are older than her. You ought to devote more attention to your studies and alleviate our parents' worries, understand?" Shen Yue. She found Zhou Xuezheng's approach somewhat excessive, as if she were employing unreasonable logic to enforce her point. Nonetheless, many in the audience were swayed by Zhou Xuezheng's words. Her final remark was particularly deceptive. Once family was invoked, her actions could be construed as concern for her relatives, thus portraying her in a commendable light. If Zhou Xuerong were to counter, it would only render her in the wrong. However, Zhou Xuerong showed no inclination to dispute. After glancing at Shen Yu's answers, her face paled, and she murmured, "I'm sorry, I will strive harder." Zhou Xuezheng gently patted her head, offering comfort. There, don't be too hard on yourself. As long as you put in the effort, that is sufficient." Shen Yue was left bewildered. "So, can you return my answers? I would like to eat now. I want to see what was written." Dong Nuo snatched Shen Yu's answers from Zhou Xuerong's hands, scrutinizing them for a moment before suddenly turning to Shen Yue and asking, "Did you write this yourself?" The tone was far from amicable. It bore a hint of skepticism rather than genuine inquiry. However, Dong Nuo concealed the paper behind her back. "Denying Shen Yue access, how can you prove that this is your own work?" Dong Nuo was aggressive. Had this not been in front of the cameras, she might have leapt up to confront Shen Yue physically. Thus far, everyone who had seen Shen Yu's answers had altered their expressions, leaving the audience intrigued. What could she have written? "I am so curious. It must be something impressive. I want to see it too. What could this impolite child possibly write that is remarkable? It's pointless. Am I the only one curious about who Shen's call was to?" Earlier, Jiang Sherwin remarked that Shen Yue was quite capable. I suspect she may have employed game mechanics in her responses, perhaps even more expertly than Jiang Sherwin himself. As the production team gauged the suspense, they neglected to address the issues among the guests, merely inquiring if anyone had completed the questions. "If everyone has finished," they stated, "we shall evaluate the answers and distribute rewards." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sherwin interjected sarcastically, "Just because you are incapable does not mean others are as well. Our phones have been confiscated, we cannot access the internet or reference materials, and even phone calls are limited to our small group. Pray tell, how do you expect to obtain the answers? Where is your intellect?" Both individuals were quite young, Jiang Sherwin at 16 and Dong Nuo merely 13. Just a year older than Shen Yue. They had yet to learn the art of adult dissimulation. Jiang Sherwin's words ignited Dong Nuo's ire. Casting a disdainful glance, Dong Nuo retorted, "Isn't that the nature of variety shows? Who knows if her answers were purchased beforehand? Shen Yue has always exhibited this disposition at school. as her classmate. How could I be unaware? Before Jiang Sherwin could respond further, Shen Shuangyi, who had been observing the unfolding drama, finally spoke up. I shall not interfere with your quarrel, but refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. It is unseemly to slander merely based on conjecture. Shen Shuangyi maintained his usual air of authority, and his intervention brought a semblance of calm to the chaos. Jiang Sherwin and Dong Nuo, though somewhat intimidated by Shen Shuangyi, exchanged glances and averted their eyes in mutual disdain. In this moment, Zhou Xuezheng re-emerged to mediate the atmosphere. Shen, do not take offense. Young Dong Nuo is merely expressing reasonable suspicion, which hardly amounts to slander, especially considering the accuracy of Ye's answers. Shen Shuangyi regarded Zhou Xuezheng with an impassive gaze, effectively silencing her further remarks. Subsequently, he strode over to Dong Nuo, retrieved Shen Yue's answers, and after a brief examination, his surprise was palpable, though fleeting.
Following this,
Dong Nuo, Zhou Xuerong, and Jiang Sherwin also submitted their answers. The production team, armed with everyone's submissions, commenced reading them aloud. Apart from Jiang Sherwin, Shen Shuangyi, and Zhou Xuezheng, whose answers had already been announced, the remaining participants presented some feasible explanations, albeit limited in substance. It was only when the director unveiled Shen Yue's response that the tension heightened. At last, let me see what answer could provoke such a commotion. I can't shake the feeling that Zhou Xuezheng is a bit of a gossip. Your criticism of me only serves to validate my point. From the explanation of the infantry squad, firepower group, assault team, and command group to Shen Yue's proposed plan, which seemingly included her own insights, everything was remarkably sound and conveyed a professional tone. In actual combat, the firepower group typically covers a limited area from a fixed position. Thus, they should continuously advance in search of advantageous locations during village clearance operations. If necessary, they may halt the assault team's clearance tasks, with the assault team temporarily assuming the firepower group's responsibilities until they reach a new firing position. The central main road area is exceedingly perilous, and the assault team should avoid it whenever possible. Should they encounter buildings accessible only from the central main road, the assault team may, depending on the situation, bypass such structures, leaving their clearance to the advancing firepower group. This concludes Shen Yue's answer. As the program concluded, the reactions of the guests momentarily took a backseat to the onslaught of comments flooding the screen. Wow, this is impossible to critique further. If this were scripted, it would be impressive enough to recite it on the spot. I was just in Shen Yue's live stream. There's no doubt that this was handwritten in real time. Truly remarkable. If this isn't scripted, hypothetically speaking, then this child possesses extraordinary talent. I was just thinking, she hasn't spoken much. Perhaps it's not rudeness, but rather a psychological issue. Such children often have some exceptional gift. The morning's preview mentioned that Shen Yue had been traumatized and could not speak. It's quite astonishing that some of you are quick to label her as impolite without full context. Oh dear. One sentence has made me feel guilty for a lifetime. I promise I will never again say Shen Yue is rude. If that is the case, I can understand why she may have dozed off earlier. Perhaps it was out of fear. The earlier dissatisfaction with Shen Yue began to shift, giving way to a more diverse array of sentiments. Human nature tends to gravitate towards those with genuine capability. If a person of little merit is reticent, they may be perceived as sullen and socially inept, deserving of isolation. Conversely, if a highly accomplished individual chooses silence, others may regard it as befitting. What is peculiar about a distinguished figure being different? This reflects an inherent double standard. When conditions are otherwise equal, hearts lean toward strength. Shen Yue currently embodies this phenomenon. After they read Shen Yue's response, they turned their attention to the other guests, revealing that Shen Yue was the recipient of the day as special reward, a lavish dinner for two. At long last, Shen Yue reached this moment, unable to suppress her head bowing in modesty, fearful that a smile might betray her carefully crafted persona. Chapter 14. The essence of humanity is repetition. While it was termed a restaurant, it was essentially a dilapidated yet passably clean room with 2 wooden tables. These tables, though not large, were surrounded by 8 chairs. One table was already laden with food, both meat and vegetarian dishes, with the centerpiece being a delicately presented Buddha jumps over the wall, while the other table remained empty. The meal was for 2, allowing Shen Yue to invite a companion to dine with her, while the others would need to prepare their own meals from the available dishes outside. There was yet another spot for the extravagant dinner, the recipient of which would hinge on Shen Yue's choice. Thus, the others were encouraged to engage with Shen Yue to enhance their chances of being selected. It was evident that Shen Yu's earlier eloquence had swayed many. She had transitioned from being referred to as classmate Shen Yue to now being affectionately called Sister Shen Yue. Shen Yue initially intended to invite Shen Shuangyi, but unexpectedly, Li Xing made arrangements first, and our gentleman decided not to indulge in such minor desires. Thus, Yeye could choose from the remaining 2 female contestants. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuezheng naturally interjected, "I one tea needed. I'll just have some salad." This left only Zhou Xuerong in contention. However, upon hearing that remark from Zhou Xuerong's expression darkened, particularly when she noticed Shen Yue extending her hand towards her. In a flurry, she exclaimed, "No, sister must take care of her stomach and eat properly." Zhou Xuezheng feigned surprise before softening her demeanor. Reaching out to gently stroke Zhou Xuerong's head while lamenting, "You worry too much about me, dear child. I assure you I am fine." "No, sister must eat well," Zhou Xuezheng reiterated. Her smile blossomed even more radiantly, but just as she was about to stride towards the dining table, she observed Shen Yue already tugging at Shen Shuangyi's sleeve, the two making their way together to the table. It was evident whom Shen Yue had chosen. Zhou Xuezheng struggled to maintain her smile, while Jiang Sherwin erupted into laughter beside them, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you are all being so self-indulgent." At this moment, Jiang Sherwin's sharp tongue showed no trace of the pretense of politeness he had exhibited upon their first meeting. "Sherwin," Li Xing called out sharply to Jiang Sherwin. Though his tone softened immediately after, yet it was clear he was making an effort to rein himself in. "This is not your home. Please do not speak so harshly." Jiang Sherwin, however, remained unperturbed, continuing unabated. "What have I said wrong? Shen Yue will choose whomever she desires. Who are you to insist on such manners? Does she require your deference? Her elder brother is right there. Do you think you hold any significance? It's laughable." After finishing his tirade, Jiang Sherwin did not even glance at Li Xing, striding directly outside. "Oh my, is it that intense? This younger brother truly dares to speak. He seems as audacious as Brother Shen. I'm a fan now." Jiang Sherwin is not wrong. It's Shen Yu's decision to choose, and if they continue to defer, will they blame her if she does not select one of them? Pa, hypocritical adults. Pa, hypocritical adults. Pa, hypocritical adults. The repetition continues for an exaggerated number of times. The essence of humanity is to repeat. "Everyone, protect our Shen Yue." Amidst the playful banter, the commotion did not hinder Shen Yue from enjoying her meal. As she settled down and picked up her chopsticks, she caught sight of Jiang Sherwin's carefree departure. How can one describe it? There was an aesthetic beauty in his disregard for the feelings of others. The Buddha jumps over the wall dish was indeed delectable. Shen Shuangyi also took his seat before Shen Yue, elegantly sipping his soup before turning his gaze behind him, his expression aloof yet slightly condescending, as if to say, "What were you all arguing about? I didn't pay attention." This one sentence perfectly elucidated why he had so effortlessly sat down and begun to eat. Were it another celebrity, they might be accused of being pretentious or impolite, but since Shen Shuangyi had always comported himself in this manner since his debut, his fans not only forgave him, but adored him all the more. "Well done, Brother Shen, as expected of you." Laughing all the way to the bank. "Do you think Brother Shen would bother with false modesty? No, he simply pretends not to hear." "Sister Shen, feel free to defer. If I choose any of you, consider it my loss. I now firmly believe that little Yu is indeed Brother Shen's biological sister, with an equally unyielding character." In just half a day, so much turmoil has erupted. One cannot help but worry about the director's mental state during such chaotic times. However, the director assured that he is in excellent spirits and even feels like laughing. Initially, he presumed that this group of young masters and mistresses would at least pretend for 2 days before their true natures revealed themselves. To his astonishment, it all unraveled on the very first day, particularly with Shen Yue, whose silence inexplicably sparked numerous conflicts, a scenario they had never anticipated. Li Xing and Zhou Xuezheng felt increasingly embarrassed after hearing Shen Shuangyi's words, realizing that they had spent a considerable time discussing matters, oblivious to the fact that Shen Shuangyi had not been listening at all. Nevertheless, Zhou Xuezheng reacted more swiftly than Li Xing. She feigned nonchalance and began to explain to Shen Shuangyi that there was merely a misunderstanding with Sherwin. Afterward, she turned to Li Xing, feigning reproach, and said, "Mr. Li, Sherwin is at an impetuous age, steadfast in his beliefs, and will not easily yield. You must not oppose him directly. Rather, you should guide him with patience." Although her words seemed to criticize Li Xing, they were actually a subtle way of providing him an escape, while also reprimanding Jiang Sherwin for his obstinacy and impulsiveness. Li Xing grasped the underlying message and responded accordingly, admitting, "I was too harsh in my tone earlier. I shall go check on him." With that, Li Xing departed in haste. Zhou Xuezheng, under the pretense of needing to contemplate dinner, took Zhou Xuerong with her, leaving only Shen Shuangyi and Shen Yue at the dining table. Shen Yue remained silent, engrossed in her meal. Typically, Shen Shuangyi did not eat much. But seeing Shen Yue enjoy her food so heartily, he found himself eating more than usual. He had initially thought his elder brother had merely brought along a burden. Yet, unexpectedly, she proved quite useful, helping him secure a meal. As Shen Shuangyi picked up the last piece of sea cucumber with his chopsticks, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed it in Shen Yue's bowl, urging her to eat more. Having just finished her meal and preparing to wipe her mouth, Shen Yue remarked, "Must you insist on serving me food at this moment?" Chapter 15. A Stroke of Luck. Nevertheless, Shen Yue set aside the napkin and consumed the sea cucumber, which was imbued with Shen Shuangyi's affection. The following days would require her to stay in close quarters with her second brother, and she hoped that, considering today's meal, he would overlook her antics. Indeed, this was Shen Yue's selfish wish, a bribe to Shen Shuangyi, hoping he would turn a blind eye while she indulged in her slumber. Once Shen Yue finished her meal and wiped her mouth, Shen Shuangyi also completed his. At that moment, 3 dishes remained untouched on the table: braised rabbit, shredded meat with double peppers, and stir-fried cabbage in vinegar. Shen Yue had not noticed the rabbit earlier, and now that it was visible, she found herself unable to eat it. The shredded meat had been overlooked, and as for the stir-fried cabbage, she was not fond of vegetables, while Shen Shuangyi did not care for sour flavors. Recalling how Jiang Sherwin had assisted her twice earlier, Shen Yue took the rabbit and the shredded meat, heading outside. The once pristine courtyard now lay in disarray, littered with the remnants of crookedly cut fruits and vegetables, along with scattered flour. Shen Yue paid no heed to the chaos as she hurried over to Jiang Sherwin, who was frowning in the corner while peeling potatoes, and offered him the dishes she held. Jiang Sherwin stared at the dishes before him, momentarily taken aback, and uncertainly inquired, "Are these for me?" Shen Yue remained silent, merely inching the food closer. Understanding her intent, Jiang Sherwin graciously accepted the offering, expressing his gratitude. Embracing the sudden wave of happiness, he unabashedly exclaimed to the others still grappling with their dinner, "Wow, are all these delectable dishes really for me? Just for me alone?" Shen Yue, observing Jiang Sherwin's exuberance, chose to ignore him and slipped away. "Ha ha, I can't help but perceive a hint of disdain in Shen Yue's gaze. Shen Yue, I regret giving him these dishes." "Shen Yue, what's all that commotion? This is hilarious. I'm totally shipping this." "Shipping what? This is just too absurd. What is it to you? Just because I can't find a partner doesn't mean I can't enjoy watching young love blossom." What should have been a thoroughly pleasant experience for Shen Yue turned uncomfortable once she lay down. She soon realized that the firmness of the bed was comparable to that of a prison cot. It would be a miracle to get any sleep here. Was this an early introduction to incarceration? She needed to devise a means to soften the bed, lest she perish from exhaustion that very night. After overcoming the culinary conundrum of dinner, Shen Yue now faced a second dilemma. The bed was too hard for sleep. No, the hardness of the bed was a trivial concern. The real issue lay in its uncanny resemblance to a prison bed. She had to find a way to adjust it, even if it meant merely softening it a bit. However, the location they found themselves in, a village built amidst mountains far from the city, offered both inconveniences and advantages. For instance, there was an abundance of animals. The most feasible solution Shen Yue could conceive was to gather fur from these animals to craft a blanket for cushioning. The freshly collected fur was somewhat dirty and required washing, but it could be dried in the cooking pot, making it usable afterward. Once her plan was set, Shen Yue sat up from the bed. Her earlier movements had drawn most people's attention to the cooking area, leaving few to notice her. By the time she caught the eye of an accidental viewer, she had already gathered fur from several dogs. What is she doing? I don't know, but just now a dog passed by her and lost a whole bunch of fur. As the comments flowed, Shen Yue abandoned the dog in her grasp and deftly seized a passing tabby cat, commencing her fur gathering once more. Now even the passing cats are not spared. Isn't she afraid? What if these dogs and cats haven't been vaccinated? That could be dangerous. Do you think she looks frightened? Honestly, those dogs seem as timid as lambs before her. Hearing you speak is like being enlightened. Calmly, Shen Yue continued to collect fur. She harbored no fear of dogs and was well aware of the actions that could quickly soothe them, rendering them compliant. At this moment, it appeared that everyone had finished their meal, leaving the cooking station unattended, perfectly advantageous for Shen Yue. She directly tossed the dog fur into the pot, then fetched some water from the well and added the pea pods she had collected from the yard, stirring the mixture with determination. As the water reached a boil, the impurities within the fur began to surface. Following this method, Shen Yue repeated the cleaning process twice more, and only when the fur was relatively clean did she proceed to dry it over the stove. The waiting period felt interminable, yet Shen Yue exhibited remarkable patience, while the onlookers grew increasingly restless. That's the cooking pot. How can she use it like this? One exclaimed. Such selfishness. Another chimed in. If someone has a tendency to avoid social interaction, they will act like this, focusing solely on themselves. Someone else pondered. Am I the only one curious about what she intends to do with that dog fur? Others chimed in. Regardless of her intentions, her actions are inconsiderate of others' feelings.
Can we keep it down?
Without the full picture, it's unwise to judge, came a voice of reason. Once the fur was nearly dried, Shen Yue began to carry it into her room. Lifting the bedspread, she evenly spread the dried dog fur beneath it.
Perfect.
Shen Yue lay down to test it and felt significantly more comfortable. It was nothing like the confines of a prison bed. She could actually sleep. Just before fully closing her eyes, she remembered something she had yet to do. Shen Yue placed a note in the pot, ensuring that anyone who wished to use it would see it. The filming instructor, who had been observing Shen Yue's actions, expressed admiration, exclaiming how impressive it was. The online comments erupted. So, the esteemed Shen did all that just for more comfortable sleep? One user remarked. Does that contradict the earlier claims of selfishness? She not only considered others but also mentioned needing to change pots, and even left her name.
Who dares call her selfish now?
Another countered. At just 12 years old, her actions reflected deep sense of responsibility instilled in her education. How did she come up with the idea of using dog fur as padding? Someone questioned. Is it really necessary? Can't she just sleep without all this fuss? Another scoffed. I heard someone was gathering dog fur. Dog lovers have come to observe. Yet another commented. You're too late. It's all been taken, someone replied. In my opinion, using grass would be better than dog fur, especially with Shen Yue's technique. All the stray dog fur wept, which had drawn many dog enthusiasts to witness her ingenuity. They observed her methods and, inspired, extended their hands toward the dogs passing by. As long as I pull out all your loose fur, you won't shed anymore. Come here, darling. Yet, despite successfully acquiring clean fur, Shen Yue still felt discomfort. It remained quite stiff. Oh no. All her efforts seemed futile. Chapter 16. By the largest one. That night, Shen Yue was awakened by the sound of thunder. The moment she opened her eyes, a flash of lightning illuminated a corner of the room, with a red-tinted camera glaring in the darkness, impossible to overlook. Shen Yue rose from her bed and casually turned off the camera that had been lurking in the corner. How shameless of the production team to film while someone is sleeping. The sound was faint, barely perceptible beneath the cacophony of thunder and the patter of rain. Yet Shen Yue noticed it. She had become acutely sensitive to the sounds surrounding her. Moreover, the voice bore a resemblance to that of Zhou Xuerong, the sister of the notorious woman. Reflecting on Zhou Xuerong's lack of presence during the day, Shen Yue opened the door and discovered her in a corner beneath the eaves on the left. This area was a rare sanctuary free from surveillance cameras, and with the live streaming equipment confined indoors at night, it indeed served as the perfect locale for emotional release. Shen Yue was somewhat astonished that Zhou Xuerong had identified such a spot. If it were not mere happenstance, it would imply a remarkable acuity in her observational skills. As Shen Yue approached, Zhou Xuerong lifted her head and, upon recognizing Shen Yue, was momentarily startled, though relief swiftly followed. Just as she spoke, thunder rumbled ominously, causing Zhou Xuerong to involuntarily tremble. Struggling to rise, she passed by Shen Yue, and in the dim light, Shen Yue discerned the fearful yet restrained expression on her face, utterly uncharacteristic of a 12-year-old child. Though Shen Yue lacked great physical strength, she firmly grasped Zhou Xuerong's hand in an unyielding hold. What do you intend to do? Zhou Xuerong queried, her voice laced with trepidation, yet she was unsure of what she feared, refraining from raising her voice too much, a circumstance that conveniently aided Shen Yue. At that moment, Shen Yue opened her suitcase and retrieved a clean garment, using it to gently wipe the rainwater from Zhou Xuerong's hair and body. As she wiped, a wave of regret washed over her. How vexing it was that she had rushed out without bringing a towel. Enveloped by Shen Yue's warmth, Zhou Xuerong's initial tension and fright began to dissipate amidst Shen Yue's tender ministrations. Once Shen Yue had dried Zhou Xuerong's hair, she climbed onto the bed, turned off the light, and prepared to resume her slumber.
Crash.
Another clap of thunder startled Zhou Xuerong, causing her body to stiffen anew. And the sound of her sobs filled the air once more. Shen Yue opened her eyes and sat up. "I'm sorry for disturbing you again," she began. But before she could finish, Zhou Xuerong abruptly halted. The reason was simple. Shen Yue had wrapped her arms around her. After embracing Zhou Xuerong, Shen Yue's right hand began to gently pat her back. Zhou Xuerong understood that Shen Yue was offering her comfort, and warmth blossomed within her heart. She had previously feared that Shen Yue might harm her. How mistaken she had been. At that moment, a sudden yearning surged within Zhou Xuerong. After a moment of internal conflict, she summoned the courage to voice her desire. "May I sleep here tonight?" Shen Yue did not respond verbally, but subtly shifted to make room on the bed, allowing Zhou Xuerong to nestle beside her. Overjoyed, Zhou Xuerong slipped off her shoes and lay down next to Shen Yue, only then realizing that Shen Yue's bed seemed somewhat softer than her own. Assuming it was merely a difference in the rooms, she paid it no mind. Though the thunder continued to rumble through the night, Zhou Xuerong felt less fear with someone by her side, yet each clap of thunder still elicited an involuntary shudder. As another thunderous boom echoed, a pair of hands reached around her back, patting her gently and rhythmically. Eventually, at an unknown moment, Zhou Xuerong surrendered to the comfort of sleep, even blissfully speaking in her dreams. At that very moment, Shen Yue found herself unable to sleep. Rising from her bed, she stepped outside, preparing to engage in some exercise beneath the eaves. The prison matron had proclaimed that if one could not sleep, it was a sign of insufficient fatigue, a clear indication of laziness in labor reform. How could someone of her age possibly struggle to find slumber? It was simply a matter of not having expended enough energy. Thus, Shen Yue commenced with horse dances, followed by deep squats, and then transitioned to practicing Tai Chi, eventually shifting to Muay Thai until the rain subsided. Only then did she begin to jog around the courtyard. By this time, the staff had risen and, upon noticing Shen Yue running, expressed their surprise but refrained from comment. Meanwhile, one of the machines had malfunctioned, presenting a black screen. What was happening? Had it taken on water? It should be waterproof. How unfortunate that such an incident occurred at this moment. With one less machine, the live broadcast could face challenges. As Shen Yue listened to their discussions, she unconsciously approached the faulty machine. She recognized it from her time in prison, where it had already been dubbed an antique, repurposed as a teaching tool. Seizing the opportunity while the director's team was on the phone with the maintenance crew, she inspected the machine and, within moments, discerned the issue. Without employing any tools, she merely tapped 3 specific points on the machine's casing, and it sprang back to life. "So, we must use it today." The urgency was palpable. Yet now there was no need for concern. The machine had suddenly revived. "How has it come back to life?" the director inquired as he approached, only to find one of the staff members pointing at Shen Yue, exclaiming that she had fixed it. The director was astonished. Shen Yue could repair machines? This was indeed a tremendous help. Not one to withhold gratitude, he addressed Shen Yue. "Sister Shen Yue, you have saved us a great deal. I can offer you compensation. What would you like? As long as it is reasonable, I shall provide it." His words carried a certain eloquence, seemingly allowing her to make any request. Yet the stipulation of "as long as it is reasonable" subtly granted him control over the decision. In other words, if Shen Yue were to be greedy and propose an unreasonable demand, he could simply refuse, leaving her empty-handed. Conversely, if she were content, they would establish a mutually beneficial relationship. However, to her surprise, the note in the pot had vanished. Shen Yue had no choice but to draft a new note, for she could not speak. When the director received the note, he was momentarily puzzled, but upon reading its contents thoroughly, he immediately grasped Shen Yue's intention.
"So,
You wish for a new pot?" Shen Yue nodded. In that instant, the director was profoundly touched by her innocence and kindness. Initially, he had assumed that someone raised in a privileged environment would make more capricious and unreasonable requests. Having observed her demeanor the previous day, he had perceived her as self-centered. Yet here she was, requesting merely a pot. To avoid inconveniencing others, she only asked for a single pot. A pot, not 2. The director, moved beyond measure, resolved, "All right. I shall procure 2 pots for you immediately."
By
the largest ones. Shen Yue. Chapter 17. The pot is no longer usable. They utilized a loudspeaker outside the yard, blaring the sound of an alarm clock at maximum volume, the content laced with aggression. "Are they all princes and princesses? I've already risen and swept 8 streets, yet some still linger in slumber? Spare me the pretense. Rise and toil. Get up, get up. As long as even one remains asleep, I shall continue to call out. Are they all princes and princesses? I have already risen and swept 8 streets. However, she truly wished to remain in bed. Yeah, rise and shine. Zhou Xuerong gently shook Shen Yue, but there was no response. After a moment of contemplation, she ventured outside to dampen her face towel with warm water, returning to Shen Yue's room to wash her face while she slept. Yeah, sit up. Allow me to style your hair. Shen Yue, still half asleep, complied and sat upright as Zhou Xuerong swiftly produced a comb and hair ties she had brought along, fashioning an exceedingly adorable pair of buns atop Shen Yue's head. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. The two operated in perfect harmony, their movements so practiced that one could hardly discern that they had exchanged not a single word the previous day. Once the hairstyle was complete, Shen Yue began to awaken. Gazing at the toothbrush and cup offered to her, she paused for a moment, then accepted them and stepped outside to brush her teeth. Just as Shen Yue finished, Zhou Xuerong's voice chimed in again. Yeah, you have yet to change your clothes. Onlookers shared the same bewilderment. When did these two become so close? The live broadcast of the show was in real time, however, due to the thunderstorm the previous night. Shen Yue had awoken in the middle of the night and turned off the camera in her room, leaving the audience unaware of what had transpired. How curious. Why do they refer to it as caring? Did I miss a billion episodes? Can someone enlighten me on what transpired between these two? A longtime follower of Shen Yue's livestream informs you that I too am in the dark. The signal in her room only resumed this morning. Regardless, these two instantly hit it off upon appearing. The phrase hit it off is quite apartment. Could it be that Shen Yue is bullying the younger sister? Just look at the stars in Zhou Xuerong's eyes as she gazes at Shen Yue. Thank you, I'm utterly enchanted. When Shen Yue emerged after changing, she noticed the peculiar glances directed her way. What is this? Are they bewitched by my beauty? Rong, when did you become so close with Sister Shen Yue? Zhou Xuezhen inquired playfully to Zhou Xuerong, who was about to rush over to Shen Yue. Though her tone was gentle and her smile warm, for some inexplicable reason, Zhou Xuerong abruptly halted, reverting to her previous meek demeanor. No, I merely wish to learn from my sister. As she spoke, Zhou Xuerong returned to stand behind Zhou Xuezhen, lowering her head in the same manner she had when she first arrived yesterday. Zhou Xuezhen, understanding, nodded with a smile, so that is how it is. Shen Yue observed the scene in silence, merely walking toward Shen Shuangyi. Shen Shuangyi spoke with an air of arrogance, exuding both authority and a dedicated fanbase. Thus, Shen Yue surmised that residing beside her elder brother would afford him a tranquil existence within the realm of variety shows. As he passed by Jiang Shaiwen's, who sported a disheveled hairstyle, he greeted Shen Yue with a casual good morning. Shen Yue offered a barely perceptible nod in response. In contrast, Dong Nuo maintained a sullen demeanor. Aside from a few adults, after Jiang Shaiwen's and Zhou Xuerong had deliberately extended goodwill toward Shen Yue, Dong Nuo felt utterly out of place, rendered mute. He was forcibly brought here, and now he found himself alone. Yet as a man, he could not resort to childish tantrums. He could only endure. What sort of tasks lay ahead? Different breakfasts corresponded with varying assignments. For instance, a bowl of plain congee required one to venture to the backyard and pick 50 heads of cabbage to claim it. If one desired congee with pickled vegetables, not only did one have to gather the 50 cabbages, but also sell 10 of them. And if one wished for soy milk paired with fried dough sticks, that entailed another price altogether. In essence, the message was clear. To obtain nourishment, one must labor. To phrase it more elegantly, to acquire anything of value, one must invest the requisite effort. The production team discerned Zhou Xuezhen's intent, yet they feigned ignorance, claiming that most of the items were purchased, albeit some had cooled and would need reheating in a pot before consumption. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuezhen displayed a hint of distress. Turning to Shen Yue, she feigned resoluteness and declared, Yesterday I noticed you boiling something rather unclean in the pot. It may need a thorough wash. Before she could finish, Li Xing interjected, What unclean thing? Zhou Xuezhen replied gently, Animal hair. I intended to warn you, but by the time I saw her, she had already placed the hair inside. I feared it might frighten her, so I refrained from saying anything. However, that pot can no longer be used for cooking food. Upon hearing this, Dong Nuo suddenly retched. Zhou Xuezhen rushed over, her face etched with concern. What's wrong? Are you alright? Why are you suddenly heaving like that? Li Xing chimed in. Little Nuo seems to have been the first to rise. He used that pot to boil water while washing up. Zhou Xuezhen gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Oh my goodness. Chapter 18. Oh, elder brother, you truly excel at causing distress. Dong Noa continued to retch, yet Shen Yue remained silent. Having discerned the inconsistencies in Zhou Xuezhen's statements, after using the pot, she had left a note inside, clearly stating that she had boiled dog hair and that it was no longer usable. If Zhou Xuezhen had indeed seen her use the pot and was adamant that she had boiled something filthy, it implied that she had inspected the pot closely. However, during the time Shen Yue was boiling the hair, she had kept a vigilant eye on the kitchen, and no one had approached. This indicated that Zhou Xuezhen must have entered only after she had finished. At that moment, Shen Yue had already placed the note inside the pot. And when she returned in the early hours, she discovered that the note was missing. Given the pot's depth and the kitchen's location, it was implausible for the note to have blown away in the rain. It could only have been removed by someone. Originally, Shen Yue was unaware of who had taken the note, but she could now ascertain that it was undoubtedly Zhou Xuezhen. Zhou Xuezhen had examined the pot closely and discovered the note before absconding with it. Moreover, Zhou Xuezhen now wore an air of certainty. As if she believed no one else knew the truth, it was evident that she had seized the note shortly after Shen Yue's departure. Shen Yue, perplexed by Zhou Xuezhen's motivations, chose not to delve deeper. After all, sometimes a villain's actions require no justification. They simply act out of malice. Standing leisurely beside Shen Shuangyi, Shen Yue maintained an air of calmness. He ventured to probe, "You seem quite composed. Do you expect me to shield you after such a significant blunder?" Upon hearing Shen Shuangyi's words, Shen Yue merely cast him a glance before darting away to join Jiang Shirwing, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Shen Shuangyi, feeling slighted, thought to himself, "Fine. Considering my elder brother's stance, I shall not express anger, but I will certainly not protect this little brat in this matter." Jiang Shirwing welcomed Shen Yue warmly, lowering his head to share in the gossip. "Have you crossed that woman? She seems to have a perpetual grudge against you." His demeanor was entirely devoid of concern for Shen Yue's predicament. Meanwhile, having finally finished her retching, Zhou Xuezhen was simultaneously comforting Dong Noa while casting a helpless glance at Shen Shuangyi. Noticing his indifference, she naturally turned her attention to Li Xing, who immediately took the bait, shouting at Shen Yue, "Shen Yue, you have gone too far. That pot does not belong to you alone. It is for everyone. Why did you use it for something other than food without informing us? Look at what your actions have done to Xiao Noa." After finishing her tirade, she looked back at Shen Shuangyi, cryptically adding, "Brother Shen, you must not coddle the child too much. They need to realize their mistakes." Shen Shuangyi yawned, turning his head away. "How can one convict based solely on hearsay? Have you even inquired of Shen Yue? Indeed, I can no longer tolerate these two. I witnessed Shen Yue write that note with my own eyes. Is this woman blind or simply reckless? Goodness, this is chilling upon reflection. What sort of conspiracy is this? Is this not akin to a survival reality show? Is there anyone who remained in Zhou Xuezhen's live stream yesterday? I am quite apprehensive. At night, the cameras were dark. Who could discern anything? Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. The mystery has been unraveled." Zhou Xuezhen entered the kitchen shortly after Shen Yue departed, but it remains unclear whether she took the note. Let us refrain from conspiracy theories. Perhaps the beautiful sister was merely acting out of kindness. What purpose would she have in targeting a child? Due to the absence of a discernible motive for Zhou Xuezhen's actions, the barrage of comments ultimately resulted in mere speculation. Lacking any substantial evidence, Shen Yue was taken aback by Shen Shuangyi's words. She initially believed her second brother would harbor greater disdain for her, yet in this situation, he unexpectedly came to her defense. Shen Shuangyi took hold of Shen Yue's note, glancing at it before a smug smile spread across his face. He then inquired, "When was it changed?" "At 4 a.m. Upon hearing this time, Dong Noa ceased his retching, for he would not rise until 6 to wash up. By then, the pot would have already been spotless. Zhou Xuezhen lightly tapped Dong Noa's hand, her expression faltering momentarily. She had not anticipated that Shen Yue would resolve the pot-switching issue so swiftly. Initially, she intended to use this incident to establish a contrasting group for herself. But it now appeared that plan was thwarted. Urgent remedial action was required. Zhou Xuezhen was quick to react, immediately apologizing to Shen Yue. "Ah, is that so? I'm sorry, I was unaware it had already been changed." Shen Yue, this child, remained silent, and I mistakenly assumed. My apologies, I was one-sided.
Hey,
I hope you can forgive your sister. Shen Yue remained silent, her expression as impassive as before. Zhou Xuezhen, now admitting her fault and deflecting blame, forcefully redirected the attention of the onlookers from herself to Shen Yue. Shen Yue recalled her training from the elder sister figure. She understood well that Zhou Xuezheng's plea for forgiveness effectively shifted the burden of responsibility onto her shoulders. If she chose to forgive, she would be the one at a disadvantage, while Zhou Xuezheng would gain a reputation for acknowledging her mistakes. Conversely, if she did not forgive, she would be seen as ungrateful, while Zhou Xuezheng would appear sincere. To navigate such a predicament, one had but a single strategy: to counter magic with magic. Thus, Shen Yue scurried behind Shen Shuangyi, seeking refuge. Shen Shuangyi, perceptive to the situation, promptly addressed Zhou Xuezheng. "Stop pressuring her. She is frightened of you." Upon hearing this, Shen Yue mentally applauded Shen Shuangyi, realizing she had underestimated her second brother. He was indeed adept at alleviating discomfort. In Chapter 19, titled You Can Breathe, Zhou Xuezheng's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor that evoked a strong protective instinct in others. She presented herself as the epitome of a resilient, yet delicate flower. Li Xing, unable to bear the sight, considered intervening but, mindful of Jiang Sherwing's presence, ultimately refrained from taking any substantial action. Instead, he turned to the director's team and inquired, "Weren't we discussing breakfast earlier? May we now receive our tasks? Can this task be completed on behalf of others?" The director, with a benevolent smile, replied, "We only acknowledge the results of task completion, not the individuals who complete them." With a mysterious grin, he added, "Today's primary goal is to cultivate everyone's ability to survive independently, hence the egg task is related to survival." As he spoke, a staff member cautiously unveiled an iron box. Although the contents remained obscured, the demeanor of the staff made it clear that what lay within was exceedingly perilous. Once the box was set down and opened, it revealed an object shaped like a pineapple. Inside was a replica of a Type 3 bomb, commonly referred to as a pineapple bomb, while we have modified it to significantly reduce its explosive power, ensuring it won't cause injury. Improper disassembly could still result in considerable pain. The director's team, observing the sudden pallor on everyone's faces, smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome they desired. As for the so-called egg task, it was indeed challenging, and there was a certain joy in knowing that no one could successfully complete it. So, does anyone wish to take on this challenge? Let us not beat around the bush. Let us get straight to the point, straight to hell. I feel like Shen Yue has something in mind. She seems utterly unafraid. Shen Yue has always maintained that expression, hasn't she? The production team's remarks left both guests and audience members utterly astonished. It had already been explained that the structure resembled a pineapple bomb, yet modifications ensured that an explosion would pose no real danger, merely causing some discomfort. Li Xing fell silent, clutching 2 task cards as she departed. Subsequently, others approached to collect the task cards they felt capable of completing, except for Shen Yue, who wandered over to examine the bomb. Jiang Sherwing, noticing Shen Yue's curiosity, felt a surge of excitement and resolved to postpone his own task. At that moment, Zhou Xuezheng also noticed and exclaimed, "Yeah, that thing is far too dangerous. It's not a toy." As she reached out to pull Shen Yue away, Jiang Sherwing intervened. "Auntie, mind your own business. No one else's brother has spoken up. Yet you're the loudest of all."
Sherwing,
"Apologize. Teacher Li Xing, I'm fine." The trio's playful banter ensued, while Shen Yue remained focused, meticulously studying the bomb's structure. She recalled the principles behind the pineapple bomb's detonation. First, the bomb separates from its parent body. Then, the safety mechanism controlling the tail fins disengages, causing the fins to unfold and the bottom cover to lose control. At this point, the tension from the tower-shaped spring propels the firing pin from its groove, allowing the explosive charge to be pushed into position, priming it for detonation. Upon impact with the ground, the bomb is compressed, causing the firing pin to strike the explosive, resulting in an explosion. Lost in thought, Shen Yue picked up a screwdriver from beside the box. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, she boldly reached into the soft container and retrieved the bomb. In that instant, silence enveloped the room. Even the floating comments ceased. Shen Yue positioned the bomb's tail inward on her left hand, while her right hand deftly extracted the safety mechanism to unfurl the tail fins. Using the small screwdriver, she carefully pried up the 6 recessed parts of the bottom cover, triggering the tower-shaped spring to launch the cap and firing pin outward. She then set down the screwdriver and the bomb, her intentions unmistakably clear. She had successfully disarmed it in an astonishingly brief span of less than a minute. The crowd stood speechless, their gazes fixed on the bomb resting on the ground, anxiously anticipating whether it would detonate. Suddenly, a comment floated by. Fun fact: you can breathe. Chapter 20. A passing Shinichen. All eyes remained glued to Shen Yue, unable to tear away their gaze until Jiang Sherwing shattered the silence. Racing over to her and exclaiming, "Wow. You disarmed the bomb? You actually did it. That's incredible, sis." The others, having been at a distance, had not experienced the formidable aura she exuded during her disarmament, coupled with her swift and precise movements that were not merely thrilling but genuinely captivating. It was astonishing that what would normally terrify an ordinary person, the bomb, had been disarmed with composure by a mere 12-year-old girl. The bomb expert, summoned for his expertise, after several observations and interactions with the bomb disassembled by Shen Yue, finally reached a conclusion. The bomb had indeed been safely dismantled. However, just as his hand rested gently on Shen Yue's shoulder, it was swiftly brushed aside. Despite the lightness of her touch, in that fleeting moment, he found himself utterly powerless. Jiang Sherwin did not regard this as mere happenstance. He was unequivocally certain that it was Shen Yue's doing. His sister Yue was truly remarkable. He needed to devise a way to learn from her. "Sister Yue, please accept me as your little brother. From this day forth, I shall be your devoted follower, ready to obey your every command." Shen Yue found this child utterly delightful. Jiang Sherwin, brimming with excitement, trailed closely behind her, relentless in his pursuit.
Meanwhile,
Shen Yue couldn't help but think that had she known it would come to this, the food she had prepared the previous day should have remained untouched. They were like two birds, unable to escape each other's grasp. The online comments erupted in frenzy. Wang Ergu, from this moment forth, shall be Sister Yue's loyal dog. Sister Yue is incredible. This kid can really dismantle a bomb. Is the bomb real or fake? This seems like a script. It feels too exaggerated. Fake. What are you saying? Fake. After all, my sister Yue is capable of meticulously drafting strategies for attacking the enemy. Is it not entirely reasonable for her to dismantle bombs as well? When Shen Yue picked up the bomb earlier, she hardly appeared a novice. I wonder what kind of family raises a 12-year-old to dismantle bombs. I refuse to listen. Shen Yue's mother loves you. At that moment, Shen Yichen was also watching the live broadcast. In stark contrast to the jubilant comments flooding the screen, his expression was as dark as coal. Shen Yue had learned such skills at merely 8 years of age. No wonder he had noticed calluses on her hands that day. How harsh must their third sibling have been to inflict such wear on a child's hands? It was no surprise that she would grow fearful of them, her older brothers. Once a person firmly believes in something, they will seek various forms of evidence to substantiate their conviction. Should the evidence prove insufficient, the mind may even conjure non-existent memories to validate its belief. Shen Yichen was currently ensnared in such a predicament. Although the calluses on Shen Yue's hands were the result of writing rather than bomb dismantling, and despite the fact that her fear of her brothers was not cultivated overnight. In this moment, Shen Yichen was steadfast in his belief that the root of all troubles lay with that one individual. "Mr. Shen, as you suspected, they have indeed taken action. Here are the materials they have gathered for exposure." Upon hearing his assistant's voice, Shen Yichen temporarily diverted his gaze from the live stream to the documents presented before him. After merely scanning a few lines, his anger surged. Accusations claimed that Shen Yue had bullied others at school, that the Shen family indulged and spoiled their children, that High private school was merely a facade, a playground for the affluent. How dare these true parasites bite back? "Mr. Shen, we are keeping the media at bay. No reports have been released as of yet. We are monitoring them closely. Apart from the major outlets, pay attention to the smaller ones that operate on a pay-for-service basis. Let's postpone for a few more days. Allow Shen Yue to enjoy herself." "Understood, Mr. Shen." The assistant departed with the documents, and Shen Yichen redirected his gaze to the screen, where Shen Yue's expressionless face was displayed. He trusted Shen Yue to comprehend his intentions. On the variety show, Jiang Sherwin relentlessly pursued Shen Yue until Shen Shuangyi could no longer tolerate the clamor and forcefully dragged him away by the scruff of his neck. Restoring tranquility to the courtyard, Shen Yue quietly exhaled in relief. Grateful at heart, she thanked her second brother for delivering the claw of the demon, which had whisked away the source of noise and granted her a healthy, serene environment. She resolved to treat Shen Shuangyi to lunch. "Hello, Sister Yue. I am your dedicated butler. How may I assist you?" Just as one matter settled, another arose. Shen Yue had just bid farewell to one Sister Yue when another appeared. Upon reflection, it felt rather pleasant. You may call me that." Shen Yue relished the title and swiftly retrieved paper and pen to jot down her requests, which she handed to her assistant, who also served as her butler. 1. Please prepare a soft, large, and comfortable bed with utmost urgency.
2.
Arrange sufficient food for 4 people, including meat, vegetables, soup, and storable snacks. Well, I shall forgo breakfast. I can sleep through it. Upon seeing Shen Yue's requests, particularly the second one, the assistant's lips curled into a mischievous smile. All right, I will prepare that for you immediately. However, this fleeting moment of doubt dissipated once she lay down. She adored sleep, and sleep adored her. That morning, some were fishing for loaches in the ditch. Others were using small backs to lift firewood, while some struggled to pull cabbage without success, and one not only completed their task but also reaped a windfall.
Meanwhile,
Others indulged in deep slumber. Someone, having just wrapped up their affairs, inadvertently stumbled upon Shen Yue's live broadcast. Shen Chen, upon seeing the bed where Shen Yue slept, smirked slightly. She truly got what she desired. How delicate. Chapter 21. Excavating the Barbie Dream Castle. Shen Yue, you possess a face that evokes sympathy. Why do you not learn to leverage it? Pretending to be strong all day long. What does that yield? You might as well shed a few tears. Can crying resolve issues? Just listen to your own foolish words. Of course, crying can resolve problems. If you cry before me, I shall assist you in dealing with those vile men who harbor ill intentions towards you. What say you? I do not wish to. I can handle it myself. TSK. It is precisely because you are so unappealing that no one believes your candid words. Is crying all it takes? Certainly not. You must cry beautifully and at the right moment. Timing is crucial. A woman like you, usually fierce, crying at the appropriate time would be quite remarkable and undoubtedly entertaining. Eventually, Shen Yue learned to cry, and she did so with grace. She enjoyed a restorative sleep, though upon reflection, it was not entirely peaceful. For she dreamt of fragments of memories. When these memories surfaced in her mind, she could analyze and discern them objectively, as if acquiring knowledge from a third-person perspective. However, if it were merely a dream, the sense of immersion would be so profound that Shen Yue still finds it difficult to regain her composure. After all, it is a prison. Does it truly make sense that a mere bout of tears within its confines could incite a fierce conflict among the 3 major factions on her behalf? This is hardly a mindless, pampered narrative. Indeed, those surplus memories seem quite suspect. A further investigation is warranted.
yeah.
Are you awake? Lunch is ready, called the assistant director from outside the door. Upon hearing the mention of food, Shen Yue swiftly cast aside the remnants of her dream and hurried to the dining area. The individuals she encountered along the way were equally occupied. Some were chopping vegetables, while others were tending to the fire, all diligently collaborating to prepare the midday meal. Even Zhou Xuejing was seen trembling as she fetched water. Shen Yue cast a glance at the kitchen's ingredients, noodles. She has a fondness for noodles, yet she lacks the skill to prepare them. Then she spotted Shen Shuangyi, sleeves rolled up and back straight, perusing a recipe. Without hesitation, Shen Yue approached and tugged at Shen Shuangyi's clothing. Understanding her intent, Shen Shuangyi smiled knowingly but feigned disappointment, saying, I had intended to learn a bit about cooking today, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. With that, she snapped the recipe shut and followed Shen Yue. Ginger Sherwing, who had been chopping cabbage, noticed Shen Yue's approach and called out loudly, Yu Jia, when will you teach me how to disarm a bomb? Shen Yue pretended not to hear and continued towards the dining area. The familiar sight of 2 tables greeted her. She settled at one end while Shen Shuangyi took her place at the opposite end. A sumptuous lunch was spread before them, starkly contrasting with the ongoing struggles in the kitchen. The 2 shared a comfortable silence, simultaneously picking up their chopsticks to begin their meal. Before long, Ginger Sherwing joined them, carrying his bowl of clear noodle soup and sitting beside Shen Yue. Initially, Shen Yue assumed he had come to mooch off their meal, but to her surprise, he showed no interest in the dishes before them.
yeah.
Pay attention to me, he persisted. Shen Yue continued to ignore him. Shen Shuangyi interjected softly. Food should not be discussed. Thus, Ginger Sherwing fell silent. He maintained a proper demeanor, closing his mouth and sitting quietly, though a variety of delectable dishes lay before him. He refrained from touching anything that did not belong to him, contentedly consuming his own bowl of clear noodle soup. This principled stand altered Shen Yue's perception of him slightly. As Shen Yue savored her meal, her thoughts drifted elsewhere, and soon the remaining individuals entered with their own bowls of noodles. Their offerings paled in comparison to the feast on Shen Yue's table. Upon noticing Ginger Sherwing seated beside her, Li Xing momentarily halted his actions and tapped Dong Nua beside him. With a smile, he addressed Shen Shuangyi, Brother Shen. It is acceptable for us adults to eat lesser fare, but the child cannot go hungry. Might it be possible for Xiao Nua to set up a table over there? Li Xing's request was reasonable and would be hard for anyone to refuse, and Shen Shuangyi was not one to make things difficult for a child. However, this was contingent upon Dong Nuo harboring no ill will toward Shen Yue. Don't ask me. I'm merely here to enjoy the meal and have no authority, Shen Shuangyi remarked after swallowing her mouthful, effectively redirecting the conversation. With a dismissive scoff, the aunt remarked, Dong Nuo is the same age as my sister Yu. Let us not dwell on age. Sherwin, I am aware that we harbor certain misunderstandings. However, given our current circumstances, it is imperative that we extend mutual assistance in order to progress. We are a team, not rivals, nor adversaries. I sincerely hope we can resolve our misunderstandings at this very moment. This applies to you as well, Sister Shen Yue. If you hold any grievances towards me or any of us, please voice them now. For it is only through open dialogue that we can collaborate more effectively in the future, is it not? Upon hearing such words, Shen Yue felt as if she had been cast in the role of a villain, notorious for her cruelty towards children, depriving them of sustenance and burdening them with labor, all while remaining silent in her discontent. It seemed calculated, as if she was destined to suffer in silence. Yet, she had merely been enjoying her meal, her own meal. To be precise, Zhou Xuezheng's words, accompanied by her expressive demeanor, proved to be quite persuasive, leading many in the audience to align their sentiments with her perspective. I believe Shen Yue has indeed crossed the line. Her selfishness is evident. That table was laden with enough food for several. Yet Shen Yue showed no inclination to assist others. What does it matter if she possesses strength? Lacking empathy, she is merely self-serving. In summary, I can only say that both the brother and sister exhibit the same arrogance, disregarding others entirely. Amidst Zhou Xuezheng's ostensibly understanding, yet truly accusatory remarks, Shen Yue quietly retrieved 2 stools from beneath the table. She then collected 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls from the steward and placed them on the table, gesturing invitingly towards Zhou Xuezheng. The implication was unmistakable. There were only 2 seats available. The choice was theirs to make. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xuezheng finally spoke. Teacher Li Xing, this morning, the 3 of us owe our successful completion of the task to your guidance. You should indulge in a nourishing meal to replenish your strength. We cannot foresee what the afternoon may hold. Li Xing felt deeply moved by Zhou Xuezheng's willingness to speak. It is my duty. You are a lady, and the 2 children are still young. Naturally, I should contribute what I can. This statement, laden with veiled insinuations, was clear to all present, especially since Shen Shuangyi had been conspicuously absent all morning. Just as Li Xing was about to join the table, Shen Yue abruptly set down her chopsticks, descended from her seat, and approached Dong Nuo and Zhou Xuerong, grasping one in each hand and ushering them to the dining table. Once seated, Shen Yue placed a chicken leg into Jiang Sherwin's bowl. In that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Though no one spoke of it, the tension was felt by all. Greetings, family. This is the enchanting Barbie castle I have crafted using my toes for teacher Li Xing's enjoyment. I invite you all to savor it. Chapter 22. Together we sleep. Shen Yue provided bowls and chopsticks to Zhou Xuerong and Dong Nuo, yet their expressions remained far from jubilant. Zhou Xuerong's gaze was fixated on Zhou Xuezheng, clutching her utensils in a state of immobility. As for Dong Nuo, his expression was one of torment, caught between the desire to eat and the reluctance to set his bowl aside. Unfazed by their internal conflict, Shen Yue continued to enjoy her meal, occasionally serving Jiang Sherwin, while Shen Shuangyi's competitive spirit ensured that the dishes were rapidly depleting. Dong Nuo gazed at the dishes before her, biting her lip, and suddenly declared to Shen Yue, "Let this meal be a debt I owe you. I shall repay you in due time." With that, fearing Shen Yue might retract her words, she swiftly picked up a generous portion of meat and filled her bowl with rice, devouring it ravenously. It was evident that she was quite famished. In truth, Shen Yue was not particularly angered by Dong Nuo's demeanor. After losing the romanticized lens through which she viewed Shang Junyu and reassessing her own image from a third-person perspective, Shen Yue became acutely aware of how she was perceived by others at school. She was seen as Shang Junyu's sycophant, his possession, the daughter of an ordinary family who sought advantages by ingratiating herself with him. In the past, Shen Yue had occasionally overheard whispers about her family's financial struggles and how she had to rely on charming Shang Junyu to receive her allowance. At that time, she knew these rumors were baseless and had wanted to contest them, yet Shang Junyu had silenced her with his ambiguous remarks, asking, "Do you truly wish to distance yourself from me? Must you sever ties so clearly?" Those vague words had dissuaded her from offering an explanation. Though Shen Yue was aware of the circulating gossip, she had not heard anyone speak of it directly in her presence again. Nor did she feel it appropriate to confront others about it. Over time, the rumor seemed to have been tacitly accepted within the school. Everyone regarded her as an appendage to Shang Junyu, belonging solely to him. Some even suggested that the accolades she received were a result of Shang Junyu leveraging his connections to please her. Thus, Shen Yue understood the basis of Dong Nua's attitude towards her. She did not seek to repay malice with kindness. Rather, she recalled the words of the prison matriarch, who had remarked that those who exhibit overt hostility towards you are either genuine in their sentiments or utterly indifferent to your worth. When encountering sincerity, a mere gesture of goodwill or a hint of sincerity could compel the individual to renounce their previous malice and align with you. Conversely, if faced with blatant disregard, it was prudent to retreat swiftly. A gentleman's vengeance, after all, is best served in due time. Through her discernment, Shen Yue concluded that Dong Nua embodied sincerity, prompting her to personally test the matriarch's teachings. After all, experience often outweighs hearsay. No amount of knowledge could substitute for first-hand experience. With this intention, Shen Yue invited Dong Nua to join the table. She was curious to see how Dong Nua would reciprocate her gesture of goodwill. Meanwhile, the other two individuals began their insincere refusals. Shen Yue, uninterested in their antics, noticed that Zhou Xuerong was not eating and promptly collected her abandoned utensils, leading by example to hasten the pace of the meal. Upon witnessing Shen Yue's actions, Shen Shuangyi did not intervene. Instead, she smiled even more brightly. As Shen Yue quickened her eating pace, Shen Shuangyi encouraged Dong Nua and Jiang Sherwing to eat faster, teasing, "How can you not be hungry after breakfast?" As soon as she spoke, the speed at which everyone picked up their chopsticks noticeably increased. At that moment, Li Xing simmered with rage, yet he restrained himself. Knowing he must endure, he merely smiled wistfully before the camera and remarked to Zhou Xuejing, "Xiao Noa can just come over. I've been eating too varied lately, and now crave something lighter." Zhou Xuejing responded with a smile, "I was thinking the same." She then turned her gaze to Zhou Xuerong, seemingly inquiring with concern, "Rong, aren't you coming?" Zhou Xuerong, with her head bowed, spoke softly, "I'll stay with my sister." "Oh dear, wasn't he Zhou Xuerong perfectly fine with us earlier?" That troublesome Zhou Xuejing, breaking apart the little ones. I sense something amiss with Zhou Xuejing. Just look at Zhou Xuerong's expression. Truly, Sister Yu is genuine. I adore her. I can't stand Li Xing and Zhou Xuejing. They both seem utterly insincere. I dislike anyone who pretends to be polite. I prefer someone like Sister Yu. Ha! Is Zhou Xuejing's livestream filled with a bunch of fools? It's truly laughable. This meal was earned at the peril of my Sister Yu's life. She can share it with whomever she pleases. Who are you to decide? If you're not selfish, why don't you step up? I'm new here. What peril? You know, like defusing a bomb. Is it a real bomb? Perhaps. I'm not sure if it's scripted. The production team had been monitoring the comments, and upon noticing some individuals questioning the authenticity of the bomb, the director's temper flared. Who would have thought that not only had Shen Yue disrupted their plans, but now the audience was doubting its legitimacy? Truly, this was intolerable. The cycle of grievances echoed endlessly. The effective range of the bomb was 30 meters, while Shen Yue stood far away, yawning in boredom. She couldn't fathom what was so captivating about a bomb. Meanwhile, the director's laughter erupted chaotically. Fake. You dare say it's fake? The comments flooded with fake, inciting the director to escalate the difficulty of the afternoon's tasks. The dinner gathering remained unchanged, consisting of the same few individuals. "Sister Yu, it's me," came Zhou Xuerong's voice. As Shen Yue opened the door, she found Zhou Xuerong standing outside, her cheeks flushed, holding a pillow and standing cautiously. Upon seeing Shen Yue, a smile graced her face, one that had not appeared earlier that day. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Chapter 23. Out of Fear. Zhou Xuerong beamed with delight, quickly darting into the room with her pillow, fearful that Shen Yue might change her mind. Only after entering did she notice that Shen Yue had replaced her bed with a large, soft one. A stark contrast to the hard, unyielding ground they had been sleeping on. Originally thrilled that Shen Yue allowed her to share the bed, Zhou Xuerong inexplicably grew anxious upon seeing it. As she held Zhou Xuerong's hand, she adjusted her nightwear. Zhou Xuerong, feeling Shen Yue's movements, suddenly remembered the cameras in the bedroom. She leaned closer to Shen Yue and whispered, "I know how to turn off the cameras. We can secretly switch them off and turn them back on during the day." Shen Yue nodded. If the camera were turned off by someone else rather than her, it wouldn't violate their agreement, would it? Zhou Xuerong discovered the hidden camera in the room and fiddled with it for a moment, causing the flickering red light to extinguish. Once she confirmed that the camera was off, she transformed, bouncing joyfully toward Shen Yue, exclaiming, "I turned off the camera." Unbeknownst to her, although the red light had vanished, the lens had slightly shifted as she turned to leave. What is Zhou Xuerong saying? Isn't the camera still on? Am I witnessing an illusion? She may believe she has succeeded in shutting it off. This is going to be entertaining. Allow me to observe what little secrets you both are hiding. I remarked this morning that Zhou Xuerong's demeanor towards Sister Yu was rather peculiar. It seems she was waiting for me here. Let me see what you two living together intend to do with the camera turned off.
Goodness.
Not a single decent person to be found in this entire live broadcast. After Zhou Xuerong declared the camera was off, Shen Yue presented her with a beautifully embroidered box adorned with lotus flowers. Upon opening it, Zhou Xuerong discovered several exquisitely crafted pastries inside. Is this for me? Initially eager for Zhou Xuerong to indulge quickly, she was taken aback when Zhou Xuerong suddenly burst into tears, laughing and crying simultaneously while clutching the box tightly. Shen Yue even questioned whether she had inadvertently committed a grave misdeed. After a moment of weeping, Zhou Xuerong managed to stammer out, "Thank you, I will cherish it." Shen Yue replied, "But it's food. If you don't eat it today, it will spoil by tomorrow." Shen Yue was left utterly speechless. After retrieving some tissues from the table to wipe away Zhou Xuerong's tears and snot, she snatched the box from her grasp, opened it, and began to shove the pastries into Zhou Xuerong's mouth without a moment's pause. Caught off guard, Zhou Xuerong took a bite, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. "But this is your gift to me.
How can it be eaten?"
she whimpered, though she found the pastries quite delightful. Shen Yue urged her, "Hurry and eat." Ultimately, Zhou Xuerong, amidst her tears and self-reproach, happily finished every last morsel. Shen Yue now harbored serious doubts about Zhou Xuerong's mental state. During the day, she acted like a meek little wife in front of Zhou Xuezheng, yet when it was just the two of them, she was a flurry of chatter, alternating between sobs and laughter. At that moment, Zhou Xuerong approached, but as she climbed onto the bed, she emitted a slight sound of discomfort. Shen Yue opened her eyes to look at her, and Zhou Xuerong quickly explained, "I'm fine. It's just that I did some work during the day, and my body is a bit sore. I should feel better by tomorrow." Prompted by Zhou Xuerong's comments, some viewers suddenly recalled the events of the day. During the day, Li Xing only assisted her sister. All the tasks were accomplished by this child herself. Yes, I remember now. Zhou Xuerong is quite impressive, managing so much without a word. Goodness, her presence was so minimal that I didn't notice all day, yet Li Xing indeed did not help anyone other than Zhou Xuezheng. What do you mean by undermining our star? Is Shen Shuangyi so ineffective that she expects one person to manage everything? He did not assist, that is a fact. What do you say about our brother Shen? Today, Shen earned a substantial sum and even treated everyone to noodles. Are you blind? Truly, fans follow their idol.
Indeed.
Fans follow their idol. Some are as arrogant and conceited as her Shen. Amidst the cacophony of comments, Shen Yue had already risen, pressing on various points of Zhou Xuerong's legs. Upon noticing the discomfort etched on Zhou Xuerong's face in several instances, Shen Yue identified the locations of lactic acid buildup. Memories of a prison matron's massage techniques lingered in her mind, prompting her to elevate Zhou Xuerong's leg and knead the targeted areas. The pain in Zhou Xuerong's leg caused her to instinctively struggle, resulting in Shen Yue receiving a kick. Yet the one delivering the blow remained oblivious, lost in her own discomfort. Shen Yue, undeterred by the kick, merely remarked, "Do not move, I will massage you, and your legs will not ache tomorrow." Zhou Xuerong, taken aback by Shen Yue's words, momentarily overlooked the sharp pain coursing through her leg. Staring blankly at Shen Yue, she exclaimed, "Yeah, you can speak." Shen Yue nodded affirmatively. Zhou Xuerong's expression shifted suddenly, a look of concern crossing her face as she cautiously inquired, "So you usually cannot speak?" Shen Yue hesitated in her massage but soon resumed. Perhaps the night, with its propensity to lower psychological defenses, or the peculiar memories that had recently surfaced, made her feel uncharacteristically open. Perhaps it was Zhou Xuerong's careful yet caring tone that instilled a sense of reliance within her. Her silence was not merely a fade of an introverted child nor a compliance to her elder brother's wishes. The reason she refrained from speaking was rooted in fear, not an inability, but a profound trepidation. She feared being overwhelmed by memories that both belonged to her and did not. She feared that those familiar to her would ultimately part ways. She feared the unknown. Thus, she chose silence, which was both a manifestation of fear and an act of evasion. Her willingness to converse with Shen Yue stemmed from the fact that on the day she resurfaced from the water, he had indulged her whims. And on the day she was bullied, he had momentarily set aside his work to seek her out. At present, Shen Yue was merely a 12-year-old child, having been thrust into an overwhelming reality. She needed a pillar of support, and Shen Yue embodied that support. Yet, she would never disclose this to anyone. She would only prioritize her sleep and meals. Chapter 24. The misguided sense of justice. Seated at his desk, Shen Yue observed the two young girls sharing their hearts late into the night on the tablet, feeling a mix of solace and sorrow. He felt solace in Shen Yue's timely expression of her thoughts, yet sorrow at the content and expression that accompanied her words. He could discern her genuine fear. She was his sister. No matter how timid she might be, she was still a member of the Shen family, and he would not allow those who troubled her to go unpunished. It was time to disseminate the news. The previously suppressed information could now be revealed. Understood, Mr. Shen. After finishing the leg massage for Zhou Xuerong, Shen Yue proceeded to massage her hands. Although it was quite painful, Zhou Xuerong had somewhat grown accustomed to it and could still engage in conversation with Shen Yue. "Yeah, you are so remarkable. Are you really afraid to speak?" Zhou Xuerong chuckled at the stark contrast of Shen Yue's confident demeanor, completely oblivious to any fear. "That's the point. It should not be apparent. But how did you learn to massage? Does it hurt just like this at home?" Shen Yue pondered, realizing that while it didn't hurt at home, it was quite painful during her time in prison. It was a world-class facility, housing not ordinary criminals. To survive, she had to diligently acquire various knowledge and hone her physical abilities. The mere recollection of that place was so terrifying that her body instinctively rejected the memories. Thus, she rationally suspected that her current reluctance to engage in any activity stemmed from the overwhelming experiences etched in her memory, not from a desire to simply sleep and play. Noticing Shen Yue's somber expression, Zhou Xuerong quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to. It was wrong of me to ask." Shen Yue released Zhou Xuerong's hand and unexpectedly pinched her cheek. "It's fine, I don't mind." Zhou Xuerong, bewildered by the cheek pinch, mumbled, "Why are you doing this?" Shen Yue, maintaining her impassive expression, responded matter-of-factly, "You should smile more. You look beautiful when you do." Her tone was flat, devoid of emotion, as if she were merely stating an ordinary fact. Yet, those simple words caused a torrent of tears to cascade down Zhou Xuerong's cheeks. Once again, she cried, this time even more intensely than before. Yet she bit her lip tightly, stifling any sound, resembling a voiceless lament. After a long while, she finally calmed down and fervently apologized to Shen Yue.
"Em sorry."
"Yeah, but no one has ever told me I look good." Shen Yue, like a little adult, gently wiped the still damp tears from Zhou Xuerong's face with a tissue, whispering, "You are indeed beautiful. You shouldn't always lower your head." Zhou Xuerong nodded and, after a brief pause, flashed a radiant smile at Shen Yue.
"All right."
After tidying up, the two lay in bed with the lights off. Suddenly, Zhou Xuerong asked, "Is what happened earlier a secret?" Shen Yue affirmed with a soft saying nothing further. She couldn't remain silent forever. Contemplating felt so cumbersome. Perhaps she would think about it tomorrow instead. After a while, Zhou Xuerong spoke again. "Yeah. When I was bullied before, my parents told me that if everyone bullies me, it must be because I did something wrong. Though I'm a child of the Zhou family, I bear no resemblance to my sister. I'm inadequate in everything, and my character is poor. I didn't dare to fight back. It's all my fault. But you are so capable. I think you are incredible. Even though I don't know what you are afraid of, don't be afraid. I believe you can do it." Shen Yue was taken aback by such words, her heart warming slightly, yet she knew that the truth of her circumstances must remain concealed from others. Therefore, she simply replied, "You are not at fault. Neither am I. All 5 of my brothers are outstanding, and I am merely a novice." Zhou Xuerong pondered what else she might ask, yet Shen Yue had already turned away, suggesting it was time for rest, as she would surely be weary the following day. Soon, both children succumbed to slumber, with Zhou Xuerong, having engaged in numerous activities throughout the day, falling asleep almost immediately, even letting out soft snores. As Shen Yue drifted in and out of sleep, she awoke momentarily to adjust Zhou Xuerong's blanket. This evoked sentiments of profound friendship, leaving some to lament the plight of these 2 children. There was a sudden aversion towards Zhou Xuerong, with doubts about her benevolence surfacing. It had been previously suggested that Shen Yue might bear psychological scars, and now, Suspicions arose regarding her potential experiences of bullying at school. Could it truly be? Shen Yue appeared formidable and cool. How could she be a target for bullying? Yet, did they not notice that Shen Yue, though often expressionless, possessed an incredibly gentle nature? Initially, no one paid attention to Zhou Xuerong, but Shen Yue did, and it was clear she had assisted her the previous night. Additionally, Shen Yue's intelligence made her susceptible to envy, often leading to isolation. The anguish for their beloved Yue was palpable, as questions loomed about her fears and the experiences that shaped them. Was this the reality of affluent families? A sudden wave of sympathy washed over, revealing the grim truth. Typically, families of such stature project an image of dominance, rendering claims of bullying hard to believe. That night, the notion of Shen Yue being bullied subtly ascended the trending topics. Concurrently, the 4C school, a mere pawn in the capitalist game, witnessed its principal and teachers replaced at a whim. Within this unfolding narrative lay the accusations from the parents of a student who purportedly faced bullying at the hands of Shen Yue. After relentless inquiries at home, the child finally revealed the truth. They had been bullied by the offspring of the Shen family. The Shen family's notoriety for their influence within the school was well known. To displease them was to court disaster. The child, fearful of repercussions, had remained silent, but the parents could not bear the thought of their child suffering alone, leading them to approach the school discreetly. Fortunately, the principal and teachers were reasonable individuals, promising to address the matter seriously. However, to their astonishment, the outcome was the forced resignation of both the principal and teachers. In bewilderment, they questioned the state of the world. Must ordinary individuals endure such mistreatment? Their child had committed no wrong. They merely sought an education, and all the parents desired was their child's safety. With no alternatives left, they turned to the media, hoping to seek justice for their child. This was merely a fragment of the unfolding saga. The companies once subjugated by Shen Yue united to fabricate a spurious bullying narrative. Their audacity stemmed from the certainty that the school lacked surveillance, and the Shen family possessed no evidence to counter their claims. As long as the Shen family could not produce evidence, and if the others portrayed themselves as victims, they would prevail in this cruel game. In this world, it is often the case that the weak receive more support, for an unspoken rule acknowledged by society dictates that the strong must protect the weak. When one engages in the defense of the vulnerable, the mind can deceive itself into believing it stands on the side of righteousness. At such moments, differing voices are often disregarded. Simultaneously, it is an accepted norm that the strong do not require protection. When individuals recount the might of the Shen family and their own misfortunes, nearly everyone aligns against the Shens, regardless of the family's explanations, evidence, or testimonies that may arise. They are quick to attribute it to the Shen family's monetary power and influence. This reflects the harsh reality of our time. The self-righteousness of netizens can become a sharp weapon in the hands of those with ulterior motives. Chapter 25. Not just about army. Under Shen Yue's deliberate manipulation, the trending topics concerning Shen Yue and Zhou Xuerong did not ascend to prominence, merely occupying a modest position at the tail end. Instead, discussions revealing the inner workings of C High School and the overwhelming power of the Shen family after a night of fermentation firmly secured the top 3 spots in trending topics. Within the discourse that framed C High School as merely a game for capitalists, numerous anonymous students began to voice their grievances. Some recounted experiences of being stripped and abandoned on the rooftop. Others spoke of being publicly coerced into kneeling during class, with teachers turning a blind eye. Yet others described daily beatings at school, only to be assaulted again upon departure. There were claims of incessant verbal abuse from classmates. Among these narratives, some were true. These events indeed occurred, while others were fabrications, as those voicing their anguish were, in fact, perpetrators masquerading as victims. It was they who had committed these wrongs. Yet they hid behind the anonymity of the internet, seeking to cast the murky waters of blame upon the Shen family. Those teachers dismissed by Shen Yue for ethical violations also took advantage of the chaos to bolster their own reputations. In the presence of Shen Yue, they dared not utter a word, yet online they concocted one lie after another, denouncing him as someone who could not discern right from wrong, who bullied the weak, and who was an arrogant, rude, and shameless businessman indulging his family's unscrupulousness. It indeed suggests that the internet has become a lawless realm.
Now,
the Shen family faced a cacophony of condemnation, and within just a few hours, their stock prices plummeted. Yet, Shen Yue, seated in his office, observed the tumult of the online world, his primary concern still resting with Shen Yue's situation. Mr. Shen, the The public relations team is prepared and is poised to redirect the narrative towards the issue of campus violence. The family behind the post is Zhao Yongning, and the Shang family has also provided some assistance. Here are the relevant materials. Very well, we can release additional information detrimental to the Shen family. Keep a close watch on the live stream. When someone approaches, we shall clarify. Should we control the discourse in the live stream? No need for control, but we can guide the viewers to focus on the trending topics. Understood. The Zhao Garden Company should still possess records of the event's planning. Should we enlist a hacker to retrieve the information? Upon hearing these words, Shen Yue lifted his gaze to glance at his secretary, his wise eyes revealing a hint of perplexity. Have you been watching too many dramas? Why would we need a hacker for something as trivial as obtaining the Zhao family's information? Just send Li Zhuangzhuang and his team to fetch it. The secretary promptly acknowledged and hastily departed, filled with regret as he ran. How infuriating! At his previous company, server attacks were a frequent occurrence. Yet upon arriving at the Shen Group, a far larger enterprise, they resorted to such primitive methods. He felt embarrassed to convey Shen Yue's original words. It was hardly a matter of retrieval, it was outright theft. Nevertheless, despite his incessant internal monologue criticizing his boss, the secretary adhered to the directive and contacted Li Zhuangzhuang and others stationed at the company SN Trance, accompanying them to the Zhao company. Once the office fell silent again, Shen Yue opened the trending topics and, upon perusing the comments, found the scene to be utterly dismal.
Today,
The ancestors of the Shen family were undoubtedly being cursed by netizens, unable to find peace. The earlier comments predominantly condemned the Shen family, lacking any redeeming qualities. However, the latest entries presented a new perspective. We have located Shen Yue, the youngest daughter of the Shen family, who attends the same school as the original poster's child and is currently participating in a variety show with her second brother. Thanks to doxing. Shen Yue is just a child. Let us not let her off the hook. Brothers charge. Charge for what? Can this generation of netizens employ a modicum of common sense? I could believe that the Shen children bully others, but to claim this child as Shen Yue? I must question the credibility of the original poster's words. How much has the original poster received from the Shen family? Count me in for the profits. Shen Yue is a child of exemplary character, gentle and kind. She could never bully anyone. Copy-paste script, 5 yuan each. Wait, are you implying that Shen Shuangyi is a member of the Shen family? What the hell? My brother is not just an ordinary person but a scion of a wealthy family. Let us not digress. The current focus is whether capital can indeed act with impunity. The variety show is titled All Roads Lead to Effort. Brothers charge. Furrowing his brow as he read through the comments, Shen Yue felt a sense of irritation wash over him upon seeing Shen Yue's name mentioned. Everything was proceeding according to plan, yet he could not shake the feeling of vexation. This must be resolved swiftly. Upon noticing the situation was amiss, the staff immediately reported to the director, who responded dismissively, stating, "Do not concern yourselves with it. You are all well aware of what kind of person Shen Yue is, and the viewers who watch the live stream know even better." Thus, Shen Yue's live stream transformed into a battleground. This battleground was divided into two factions. One comprised self-proclaimed righteous netizens who had tracked down information, while the other consisted of various fans who remained in Shen Yue's live stream. Some fans, after reviewing the trending content, chose to believe in Shen Yue, noting that her disclosure of experiencing school violence preceded the online accusations against the Shen family. Furthermore, Shen Yue's kindness towards Zhou Xuerong and her tolerance for Dong Nua illuminated her character as a good-hearted child. As the individuals ventured into the live broadcast, they anticipated an effortless opportunity to vilify Shen Yue, exercising what they believed to be their righteous indignation. However, they were met with an unexpected and formidable resistance. The audience members who had been observing Shen Yue over the past few days could no longer remain passive. They swiftly turned to Weibo, becoming increasingly active on the platform. If you have watched this variety show, you would know that Shen Yue is truly not the type to bully others. In fact, she is often the one who is bullied. I am not advocating for the Shen family, but I feel that Shen Yue must be feeling somewhat wronged in this situation. Shen Yue is merely a reclusive girl. Can you not exercise some common sense when you slander others? It is reasonable to suspect that the Shen family has offended someone. I see many accounts defending Shen Yue that do not appear to be paid commoners, and their remarks seem quite fair. I will reserve my judgment for now. I shall refrain from taking sides for the moment. The developments in this situation lead me to believe that this bullying complaint is not as straightforward as it seems. After years of surfing the internet, this is the first time I have encountered a case of bullying that has been so thoroughly defended. However, Have you noticed that among those defending Shen Yue, there are professors from renowned institutions? In summary, after the intervention of Shen Yue's few but exceptionally elite fans, the previously one-sided narrative of online judgment experienced a remarkable shift. The public relations team of the Shen family exchanged bewildered glances at the sudden turn of events. Did you purchase more paid commenters? No. Who would dare buy them without the boss's approval? Goodness. The individuals speaking in her defense include a professor from a military academy. This is certainly not a case of paid commentary. That day, the Shen family's public relations team reached a conclusion. Miss Shen Yue is formidable. Chapter 26. How could such a Shen Yue bully others? Soon, a video titled How Could Such a Shen Yue Bully Others? Surfaced. Her eyes radiated focus and seriousness, and upon completing her answers, she gazed at the filled sheets of paper before her, a smile gracing her lips. However, when she approached to submit her answers, there were already others in line ahead of her. Thus, she patiently waited at a distance, quietly biding her time. The scene froze, accompanied by a caption. She may appear impolite, but in truth, she is simply afraid. The real her is earnest, diligent, and understands that handing something to an elder signifies respect. Yet, Shen Yue boldly proceeded without uttering a single word. Before those around her could fully comprehend the situation, she rushed in to defuse the metaphorical bomb, her audacity and decisiveness palpable even through the screen, sending shivers down one's spine. Even with the courage to confront life and death, even with the ability to overpower most, she still prefers solitude. At this point, do you perceive Shen Yue as a remarkable child, responsible yet reluctant to engage with others? If so, you are mistaken. The scene transitioned to Zhou Xuerong adjusting the camera. I turned off the camera. Yu, can you speak? Is it that you cannot speak normally? Following this was Shen Yue's flat tone. It's not that I cannot. I am simply very afraid. Yeah, when I was bullied previously, my parents told me, why does everyone choose to bully me instead of others? It must be because I have done something wrong. But you are remarkable. Do not be afraid. You will certainly prevail. After this statement, the video lingered in silence for a considerable time, mirroring Shen Yue's own quietude. Following this, a voice emerged, devoid of any inflection, yet inexplicably stirring one's emotions. You are not at fault, neither am I. She appeared indifferent to everything, yet she observed it all. Even when fearful, she was still willing to extend her hand. Whispering to herself, I am not at fault. The video concluded at this juncture. Particularly poignant were the sparse, yet profound captions interspersed throughout, which encapsulated the essence of the video, raising the question, how could such a Shen Yue possibly be a bully? Initially, many were oblivious to Shen Yue's true character, hastily concluding her to be a perpetrator of bullying simply because she was the youngest daughter of the Shen family. However, after the enlightening exposure provided by this video, numerous individuals who once stood in opposition to the Shen family found themselves unable to utter a word against Shen Yue. How could one label such a serious, timid, and gentle child a bully? It seemed rather ludicrous. One would think Shen Yue was the one destined to be bullied. At this moment, a previously concealed trending topic began to ascend quietly as the video was shared and commented upon extensively, eventually reaching the pinnacle with an explosive headline, Shen Yue allegedly bullied. The video editor even shared another Weibo post, pinning it to the top, a treasure of a gentle, socially anxious girl who can disarm bombs and write strategies. Don't miss out on her. Please speak up for my daughter. The comments beneath this Weibo post were remarkably uniform. Shameless. She is clearly my daughter. Unfollow. The enmity over our daughters cannot be forgiven. She is my daughter. Shen Yue's massage technique for Zhou Xuerong appeared highly professional, raising doubts about how a 12-year-old could acquire such skills so adeptly. What circumstances could compel a child to master such techniques? Coupled with Shen Yue's ambiguous remarks to Zhou Xuerong, a certain astute netizen speculated that Shen Yue had undoubtedly suffered physical bullying, yet informing her parents would only lead to blame. Thus, she had to conceal herself and tend to her bruises alone. Thus, Shen Yue transformed from a perceived bully into a presumed victim. Although this transition was both absurd and rapid, the collective involvement of everyone resulted in a failure to sense any discord. Instead, netizens merely wished to extend apologies to Shen Yue. However, a new dilemma arose. If Shen Yue had not engaged in bullying, then who were the true perpetrators? Consequently, many rushed to the original netizen who had exposed Shen Yue, demanding information about the other children of the Shen family. Others went to the official Weibo account of the Shen group, clamoring for them to cease their silence and to present Shen Yue as a scapegoat while they hid behind her. Mr. Shen, the public relations document has been prepared. and evidence from the Zhao family has been secured. Indeed, disseminate all evidence. Understood. Chapter 27. As it should be. In stark contrast to the perilous and imminent battles raging across the internet, Shen Yue lay upon her bed, embodying a serene tranquility, as if she were resolutely determined to remain in her current state, even if it meant leaping from a mountain. Yeah, it's time to rise, Zhou Xuerong remarked, approaching the camera to activate the live feed. Until the red light flickered back to life, she remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. Although the entire event was being broadcast live, the guests required privacy while changing clothes, hence each room was equipped with designated areas free from cameras. As Zhou Xuerong stepped into the changing zone, she emerged resplendent in her attire, while Shen Yue remained motionless, akin to a lifeless pig. Zhou Xuerong first attended to her own grooming before retrieving a towel to tend to Shen Yue's face. However, those who failed to answer correctly were compelled to submit to the will of others, a notion that felt terrifying. At last, Shen Yue's eyes fluttered open after Zhou Xuerong gently cleaned the sleep from her eyes. In her other ear, Zhou Xuerong delivered the grim tidings in a soothing voice. What? Those who do not answer correctly will be treated as slaves, subjected to the whims of others. Isn't that exactly what occurs in prison block number 4 every day? Help! The haunting memories of that prison suddenly assail me. Shen Yue, who had previously resisted opening her eyes, now sat up in bed, desperate to escape the relentless images of the question and answer sessions from Block 4 flashing through her mind. She swiftly dashed into the changing room, donned her clothes, and hurriedly began brushing her teeth. A spark ignited in her eyes, a realization born from the brink of life and death. Observing the sudden transformation in Shen Yue, Zhou Xuerong fell into contemplation. What had she said that had so profoundly affected Yeye? She needed to ascertain this in order to rouse her friend each morning with the same words. Before speaking, the director cast a glance at Shen Yue, and upon noticing her untroubled demeanor, breathed a sigh of relief. The battles online were far too brutal for a 12-year-old child. He hoped that Director Shen could resolve matters swiftly, for Shen Yue was a good child. The director believed his furtive observation was well concealed, yet Shen Shuangyi noticed her typically languid gaze sharpening momentarily, only to vanish as swiftly as it had appeared. Physics is a remarkable discipline. Those who comprehend it recognize that everything is a manifestation of scientific order, while those who do not perceive life as imbued with magic. Some may argue that this seems unfair to the children present, as many adults, like Shen Shuangyi, are graduates of prestigious institutions, effortlessly solving these physics problems. To this, Old who would advise from experience. Even graduates of elite schools forget those formulas over the years. They may excel in calculus and spatial analytical geometry, yet may falter on basic physics questions. So, fret not. The aforementioned outlines the rules. Now let us proceed to discuss the rewards and penalties. Those who can correctly answer questions and elucidate their thought processes shall be rewarded with a day's worth of sustenance. Conversely, those who fail to answer correctly, or who, despite guessing correctly, misinterpret their explanations, shall remain subservient to those who have succeeded until 8 in the evening. Now, let us invite our esteemed teacher to impart knowledge on several concepts and relevant formulas that will be useful. At home, it is much the same. My sister often claims to act in my best interest, while my father insists that I heed her counsel. Yet, only I am aware of how distressing it is to comply with her directives. Greetings to all. I shall refrain from unnecessary preamble and delve directly into the core of the matter, ensuring that every word I utter is of significance. First and foremost, I shall discuss Archimedes' principle, a pivotal tenet of fluid statics, which asserts that an object immersed in a stationary fluid experiences a buoyant force equal to the weight of the fluid it displaces. The voice of the teacher incessantly echoed in Zhou Xuerong's ears. Though she yearned to focus intently on the lesson, her concentration eluded her. Zhou Xuerong harbored a disdain for physical exertion, for it left her drenched in sweat and soiled. However, her sister insisted that one should not bathe immediately after exercising. Thus, she would invariably share a meal with her father, perspiring profusely, and endure his disapproving gaze. Fatigued after dining, she longed for slumber. Lacking the time to engage in conversation with her father, let alone express her desire to escape the confines of home. Why can't you behave like a proper girl? Why can't you learn from your sister? Why are you so inept? Didn't they teach you these things at school? Your sister, at your age, was already assisting with household chores. You always wear that expression. Who do you think is impressed by it? Have I ever been unkind to you? If only you smiled more like your sister, you wouldn't be bullied. Worthless. In her sister's presence, She felt akin to refuse. Surely, this instance would be no different. Her sister would effortlessly tackle the problems while she, clumsy as a pig, would struggle to comprehend. Zhou Xuerong envisioned the judgmental stare she would receive when she could not articulate a single word in response to the questions posed. She felt like trash.
Kaya?
Zhou Xuerong was taken aback, yet the familiarity of it felt inevitable. Chapter 28. Sister Yue teaches me. Thus, her gaze was solely fixed on Shen Yue. The warmth of Shen Yue's hand enveloped her, and before her was Shen Yue's expressionless yet reassuring visage, causing Zhou Xuerong to inexplicably relax, her eyes welling with tears. Shen Yue held firmly onto Zhou Xuerong, one hand grasping her while the other maneuvered a chair, guiding Zhou Xuerong away from Zhou Xuejing. Initially, Shen Yue had intended to attentively listen to the lesson, striving to make an effort after 2 days of rest, but as she listened, she suddenly realized that she had encountered this material before and comprehended it well, albeit from her memories. Yet, as the saying goes, once a memory is grasped, it is indeed understood. Thus, Shen Yue cast aside her pen and began to survey her surroundings, quickly noticing Zhou Xuerong's distress. Without a moment's hesitation, she brought Zhou Xuerong closer. After positioning Zhou Xuerong's chair beside her own, Shen Yue naturally patted the empty seat, signaling for Zhou Xuerong to sit down. Zhou Xuerong appeared on the verge of tears, yet she managed to restrain herself. She quietly clasped Shen Yue's hand and softly uttered a word of gratitude. "Thank you." The subtle gesture of Zhou Xuerong gripping Shen Yue's hand seemed inconspicuous in the moment, yet it was strikingly evident on camera. The audience, already moved by the exquisite bond between the two children the previous night, instantly broke into delighted smiles. "I apologize, although Xiaorong is indeed pitiable. And my sister Yue remains as dashing as ever. At this moment, I can only say, he, hand-holding. The camaraderie among girls is truly wonderful." To the editor, hurry and include this in the video. I want to see a brand new promotional video for my daughter within 3 minutes. Hello everyone. The performers today are my daughter and her lovely friend. Goodness, that is my daughter. Just doing my routine check to see if any vile scoundrels are slandering my sister Yue at school. It seems all is quiet now. There were many barking dogs earlier, but they must have been silenced by now. Thanks for the invitation. I confess I was one of the barking dogs in the early hours. And I admit my voice was a bit loud. Hilarious. Acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to redemption. The teacher responsible for the lecture also noticed the subtle exchange between Shen Yue and Zhou Xuerong, yet he chose to remain silent. This was not a school setting, and he would not impose learning upon anyone. Such was not his duty. Everything was a matter of personal choice. With effort comes reward, while lack of diligence leads to being left behind. The others offered no commentary on Shen Yue's actions, as the teacher spoke rapidly, demanding their full attention. Today's punishment had undoubtedly touched a nerve. These individuals were all top contenders in their respective fields, and they would not easily accept orders from others, especially not from Shen Shuangyi. One may suffer wounds, but dignity must remain intact. For the first time, Shen Yue perceived a seriousness in her usually flippant second brother's gaze, as if the stakes were life or death. Intrigued, Shen Yue continued to observe, successfully earning herself a disdainful glance from Shen Shuangyi, along with a pen she had previously discarded. Shen Shuangyi returned the pen to Shen Yue, reminding her softly while taking notes, "Pay attention, or when you're bullied later, I won't be able to help you." As Shen Yue accepted the pen, she reflected on her second brother, who had often spoken harshly to her, and felt a twinge of sentiment. It seemed her second brother was not so bad after all. Though his words were unkind, he genuinely cared for her. The teacher swiftly concluded the lecture, immediately presenting a question on the whiteboard and starting a countdown on his phone. Particularly upon seeing the question, Shen Yue's resolve solidified further. A boat floats on the surface of a lake, filled with numerous stones. If the stones are removed and cast into the water, what change will occur to the lake's surface? The answer, whether it remains the same or rises or falls, was quite simple. Surely it would remain unchanged. Shen Yue heard Jiang Sherwen confidently muttering to himself and cast him a knowing glance, reflecting her own understanding. Jiang Sherwen, who had always been dismissive of others, unexpectedly comprehended the meaning behind Shen Yue's gaze. He leaned closer and whispered, "You don't understand. This is a tactic. First, I provide a misleading answer, then I choose the correct one myself. I know what the right answer is." Shen Yue was rendered speechless. Observing her expression, Jiang Sherwen realized something anew and, covering his mouth in astonishment, whispered, "Could it be that the answer is?" Shen Yue remained noncommittal. How could that possibly be the choice? I don't understand. Sister Yu, please teach me. Jiang Sherwin exclaimed, his excitement causing his voice to rise, reminiscent of his usual confrontational tone. This inadvertently caught the attention of Zhou Xuezheng and Li Xing, who were situated at the other end and overheard the answer.
Zhao Xusheng,
Whose pen had been poised over the options, decisively made her selection upon hearing Jiang Sherwin's outburst. While she harbored a dislike for Shen Yue, there was no doubt that Shen Yue appeared quite reliable in these matters. Simultaneously, Li Xing also absorbed Jiang Sherwin's words and made his choice. Although he was unaware of the reasoning behind it, he understood that once he had the answer, he could work backward from it. If he lacked even this basic skill, how could he have caught the attention of Jiang Sherwin's sister, the head of the Jiang family? Yet, that woman always seemed to regard him with suspicion, which irked him greatly. His agreement to participate in this variety show was, in part, an attempt to instill a sense of urgency in her. He wished for her to witness his popularity and charisma during the show, thereby inducing a sense of crisis within her. Having relinquished the spotlight to Shen Yue in the previous two instances was inconsequential, for this time was opportune. Zhou Xuezheng, however, was not so fortunate. As the director had noted, since graduating from high school, she had devoted herself entirely to cultivating her popularity, leaving little room for the retention of previously learned material. Even if she once understood how to tackle such questions, much had faded from her memory. The teacher had spoken swiftly, and her sister, Zhou Xuerong, had continually distracted her, rendering it impossible to focus on the lecture. Yet, Zhou Xuezheng soon regained her composure. It was all right. She was quite capable and learned swiftly. As long as someone was willing to teach her this problem, she would undoubtedly grasp it immediately. With this in mind, Zhou Xuezheng sought out Li Xing, who had selected the same answer. Li Xing, might I trouble you to explain it to me? The teacher spoke too quickly, and I missed some details. I wish to confirm a few things with you. Even at this juncture, Zhou Xuezheng's rationale was not that she could not comprehend, but rather that she sought clarification on certain points. Unbeknownst to her, this meticulous plea would lead to her considerable misfortune in this instance. Li Xing, reflecting that he himself was not well-versed either, deduced that since Zhou Xuezheng sought confirmation, it indicated she had prior knowledge of some aspects. He simply needed to discern this during their conversation. Sure, I would be delighted to help. Chapter 29. Too weary to articulate my thoughts, I shall simply express my disdain. Meanwhile, Shen Yue found Jiang Sherwin clinging to her leg, quite literally. No amount of pulling from Shen Shuangyi could dislodge him. Sister Yu, teach me. As long as you instruct me, I shall assist you daily in reprimanding wicked men and women. Shen Yue pondered for a moment. A free verbal advocate seemed rather enticing. Yet she was reluctant to instruct a stranger exhibiting such erratic behavior. At this moment, Zhou Xuerong grasped Shen Yue's arm, her anxiety palpable. What should we do, Yaya? I don't know what will happen if we lose. Will I die? Shen Yue responded with a look of concern. She observed the relaxed demeanor of Shen Shuangyi and the lively conversation between Li Xing and Zhou Xuezhen nearby, realizing that the two in front of her were indeed perilous. Oh, and there was also Dong Nuo, frowning yet reluctant to seek help. If all went as expected, he would surely encounter misfortune. This problem, in truth, was rather simple. Rather than a physics question, it was more akin to a mathematical exercise that merely required applying a formula. First, consider all the stones as a single entity. Initially, both the boat and the stones were in a buoyant state. At this moment, the buoyant force acting on the boat equaled the weight of the stones. When the stones are removed and cast into the water, the boat remains afloat while the stones sink to the bottom, resulting in a shift in buoyant forces. As the stones are thrown into the water, the volume of displaced water diminishes, causing the lake's surface to lower. The young girl, though still unformed, exuded an aura of indifference and unapproachability, her fearless gaze imparting a sense of intimidation. Zhou Xuerong watched Shen Yue diligently write down the calculations, marveling internally at her prowess. Yaya is truly remarkable, she thought, savoring the shared secret she had with such an extraordinary individual. Jiang Sherwin found his interest in Shen Yue deepening. Initially, he had perceived her as a withdrawn, timid soul, lost in her own dark world, hesitant to converse with others. However, after she composed a meticulous treatise on how to seize a village, he realized that Shen Yue's true essence was vastly different from her outward demeanor. If nothing unexpected occurred, Shen Yue was likely a concealed genius. After 2 or 3 encounters with her, Jiang Sherwin's conviction solidified. The program claimed Shen Yue was unable to speak due to unforeseen circumstances, yet he believed that it was not a matter of inability, but rather a choice. Her eyes reflected nothing but her own self. It was not that she lacked conversation partners, but rather that she chose to isolate herself from the world. Jiang Sherwing's passion for extreme sports stemmed from the exhilarating freedom he felt, a sensation wholly absent in everyday life, rebelling against the constraints of existence at the edge of life and death. Now, he perceived a similar freedom in the silent Shen Yue, and he was utterly enamored. Upon completing her calculations, Shen Yue lifted her gaze to find Jiang Sherwing regarding her with an odd, affectionate expression. What a nuisance, she thought, promptly slapping her paper against his face. Jiang Sherwing, having acquired the precious work of his revered Yuejia and studying it intently, exclaimed in admiration. Thank you, Yuejia. From this day forth, anyone who dares to criticize you will have to contend with me first. On the first day, Jiang Sherwing had completely ignored her, yet now, it felt as if he was utterly overwhelmed in her presence. Though Jiang Sherwing is supposed to be the elder brother, he inexplicably feels completely overshadowed by Shen Yue.
Ha ha ha.
Pray, when Sister Yue dismantles a bomb with a stoic visage, which man dares to contest her? Let alone Jiang Sherwing. At the age of 28, I too yearn to call her sister. To all fans of Little Yu's mother, be advised, we have detected the presence of a 28-year-old peculiar uncle among the comments. Please gather swiftly to ensure the safety of our beloved daughter. Though Shen Yue remained silent, Zhou Xuerong gleaned encouragement from Shen Yue's subtle gestures. As she observed the meticulous characters penned by Shen Yue, an unprecedented fervor ignited within her. Resolute, Zhou Xuerong began to solve the formulas with her own pen. Noticing the dwindling time, Jiang Sherwin hastened to join Zhou Xuerong, and together they delved into Shen Yue's manuscript. With nothing to occupy her, Shen Yue sidled up to Shen Shuangyi, eagerly watching her elder brother's struggles. Shen Shuangyi had successfully deciphered a substantial portion of the problems, yet had veered off course due to a misleading formula introduced by the teacher, now blindly pursuing an erroneous path. Shen Yue recalled that while her elder brother was indeed an alumnus of a prestigious university, he had majored in acting. Throughout middle and high school, he had often been preoccupied with performance activities, neglecting his academic studies. In the entertainment industry, Shen Shuangyi's prowess, status, and following were unparalleled, and his impressive academic background often overshadowed his shortcomings. This led many to subconsciously perceive him as devoid of flaws, save for his sharp tongue. Shen Yue herself had once shared this sentiment, even considering her brother aloof and dismissive of their family. However, her perspective had since evolved. She reached for Shen Shuangyi's pen. Although taken aback, he naturally relinquished it, allowing Shen Yue to take his solitary writing instrument. Where is your pen? Have you completed the problems? His immediate concern for her well-being warmed Shen Yue's heart. Shen Shuangyi, possessing decent comprehension skills, quickly understood her motives for seizing his pen. He cast a surprised glance at Shen Yue, exclaiming, "Indeed, she is my sister." Shen Yue felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment at his words. Unbeknownst to her, the comments were rife with ridicule aimed at Shen Shuangyi's self-aggrandizement. Yet, the fervor of Shen Shuangyi's fans was even more palpable. They had always believed him to be omnipotent, and witnessing his less adept side today was a revelation. The versatile beauty, while captivating, also displayed flaws and quirks that rendered him more authentic. This was why, despite his often biting remarks, many steadfastly supported him. Shen Shuangyi's near perfection necessitated a touch of imperfection for balance. His display of inadequacy and unabashedness endeared him further to his fans, making him feel more relatable.
Ah.
Today is yet another day to adore our charmingly clumsy brother Shen. As Shen Yue observed her elder brother, who had regained his focus and was thoroughly engrossed in solving the problems, her gaze drifted to Dong Nuo, who was frowning in concentration. Thus, Shen Yue strolled over to Dong Nuo, hands clasped behind her back, akin to an invigilator surveying the examination room, curious to see what he was writing. Thus far, everything was correct. There was nothing particularly captivating. Hence, Shen Yue meandered away. While she wandered, her video blogger idol had just released a new version of the video titled "This is Shen Yue." The initial content mirrored that of the previous video, only to be supplemented by a segment showing Shen Yue noticing something amiss with Zhou Xuerong and subsequently pulling her closer. At this juncture, public sentiment had shifted significantly. Only a handful continued to argue, while the majority silently admired, subsequently navigating through the web to Shen Yue's variety streaming room. The director, Witnessing a sudden surge in the online viewership of Shen Yue's stream, was taken aback and hastily called for personnel to prepare to banish all the unruly commentators. Simultaneously, Shen Yue's public relations team had finally compiled all the evidence and issued a clarifying statement. Rather than a mere clarification, it resembled a denunciation. Unlike typical formal statements, the Shen family's declaration was succinct and blunt. The statement began by confirming that the Shen Group had indeed acquired a substantial stake in C High School and, upon becoming the largest shareholder, convened a board meeting to dismiss the former principal along with several unethical teachers. Under the previous principal's administration, the entire institution had succumbed to a toxic atmosphere where students failed to learn the virtues expected of them, instead indulging in comparisons, brawls, violence, and even gambling. This prestigious school, once home to numerous top educators, gradually strayed from its foundational mission of nurturing minds. Upon uncovering this reality, the Shen family dismissed the principal and certain faculty members. Adhering to the principle of minimizing adverse repercussions, the board refrained from publicly disclosing the reasons for these dismissals. Unexpectedly, some individuals, lacking propriety, dared to spread rumors online, distorting the truth. Furthermore, regarding the slanderous accusations labeling Shen Yue as the perpetrator of violence, the statement concluded by affirming that, regardless of the backlash faced, the Shen Group would resolutely rectify the situation at C High School and ensure that all individuals involved in the campus violence would face appropriate consequences. Audio files appended. This audio file was, in fact, the recording of exchanges that transpired on the day Shen Yue issued threats, where various parties came forward to expose one another. Those plotting against the Shen family were aware of the potential existence of this audio. However, their original plan hinged on the assumption that, if events unfolded smoothly, with no one believing the Shen family or Shen Yue, they could dismiss the audio as fabricated evidence bought by the Shen family, maintaining Shen Yue's image as the perpetrator. Now, even more despicable as a privileged aggressor. Yet, the circumstances had now transformed. Shen Yue had traversed the tumultuous path from being cyberbullied and scrutinized to being defended, then ultimately emerging as a victim. With the release of the audio, the initial reaction was an outpouring of guilt towards Shen Yue, coupled with the indignation of being deceived. Chapter 30. Prepared for account suspension. The stance of the Shen family, irrespective of the facts, conveyed a clear message. They were unafraid of any slanderous rumors and would not tolerate any defamation, as well as expressing their outrage over the matter concerning Shen Yue. The seemingly reckless, yet straightforward declaration is sufficient to touch hearts. Coupled with the audio they released, it has brought the so-called campus violence into the light. Initially, the comments beneath the Shen family's promotional Weibo were filled with skepticism and insults, but after this statement was issued, the tone in the comments shifted. I initially clicked in because I found this statement amusing, yet upon opening the audio file, I was astonished, suddenly recalling the saying that the greatest evil is that of children. Listening to the audio left me speechless. No wonder the large corporation issued a rebuttal. So, are the statements from your corporation all direct insults? May I timidly inquire if I could apply for a public relations position at your esteemed company? Surely I could berate those audacious little rascals who engage in campus violence until they can scarcely lift their heads. At this juncture, we must remember they are merely children. We must not let them escape unscathed. What about those who initially claimed to have been bullied by Shen Yue? Could it be that after Shen Yue suffered bullying, she was forced to retaliate against another? Clearly, the individual upstairs did not read this statement attentively. It is evident that this is a premeditated slander. Am I reading a statement? I am uncertain. I shall take another glance. Some individuals lacking shame dare to spread rumors online, distorting the truth. This time, the rationale is that netizens have discovered that the kind-hearted teacher and principal mentioned in the grievances are precisely the same individuals that Shen's statement accused of lacking moral integrity. At this point, the positions of both parties have become quite clear. Either the Shen family or the father seeking justice for his child is lying. This display of weakness, coupled with veiled insinuations, directly suggests that the Shen family's evidence is not credible. Although Shen Yue's fans are inclined to believe in the Shen family, a larger number of onlookers feel that even if the Shen family presented the audio file, it would not entirely exonerate them, as it could have been staged with others. The dichotomy replays itself. Some netizens support the Shen family, while others side with the opposing faction, and neither can persuade the other. Until the Shen family issued another statement. Statement 2. If Shen Yue is able to have breakfast smoothly, we will release compelling evidence. Excellent. Yet another statement that feels like a frivolous jest. Many even suspect this declaration was not crafted by the public relations team, but rather by the Shen family themselves. In truth, Statement 2 was indeed penned by Shen Yue. Observing that Shen Yue had yet to eat breakfast at this hour, he reflected on how she would not skip a meal at home, feeling inexplicably moved. He hoped Shen Yue could enjoy her breakfast soon. With such hopes, Shen Yue's personally crafted Statement 2 came into existence. Onlookers were left bewildered. What breakfast? How does this relate to the issue of campus violence? Only Shen Yue's fans understood its significance. They needed to check if Sister Yu had finished her exam. After rising this morning to study and tackle problems, she still hadn't had breakfast. She must be famished. The director, seated backstage during the live broadcast, watched the suddenly surging viewer count with a growing headache. What was happening this time? Xiao Li, always attentive to the barrage of comments, prepared for potential account suspensions. Thus, Chapter 31, Declaration 3 commenced. The 20 minutes swiftly elapsed. The instructor's assessment method involved conversing with each student individually. As Jiang Sherwin was seated closest to the teacher, he was summoned first. Although he did not fully comprehend the material, he memorized every word of Shen Yue's answers. Once the teacher began speaking, he promptly transcribed Shen Yue's response onto the small blackboard in one breath. You have passed. Next were Zhou Xuejing and Li Xing. Their expressions remained inscrutable as they departed from the teacher's side. Then it was Shen Yue's turn. Her passage was devoid of suspense, as it was clear she would succeed. The audience was merely curious about when she would have breakfast. The resolution of Shen Yue's breakfast incident involving campus violence unfolded. Approaching the teacher, Shen Yue did not cite the formulas taught, but instead inscribed a singular line on the blackboard. As the stone transitions from a floating state to sinking, it displaces a smaller volume of liquid, resulting in a decrease in the water level. Upon completing her final character, the teacher spoke. You have passed. The audience, initially only interested in her breakfast, was momentarily stunned by the stark contrast of her answer. What a surprise. It's still my sister Yu. I was naive to think she would use the previous answer. Though merely a common physics problem, my daughter is truly remarkable. I wonder how one could raise such a cool daughter? Firstly, you belong to a prominent family. Secondly, your daughter was bullied, and instead of defending her, you scolded her. How infuriating to be metaphorically stabbed so early in the morning. The barrage of comments delved deeply into Shen Yue's upbringing, speculating that her divergent answer was an attempt to conceal the fact that two individuals had plagiarized. In reality, Shen Yue had simply grown weary of writing out extensive steps. When teaching Jiang Sherwin and Zhou Xuerong, she feared that a direct explanation might be too abstract, hence she outlined a detailed, applicable formula for reasoning. The answering period concluded swiftly, with the teacher refraining from commenting on each individual's performance, simply announcing the results. Shen Yue, Zhou Xuerong, Jiang Sherwin, Shen Shuangyi, and Li Xing passed, while Zhou Xuejing and Dong Nuo did not. Upon hearing this outcome, Shen Yue felt a slight surprise. She had clearly observed that Dong Nuo's solution was correct, so how had she failed? The barrage, however, was evidently aware of the reason, exclaiming that Zhou Xuejing had caused significant harm. Initially, Dong Nuo's answer was accurate, but upon seeing Dong Nuo's furrowed brow, Zhou Xuejing had provided misguided guidance. Consequently,
Dong Nuo alongside Shao Xuxing.
When the teacher, holding Dong Nuo's draft, informed him that his original approach had indeed been correct, no one could discern his thoughts. His small, solitary figure appeared somewhat forlorn, standing still in contemplation before raising a hand to wipe his eyes. It's rice rolls. She likes them. Zhou Xuerong remained in a daze, unable to believe that her seemingly omnipotent sister could possibly be deemed unqualified. Her gaze, uncontrollably, drifted towards the other side, where Zhou Xuejing was feigning a nonchalant smile. Seemingly aware of Zhou Xuerong's scrutiny, she glanced back, and their eyes met. Though her expression appeared cheerful, only Zhou Xuerong understood that it was a veiled threat, a sign of displeasure. Her sister was indeed displeased. As anticipated, the next moment, Zhou Xuejing spoke. Xiaorong, come here. Hearing that familiar phrase, Zhou Xuerong instinctively lowered her head, the glow of self-affirmation she had just experienced extinguished in an instant. At that moment, Shen Yue remained oblivious to Zhou Xuerong's distress, her thoughts consumed by the prospect of food. A lack of enthusiasm for eating indicated a deeper issue. Noticing that Zhou Xuerong stood frozen instead of heading to the dining hall, Shen Yue forcefully intervened, whisking her away. Jiang Sherwin, however, observed the exchange between Zhou Xuerong and Zhou Xuejing and remarked, "What kind of family is this? They can't even solve a physics problem and take their frustrations out on their younger sister." Before Jiang Sherwin could finish, he too was caught up in Shen Yue's forceful action. Food, food. Enough with the chatter. I haven't eaten a single bite since I woke up. Shen forcibly interrupted the spell. Haraha, has she fainted from hunger? Shen Yue exudes a certain disoriented charm. Shen Yue, randomly snatching a lucky individual to rush with me to the dining hall for food. Zhou Xuezhen is so annoying, always calling her Xiaorong. Excellent. Shen Yue finally gets to eat. Unbeknownst to Shen Yue, as she took her first bite of rice rolls, the trending topic Shen Yue finally gets to eat. Soared to the top. Accompanying this was the evidence promised by the Shen family and a third statement. Statement 3. Teachers Zhang, Bai Yong, Ren, and Qiu Huan have failed to perform their duties during their tenure, disregarded labor discipline, accepted bribes illegally, provided certain students with advantages, and concealed serious incidents caused by some students, thus violating laws and regulations. They are hereby dismissed and relevant evidence submitted for further action. Attached to this statement were records of various gifts received by the righteous teachers who stood up for the victimized students during their tenure, along with a photograph of a broken door taken during a raid to seize evidence. The photo bore a note, "Forgive the unclear shot, it was taken during enforcement." This added a touch of adorableness to an otherwise serious and solemn image. At this moment, the truth was abundantly clear. Shen Yichen had known from the outset that obtaining tangible evidence of the other party's involvement in school violence would be impossible. The absence of surveillance cameras was a significant flaw, and the Shen family's power would inevitably lead to preconceived biases. Whether the Shen family presented medical reports or sought witnesses for testimonies, they would be dismissed as contrived, fabricated, or bought. It was essential to compel the opposition to reveal clear and irreconcilable contradictions for a decisive blow. Those dismissed teachers were the key to breaking through. Shen Yichen anticipated that they would not easily relent and would undoubtedly unite for a common purpose. Once gathered, they would inevitably foster the illusion of avenging the Shen family. Thus, Shen Yichen had prudently set an appropriate bait early on, awaiting the fish to take the hook. The Zhao family and others, facing suppression from the Shen family, were compelled to resist in order to seek a glimmer of hope. The dismissed teachers, constrained by the Shen family's deliberate limitations, found themselves unable to secure employment elsewhere and could only gamble on the Zhao family and others for a chance at resurgence. Everything unfolded without coincidence. It was under Shen Yichen's manipulation that they were driven into a corner, leading to inevitable choices. Suddenly, a diligent secretary, engrossed in organizing documents, sneezed. Goodness! Could it be that President Shen intended to send him on another errand? Please, in a society governed by law, obtaining evidence of bribery is fraught with peril. Surrounded by several burly men, he was conspicuously noticeable wherever he went, nearly mistaken for a target of police action against organized crime. It was truly a dismal situation. If only he could receive a pay raise. Chapter 32. Ms. Zhou, please dry your tears immediately and abandon your delusions. When a teacher, representing the victim, was suddenly convicted, what did that signify? It indicated that the victim was no longer innocent, already in a position of weakness. If they lost the trust of the majority and the impassioned support of netizens willing to fight for them, the victim would be rendered powerless. Following the exposure of the dismissed teacher circumstances, the Shen family successfully vindicated their grievances. The act of dismissing teachers to silence them and conceal Shen Yu's transgressions became a mere fabrication. The unfortunate father, standing up for his child, was reduced to a laughingstock. Is it delightful to feast upon the blood-soaked buns? Have you gone mad with greed, using your own child as a spectacle? I now suspect that the injuries on your child were inflicted by you. Without a reasonable explanation, I might have to report this. What good can come from those who collude with the teachers? As netizens flocked to the original account that had instigated this matter, questioning its owner, the Shen family unleashed a second wave of information. The title summarized, the victim is actually the perpetrator. The content presented concrete evidence revealing the individuals behind the accounts that had defamed the Shen family. Even more infuriating was the revelation that the initial photograph of the injured child was genuine, but it was not Shen Yue who had caused the harm. It was those who distorted the truth using these images who were the true aggressors. At this point, the Shen family had gained the trust of netizens and no longer needed to offer further explanations. A plethora of evidence sufficed. Meanwhile, the netizens, overwhelmed by one scandal after another, lost their composure, causing Weibo to crash. Shen Yichen, surveying the blank Weibo page with indifference, turned to open Shen Yue's exclusive live streaming room and generously gifted a sum of 100,000 yuan. With a note, I will prepare dinner for the child punctually tomorrow. The new backstage monitoring staff promptly reported this to the director, who remained remarkably composed. Is it the account named Shen family's boss? Regardless of him, he would invariably go wild and lavish money in Shen Yue's live stream every day, generously giving a portion of his gifts to prepare meals for little Yaya. The young man scratched his head, seemingly coming to an understanding, and nodded affirmatively to the director. The obedient young man chose to selectively disregard this remark, while the barrage of comments, after a fervent session of gossip, began to discern the identity of Shen's eldest sibling. They expressed sentiments that although Shen's parents might have adopted questionable educational methods, her elder brother genuinely cared for her. Enthusiastic individuals even unearthed information regarding the current head of the Shen family, discovering that Shen's eldest son was indeed in charge of the family's affairs, thereby clarifying the day's gossip. It turned out to be the wrath of a wealthy family's brotherly protector. Dong Nua wore a complex expression, almost ready to say something to Shen Yue, but realized she was merely tossing the vegetables that Shen Shuangyi had thrown into her bowl over to Jiang Sherwin's bowl. He swallowed his words silently, deciding to apologize to Shen Yue when there were fewer people around. Li Xing, as usual, showed respect to Zhou Xuezheng, explaining on camera, "I apologize, I misled you, which resulted in your failure." Zhou Xuezheng smiled gently, her voice perfectly modulated, saying, "Anything Teacher Li says is simply because I am too foolish. I am already very grateful that you allow me to share a meal. Haha, I don't know why, but every time I hear you speak, it brings me such joy." Zhou Xuezheng's eyes sparkled with mirth, seemingly amused. "Really?" Before Li Xing could respond, Jiang Sherwin shouted from across the room, "Auntie, I'm done eating. Please take my bowl." His words, oddly, treated Zhou Xuezheng as if she were a maid at home. Li Xing immediately cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Sherwin, her voice tinged with reproach. "Sherwin, you should clean up after yourself. Also, Ms. Zhou is very young. At most she could be your sister, so be polite." The production team found themselves in a difficult position, but it was at this moment that the director stepped in, stating, "The rules are indeed as such." However, the director merely stated the rules without enforcing them on Zhou Xuezheng. Zhou Xuezheng bit her lip gently, lowering her gaze, her exquisite and beautiful eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Despite everyone knowing that Zhou Xuezheng was not as innocent as she appeared and that she had her own schemes, witnessing her in such a state was still heart-wrenching. The phrase "a sight to behold" perfectly encapsulated Zhou Xuezheng's demeanor. Some fans of Zhou Xuezheng's beauty quickly rallied in the comments, vehemently condemning Jiang Sherwin for his excessive behavior. Li Xing also stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhou Xuezheng, frowning as she said, "Sherwin, stop it. If you don't want to collect your bowl, just give it to me." This remark, rather than diffusing the situation, only fueled Jiang Sherwin's anger as he retorted sarcastically, "I've never seen you so eager when you're at home with my sister." At that moment, Zhou Xuezheng stepped out from behind Li Xing, speaking softly, "Please don't argue because of me. Teacher Li, I apologize. You are a family man, and I have inadvertently caused misunderstandings. It's all right, I can handle it," she added. Zhou Xuezheng's demeanor momentarily caused the audience to forget the rules of the game, feeling only that she was pitiable and that Jiang Sherwin was being excessively unreasonable. Zhou Xuezheng approached Jiang Sherwin, noticing that Shen Yue was nearly finished with her meal, and casually inquired, "Yeah, will you be collecting your bowl as well?" Shen Yue, engrossed in her meal and oblivious to the world beyond, was taken aback. Why was Zhou Xuezheng clinging to her again? Regardless of whether she responded affirmatively or negatively, the question felt inappropriate. However, before Shen Yue could protest with silence, Shen Shuangyi had already raised her hand in refusal, stating that Ms. Zhou merely needed to attend to her own affairs. This was one of the few instances where Shen Shuangyi expressed herself with a semblance of politeness, yet even then, Zhou Xuezheng appeared utterly aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. As she spoke, her voice quivered with emotion, and the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically under the weight of her tears and sobs. Zhou Xuerong, witnessing her sister's emotional outburst, was instantly taken aback. She had never seen her elder sister cry before. Had she overstepped? Was her sister upset due to her lack of attentiveness today? He spoke casually, yet he was acutely aware of which words were permissible and which were not. He never rebuked those who were truly esteemed or those of good character. He reserved his scorn for those deserving of it. Women who approached him with ulterior motives were swiftly dismissed without hesitation. Initially, he had turned a blind eye to Zhou Xuezheng's actions, sensing that her intentions were directed at Shen Yue rather than himself. At that time, he still regarded Shen Yue as a troublesome burden, preferring to ignore her. However, his perspective had begun to shift. A sister who rarely spoke could indeed be quite intriguing. Thus, Ms. Zhou, Please refrain from making unfounded judgments about others. We have merely been engaged in our own affairs. And it would be best if you ceased your unnecessary actions. Chapter 33. She would only put in a brief effort for the sake of eating and sleeping. Zhou Xuezheng had always known what she desired. While other children clamored to the front, fighting over their favorite gifts, she stood aside, reluctant to wrinkle her lovely dress, and waited until most had made their selections before casually taking one for herself. After all, none of them appealed to her. To her surprise, the teacher praised her for her understanding of humility and for not overly concerning herself with gains and losses, deeming her far superior to the other children who were solely focused on their own enjoyment. From that moment on, Zhou Xuezheng understood how to endear herself to others. All it took was a comparison group. As Zhou Xuezheng grew older, Zhou Xuezheng frequently admonished her, saying, "That's not right. You can't do that. Why are you so foolish?" Over time, Zhou Xuezheng's confidence waned, and she often found herself looking down, becoming increasingly inconspicuous at home. Human nature tends to lean towards bias. As long as there was a comparison, Zhou Xuezheng believed she would always emerge as the best. She held steadfastly to the notion that validation derived from comparison with others was the sole path to her ultimate joy. In her quest to gain the affection of her parents and to be liked by everyone she encounters, Zhou Xue sought a contrasting figure, someone who could perfectly highlight her own charming personality. Thus, when Shen Yue made her entrance, Zhou Xuezheng immediately took a liking to her. The younger sister of a notoriously difficult celebrity, Shen Yue was impolite, taciturn, and appeared easily manipulated. Zhou Xuezheng believed that engaging with Shen Yue would provide her with a valuable opportunity. However, she underestimated Shen Yue's potential for danger, leading to her own downfall. Had she known better, she might have chosen to utilize the simplest contrast, her foolish younger sister. Yet, Zhou Xuezheng recognized that it was too late to leverage her original contrast to garner goodwill. She had to take a desperate gamble and become her own counterpoint. After Shen Shuangyi bluntly expressed her thoughts, she noticed Zhou Xuezheng still sobbing and continued, "Miss Zhou, they are merely children. What do you hope to achieve with your tears?" Teacher Shen, Miss Zhou did not intend for this. Emotions can overwhelm anyone. There is no need for such harsh words. Li Xing, seemingly unable to remain silent, glanced awkwardly at Shen Shuangyi before speaking up. If it was unintentional, it suggests that Miss Zhou feels wronged at her core. However, neither I nor these children are at fault. As I mentioned earlier, we have merely been fulfilling our responsibilities. It is essential to possess self-awareness. Shen Shuangyi had never feared confrontation. She glanced at Shen Yue, who had finally finished her last bite of food, seized her hand, and attempted to lead her outside. However, to Shen Shuangyi's surprise, Shen Yue, though petite, proved to be unmovable. "Shen Yue?" Shen Shuangyi exclaimed, puzzled. "Shen Yue?" With the program now featuring a live stream tipping function, those who contribute generously would naturally receive certain benefits. The production team would transcribe the remarks of the top donor for the guests to read, especially since the guests currently lacked internet-capable phones. This level of oversight seemed even more demanding than during his previous experience with his younger brother. Yet, he had no choice but to comply. After all, it was his older brother's request. Shen Yue feigned ignorance to Shen Shuangyi's comments, shifting her weight on the chair, clearly adopting a stance of indifference. At that moment, Shen Yichen had remarked that she was far too indifferent to ambition. Shen Shuangyi had dismissed this at the time, believing that having one less person to share the family fortune with was a blessing. However, it suddenly dawned on him now. This sister of his seemed only capable of briefly striving for food and sleep. Shen Shuangyi tentatively tugged at Shen Yue's hand, but she remained unyielding. The sounds of Zhou Xuezheng's sobs and Li Xing's soft reassurances only added to his growing irritation. He recalled a message from Shen Yichen the previous day, and an idea sprang to mind. This village boasts many unique local delicacies that you cannot find elsewhere. Would you like to join me for a meal? Upon hearing this, Shen Yue instantly perked up, rising to her feet and taking the lead, pulling Shen Shuangyi along with her. Shen Shuangyi. Audience. It is well known that Sister Yue's introversion is genuine, and her love for food is equally sincere. One might reasonably suspect that Brother Shen exerted himself yesterday solely to coax Sister Yue out for a stroll today. The phenomenon of Shen Yue's selective hearing is worth discussing. How is it that Sister Yue appears so effortlessly cool in her introversion? It is almost inconceivable that such a personality could be bullied. Quick, take her to eat. As Shen Yue rose, Jiang Sherwin immediately followed suit, exclaiming, "Sister Yue, wait for me. I'll help you carry things." Upon seeing Jiang Sherwin join in, Zhou Xuerong promptly abandoned her hesitations and hurried after them. The once lively restaurant fell into a sudden hush with Shen Yue's departure, leaving only the faint sound of Zhou Xuezheng's continued sobs. Xiao Noa, I'm so sorry. Today is all my fault, Zhou Xuezheng lamented, her tearful apologies echoing in the air. However, after Shen Yue and the others left, her tears finally ceased.
非心少苏醒.
Dong Noa lacked the aggressive demeanor he usually displayed. He could not muster any words of reproach, but instead said, "It's not your fault, sister. I was simply uncertain and easily swayed." Zhou Xuezheng, visibly touched, grasped Dong Nua's hand and spoke to him at length, successfully lowering his defenses. Chapter 34. One can only survive by eating dust. Upon hearing Zhou Xuezheng's question, Dong Nua paused before responding, "I know her, but she doesn't know me." This revelation only piqued interest further. Although Li Xing was not particularly invested in the relationship between the two youngsters, she seized the opportunity to inquire. Is Shen Yue quite well known at school? She seems rather reticent here. Dong Nura hesitated, recalling the rumors he had heard, but ultimately decided to trust his own observations. She often spends time with another very famous boy at school, which has led to much speculation. She wasn't always this quiet. Zhou Xuezheng immediately grasped the crux of the matter, connecting it to Dong Nua's earlier hostility toward Shen Yue. What sort of rumors circulate at school? Does Shen Yue really have a boyfriend at such a young age? It's not a boyfriend, Dong Nua clarified. The rumors say that Shen Yue is merely Shang Junyu's prized plaything, an exquisite and attractive toy. Dong Nua was no naive child. Attending C High School had exposed him to a fair share of such gossip, and he understood that these descriptions were far from flattering. Initially, most of the audience had followed Shen Yue, leaving only Dong Nua's family and a few relatives watching. Coincidentally, among Dong Nua's relatives was a recent fan of Shen Yue, who had made headlines on Weibo that morning, fiercely defending Sister Yue and the Shun family's reputation. Upon discovering the implications of Dong Nua's words, which revealed Shen Yue's history as a victim, they quickly rallied their friends to uncover the truth. Sister Yue would be protected by them. The resonant notes of the pipa cascaded like droplets of water into Dong Nua's heart, immersing him in the melody, as he experienced for the first time what it felt like to be lost in a trance. Although Shen Yue only secured second place due to the competition with Dong Nua, he accepted this outcome wholeheartedly, for Shen Yue truly deserved the first position. As he stood alongside Shen Yue to receive the award, Dong Nua, despite his outward composure, felt a surge of exhilaration within. However, as time passed, rumors began to circulate within the school regarding the nature of Shen Yue's relationship with Shang Junyu. Whispers suggested that Shen Yue was merely reliant on Shang Junyu for her daily life, and even more scandalously, some claimed that the original piece she had composed to win the award had been purchased for her by the Shang family, rather than being her own creation. Initially, Dong Noa dismissed these allegations, having witnessed firsthand the passion with which Shen Yue performed that piece. How could it possibly be a fabrication? Yet, to his astonishment, Shang Junyu did not refute the rumors when he heard them. The absence of denial led Dong Nua to question whether Shen Yue had indeed appropriated someone else's work. In that instant, it felt as though something within him had collapsed. The admiration he once held for Shen Yue had morphed into disdain. Losing to someone of genuine talent would have been acceptable, but to be overshadowed by someone who purchased their success was intolerable. Within the school, everyone accepted Shang Junyu's words as truth, while Shen Yue's voice went unheard, deemed insignificant. Perhaps this was precisely why Shen Yue had chosen silence in the present moment. When Dong Nua examined the past with an unbiased perspective, it became evident that the true issue lay not with Shen Yue, but with Shang Junyu. Had Ye been deceived? What had transpired? Did her parents know? Zhou Xuezheng posed a trio of inquiries, seemingly concerned for Shen Yue's well-being. Realizing her own fervor, she quickly added, "I apologize. It's just that the injustice done to Yaya that day has weighed heavily on my heart. I feel compelled to make amends. If Yaya encounters difficulties at school, she is not the type to voice her troubles. I believe it would be prudent to inform Teacher Shen." Dong Nua listened in silence to Zhou Xuezheng's words. By now, she had regained her composure. Aside from her slightly reddened eyes, she appeared quite normal. With a smile, she remarked to Dong Nua, "Yes, I understand. You wish to apologize as well, don't you? Our sentiments align." Shen Yue felt foolish, having been aware of her second brother's true nature, yet still placing her trust in him so readily. Specialty snacks?
Ha.
After an hour's journey, she had consumed nothing but dirt. All around her were earthen houses, mud huts, and structures of concrete and steel, none of which were more numerous than the cells in a prison. As far as the eye could see, there were houses. As she looked again, the houses seemed endless. As for snack stalls, there were none, not a trace. Shen Yue gazed sorrowfully at the sky, at a 45-degree angle. The battle anthem of the warrior nation, once hummed by the prison matron, echoed in her mind. She knew well that a life of comfort was beyond her reach. She would never be afforded such luxury, only able to scrape by on dirt in the streets. Perhaps Shen Yue's expression was too incredulous, for Shen Shuangyi could no longer contain herself and explained, "There were indeed snacks available when I left yesterday. I'm not sure why they are absent today. Just ahead is a marketplace. We can also purchase something there. Is there anything to eat?" Do not misunderstand. It is not Shen Yue speaking, but rather Jiang Shirwent, who, upon perceiving Shen Yue's gaze, has translated her thoughts in real time, through conjecture. Once the translation was completed accurately, he received an approving glance from Sister Yu. "Ha ha ha, you have matured into a competent Jiang Shirwent, capable of translating on your own. I will undoubtedly die laughing because of Jiang Shirwent. Damn it. Hurry and buy food for Sister Yu. Get her something to eat." Just as the comments clamored for food for Shen Yue, when a flash gift suddenly appeared, accompanied by a message, "Do not eat continuously. Save it for lunch and first engage in some physical exercise." The tone and content made it abundantly clear who it was from. The barrage of comments swiftly turned against it. Down with the tyrannical brotherhood. Protect Sister Yu's dietary freedom. Zhou Shuerong had been walking beside Shen Yue, speaking little, yet seemed utterly content merely holding Shen Yue's hand. The group continued walking for quite some time until they finally arrived at the market mentioned by Shen Shuangyi. However, to their utter disbelief, there was no food to be found there either. Shen Shuangyi felt inexplicably guilty, glancing down at Shen Yue, only to realize she was not in a sulky mood as he had anticipated. Instead, she appeared quite intrigued by her surroundings. Shen Shuangyi let out an involuntary sigh of relief. Parenting truly is exhausting. This area was filled with stalls selling traditional handicrafts. Each booth was quite simple, yet the items held genuine value. The glamorous objects displayed in large stores were, in fact, sourced from here. As Shen Yue strolled and observed, she noted that these items were lacquerware. The prison matron's favorite possessions were lacquerware. She owned a large lacquer bracelet that she kept hidden, only to bring out and play with when the guards were away. To this day, Shen Yue remains unaware of its significance. Lost in thought, Shen Yue noticed Zhou Shuerong's gaze lingering on a gourd-shaped lacquer piece, but upon realizing Shen Yue was watching, Zhou Shuerong quickly averted her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yue rummaged through her belongings, producing paper and a pen, and wrote a note to hand to the nearby cameraman. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yue's dedicated steward arrived, having procured 5 of the lacquer gourds that Zhou Shuerong had earlier admired. Shen Yue handed one gourd to Zhou Shuerong, and, before she could react, she also gave one to Jiang Shirwent and another to Shen Shuangyi. With 2 remaining, one was for herself and the other for her elder brother. Chapter 35. If it is permissible to use it for eating, why not for reclining? Shen Shuangyi held the small trinket in his hands, examining it closely. This gourd was of fine quality, appearing quite beautiful under the sunlight. Typically, he would never purchase such an item. He preferred practicality over decoration. Yet, when Shen Yue approached him with the little gourd, he instinctively reached out, and an uncontrollable joy surged within him at the thought of being remembered by Shen Yue. This feeling was inexplicably delightful. Initially, when Shen Yue had shared food with him, he felt no stirrings of emotion. Why, then, did a mere lacquer gourd bring him such happiness? Shen Shuangyi vaguely recalled that he had only ever felt this emotion when receiving praise from his elder brother. In other words, does the elder brother's praise of his worth equate to the gourd given by Shen Yue? Can the elder brother be likened to Shen Yue? How is this conceivable? Shen Shuangyi gazed at the lacquered gourd still warm with Shen Yue's essence, lost in contemplation. Fortunately, Shen Yue was indifferent to Shen Shuangyi's reaction. Her intention in gifting the gourd was merely to bribe the second brother, hoping he would refrain from meddling in her affairs henceforth. Shen Yue had come to realize that the second brother exhibited a forced concern for her, likely prompted by the elder brother's admonitions. In her recollections, the second brother had always been this way, dismissing others' opinions, particularly resenting their parents' interference, yet he remained obedient in the presence of the elder brother. Upon reflection, it appeared that all the children of the Shen family were quite compliant with the elder brother's wishes. Jiang Shirwen, upon receiving the gourd, was ecstatic, leaning towards Shen Yue and exclaiming, "Sister Yue, do not say anything more. Aside from my sister, you shall be my one and only sister henceforth." Shen Yue was taken aback. She perceived Jiang Sherwin as somewhat lacking in intellect, yet chose not to voice her thoughts, opting instead to wait for him to discover it himself. Zhou Xuerong exhibited a degree of shyness when in public, but she became more at ease when it was just the two of them in the evening. When she accepted the gourd, she murmured a soft thank you, too bashful to admire it closely, promptly tucking the lacquered gourd into her embrace. Shen Yue placed the remaining 2 gourds into her pocket, continuing to survey her surroundings. This time, she refrained from making any further purchases, instead listening intently as the shopkeeper narrated the history and craftsmanship of these intangible cultural heritage items. The group meandered through the market for the entire morning, and at noon, Shen Shuangyi used the money he had laboriously earned the previous day to treat each child to a bowl of clear noodle soup. Only Shen Yue glanced at her bowl, then at Shen Shuangyi, silently conveying a message. Shen Shuangyi, feeling the weight of her gaze, set down his chopsticks and ordered a portion of minced meat to add to each bowl. That small look in his eyes was unmistakably one of heartache after spending a considerable sum. Having witnessed how Shen Go earned his money yesterday, I now feel a moment of pity. Sister Yu's gaze is a formidable weapon. Why does the demeanor of this group feel entirely different from that of the neighboring one? Next door, you should eat less here. In the end, Shen Yue devoured her noodles entirely, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Do not inquire, for the answer lies in her hunger. After satisfying her appetite, what should one do next? Sleep, of course. Thus, Shen Yue declined Shen Shuangyi's proposal to take her along to earn money, making her way home directly. Jiang Sherwin and Zhou Xuerong, feeling soft-hearted, chose to accompany Shen Shuangyi to learn survival skills. It was through this day that they discovered, despite his irritable demeanor, Shen Shuangyi was indeed quite astute. His words never led one to question his intellect. Rather, it was the individuals he challenged who appeared to have the issue. As Zhou Xuerong absorbed Shen Shuangyi's money-making strategies, she resolved within herself to earn diligently. That way, when Shen Yue was compelled to emerge to fulfill a task or earn food, she could provide for her. Jiang Sherwin too was earnest in his learning. He began to grasp that while Shen Yue was stubborn, she could be easily swayed with food. Shen Ge, I noticed the other day that you seem quite skilled in the culinary arts. Just a bit. Please teach me, Shen Ge. I am willing to offer all my earnings for today. Once he masters cooking, when Shen Yue has utilized her 6 requests, he must complete the tasks on his own. And when he has to prepare meals himself, that will be his golden opportunity to capture Shen Yue's attention. To win Shen Yue over, one must first win her stomach. Once he becomes Shen Yue's chief chef, he is confident that she will not refuse to teach him how to defuse bombs. Siwen Ge, do not leave. I can no longer do without your culinary skills. I will teach you how to defuse bombs if you promise to cook for me. Although he has yet to begin learning to cook, Jiang Siwen seems to envision a bright future that belongs to him. Without money, he cannot buy food, and without food, he cannot coax Shen Yue out for a stroll. If Shen Yue does not come out, he cannot complete the tasks assigned by his elder brother. If the tasks remain unfulfilled, his elder brother will be disappointed in him. This absolutely cannot happen. He needs money. The 3 of them toiled together throughout the day for a shared purpose. Meanwhile, Shen Yue could hardly be bothered to walk at all. Without hesitation, Shen Yue immediately summoned her butler, exchanging one opportunity for a car. She desires to ride in the most comfortable vehicle. Up to this point, she has already used 5 of her 6 requests, 3 for meals, 1 for shopping, and 1 for a car. The comment section is counting her requests, with many expressing that Sister Yue is being too extravagant, yet it is indeed within her capabilities. If requests can be used for food, why not for relaxation? If a car can be used for riding, why not for reclining? As Shen Yue pondered, she reclined slowly in the back seat. Netizens promptly took screenshots and created memes, leading to the emergence of a mysterious new trend online, reclining slowly. Suddenly, Shen Yue was startled awake. This awakening was timely, as the car had just arrived at its destination. Dong Nua's face flushed, and he dared not meet Shen Yue's gaze, stammering without uttering a complete sentence. As Shen Yue was about to walk past him and leave, Dong Nua finally spoke up. Shen Yue, I am sorry. I misunderstood you before, and I truly regret my previous attitude. Dong Nua bowed his head toward Shen Yue in apology, his eyes fixed on the ground, unable to imagine her expression. Then Dong Nua saw Shen Yue lift her foot and walk away. She left without a word. The only reason she helped Dong Nua was for experimentation. And now the results were in. Undoubtedly, the eldest sister was correct. This also indicated that she had indeed developed the ability to accurately discern different types of people. Truly impressive. Very well, she shall reward herself with a day of leisurely relaxation. Shen Yue pushed open her door, And at that moment, Zhou Xuezheng, having heard the commotion, rushed out. Feigning panic as she shouted at Shen Yue, I heard that you were deceived by a bad boy at school. You mustn't keep such things to yourself. You should tell an adult. Shen Yue, what does it have to do with you? As Zhou Xuezheng approached, Shen Yue closed her door, exclaiming, what a lunatic. Chapter 36. Where are you, eldest brother Shen? Shen Yue is in a romantic relationship. Zhou Xuezheng noticed that Shen Yue had ignored her. But she paid it no mind and turned to Dong Nuo, who was still standing there in a daze, and gently inquired, Xiao Nuo, how did your conversation with Ye go? However, upon seeing Dong Nuo's reaction, Zhou Xuezheng discerned that their discussion had not gone well. With a hint of melancholy in her smile, she paused before continuing, for instance, although I did not intend to, I have indeed hurt Ye. No one but herself can truly grasp the pain she feels, thus it is unreasonable to expect her to forgive me. If she chooses to forgive me, I would feel immense relief. Yet even if she does not, she bears no fault. The right to forgive lies solely with the one who has been harmed. Some grievances are simply not worthy of absolution. Dong Nuo vaguely understood that he had crossed a line. Yet Shen Yu's recent demeanor had led him to believe that his actions could be forgiven. Now, faced with rejection, he could not help but inquire about Zhou Xuezheng, who had endured a similar plight. Observing Dong Nuo's eagerness to engage, Zhou Xuezheng felt a sense of triumph within, though she maintained an air of composure. I must first understand what Shen Yue has done at school and what you have done, to make a fair judgment, she remarked. Dong Nuo glanced at the surveillance camera in the room and hesitated. Is it appropriate to discuss this? Zhou Xuezheng, sensing his apprehension, deliberately stated, the one at fault is not Shen Yue. You need not worry about the repercussions of speaking out. Rather, some matters must be resolved by adults. If Shen Yue keeps her troubles to herself, she will only inflict further harm upon herself. Your disclosure would be aiding her. Upon hearing Zhou Xuezheng's words, Dong Nuo suddenly found them quite reasonable. Indeed, revealing the actions of Shang Junyu to adults would be the right way to assist Shen Yue. Thus, he began to recount Shen Yue's experiences at school. Our school is rather unique. Each grade has a few underprivileged students, and their treatment is quite special. Shen Yue is not one of them, but she remains enigmatic. No one knows her family's circumstances. Zhou Xuezheng recognized this description immediately. Was it not referring to C High School? Having been a student there herself, she was well aware of the intricate dynamics within. Shen Yue goes to and from school daily with the boy, and at lunchtime, she actively helps him get food. She often buys things for him, and he frequently requests her assistance, which she readily grants. What kind of assistance? Zhou Xuezheng interjected. She helps him and his friends buy various items, Dong Nuo replied. Yet it extended far beyond that. Shen Yue had once presented her trophy to Shang Junyu immediately after winning a dance competition, personally crafted 1,000 paper cranes for his birthday, and accompanied him for late-night study sessions after a poor exam performance, ultimately leading to his first-place victory, while Shen Yue remained outside the top 100. It was Shen Yue's genuine concern and care for Shang Junyu, coupled with his status, that made them the talk of the school. However, while most comments about Shang Junyu were favorable, the sentiments toward Shen Yue were predominantly negative. Zhou Xuezheng, sensing that Dong Nuo was reluctant to speak further, initiated the conversation anew. What do you mean by saying that Ye has been deceived? Dong Nuo replied, Shen Yue has treated that person well. Yet, he has not reciprocated her kindness. Realizing the implications of his words, Dong Nuo pondered whether it was truly wise to divulge the matters that saddened Shen Yue to the adults. Who was he to disclose Shen Yue's affairs without her consent? Was he once again too readily believing others and committing a grave error? Suddenly awakened from his reverie, Dong Nuo averted his gaze from Zhou Xuezheng.
I am sorry.
I shall refrain from speaking further. If you wish to know, you may directly inquire with Shen Yue. Moreover, please disregard what I just mentioned. He began to grasp Shen Yue's sentiments, contemplating how the entire school must feel to her. Zhou Xuezheng, aware that she was on the verge of uncovering Shen Yue's significant secret, was not inclined to let the matter rest. She might very well leverage the secret to her advantage. However, she refrained from pressuring Dong Nuo, adopting a facade of understanding. You should rest well. I will call you when dinner is ready. Dong Nuo nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuezheng began to reflect on the implications of Dong Nuo's earlier statements. Shen Yue's mysterious identity suggested that within the intricate web of relationships at C High School, no notable figures could be traced back to her. Such a situation could arise from two potential scenarios. The first possibility was that Shen Yue's identity had been intentionally concealed, implying that her family held significant influence. perhaps a major stakeholder in C High School or a relative of a national official. The second possibility was that Shen Yue was merely an ordinary individual. Thus, her relatives could not be found among the myriad of prominent politicians and financial magnates. It was known that Shen Yue was the sister of Shen Shuangyi, who had famously carved out her own path to success, seemingly lacking any familial advantages. This clarity brought forth an intriguing situation. At this moment, Dong Nuo and Zhou Xuezheng, having been deprived of their phones for several days, remained oblivious to the fact that netizens had, with the Shen family's tacit consent, begun to unearth Shen Yue's background. Zhou Xuezheng believed she had gained a firm grasp on the dynamics between Shen Yue and Shen Shuangyi, a self-made star juxtaposed against Shen Yue, who had only gained admission to C High School through connections, was, in her eyes, the perfect contrast. Something grave has occurred. Where are you, Brother Shen? Did you know that Shen Yue is in a romantic relationship? Initially, this comment was unremarkable. However, as someone began to repeat it, the message spread like wildfire. Eventually, the comments in the live stream of Shen Yue, who was sound asleep, transformed from "When will sister you wake up?" to "Something grave has occurred. Where are you, Brother Shen? Did you know that Shen Yue is in a romantic relationship?" At that moment, Shen Yichen was engrossed in reviewing a newly submitted proposal, diligently jotting down notes. His striking features were marred by a frown, and despite his youth, he exuded a formidable presence. The business manager standing across from him felt a wave of anxiety, fearing the inevitable reprimand from Shen Yichen. Finally, Shen Yichen set the contract aside and spoke bluntly, "You took an entire week to produce this?" As he was about to address the issue, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Shen Yichen realized something and paused his words, inviting the visitor in.
Please come in.
He gently tapped his index finger on the table and handed the contract directly to the head of the business department, urging them, "I have marked the problematic areas. Please rectify them by tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, the business director, relieved to avoid reprimand, hurriedly departed. Once the room was empty, Shen Yichen listened to his assistant's report while simultaneously opening Shen Yue's live stream. Upon entering, he was immediately taken aback by Shen Yue's appearance, sound asleep, followed by an onslaught of barrage comments. "Something's amiss. Shen family's elder brother, where are you? Did you know Shen Yue is dating? Did you know Shen Yue is dating? She's dating. She's in love." Chapter 37. The Shen family's path. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow as he scanned the comments. Dating? With whom? That Dong Nuo? Or could it be Jiang Shirwing? Jiang Shirwing was indeed somewhat charming. A girl as young as Shen Yue could easily fall under his spell. However, to think a 16-year-old would pursue a 12-year-old was quite alarming. Shen Yichen contemplated whether he should call Jiang Xiyuan to ensure he properly supervises his younger brother, discouraging him from enticing underage girls indiscriminately. Just as Shen Yichen continued to ponder the implications of Jiang Shirwing and Dong Nuo, his assistant finally clarified the situation. It turned out Shen Yue's romantic interest was not Dong Nuo or Jiang Shirwing, but rather Shang Junyu. Shang Junyu. Then there was no cause for concern. Following Shen Yue's incident, Shen Yichen had conducted a thorough investigation into the entanglements between Shang Junyu and Shen Yue. The matter, while not trivial, was not catastrophic either. It all began when Shen Yue's unreliable parents took her to an amusement park and, in their revelry, forgot about her. Alone in the amusement park, she encountered Shang Junyu, who ultimately guided her to a rescue station, preventing the situation from escalating. At this juncture in the narrative, their meeting appeared quite ordinary. However, Shen Yue, perhaps due to a childhood devoid of affection or an overwhelming sense of loneliness, became infatuated with Shang Junyu following their encounter. She yearned to be with him at all times. If she went an extended period without seeing him, her demeanor would visibly deteriorate, even to the extent of losing her appetite, reminiscent of withdrawal symptoms. Her family, unable to bear the sight of her distress, decided to communicate with the Shang family, hoping they could encourage Shang Junyu to spend more time with Shen Yue, to which the Shen family would express their gratitude. The Shen family could offer substantial support to the Shang family, and naturally, they would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Though the situation might sound akin to bargaining over a son, as long as the outcome was favorable, neither family would harbor any resentment. With Shang Junyu's companionship, Shen Yue indeed appeared much improved. Her face radiated joy daily, and she caused no trouble at home, which delighted Shen Yue's parents, who cherished their time as a couple. Consequently, to express gratitude for the efforts the Shang family made for Shen Yue, the Shen family would periodically extend tokens of appreciation. Until recently, The troubling incidents involving Shen Yue were brought to light, prompting her unreliable parents to finally recognize the gravity of their actions. Over the years, they had squandered substantial resources cultivating an individual who would ultimately become an abuser of their daughter. To outsiders, Shen Yue's dependence on Shang Junyu might be perceived as affection, a vague infatuation, or even a case of youthful romance. However, in Shen Yichen's eyes, her feelings transcended such superficiality. If one were to articulate it, it was a form of reliance, a search for redemption for emotions that had nowhere to rest. Shen Yichen was acutely aware of this sentiment. As the firstborn of his parents, he was the product of their initial foray into parenthood, a time when they were devoid of experience. Perhaps due to this inexperience, his parents were more nurturing then than they had become in later years, when they adopted a more detached approach, showing concern for him. Yet, he found such attention unnecessary. From a young age, he understood the inheritance dynamics within the Shen family. Those of merit would rise to prominence. He followed his father closely, observing him manage the myriad affairs of the company, developing a keen interest in one day inheriting this colossal enterprise. Fortuitously, he possessed considerable talent. "Yichen, did you calculate this?" his father exclaimed one day, holding up the financial report that Yichen had compiled. Though still in its nascent stage, it already displayed potential brilliance. His father proclaimed with enthusiasm that he would undoubtedly be the next heir to the conglomerate. "We have no concerns about Yichen. He excels at everything he undertakes. If you seek him out, he might even find you bothersome. He is remarkable, yet it seems he is becoming increasingly difficult to approach. He became the envy of others, a paragon of excellence, but in doing so, he forfeited the right to receive care and attention." He had presumed he was the only one in such a predicament until the day his two younger twin brothers confronted him, their eyes betraying disdain. Especially Shen Shuangyi, who wept and lamented, "I hate you. Why are you so capable? Why am I not like you?" It dawned on him that due to his exceptionalism, their parents, believing that the seemingly ordinary Shen Shuangyi and the reticent Shen Shuangchen could never surpass him, had lost interest in nurturing them, allowing the twins to pursue their whims while they prioritized their own happiness. Shen Shuangyi and Shen Shuangchen were indeed children of the Shen family. However, their belonging felt inconsequential. In the eyes of these twins, Shen Yichen perceived a reflection of his own solitude. "Brother, should we have never been born? After all, the Shen family only needs you." That day, Shen Shuangyi's words served as a poignant reminder. He was the elder brother, the guardian of Shen Shuangyi and Shen Shuangchen. Perhaps he could offer the affection that they yearned for, but had never experienced, for he too understood the pangs of loneliness. Subsequently, their oblivious parents welcomed two more brothers into the world, and unsurprisingly, these siblings were similarly misaligned. One, despite possessing a sharp intellect, was exceedingly sensitive and reticent, retreating into isolation. The other, while demonstrating remarkable aptitude in medicine, exhibited sociopathic tendencies. A careless moment could lead to catastrophic consequences. At that time, Shen Yichen was merely 15 years old, yet he bore the weight of a 30-year-old's heart. He had also gained a younger sister. Unlike them, his sister had been showered with their parents' unconditional love from the moment of her birth, receiving what the five of them had once yearned for but found elusive. Consequently, within the household, aside from their parents, none of them particularly favored Shen Yue. The sight of their parents doting on her made him feel superfluous. However, the novelty of Shen Yue for their parents lasted less than 5 years. Once he truly took the reins of the family business, his father, relieved of worries, spent all his time with his mother, naturally neglecting Shen Yue. The faces of the others were marked with schadenfreude. Shen Yichen felt indifferent, yet he had no desire to treat Shen Yue like the other little brats did, for she was afraid of him.
So be it.
Yet that day, after Shen Yue fell into the water, perhaps her mind still clouded, she surprisingly approached him despite her fear. He had no intention of engaging with her, merely wanting to complete his task and leave, but Shen Yue asked him, "Big brother, what did you eat today?" In that moment, Shen Yichen was taken aback. How long had it been since anyone had asked him such a question? He was regarded as an omnipotent deity by the outside world. Yet no one knew that even he, after 3 consecutive days of work, would feel fatigued. If he didn't eat, his stomach would ache. The things one had long been deprived of, once touched, became irresistibly coveted. This applied to both him and Shen Yue. This was the destined path of the Shen family. Chapter 38. Woohoo, a milestone of 100,000 words. After approximately 5 minutes of chaotic commentary, they finally spotted a familiar floating gift with the note. Let Shen Shuangyi explain. Just a few short words, yet they instantly calmed the barrage of comments. Very well. If Big Brother says so, then it proves there is no issue. What devilish message. It is clearly a message of love. Given Big Brother's tone, everything is well within control. Isn't anyone concerned as to why Big Brother is always available on call? Shouldn't we inquire if this is the norm for the head of the group? The scope is limited. There must be someone specifically monitoring Sister Yu's livestream, reporting any issues. Then my constant whispering of Big Brother would be exposed, right? The one calling him husband has surely been blacklisted. As Shen Yue spoke, Shen Shuangyi's livestream, where he was still earning money, also became lively. Seeing Shen Yue, who remains oblivious to the impending danger and is still diligently earning, has left me in contemplation. By the way, has anyone noticed a certain issue? Sister Yu is the heiress of the Shen group, right? This means Shen Yue is also part of a wealthy family, correct?
Oh my.
Indeed, Shen Yue is part of an immense fortune. Why has he endured such hardship over the years? Poor young Master Shen Shuangyi, after toiling for half a day, managed to earn a mere 95 yuan, which included a portion earned by Jiang Sherwin. Shen Yue, where are we headed now? Shen Shuangyi asked, his expression unchanging. To buy groceries. Jiang Sherwin immediately nodded and cautiously inquired, can we buy some meat? He followed up with another question. Is there a portion for me? After all, he had given all his money to Shen Shuangyi and was now penniless. Shen Shuangyi cast him a surprised glance and replied with displeasure, what do you take me for? Would I deny you a meal? Jiang Sherwin was instantly touched and leaned closer, exclaiming, Brother Shen, you are like my own brother. I truly adore you. Shen Shuangyi pushed him away with disdain, coldly retorting, get away, I prefer women. Jiang Sherwin quickly responded, what a coincidence, so, do I. Brother Shen, we are so fated. During their grocery shopping, Zhou Xuerong disappeared for a brief moment before reappearing, and Shen Shuangyi chose to ignore it, pretending not to notice. He understood that she was sporting a curious expression. A sense of foreboding began to rise within him. The production team approached Shen Shuangyi and handed him a note, saying, Brother Shen, this is a donation message from a netizen named Shan Jiej. Shen Shuangyi muttered to himself, so this so-called message is, in fact, a task.
He sighed.
Feeling it was bothersome, yet he dutifully accepted the note and opened it, only to be bewildered. What does this mean? What am I supposed to explain? The word bully was cleverly used and could have numerous interpretations. Dong Nua's original words were that Shen Yue had been deceived. However, this deception, in a sense, could also be construed as bullying. Who knows what thoughts the listeners might harbor? Language can serve as a weapon. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuangyi immediately grasped the implication of the note. It was an expectation for him to elucidate matters concerning Shen Yue. Yet, Zhou Xuezhen mistakenly thought Shen Shuangyi was addressing her and quickly assumed an apologetic demeanor, saying, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Shuangyi interrupted.
Huh.
If you're not satisfied, what does he want to hear? Zhou Xuezhen responded with a question mark. The production team chimed in again. Shen Jiej wants you to clarify the comments about Shen Yu's early romantic relationship. The audience commented, I seem to have heard a lot of nonsense. I'm not sure. Let me replay it. Brother Shen, you have changed. You never used to utter such meaningless drivel. Do you know why Brother Shen has changed? It's all thanks to Jiang Sherwin today, ha ha ha. Jiang Sherwin, because of you, our Brother Shen has become one to spout nonsense. However, precisely because of this, the audience remained more eager than ever for the answers they longed for, unwilling to leave for fear that Shen Shuangyi might reveal the truth in their absence. And thus they clung to the live stream. The director watched the online viewer count with a smile that couldn't be contained. Indeed, some matters require professionals to manage. This influx of viewers is a testament to that. If memory serves, that boy is named Shang Junyu, with eyes full of cunning. From the moment Shen Shuangyi laid eyes on Shang Junyu, he sensed that he was no good, likely the same perception shared by their parents. Yet, Shen Shuangyi chose to disregard it. The elder brother had not intervened, so why should he? Yet, even so, he still caught fragments of news regarding Shen Yue and Shang Junyu, including the recent incident, which his elder brother had shared with him, prompting him to ponder how to provide an explanation. Zhou Xuezhen observed Shen Shuangyi as she conversed while leading the two children into the kitchen, a surge of anger swelling within her. Throughout her life, she had always been a radiant presence wherever she went. She could tolerate others disparaging her, but she could not abide being overlooked. Meanwhile, the conversation continued unabated. Brother Shen, what are you preparing? Sweet and sour pork ribs.
How do you make that?
Thus, Shen Shuangyi's thoughts forcibly shifted from serious matters to contemplating recipes. Zhou Xuerong hesitated for a moment before following, only to be halted by Zhou Xuezheng. Rong, can you stay with your sister for a while? Zhou Xuerong paused, instinctively turning around. The gourd in her pocket made a faint sound, which, though subtle, resonated clearly in her ears, akin to Shen Yue accompanying her. Sister, I need to go cook for Yaya. We can chat later. Zhou Xuerong did not glance back at Zhou Xuezheng but realized that rejecting her sister was not as daunting as she had imagined. Would Yaya enjoy stews? Chapter 39. Who is typing? It is I. Shen Yue was roused by the delightful aroma of the dishes. Groggily, she opened her eyes and instinctively made her way to the kitchen, where she discovered 5 bustling figures. The identities of these figures did not concern her. Her focus lay solely on the feast prepared before her. After an afternoon's slumber, Shen Yue felt famished, yet she recognized that none of this food was rightfully hers, as she had not exerted any effort for it. Thus, she could only gaze longingly. Having selected her desired dinner by drawing inspiration from the dishes before her, Shen Yue retrieved a small note, prepared to utilize her final opportunity to place an order. However, Shen Shuangyi noticed her movement first, clasping her hand and snatching away her paper and pen. After folding it neatly and returning it to her pocket, he spoke in a commanding whisper. Go sit in the dining room. The food will be ready shortly. Though Shen Shuangyi's expression appeared somewhat displeased and his demeanor stern, his touch was remarkably gentle, creating a stark contrast to his commanding aura. In that moment, everyone thought of a phrase, the tough gentleman with a tender heart. Oh my, it's the first time I've seen Brother Shen display such tenderness. I suddenly recall how reluctant Brother Shen seemed when he first met little Yaya. I feel there must have been some misunderstanding back then. Brother Shen's temperament surely stemmed from his frustration over the situation, likely related to the boy who deceived Shen Yue. Jiang Sherwin, hurry up with the cooking. I can hardly wait to uncover the truth. Although it was known that the guests could not see, Jiang Sherwin's live stream unexpectedly transformed into a cooking urgency, with viewers urging him to hasten his culinary efforts. After all, Shen Shuangyi and the others dared not pressure him, while Zhou Xuerong felt sympathetic. Thus, they could only urge the frantic youth, Jiang Sherwin. Shen Yue watched in astonishment as Shen Shuangyi lowered her head to stuff a pen into her small bag. She had never anticipated hearing such words from her second brother. Throughout her 12 years of life, whether in her memories or in reality, the notion that her brother would cook for her had never even grazed her dreams. As Shen Yue was lost in thought, Zhou Xuerong eagerly approached, presenting a plate of dishes to her as if seeking praise. With others around, Zhou Xuerong still felt somewhat uneasy, habitually lowering her head slightly. Aya, I just made you some stewed dishes. Would you mind giving it a try? The stew was something she had learned in her culinary class at school. In truth, she could prepare many other dishes. But today her earnings were insufficient to purchase more ingredients, limiting her ability to make a wider array of delicacies for Yaya. With this in mind, Zhou Xuerong resolved to surpass her current self the following day, intending to earn more to prepare delicious meals for Yaya. As Shen Yue inhaled the aroma of the stew presented by Zhou Xuerong, she assessed it to be of commendable standard. Were it not for the persona she felt compelled to maintain, she would have undoubtedly exclaimed with delight and devoured 3 large bowls. It wasn't that she was overly obedient to her brother. Rather, she believed that sometimes, refraining from speech could spare one from unnecessary troubles. Contemplating this, Shen Yue was about to embrace Zhou Xuerong when Zhou Xuezheng, standing nearby, spoke ambiguously. Xiaorong can actually cook? I had no idea. Why didn't you tell your sister? Surely, Mom and Dad are unaware as well? Although her words bore no malice, they caused Zhou Xuerong to stiffen immediately. Indeed, she had ceased to showcase any of her abilities before her sister, feeling inadequate in comparison. How would she explain this upon returning home? Would she claim to know only this one dish? Yet, her sister would surely question why she had never cooked for the family. Their parents would scold her without a doubt. Upon returning home, there would be no Shen Yue, no Brother Shen, and no Jiang Sherwin. Only herself. In that moment, Zhou Xuerong felt a surge of fear. She had previously been unaware of the outside world, confined within the cage built by Zhou Xuezheng. But now she realized how joyous it was to be understood and affirmed. Being beside Shen Yue felt warm. Yet she knew her rightful place was not at Shen Yue's side, but rather in her cold, solitary home. Just as Zhou Xuerong stood rigidly, uncertain of her next move, Shen Yue reached out and took her hand, guiding her directly toward the dining area. She even accepted the stew from Zhou Xuerong's grasp. Though the unspoken words hung in the air, the implication was unmistakable. I want to tell you because I don't wish to cook for you. Zhou Xuezheng's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. As if speaking to herself, she murmured, I was being too talkative. With that, she turned swiftly, smiling gently at Li Xing, who was boiling water. Teacher Li, is there anything I can assist you with? Shen Shuangyi soon finished preparing the remaining dishes, and Jiang Sherwin followed closely behind. The four familiar faces gathered around the table, instinctively serving dishes to Shen Yue. As soon as Shen Yue lifted her chopsticks, her bowl was already brimming with vegetables. Thank you for the invitation, she said. I am currently engaged in a variety show and have just begun my meal. The flavors are delightful, albeit accompanied by greens. Shen Yue's principle was straightforward. She was not picky, with the exception of vegetables. However, Zhou Xuerong had prepared a stew, a pot full of tender bok choy. At that moment, she was eagerly gazing at Shen Yue, hoping that she would enjoy it. The intensity of Shen Yue's gaze felt overwhelming, yet she ultimately overcame her aversion to greens and took a bite. While the others were enjoying their meal, Li Xing, who had been keeping his distance, suddenly approached with a feigned smile plastered across his face, holding a delicate little cake, which he presented to Shen Yue. Shen Yue did not accept it, but merely lifted her head to look at Li Xing. This is a cake that your sister, Zhou Xuezheng, bought for you with the money she earned today, after traveling quite a distance. Li Xing did not elaborate on why Zhou Xuezheng had chosen to buy this cake for Shen Yue, but everyone understood. Although Shen Yue had a fondness for sweets, she felt an inexplicable reluctance to accept something from that elegant woman. Just as she was about to shake her head in refusal, Li Xing continued. Before you eat the cake, you must first say thank you. Shen Yue replied, but, dear brother, I do not wish to have this. Initially, she had thought the cake was a gesture of apology from Zhou Xuezheng, but it seemed that was not the case, making it even easier for her to decline. A gentleman does not partake in food offered without merit. Shen Yue sat firmly on her stool, shook her head in rejection, and took a sip of water. Despite still wearing a smile, Li Xing's tone became decidedly less courteous. Yeah, you cannot consistently refuse things you do not wish to do by throwing tantrums. I have observed for several days, and believe you have overly indulged your sister. Chapter 40. Having a sister is quite nice. Shen Shuangyi cast a sidelong glance at Li Xing, swallowed her food, and spoke coolly. Are you perhaps overstepping your bounds? Li Xing maintained his smile. I initially did not wish to interfere, but do you not think Shen Yue's behavior has been excessive these past few days? I heard from Xiao Nua that Shen Yue seems to have suffered some distress at school, but that does not justify imposing her pain on others here. Shen Shuangyi regarded Li Xing with a look of incredulity, preparing to speak when Jiang Sherwin interjected. Are you out of your mind? Are you defending women? Do you think you cannot survive without a warm male persona? How did my sister end up with someone like you? Shen Shuangyi raised an eyebrow, placing a hand on Jiang Sherwin to dismiss him disdainfully. What explanation do you seek? Li Xing turned his attention back to Shen Yue, his smile slightly fading. What I desire is simple. I merely hope that Shen Yue will accept the cake, which embodies all of Ms. Zhou's efforts, and express her gratitude. Are you out of your mind?
Sister, you cannot speak.
A child who misbehaves should be properly guided, not allowed to do as she pleases. Dong Nua entered from outside, feeling somewhat guilty upon hearing Li Xing mention his name, and moved to the other side with his bowl. Although Li Xing had remained inactive for a few days, he had been observant. Being in the entertainment industry himself, he understood that Shen Shuangyi had no one to support her and often faced manipulation, narrowly escaping each time. The only uncertainty remained regarding Shen Shuangyi's sister. Today, Dong Nuo remarked that Shen Yue is a student at C High School, where not only is she expected to purchase items for others, but she has also fallen victim to deception. This institution is notorious within elite circles for its prevailing ethos. Those who are exploited and deceived at C High School invariably hail from the lower echelons of society. After discerning these truths, Li Xing orchestrated today's endeavor. Over the past few days, aside from engaging in lighthearted banter with Jiang Sherwin, other incidents concerning him have been rather mundane. He craved an event that would neither jeopardize his career nor fail to create a sensational stir to elevate his visibility. Furthermore, by skillfully resolving the discord between Shen Yue and Zhou Xuezheng, he could also enhance his favorability in Zhou Xuezheng's eyes. Thus, even if he no longer relied on Jiang Sherwin's sister in the future, he would still possess alternative connections. Without a doubt, Shen Yue harbors psychological trauma related to the school. Individuals like her, when provoked, instinctively resort to harmful actions against others as a means of self-preservation. His prior statements were intended to incite such a reaction from her. However, to his astonishment, after he had spoken at length, Shen Yue not only refrained from displaying anger, but even served food to Shen Shuangyi, as if silently offering solace. Shen Shuangyi gazed at the piece of garlic that Shen Yue had placed on his plate, feeling somewhat speechless, yet his irritation had indeed diminished considerably. He chose not to regard Li Xing any further, as if he were inconsequential. After all, it was merely a cake, one he could easily afford. He thought to himself that if Li Xing uttered another word, he would unceremoniously smash the cake, which Li Xing deemed a labor of love, over his head. Li Xing, taken aback by Shen Shuangyi's formidable demeanor, found himself momentarily rooted in place. Even though Shen Shuangyi was not looking at him, Li Xing could not shake the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized from all directions. After a brief pause, the suppressed anger surged within him, prompting him to speak. Teacher Shen, it is precisely because of your unreasonable behavior that Shen Yue so easily fell prey to male deception. With a swift motion, Shen Shuangyi seized the cake from Li Xing's hands and brought it crashing down upon his head, the force of which was such that Jiang Sherwing and Zhou Xuerong were taken aback to discover that cream could produce such a resounding impact. Li Xing stared in disbelief at Shen Shuangyi, astonished that he would dare to retaliate with a cake. He then glanced once more at Shen Yue, who looked at him with admiration and continued, "The boy you speak of was merely a caregiver we hired for Shen Yue, yet he proved to be excessively greedy, neglecting his duties and harboring ulterior motives. He has since been dismissed by our family. What about you? Do you wish to be dismissed by the company as well?" Shen Shuangyi's words carried a double entendre. Despite Li Xing's incessant mental reassurances that Shen Shuangyi was merely an ordinary celebrity and incapable of such influence, his heart betrayed him. In the presence of Shen Shuangyi, he felt genuine fear. Li Xing stood frozen for a moment, unable to conjure a retort, ultimately opting for a strategic retreat. However, before departing, he stubbornly remarked, "It seems that your indulgence has played a significant role in shaping your sister." Without lifting his gaze, Shen Shuangyi replied, "Leave." Reluctantly, Li Xing exited. Dong Noah had vanished at some point, and Zhou Xuezheng had not even graced the dining hall with her presence. Jiang Sherwin chattered excitedly, praising Shen Shuangyi's charm, while Zhou Xuerong occasionally chimed in. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yue, fixated on her bowl, suddenly turned to Shen Shuangyi and, with a voice slightly raspy from disuse, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, second brother." In an instant, the once boisterous dining hall fell silent. That day held a unique significance for Shen Shuangyi. His sister, who had been trapped in silence due to her autism, found her voice once more because of him. It was as if someone on the brink of death had struggled back to life through his intervention. For the first time, Shen Shuangyi felt his heart race. Not for any grand reason, but simply because such words painted him as a savior in his sister's eyes. Even when Shen Yichen later revealed the truth about Shen Yue's inability to speak, Shen Shuangyi could not shake the thrill that had ignited within him at that moment. He found himself thinking that having a sister was indeed a wonderful thing. Chapter 41. Independence and Strength.
Ah.
My darling finally spoke. Don't say anything. Mother is truly moved. Little Yu was just too frightened to speak before. Now that Shen Ge is willing to protect her, the situation is different. Am I the only one curious about what Shen Ge meant by a boy and a nanny? Shen family's eldest brother. You must come out and clarify this. I want to be able to sleep until I hear the answer. Where's the all-knowing netizen? Quickly uncover the truth. The curiosity surrounding Shen Shuangyi's earlier remarks was not limited to the online community. Even Jiang Sherwin and Zhou Xuerong were intrigued. They could hardly fathom that Shen Yue had been bullied to the point of losing her voice.
So,
you mentioned that the nanny for Sister Yu was dismissed for being unruly? The term nanny felt somewhat embarrassing. Shen Shuangyi responded with a feigned surprise. Oh? Would you like to know? Jiang Sherwin glanced at Shen Yue, who seemed unfazed, even straining to listen. He then nodded affirmatively. Yes, I want to know. The money you earn tomorrow will be handed over, Shen Shuangyi stipulated. At that moment, he regarded Jiang Sherwin not as a protege, but as a mere means to an end, a cold machine for generating profit. Even a modest sum held value. Jiang Sherwin's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Ge, how can you utter such cold words with your warm demeanor? I can be even colder, Shen Shuangyi retorted. You might as well skip today's meal. Please, brother.
I'll pay.
I'll give you everything I earn tomorrow. Jiang Sherwin clutched his bowl tightly, regretting his earlier eagerness to speak.
Deal.
At that moment, Zhou Xuerong, who had been silent until now, hesitantly voiced her concern. Is you all right? In response to Zhou Xuerong's question, Shen Shuangyi's expression softened despite his previously stern demeanor. It's not a major issue. Everyone encounters moments in life that foster sudden growth. For Shen Yue, this may not necessarily be a negative experience. Observing Jiang Sherwin's curiosity etched across his face, Shen Shuangyi began to unravel the connection between Shen Yue and Shang Junyu. Beginning at the amusement park, the Shen family's efforts to ensure that Shen Yue has a companion, and their recent discovery of the boy's actions towards her at school, unfold. However, Shen Shuangyi, displaying a modicum of mercy, refrains from directly mentioning Shang Junyu's name. In other words, that insufferable brat not only takes advantage of your family's wealth, but also dares to belittle my sister Yu at school daily? Shen Shuangyi sipped his soup and responded nonchalantly. One could say that. Zhou Xuerong, filled with concern, lamented. No wonder Yu said she was scared that day. She must have feared being deceived again. Shen Yue remained silent, dutifully sipping her soup. Jiang Sherwin glanced back at Shen Shuangyi for clarity. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Shuangyi remarked, that lad is quite handsome. Though young, he seems to appeal to both the young and the old. Jiang Sherwin disdainfully touched his dreadlocks, muttering, who isn't? While conversing with the two, Shen Shuangyi kept a watchful eye on Shen Yu's demeanor. Upon realizing that she was genuinely unconcerned about Shang Junyu, he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, sensing hope yet remained cautious. With that, he seized the still chattering Jiang Sherwin and placed him before Shen Yue, cautioning, Shen Yue, take heed. One must not trust handsome men like him, understand? Shen Yue glanced at Jiang Sherwin, then at her solemn second brother, and nodded vigorously. From the seemingly resolute yet chaotic gaze of Shen Yue, Shen Shuangyi perceived something and added, except for handsome fellows like myself. Although, in her memories, her second brother had shown little concern for her, his current awareness of her situation stirred a flicker of gratitude within her. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Thus, she resolved to tread carefully. After contemplating her cautious approach for a brief moment, Shen Yue decided to let it go, reasoning that she would be prudent tomorrow, primarily because fatigue overwhelmed her. Ha ha ha, Brother Shen truly has a way with words. I suddenly feel that the Shen family is not as simple as it seems. They differ from typical aristocratic families. I just looked into the historical development of the Shen family. I can only say that a family capable of enduring for over 3 generations without decline has its reasons. My goodness, the Shen family is ruthless. They expel inept descendants from the family. Huh? Impressive. My poor Yu Bao. What will happen to my Yu Bao? Originally a princess. She may end up a maid. To the ones ahead, Sister Yu could never become a maid. At the very least, she could disarm bombs in Syria. That day, the Shen family's regulations inexplicably trended on social media, accompanied by even more absurd topics. Sister Yu merely wished to recline, pondering, what should I do? Are there any wealthy families lacking daughters? I am Shen Yue. I seek assistance to escape the Shen family. Shen Yichen gazed at these trending topics, feeling a complex array of emotions. He never anticipated that, within just a few days, Shen Yue would not only cling to her indolent mindset, but also allow so many netizens to perceive her laziness and lack of ambition. If this were to be documented during future family evaluations, it would significantly impact Shen Yue's standing. Should her rating fall short of expectations, she could genuinely find herself destitute. Shen Yichen suddenly felt a twinge of headache and picked up his phone to call the director. Let's cancel the surprise. Tomorrow, Shen Yue will have to earn her own living. If she fails to make any money, she shall not be allowed to eat, not even from others. The director, who had been at his wit's end due to his inability to rein in Shen Yue, felt revitalized by Shen Yichen's words and promptly agreed. Understood, President Shen. Thus, the following day, as the crowd awoke to the cacophony of I rise early, I am remarkable, and you rise early, I rise early, we shall be together eventually, they were met with grim tidings. Good morning, everyone. Wishing you all good fortune. Chapter 42, Tossing Coins. Upon hearing the news, Shen Yue was momentarily taken aback. She believed she was glaring fiercely at the director who had just spoken and felt a fleeting pang of guilt for causing him distress. Yet it lasted only a moment. In the face of viewership and sponsorship, such sentiments were trivial. Apologies, little Yaya, but you must strive today as well. Does not being able to assist each other mean we cannot help with cooking? Li Xing suddenly inquired. Nodding in understanding, Li Xing turned to engage in conversation with Zhou Xuezheng and Dong Nua. Indeed, after several days of slumber, Shen Yue's elder brother finally grew exasperated. He would not defy his brother, yet he was curious to see if Shen Yue was truly as his brother described, and thus he raised no objections. This marked the first time Shen Shuangyi felt a genuine desire to understand his sister better. Shen Yue nodded, though she had yet to devise a plan for self-sufficiency. Nonetheless, she decided to venture out for a stroll. As she pondered, she stifled a yawn. Observing Shen Yue's apparent lack of concern, Shen Shuangyi suddenly sensed his brother's helplessness. If his future daughter were to be like this, he would surely be driven to frustration. While today's stipulations forbade mutual assistance or gifting, Jiang Sherwin and Zhou Xuerong instinctively trailed Shen Yue. The reason was simple: they were worried. However, intelligence and audacity bore no relation to one's ability to manage oneself. As Shen Yue contemplated the yellow earth beneath her, considering the method for crafting Indian mud cakes, the trio deliberated on how to help her earn money. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to set off first. Shen Shuangyi's method of earning was straightforward. He possessed some craftsmanship skills and could weave beautiful baskets from grass or create other items. These handmade goods, coupled with his appealing appearance, could fetch a modest sum. The technique for weaving baskets was not arduous. He had taught Jiang Sherwin and Zhou Xuerong the previous day and now planned to demonstrate in front of Shen Yue to facilitate her learning. Meanwhile, Jiang Sherwin and Zhou Xuerong sought materials to aid Shen Yue's education. Yet, Shen Yue lost interest after merely a glance and hurried away toward a nondescript stall. Shen Shuangyi, feeling frustrated, rubbed his head, initially reluctant to intervene but ultimately decided to follow her. Approaching the stall, he furrowed his brow. It was pristine, perhaps overly so. Beside her lay several individuals sprawled in disarray, their complexions ghastly, as if on the brink of death. One among them wailed, pleading for another chance. The stall owner, with a smile, brushed the man's hand aside, chuckling, "Even if I were to grant you another opportunity, you would still lose. Come back when you have money." Upon uttering these words, the stall owner glanced down and spotted Shen Yue, his expression shifting to one of palpable annoyance. Just as he was about to dismiss her, he noticed Shen Shuangyi approaching. After appraising Shen Shuangyi from head to toe, the stall owner's demeanor transformed. His lips curled into a grin that nearly rivaled the sun. "My dear child, would you care to play a game? The first round is on the house, and if you win, I shall even give you 5 coins. What do you say? Care to give it a try?" As Shen Shuangyi arrived, she caught wind of the stall owner's enticing words aimed at the innocent child, and without hesitation, she grasped Shen Yue's hand, pulling her away. "Shen Yue, this is something you must avoid. Both gambling and drugs lead to irreversible ruin." Turning to the stall owner, she added, "She has no money on her. Even if you win, she shall gain nothing." The stall owner maintained a facade of warmth, as though he were not engaging in a gamble, but rather preparing a delicate dish. "It's quite all right. This is merely a game. Children are curious. Let her have a go." Yet, he had a son that Shen Shuangyi was undoubtedly affluent, and he envisioned the prospect of considerable profit once the young girl lost. Intending to leverage her as a threat, the stall owner's imagination conjured visions of wealth beckoning to him, compelling him to retain Shen Yue's presence. As he initiated the shuffling of cards, the game was simple, a coin toss, guessing heads or tails. Surely, the child understood that the probability was 50-50. He professed to be an honest man, asserting it was merely a game of chance. Furthermore, for a wager of 1 coin, should she win, he would reward her with 2 coins, a tempting offer indeed. Shen Yue, captivated by the coin in the stall owner's hand, nodded in agreement. Shen Shuangyi, still reeling from the shock of Shen Yue slipping from her grasp, soon realized the two were already engaged in play. A sudden sense of mission enveloped her, if not her. Then who would descend into this abyss? Yet, she understood that if Shen Yue did not recognize her folly, her efforts would be in vain. With this in mind, Shen Shuangyi refrained from further interference, opting instead to wait until Shen Yue was utterly destitute, perhaps even forced to stake her own worth, before intervening. Only then could Shen Yue grasp the terrifying reality that beneath the guise of a game lay the grim truth of gambling. In the meantime, Shen Yue, under the stall owner's feigned concern, had triumphed in the first round, securing the 5 coins meant for baiting fish. When the stall owner inquired if she wished to play again, she nodded without hesitation. The stall owner's smile widened, sensing a lucrative opportunity. "Let's use chips," Shen Yue suggested lazily, still appearing half asleep, embodying the essence of a naive prey. The stall owner beamed with delight, clearly pleased.
"Ah,
I never anticipated that our little sister was so astute." Without asking how many chips she desired, he piled a generous assortment before Shen Yue. Shen Yue remained silent, her gaze fixed on the tokens before the vendor. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke up. "Could you provide me with 1 more token? I desire to make a rounded sum." The vendor, without suspicion, handed another token to Shen Yue, as it was inevitable that she would ultimately lose to him. Chapter 43. Indifference. the parent-child draft will intervene. Shen Yue, do you believe that tossing a coin is an entirely fair game?
Is it?
After all, even children are aware that the probability of a coin landing heads or tails is 50-50, correct? Prior to the coin's toss, this 50 probability signifies potentiality, while post-toss, it represents statistical averages, not distribution values. Do not misconstrue what you perceive as fairness with the laws of probability, for it may ensnare you in the gambler's fallacy. If you cannot comprehend this, victory will elude you. The voice of her older sister, both strange yet familiar, echoed in Shen Yue's mind. After a moment's reflection, realization dawned upon her. She recalled that the repetition of random phenomena conceals certain inevitable laws, provided that such phenomena are repeated sufficiently. If one conducts enough trials to ensure that the frequency of heads and tails approaches 50 of the total attempts, coupled with a twofold payout, the conditions become nearly foolproof. However, the number of trials deemed sufficient is theoretically infinite. Conversely, the fewer times one tosses the coin, the less applicable the laws of probability become. As a mere 10 tosses could yield a 5-5 split, a 4-6 result, or even an outcome of all heads or all tails. Without ample funds to achieve this 50 probability, the coin toss cannot be deemed fair. Indeed, one might exhaust their resources before even reaching that 50. In a state of desperation, driven by the belief that one cannot perpetually lose, they might wager everything, ultimately facing ruin. In truth, there exists no inherent connection between a prior loss and a subsequent win. Casinos often impose betting limits in such games, not to safeguard the gambler, but to protect the establishment from those reckless enough to gamble vast sums on probability. Yet this vendor had set no limits. Perhaps he believed that no one at such a small stall could reach such a threshold, or perhaps external factors influenced the probabilities. Shen Yue's focus remained fixed on the coin, and as she observed the vendor's techniques, she refrained from speaking. "Little sister, place your bet," he urged. Shen Yue calculated in her mind and decided to wager 25 tokens. "Little sister, take a guess, heads or tails?" "Based on my earlier toss, it feels like tails." "I guess heads," Shen Yue deliberately contradicted him. "It's tails. Why won't you listen, little sister?" Shen Yue glanced at the coin, softly affirming her decision as she prepared for the next round. "What is happening? Why is Sister Yue playing with a coin toss? I heard she had work today, and yet here she is, climbing up to watch the live stream. What's going on?" The situation is as follows. Sister Yue was simply lured into playing coin toss while she was on her way, placing bets and all. "This coin must be rigged. Just look at his expression. He doesn't seem trustworthy. What is Shen Ge doing? How can Yu Jie, being so young, be exposed to gambling? Moreover, that man across the table clearly appears to be of dubious character." The barrage of comments erupted in a flurry as Shen Yue had already lost 3 rounds, her chips dwindling one by one. What on earth is happening with Yu Jie? Has she been deceived? She hasn't won a single time. Yet, whether it was the viewers watching the live stream, Shen Shuangyi standing nearby, or the boss lost in a reverie of impending profit, none noticed that Shen Yue's gaze would linger on the thumb and index finger the boss used to toss the coin. Jiang Sherwing quickly grasped the situation. His family had once engaged in similar activities, but after the government's crackdown on organized crime, they had ceased all such dealings. Leaning closer to Shen Shuangyi, he whispered, "Shen Ge, what is Yu Jie doing? Continuing like this will surely lead to her loss." His inquiry only deepened Shen Shuangyi's frown. She was not listening and was still losing. Just as she finished speaking, Shen Yue lost yet another round, surrendering another stack of chips. Strangely, Shen Yue appeared unfazed, as if the money she was losing were mere toys rather than real currency. Meanwhile, Shen Shuangyi was mentally preparing a lecture for Shen Yue, recalling how her elder brother used to educate her. Perhaps she should call him for some guidance. As she fished out her phone, she realized it was still the kind that could not connect to the outside world. Very well then. Zhou Xuerong sensed the atmosphere around them suggested Shen Yue was engaging in something unwise. After a moment's hesitation, she stood beside Shen Yue and softly encouraged her. "Go for it, Yu Yu." Upon noticing Zhou Xuerong, the stall owner's eyes lit up, and he approached her, saying, "Hello there, little sister. Your friend seems to have lost quite a bit. Are you here to settle her debts?" His grin widened. His instincts had proven correct. This group was clearly here to indulge in some life experience, and if he could ensnare one, it would be quite profitable. Of course, they could start with a $30 stake, and the rest could be offset with other collateral. His demeanor suggested he was already convinced of his impending victory. Jiang Sherwin caught wind of something amiss and inquired, "How much is one chip?" The stall owner replied without hesitation, 100 yuan each. Jiang Sherwin frowned, Such a small stall could not possibly have chips valued that high. It was likely a blatant ripoff. However, he refrained from further comment, reasoning that since Shen Yue had not intervened, there might be a rationale behind it. Besides, Yujia did not strike him as someone easily taken advantage of. She was quite formidable. Nevertheless, after observing for a while, Jiang Sherwin was left astounded. Shen Yue had been losing continuously. Fortunately, her bets had decreased incrementally, preventing her from losing all her chips too quickly. There was clearly something amiss on the other side. While coin tossing wouldn't strictly adhere to a 50 probability, how could Yujia not win even once? Such a level of consistent misfortune at the gambling table was inconceivable. It was evident that the individual was manipulating the coin in some way. However, Jiang Sherwin couldn't discern the exact trickery at play, so he decided to test the waters. He deliberately shouted at the stall owner, "I see a problem with your coins. Are you really that dishonest?" The stall owner, however, turned to him without a hint of panic on his face, even smiling gently. "Oh, dear child, don't speak recklessly. This is merely a game of chance. Winning or losing is entirely dependent on luck. You cannot claim foul play just because your friend lost due to unfortunate fortune. Moreover, if you believe my coins are flawed, why not show me where the issue lies, or offer me one of your coins to toss instead?" Jiang Sherwin was utterly unaware that his family had always admonished him to steer clear of gambling, leaving him ignorant of such tricks. Had he known, he would have certainly exposed the deceitful man and unleashed a torrent of invective. "Perhaps I misjudged, my apologies," Jiang Sherwin conceded, feeling a swell of frustration. How infuriating. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Yue had once again scrutinized the stall owner's hands during their quarrel. When their gazes returned to the gambling table, they were startled to see Shen Yue confidently pushing all her chips forward. Jiang Sherwin, taken aback by her boldness, quickly interjected, "Sister Yue, no. Each of those costs 100. If you wager all and lose, you'll have nothing left." For Jiang Sherwin, 100 had previously been a mere figure, easily spent without a second thought. But after a day of learning from Xin Shuangyi, he had come to appreciate just how hard it was to earn that sum. Now, with no money among them, if Shen Yue lost everything, she would be left at the mercy of the game. Yet, Shen Yue paid no heed to Jiang Sherwin's warnings, merely nudging her chips further forward. "Sister Yue, let her play," Xin Shuangyi remarked coolly, showing no intention of stopping her. Human beings, it seems, are often convinced only by dangers they have personally verified. Shen Shuangyi was indifferent to the impending misfortune that awaited Shen Yue, confident that his parental instincts would intervene. Chapter 44. What madness! Oh no, I can't bear to watch. Did anyone count how much Sister Yue just pushed forward? I truly do not understand why no one is stopping her. Perhaps it is my pedestrian perspective that blinds me. Those ahead, do not be bitter. It is clear that the person who brought Sister Yue to the table is at fault. Today's stream is quite educational, illustrating through Sister Yue's impending loss the perils of gambling. Ha 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 ha. You are out of line. How dare you mock Sister Yue? We must expel you from the ranks of her fans. As Shen Yue pushed all her chips forward, the stall owner could hardly contain his delight.
To him,
it seemed that Shen Yue, having lost consistently, was finally driven by humiliation to place everything on this single bet, clinging to the gambler's fantasy of turning her fortunes around. Even if the player was merely a young girl, the allure of winning after numerous losses was irresistible. He retrieved a coin, already envisioning the adorable yet distressed expression on her face as she would soon be in tears. After this gamble, he anticipated a long respite. "Little sister, before we flip the coin, may I inquire if you have considered how to settle your debts?" Shen Yue blinked, seemingly pondering why this individual would pose such a question. "You see, although we are engaged in a game, you must understand that these chips represent money. The chips you acquired earlier were on credit for me, and now that you have exhausted your chips, you are obliged to pay." The stall owner cast a glance at Xin Shuangyi, anticipating a commotion if these people failed to comply. These dignified individuals were particularly concerned with their image, but he was different. He cared not for appearances, only for the money. At that moment, Shen Yue gently interjected, "For the final round, I wager that it will land on heads." The stall owner's incessant chatter halted, and he looked down at Shen Yue, finding it bothersome to play with a child. With confidence, he tossed the coin, allowing it to rest in his palm. "Place the coin on the table," he remarked. The stall owner chuckled and complied, covering the coin with a piece of paper. Shen Yue promptly lifted the paper, revealing the coin's face. It was heads. The stall owner's smile, which had been radiant enough to rival the sun, abruptly vanished. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the coin before Shen Yue, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This cannot be." Such an occurrence had never transpired before. "You mentioned the odds were 2-1. I have won," Shen Yue stated, observing the stall owner, who was rendered speechless. At this moment, all witnesses to the scene were astounded, whether they were spectators, crew members, or even Jiang Sherwin and his companions, all struggling to comprehend that Shen Yue had truly turned the tables. Her sudden decision to wager all her chips and her request for the stall owner to withdraw his hand were indicative of her insight into his techniques.
Wow.
Sister Yue is amazing. You will always be my sister. Darn it, I can only watch Sister Yue shine today. You're you. 10 minutes of work. Half a day of rest. Hello, the little you requested has secured funding and is about to go offline. How did she see through it? This is incredible. Is this not a drama? Wait, is it a script? It can't be a script. Who doesn't know that Brother Shin wants Sister Yue to make a move every day? He would never give her money. The person in front is right. Have you forgotten? Shen Yue is, quite possibly, a genius. This is impossible. The stall owner exclaimed in shock, inspecting the coin, confirming it was indeed the one he had tossed. Yet, according to his usual methods, the coin should have landed on tails. Jiang Sherwin, observing the stall owner's disarray, felt a sense of satisfaction and leaned in mockingly. Didn't you say this was a game of chance? How can it be impossible now? Surely you can afford to lose. You're not one to lack integrity. This is impossible. This round doesn't count. You must have cheated. I will never acknowledge this. The stall owner protested vehemently, retreating in a panic, abandoning both his chips and stall, preparing to flee. Shen Shuangyi immediately sensed the vendor's actions and swiftly moved to seize his hand, preventing any further attempts at deceit. Losing is losing. It's impossible. You're cheating. I refuse to accept this. Shen Shuangyi understood that reasoning with such a rogue was futile. She had to rely on irrefutable facts to silence him. Moreover, she was somewhat curious about how Shen Yue had managed to win. Just a touch of curiosity. Shen Yue, please explain to him how you won just now. After pondering for a moment, Shen Yue felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, and while stifling a yawn, she replied, "It's physics." Physics? What kind of physics? Jiang Sherwin leaned in, curiosity piqued, only to startle Shen Yue, resulting in a swift, reprimanding slap. Jiang Sherwin protected his head, feigning grievance. Shen Yue rubbed her sore hand and clarified, "I was simply controlling the coin. It's one of the most basic techniques. You place the coin between your thumb and index finger and toss it with a rubbing motion. When the coin falls, there's a 99 probability that the side facing upward will be the thumb side." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, this is merely a 99 probability. There remains a 1 chance that the coin will land on the opposite side, and with a slight alteration, that 1 could easily become 100. Neglecting air resistance. The coin will exhibit rotational motion around an axis, which coincides with the direction of the coin's angular momentum. Assuming the coin is tossed with the head side up, there exists an angle between the normal of the coin's plane and its angular momentum. When the axis of rotation is not parallel to the ground, the coin's normal will rotate around the angular momentum, a phenomenon known as precession. The existence of precession causes the normal of the coin to rotate in midair, thereby affecting the probability of which side faces up. When the amplitude of precession is minimal, its effect on the probabilities remains negligible, maintaining a balance between heads and tails. However, as the amplitude of precession increases, this balance is disrupted, leading to an unequal probability of either side landing face up. "Stop," Jiang Sherwin interjected, feeling as though something was whizzing past his mind. He didn't wish to hear more. The vendor, upon hearing Shen Yue's explanation, was left utterly stunned. This person is a true expert. He had always relied on rudimentary techniques, understanding only that he could control the coin's outcome, but never grasping the underlying principles. Having profited illicitly through methods unknown to the average person, he was witnessing a level of sophisticated analysis he had never encountered before. Jiang Sherwin, still bewildered, asked Shen Yue, "Sister Yue, so, did you use that precession to change the outcome?" "No, you should read more." Shen Yue responded, "Gambling attracts many individuals, even to the point where entire buildings are dedicated to the hierarchy of gambling techniques. Within those establishments, the methods employed to cheat are diverse and peculiar. If one cannot see through another's tricks or cannot discreetly control the entire situation, relying solely on luck will result in a lifetime of losses." To Shen Yue, the best advice for ordinary people was to steer clear of gambling. She believed the head of the organization was right. Someone like her should never dabble in such pursuits. Shen Yue approached the vendor with a slight sway, extending her small hand in search of money. The vendor, having shed his earlier rascally demeanor, gazed at Shen Yue with an expression of reverence, shouting fervently, "Master, Master, please accept me as your disciple." Shen Yue responded, "Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 45. A brief interruption. Shen Shuangyi swiftly subdued the suddenly frenzied vendor, speaking in a low voice, "Calm yourself." While uttering these words, she instinctively glanced at Shen Yue to see if she was frightened. To her surprise, Shen Yue remained unfazed, not only unperturbed by the vendor's antics, but even inching her hand closer to him. Before her stood a delicate little girl, clad in a simple tracksuit, yet her radiant aura was inescapable, as if she were a celestial being from another realm. With her lips slightly parted, she uttered a single word, "Money." Shen Yue felt a sense of urgency. The sun was already beating down on her. With such splendid weather, how could she possibly be asleep? However, the vendor, having witnessed her exceptional gambling skills, was unwilling to relent easily. He exhibited his shamelessness to the fullest, insisting, "If you agree to take me as your disciple, I will give you money." Shen Shuangyi furrowed her brow, preparing to refuse on Shen Yue's behalf, when she heard Shen Yue, with an emotionless tone, distinctly enunciate, "You first. Give me." At this moment, Shen Shuangyi tightened her grip, and before the vendor could utter another word, all that escaped his lips were cries of despair. Observing the vendor's pain, Shen Shuangyi lightened her hold, though her intent was unmistakable. The vendor, weighing his options, realized he was outnumbered and had no grounds to argue. The lingering pain from earlier made it clear that if he did not part with the money today, he would not be leaving unscathed. Thus, he reluctantly confessed, "The money is in the innermost pocket of my bag, but this is all I have. There is no more." His expression suggested that any further demands for money would be tantamount to wishing for his demise, inciting the audience's ire. Yet, Shen Yue was thoroughly satisfied. Without uttering a word, she reached into the bag, and upon retrieving the money, she turned to the light, revealing an extraordinarily radiant smile. If one were to disregard the fact that she was holding money, the scene would have been ethereal. Nevertheless, despite its minor blemish, it did little to dampen the audience's enthusiasm, who eagerly took screenshots and created various memes. "Sister has plenty of money. Is my smile beautiful? It was bought with money. How could it be anything but money?" After savoring the moment, Shen Yue obediently shared half of the money with Shen Shuangyi. Knowing that had it not been for Shen Shuangyi's intervention, the vendor might have fled, and she would never have obtained the money. Shen Shuangyi, taken aback yet not entirely surprised by Shen Yue's actions, remarked, "This is your hard-earned money. Keep it safe." Holding the money, Shen Yue pondered for a moment. Since Jiang Sherwin and Zhou Xuerong had spoken on her behalf earlier, she sought them out to share the money, only to be met with refusal. "Sister Yue, have you forgotten today's rule? Only what you earn through your own efforts counts."
Yeah.
"This is your money. Take good care of it. I can earn my own."
So you need not worry about me.
What has become of this world, that some can refuse money? How exquisite a thing it is. How painful it must be when it is rejected. Pain, excruciating pain. Shen Yue, while feeling heartache, collected the money and then walked indifferently towards the direction of the courtyard. Shen Shuangyi had been observing Shen Yue's actions and arrived at a conclusion. Her sister, though seemingly formidable, was excessively kind-hearted. She always considered others, and with such a disposition, it was no wonder she faced bullying at school. Never mind, let us pretend I didn't see anything. How could he possibly prevent her from winning a large sum through gambling? Earning her own money, let Shen Yue rest. How astonishing is Sister Yue? Is she truly 12? When I was 12, I knew nothing of such things. Who could I ask? At 12, I believed solely in light. Do you not consider that a child capable of disarming bombs is no ordinary being? However, I have a question. What question? Might there be suspicion of promoting gambling? Could this lead to a ban? Indeed, that is quite possible. Shen Yue's earlier duel had even stirred the hearts of these mature adults, let alone those with weaker self-control. I tell you all, engaging in gambling and idolizing celebrities will lead to your downfall. The director, feeling a chill run down his spine, swiftly cut the live stream, redirecting the camera towards himself, preparing to offer a feeble defense. Just as he finished speaking, he realized something was amiss, and the comments erupted in laughter, with hints of amusement even from those nearby. "You're too polite, please continue. What do you wish to see?" "I am ready." Seeing the atmosphere unexpectedly lighten due to his slip of the tongue, the director sighed with relief, disregarding the teasing, and began to address the audience. It seems there was an unforeseen incident during the broadcast, which I'm sure you all noticed. First and foremost, I must declare that gambling is inadvisable. It not only jeopardizes one's mental health, but also endangers one's family. Good children must not imitate out of curiosity, and adults should watch over their children to prevent them from straying onto the wrong path. Chapter 46. Brother, you truly are my flesh and blood. The director believed that his heartfelt speech would resonate with at least a fraction of the audience. Yet, to his astonishment, when he looked up, the comments were filled with question marks. How do you suggest we imitate? I suspect you are mocking my intelligence, and I have evidence. There's no time like the present. Director, show us how it's done. Don't even mention imitation. I feel I could never play blackjack again. What do you take me for? What do I have to imitate? The director was momentarily stunned, contemplating, before he let out a deep sigh of relief. It was splendid if he could not imitate. That was wonderful indeed. After a brief moment of reflection, he hurriedly ended the broadcast, knowing that if he acted quickly enough, the audience's complaints would not catch up to him. As the director settled into a seat, a nearby staff member gasped in astonishment. Director, someone has just made a donation of 10,000. The director, without lifting his eyelids, remarked that it was yet again the elder brother of the Shen family. No, it is not Shen's eldest brother. It is someone else named Yu Bao, which translates to my treasure. Upon hearing this name, the young man felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, pondering the peculiar choice of such a moniker. Not Mr. Shen? Then, how delightful. A new benefactor has emerged. Progress cannot be halted. What was the message accompanying the donation? The director stroked his non-existent beard and mused. This. Director, another 10,000 has been donated. Her little head was momentarily puzzled, but she chose to disregard it. Closer, closer. She could already scent the aroma of her pillow. It still bore the remnants of her own saliva. Shen Yue halted her steps, tilting her head in confusion as she gazed at the obstacle before her. The director, feeling a pang of affection, steeled himself to speak. Yu, the money you earned just now was with the aid of teacher Shen, so you must hand it all over. You'll have to earn it anew. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue felt as if struck by lightning. Her once weary mind was suddenly alert. It pained her to think that such delightful funds, which had only accompanied her briefly, were to be taken away before even warming to her touch. Thus, reluctantly, Shen Yue produced all the money she possessed and handed it over. All of it. A vision flashed through Shen Yue's mind, standing before her empty bedroom, with a gentle and ever-smiling butler before her. Where are my belongings? She inquired. Madam, there is nothing belonging to you in the Shen family. Please return all of Shen's possessions by today. What do you mean? You are not a daughter of the Shen family. Naturally, you cannot possess any of Shen's belongings. My parents. They have both consented. I am merely acting upon orders. That day, she relinquished everything, left with nothing. To her, all that belonged to the Shen family felt like a bitter dream. When Shen Yue placed the money into the director's hands, for reasons unknown, she felt an emotional surge for the first time from her memories. Previously, she had viewed her memories like someone else's tales, retrieving them only to learn odd skills or to remind herself of the miseries she had endured, thereby reinforcing her resolve to relish the present. She did not comprehend why tears flowed, just as she could not fathom why they would not cease. The director, who had intended to propose a wager after collecting the money, was momentarily stunned upon witnessing Shen Yue's tears. Is Sister Yu crying? The usually expressionless, but capable little Yu is shedding tears? Shen Shuangyi recalled the moment when Shen Yue had called him second brother, and a string in his mind snapped. He quickly stepped forward, pulling Shen Yue close to him. Without questioning the director or inquiring about Shen Yue's distress, he retrieved a handkerchief from his bag. Gently wiping her tears while soothingly whispering, "Do not cry. In a while, second brother will earn money to give to you." Shen Shuangyi, in front of the camera, always exuded an air of indifference, embodying the demeanor of a rebellious youth. Yet, encountering a weeping child could elicit even more tears from the little one. When did he ever display such tenderness? Shen Yue, unlike her peers, did not cry with frenzied screams or exaggerated, purposeful theatrics. Instead, her silent tears fell, drop by drop. Her silence rendered her plight even more heart-wrenching. As the two stood together, an unexpected hush fell over everyone, including the barrage of comments on the screen. Would they truly give her money? How remarkable! Would she then be able to sleep peacefully? Brother, you are indeed my true sibling. Shen Yue had intended to flatter her brother, But after her bout of crying, she unwittingly unleashed another emotional bombshell, her quivering voice betraying her sense of grievance. Taken aback, she quickly silenced herself. Shen Yue, however, was even more pained. He found himself ensnared in the fantasy of being his sister's savior. After all, why did she only cry so pitifully to him? It was evident that he was the sole confidant before whom she felt safe enough to reveal her fragility. Do not question how Shen Yue knew this. It was simply his nature. Indeed, she was his sister, sharing not only his strength, but also his shyness. The director, sensing the discord, rushed to intervene in front of Shen Yue, exclaiming, "Teacher Shen, what are you doing?" Shen Yue spoke with unwavering resolve. Unlike the tumultuous outbursts of Dong Yunxin, he remained composed, his eyes glistening with empathy yet instilling an uncanny sense of fear, in contrast to his usual surface-level aggression. In this moment, everyone recognized that Shen Yue was undoubtedly a member of the Shen family. Chapter 47. Exhausted beneath the setting sun. Had they not accepted the 2 million gift, they would not have felt such guilt. Shen Yue's situation could be analyzed from two perspectives. Firstly, during her game of blackjack with the boss, she did not rely on external assistance. She won that money entirely on her own merit. It was only when the opponent resorted to trickery that Shen Yue intervened, yet he merely restrained the opponent without aiding Shen Yue in earning money. From the outcome, it could be argued that Shen Yue's support facilitated Shen Yue's acquisition of the funds, but theoretically, the timing of her financial gain posed no issues. They never anticipated that their actions would inadvertently lead to her tears. Shen Yue typically left an impression of being both formidable and somewhat naive, possessing a sense of capability, yet rarely taking the initiative. Such individuals often exude strength, and their resilience leads others to believe that they can endure hardships without consequence. This principle of the strong carrying the burdens of the weak manifests in everyday life. If you are capable, you should do more. If you are strong, you must protect the vulnerable. After Shen Yue repeatedly exhibited her unique attributes in her quest for sustenance, many overlooked that despite being affectionately referred to as Sister Yue, she was merely a 12-year-old child. It is entirely natural for a child to cry when wronged, and thus, it is only fitting that Shen Yue, too, would shed tears in her moments of distress. Originally, the live stream chat was filled with voices calling her Sister Yue. But after Shen Yue lifted Shen Yue into his arms, they transformed into Yu Bao. The director, with his weary visage, had barely recovered from one scare when he was faced with the peril of being discarded once more. However, Shen Yue had already carried Shen Yue to the doorway. There was no time left for him to preserve his dignity. Shen Yue had calculated meticulously that if they departed now, it would be deemed an irregular exit. She was aware that Shen Yue's one-handed strength was 50. How did she know? Because she was currently cradled in his embrace, acutely sensing it. This strength, combined with the breathing rhythm she inadvertently overheard when they were out together, allowed her to estimate his endurance levels. It was known that her second brother's basal metabolic rate was 1072. Adding to this the exercise threshold of carrying a weight of 38 kilograms while walking at a moderate pace, Shen Yue deduced that Shen Yue could only manage to hold her for a maximum of 3 hours. Just 3 hours. Should they encounter the worst-case scenario where Shen Yue's stamina faltered, it would mean she must walk on her own for an hour. On that treacherous path, she would leave her footprint step by step, ultimately collapsing beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, swaying with the evening breeze. The thought of this scenario overwhelmed her with a profound sense of despair, almost as if her very soul had perished. She could not allow this to transpire. Thus, she bravely extended her hand and grasped Shen Yue's right arm, interjecting, "It's my fault, second brother. Please don't be angry." Shen Yue noticed that Shen Yue's earlier action had startled the director, but after weighing her options, she discerned that Shen Yue's anger was more significant. Hence, she decided to appease him first. Upon hearing Shen Yue's hoarse, tearful voice softly calling him second brother, an unprecedented surge of protectiveness welled up within him. He couldn't help but wonder what his life would have been like had his elder brother not lent him a hand when he felt helpless like Shen Yue. Would he have been consumed by hatred or reduced to nothingness? Unlike his elder brother, who always managed to maintain control over every situation, or his third brother, who possessed a remarkable aptitude for execution, or even his fourth and fifth brothers, who achieved astounding feats in specific disciplines, he was the most ordinary and weakest among the Shen family. At that time, his elder brother had told him that for ordinary individuals, accomplishing significant feats alone was indeed challenging, yet, throughout history, monumental achievements were never the result of solitary efforts. Whether it was the waters that overturned boats, the people who rose against tyranny, or even the ants in nature banding together to escape the flames, none fought alone. They all relied on one another. It was precisely because of their insignificance that they needed the strength of others. When Shen Yue heard his elder brother's words, he was deeply moved and resolutely stepped into the entertainment industry, beginning to cultivate his own power, the power of fans. Despite later claims from the elder brother that his original intention was merely to foster friendships and engage in beloved activities with companions, at that moment, Shen Yue had already fled from home and achieved some success in the entertainment industry, thus he could only manage a smile. He felt no regret, not in the slightest. Instead, he was filled with gratitude. Having endured a solitary struggle in a dark and desolate existence, Shen Yue sensed a profound similarity between himself and Shen Yue. Both kept their thoughts concealed, exhibiting a facade of strength, yet were fragile at heart. This version of Shen Yue required someone to extend a helping hand. Hence, Shen Yue, with reckless abandon, sought to liberate Shen Yue from the shadows of his past, as if striving to dispel his own darkness alongside hers. He gently ruffled Shen Yue's hair, gazing at her as if he were looking at himself, affirming, "You are not at fault. Do not apologize." Shen Yue nodded, mimicking Shen Yue's gesture by reaching out to tousle his hair, reassured that the second brother bore no anger, nor did the director. Upon hearing this, the director hastily interjected, No, I am not angry. It was my fault. No, it was my fault. I should not have cried unexpectedly." Hearing Shen Yue's words, the director felt an even greater sense of guilt, marveling at how obedient the child was, and continued to protest, "No, it is my fault. I should not have cried."
Cry.
Cry as you wish. I challenge anyone who dares to stop you. Shen Yue. One could hardly help but question the director's mental state. Chapter 48. She was mistaken, yet she remained unrepentant. Shen Yue's live stream once again transformed into a sleep broadcast, and regardless of how many times the audience witnessed it, they remained astounded by her ability to fall asleep in mere seconds. Her quality of slumber was indeed remarkable. Director, regarding this payment 2 million. A sum too enticing to dismiss. Only a fool would turn their back on money. Unless, of course, the eldest brother of the Shen family were to offer 2 million to prevent it, then he would opt for the immediate over the distant. Unfortunately, they observed Shen Yue's live stream for quite some time without any signs of activity, tacitly concluding that Shen Dage likely had no objections. In truth, Shen Yichen held no objections whatsoever. In fact, the 2 million in donations came from him, albeit through his secretary's account. The rationale behind employing the secretary's account for the generous donation was to keep Shen Yue unaware that this was his request. To ensure this matter, Shen Yichen had made such stipulations. Naturally, upon encountering the secretary's nickname, Shen Yichen experienced a whirlwind of emotions. "Yu Bao is my treasure?" "Indeed. Yu Bao is your treasure." Shen Yichen fell silent. The secretary also remained mute. Amidst this silence, Shen Yichen wrestled with conflicting emotions, ultimately choosing not to change the nickname, and directly, under the title of Yu Bao is my treasure, he proceeded to donate 2 million. Had the secretary not intervened, Shen Yichen might have continued to contribute. For him, spending money on his sister could hardly be deemed wasteful. It was an investment. After their financial contributions, the two bore witness to Shen Yue's heartrending tears and her eventual peaceful slumber. The secretary dared not meet her boss's gaze, repeatedly whispering in her mind, "I am invisible. I am invisible." Shen Yue dreamt of a prison. This prison was not referred to as such externally. Instead, it bore the nameplate of broken wings, which translated into English more directly as the bird with broken wings. This is a world-class prison, a clandestine establishment where the very name suggests that all who are confined within its walls will have their wings of escape severed indefinitely. Constructed by a coalition of nations on an island that eludes existence on any world map, it is surrounded by the boundless expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Accessing this place, whether for entry or for the transport of supplies, relies solely on aircraft. Surprisingly, the number of individuals aware of this location is quite limited. Knowledge of it is confined to a select few at the highest echelons of power. The inmates who find themselves here are typically individuals of considerable background, either wielding power or possessing immense wealth. For a nation's governance, housing such individuals in ordinary prisons poses an insufficient security risk and could precipitate a cascade of complications. Conversely, enacting the death penalty is not a feasible option. After all, In numerous countries, particularly those dominated by capitalism, a significant portion of the economy is sustained by the expenditures of these individuals. Furthermore, many politicians have deep-seated, clandestine alliances with them. Provoking these inmates could jeopardize the flow of illicit funds that nourish both the regime and the corrupt officials. Unable to execute them directly, yet unwilling to leave them unchecked, the only recourse is to sequester them in one location, where they can be isolated and meticulously managed. This place is designed to serve them as if it were paradise, all while under constant surveillance. It is impregnable, and escape is impossible. In other words, it is simultaneously exceedingly safe and perilously insecure. Prior to her admission into this prison, the officer escorting Shen Yue advised her that, should she comply with the rules, her life within the confines might surpass the hardships faced outside. After all, Shen Yue was destitute, survival was a challenge, and prison life promised at least sustenance. Shen Yue believed him. She thought it to be a place governed by strict discipline, where obedience would ensure her safety. Yet, she was gravely mistaken. This environment was clearly one devoid of legal constraints, reduced to primal instincts. Newcomers are granted a 3-month protection period, during which their roommates will be of the same gender. Beyond that, the situation remains uncertain. Thus, one can only wish for good fortune. Shen Yue awoke, roused by the pangs of hunger. Rising early, she commenced her day without breakfast, engaging in exercise to earn money. After laboring to accumulate some funds, she succumbed to tears and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. Who else was hungry but her? As she opened her eyes, she languidly sat up, then ambled to the changing area to don her clothes. Upon opening the door, prepared to venture out for a meager meal, she was met with a neatly packaged box lunch being offered to her. The provider of this meal was none other than Shen Yue. "Provided we move swiftly, no one will witness any violations," Shen Yue remarked.
Hey,
"That live broadcast. Adjust the cameras. Don't focus on my sister Yue. Truly lacking in common sense. How did she even get in here? Is she connected?" Noticing Shen Yue's gaze, Shen Yue smiled gently and said, "Forget everything else. It's time to eat." Shen Yue responded with an acknowledgement, extending her hand to receive the meal, only to inadvertently grasp Shen Yue's hand instead. "Shen Yue, I do not consume hands, thank you." In the midst of Shen Yue's inner turmoil, Shen Yue held a lunchbox in one hand while leading Shen Yue with the other, making their way to the dining hall. Shen Yue cast a glance at the dishes placed before Jiang Shirwing and Zhou Xuerong, finding them quite appealing. It appeared that these two individuals had already developed the capacity for independent living, unlike her, who still only knew how to sleep. She recognized the folly of her ways, yet felt no inclination to amend them. Chapter 49. Let us feed together. In the dining hall, with Shen Yue included, there were only 4 individuals present. The atmosphere among the small gathering was strikingly quieter than before. Shen Yue, typically reticent, remained silent, while Shen Yue seemed lost in thought. Zhou Xuerong looked at Shen Yue, on the verge of speaking, only to swallow her words. Jiang Shirwing, in a rather comical turn of events, was eating while fixated on Shen Yue, inadvertently shoving rice into his nostril and choking on his own saliva. Amidst his coughing fit, he frantically reached for tissues, thoroughly embarrassing himself. Jiang Shirwing's commotion finally caught Shen Yue's attention. A quick glance at Jiang's expression revealed his thoughts. He seemed eager to speak, likely to address the fact that his remaining funds were insufficient for dinner, especially with an outing planned for the afternoon. Upon hearing Shen Yue's remark, Jiang Shirwing appeared to gather his resolve and asked Shen Yue, "Sister Yue, could you teach me that algorithm from this morning?" After swallowing her food, Shen Yue replied, "Studying mathematics would suffice." She regarded Jiang Shirwing with a look of incredulity, reiterating, "There are no tricks, it is merely mathematics."
oh,
Perhaps a touch of logical reasoning and psychology, but those are secondary. The crux lies in mathematics, the most challenging subject that can truly evoke the joy of retreating from difficulties. Indeed, upon hearing the word mathematics, Jiang Shirwing's features contorted in despair. "I can't grasp mathematics. Is there no alternative?" "Study physics," Shen Yue suggested. "Anything else?"
chemistry.
In that moment, Jiang Shirwing grasped the essence of Shen Yue's advice. Mastering the sciences would empower one to traverse the world unafraid. He pondered further, asking, "Is there a game that relies solely on luck?" To be candid, during the New Year celebrations at home, he had never won a game against his uncles. Whether it be mahjong, cards, or even rock, paper, scissors, he consistently fell short, yearning to vent his frustration. Before they could devise a plan to convince Shen Yue, Jiang Shirwing boldly proposed an idea. However, he was met with skepticism, After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "We could close our eyes and guess whether the person in front of us is male or female. This way, it would purely depend on luck." Shen Yue remained unresponsive. Undeterred, Jiang Sherwing shifted his approach, suggesting they maintain a distance, making it impossible to discern by scent. Yet still, Shen Yue did not react. Under the anticipatory gazes of those present, Shen Yue finally nodded in agreement. Consequently, both Jiang Sherwing and Shen Yue donned blindfolds, while the selected individual for guessing stood approximately 20 meters away. The pair would guess the gender simultaneously, with the most correct answers after 5 rounds determining the victor. Since this challenge was privately initiated, there would be no spoils for the winner. Soon, Shen Yue heard the signal indicating that everyone was in position.
Zhang Xuan chose swiftly.
Hardly pausing before declaring his answer. Male. Shen Yue took a moment longer, yet her answer remained the same. Male. For the second individual, Jiang Shiwench guessed male again, while Shen Yue ventured a guess of female. By the third individual, both Jiang Shiwench and Shen Yue guessed male. As for the fourth, the results came in. Shen Yue had guessed correctly every time, while Jiang Shiwench had erred on 2 occasions. With disbelief etched across his face, Jiang Shiwench turned to Shen Yue, exclaiming, "Why?" Shen Yue glanced at the sun, which was perfectly positioned for an afternoon nap, and casually replied, "Just a guess." Jiang Shiwench, clearly unconvinced, pressed her for an explanation, but Shen Yue remained tight-lipped. "Just a guess," she reiterated. As Jiang Shiwench was about to continue his protests, he was whisked away by Shen Shuangyi. After they departed, Zhou Xiwerong stealthily approached Shen Yue, whispering, "You're truly remarkable." Observing this, Shen Yue leaned closer to Zhou Xiwerong and replied softly, "You're quite impressive too." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiwerong's eyes sparkled with delight. "If I work hard this afternoon, I can cook for you tomorrow." A smile crept into Shen Yue's eyes. Splendid. That meant she could stay in tomorrow. In the afternoon, some toiled, some suffered, some earned money, while others lounged in bed reading novels. Having attained a level of comfort, Shen Yue found herself losing interest in the egg hunt. She felt like a pendant, hanging off Shen Shuangyi in the morning, Zhou Xiwerong at noon, and Jiang Shiwench in the evening. There was always someone eager to cater to her, and they did so with great joy. Initially, the production team feared that Shen, the head of the operation, might take issue with the scenario and issue new directives. However, after a day of monitoring the live stream without incident, they decided to let it be. It appeared that the audience rather enjoyed watching these individuals eagerly cater to Shen Yue. In contrast, the live streams of the other 3 were far less promising. Zhou Xuezheng's audience soon grew bored, realizing that she presented the same routine daily, lacking any allure. Moreover, astute viewers sensed something amiss, resulting in dwindling support for her. As for Li Xing, his popularity plummeted dramatically. Initially, he had volunteered to become a son-in-law to the Jiang family, yet behind the scenes, he was entangled with numerous celebrities, including some high society matrons. In no time, Li Xing became a target of public disdain. Chapter 50. A quest for treasure in what appeared to be a nondescript village. Dozens of treasures lay hidden, each worth a fortune. These were purchased with funds generously bestowed by a wealthy patron, crafted from genuine materials. Shen Yue's secretary reported that every time Chairman Shen opened the live stream, he would frown, sigh after a moment, and then return to his duties. Shortly thereafter, he would glance at his tablet, frown again, and sigh once more. Unable to bear the tension any longer, the secretary suggested a treasure hunt to the chairman. As an exemplary secretary, one should not merely await assignments, but proactively alleviate the leader's burdens. Anticipating the chairman's needs is the hallmark of a commendable secretary. Such diligence certainly merited a salary increase. The adults are acutely aware that this presents a remarkable opportunity. In a game where rewards are predetermined, as long as one participant exceeds the average, they may appear more formidable and garner greater admiration from others. Furthermore, the journey of treasure hunting is rife with moments of levity, serving as a source of engagement. Should anyone miss out on a gift due to unforeseen circumstances, it would undoubtedly become a sensational highlight, a moment for everyone to showcase their reactions. Each individual harbors their own thoughts, yet Shen Yue is entirely consumed by the narrative of the novel she had just perused. She cannot fathom how, in merely a few tens of thousands of characters, such a multitude of elements can coexist, far more captivating than the mundane lives of her fellow inmates. Over these days, both the audience and the director have gleaned some understanding of the nature of Shen Yue's thoughts. It is a clear stream of consciousness, occasionally drained empty. From the moment her eyes revealed a transparent simplicity, the viewers have already grasped her essence. I would wager the director's entire head of hair that this girl is utterly oblivious. Is the director being polite? Sister Yu's gaze at this moment is a blend of 5 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 2 parts arrogance. I suspect she is lost in the novel she just read. Ha. I zoomed into the live stream to its utmost limit, restore the image, and discovered that Sister Yu was engrossed in my life. All for you. No, that book is not meant for casual reading. Nonsense, it's an exquisite piece of literature. Everyone should read it. I trust Sister Yu's taste implicitly. Tear the umbrella apart. Let it be ruined. Let it rot. While Shen Yue remains momentarily dazed. The production team has already commenced the drawing of lots. In a typical treasure hunt, participants are paired in twos. However, this arrangement would inevitably leave one person alone. Moreover, Shen Yue's partner must be someone who would not coddle her, someone capable of prompting her into action. Firstly, Zhou Xuezheng, Dong Nua, and Li Xing are immediately disqualified. Shen Yue has no intention of engaging with them, and it is entirely possible she might opt out of the treasure hunt altogether. As for Shen Shuangyi, he is also unsuitable. In recent days, he has been inclined to serve her meals in bed, and should Shen Yue utter a word of fatigue during the treasure hunt, he would undoubtedly carry her, which is unacceptable. Jiang Sherwin is a possibility, yet not advisable. He possesses an inexplicable reverence for Shen Yue when she suggests heading east. He would not venture west, and if she says to stop, he would remain still. Pairing them would result in a scenario where, should Shen Yue tire and seek a place to rest, Jiang Sherwin would promptly offer her a seat. After much contemplation, only Zhou Xuerong emerges as the most reliable choice. At least over these days, she has been the only one capable of rousing Shen Yue from her stupor and occasionally takes her out for leisurely strolls. Shen Shuangyi is paired with Li Xing, Jiang Sherwin with Zhou Xuezheng and Dong Nua, while Shen Yue teams up with Zhou Xuerong. When the results were announced, the collective anxiety mirrored that of awaiting exam results, with a mix of elation and dismay among the participants. Teacher Shen, although we had some misunderstandings a few days ago, I hope we can collaborate harmoniously today, said Li Xing. Ugh, how unfortunate, replied Shen Shuangyi. Sherwin, are you displeased to be in my group?
Pretty Chao Xusheng.
I am not pleased. I am exceedingly displeased. Sister Yu, today you have not had me serve you tea. No matter, you must encourage yourself. Without me, you must take good care of yourself and certainly refrain from sleeping anywhere. Sister Yu, this is Jiang Sherwin. This is Dong Nua.
Yeah.
Let us hurry. This is Zhou Xuerong. Zhou Xuerong, having drawn the same group as Shen Yue, secretly rejoiced. Upon noticing Jiang Sherwin beginning to act wildly and Shen Er's unwavering gaze upon her, she quickly obtained the treasure map from the director and pulled Shen Yue away. Shen Yue obediently followed Zhou Xuerong, being very compliant. Once outside, Zhou Xuerong felt relieved that the likelihood of Jiang Sherwin lunging forth to snatch Shen Yue away had diminished, and thus she unfurled the treasure map to discern their direction. However, after examining it for a while, Zhou Xuerong's petite brows gradually furrowed as she realized she could not comprehend it. This map was far too abstract. Yeah, could you take a look at this map? I seem to be at a loss. Shen Yue merely glanced at it and immediately noticed that Zhou Xuerong was holding the map upside down. She took the map from Zhou Xuerong's hands, reoriented it, and pointed to one of the main thoroughfares, saying, "Here is the path we walked together that day." Zhou Xuerong leaned closer, instantly understanding, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Heya, you're so amazing." As Zhou Xuerong leaned in, the gourd that had been hanging from her neck fell out. Upon seeing this, Shen Yu's eyes flickered. As she watched Zhou Xuerong animatedly discuss their next destination, she suddenly asked, "Do you wish for treasure?" Zhou Xuerong nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. I am so happy to search for treasure with you, yeah." Shen Yue understood. "Then let us head here." "Where is here?" "I don't know." "No matter, let us walk in that direction first." "Yeah, if you tire, please tell me."
All right.
Chapter 51. Is there any adult who is not mad? It is merely a fade. A heart-wrenching cry of Sister Yu drew a multitude of viewers. They all shared the same thought. I am eager to see how you will manage today without Sister Yu. This is hilarious. I came here to witness the madness. I am placing bets on how long Jiang Sherwin can endure without seeking Sister Yu. Jiang Sherwin's live stream opened a betting pool, while Shen Shuangyi's stream took on a more zen-like demeanor, embodying a sense of peace in every sense. Various chants of compassion and blessings floated through the comments. "Brother Shen, remain calm. Brother Shen is truly unfortunate, having to deal with such antics on the last day. Let us mourn for Brother Shen. We shall forever remember Brother Shen on this day. The conflicting interests among the two groups of participants rendered them unable to set forth, resulting in a stalemate within the courtyard. While they exchanged glances, Shen Yue and Zhou Xuerong had already arrived at their first destination, the pear garden.
Zhao Xurong hesitated.
But Shen Yue took the lead and stepped inside. Indeed, after a short while, they spotted someone seated in the garden. The individual, upon seeing Zhou Xuerong and Shen Yue, displayed no surprise but rather approached them proactively. Are you two here in search of treasure? Zhou Xuerong felt somewhat shy, nervously gripping Shen Yue's hand, wanting to speak but finding herself at a loss for words. Conversely, the withdrawn Shen Yue took the initiative, inviting, "You two have arrived at a perfect time. Please take a seat here." A guide led Shen Yue and Zhou Xuerong to their seats, conveniently positioned before a stage. Shortly after they settled down, performers began to sing on stage. The lyrics unfolded, as the vibrant blossoms bloom in abundance, what becomes of them in desolate ruins? Beautiful moments, how cruel is fate. Delightful experiences, which household enjoys them? After listening for a while, Shen Yue recalled that this was a song her cellmate often sang from the peony pavilion. Do you have any interest in Kunku, little you? She inquired. Our Kunku is renowned for its melodious tones, characterized by its tender and intricate passages, flowing and ethereal.
No.
Thank you, Shen Yue replied. Do not question her choice of response. It simply felt most comfortable. Zhou Xuerong appeared perplexed. In this courtyard? How could one possibly find anything in such a vast space? Shen Yue exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she was not required to sing. She had nearly feared that mastering the song was a prerequisite for receiving the item. Zhou Xuerong glanced around and quietly suggested you. How about you search from that end while I search from this end? Shen Yue did not respond, suddenly directing her gaze toward a pavilion not far away. Perhaps we need not search at all, she mused. As she spoke, she led Zhou Xuerong directly to the pavilion. After a thorough exploration, however, they found no treasures. Just as Shen Yue began to doubt her intuition, Zhou Xuerong unexpectedly handed her something. Do you think this could be useful?
It was a peony.
But it was evident that it was far past its blooming season, making its presence rather inappropriate. Upon receiving it, Shen Yue discovered an oddly shaped bead nestled in the center of the flower. Earlier, while rummaging beneath the table, she had felt an uneven surface. Without hesitation, she pressed the bead into the lower part of the table, producing a crisp clicking sound as a section of the table sprang up.
Zhao Xurong gasped. Aue.
It's treasure. Yet, despite her eagerness, Zhou Xuerong refrained from reaching for it, instead watching Shen Yue intently. Understanding her thoughts, Shen Yue voluntarily opened the box, revealing a stunningly perfect pink diamond nestled within. Shen Yue? It's not food, she remarked, feeling disappointed. However, Zhou Xuerong's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had once seen her parents purchase a beautiful pink diamond necklace for her sister, but only her sister possessed such a treasure. Their parents had promised to buy her similar items once she improved herself, yet Zhou Xuerong remained uncertain about what she needed to change. The awe in Zhou Xuerong's eyes did not escape Shen Yue's notice. She promptly placed the box into Zhou Xuerong's hands, declaring, "This is for you." Startled, Zhou Xuerong quickly pushed the box away, insisting, "This is what you found. You must keep it you." Her rationale was simple. If it was something she desired, then undoubtedly, you would want it too. She was willing to relinquish her cherished item for Shen Yue's sake. Observing Zhou Xuerong's fearful expression, Shen Yue suddenly remarked, "You are remarkable. Without you, I surely would not have found it." Shen Yue had previously noticed that Zhou Xuerong could discern details that others often overlooked, such as the blind spots of cameras and the conspicuously out-of-place peony. Flushed with embarrassment at Shen Yue's praise, Zhou Xuerong felt a thrill. As no one had ever complimented her in such a manner before, it was the first time someone acknowledged her prowess, and she giggled in delight. Shen Yue then offered the pink diamond back to Zhou Xuerong, saying, "You should keep this. Wear it for me to see in the future."
Initially hesitant, Zhao Xurong,
upon hearing the word future, was struck by a thought and reached out to accept it.
All right.
I will wear it in the future. The two of them allocated their treasures, no, their precious belongings, before proceeding to their next destination. Shen Yue had just been contemplating the unnecessary nature of studying kunku opera when she was suddenly faced with the prospect of learning to play the guqin. Luckily, Zhou Xuerong had some foundational skills and managed to play quite beautifully, prompting Shen Yue to express her satisfaction.
To their surprise,
the next treasure turned out to be a gourmet tasting experience. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue was instantly invigorated, and in a moment of unguarded enthusiasm, she grasped Zhou Xuerong's hand and declared, I adore you. Without you, I would never have the chance to savor such delicious food. What is this? Surely ginkgo? One bite. Exquisite. What is this? Jade-like dragon tendon? One bite. Delightful. What is this? National beauty and heavenly fragrance? One bite. Divine. As for the audience in their live stream, they were nearly in a frenzy, with a plethora of admirers expressing their excitement, each comment brimming with genuine admiration. Calm down. They are just kids. I won't. I refuse. I'm utterly enchanted. Someone help me out. Give Sister Yue a boost. Sister Yue is going wild. Shen Zibai, the alluring demon. Oh please. What calmness can you expect? Adults are bound to be a little mad. It's just a FAOD. Chapter 52. Finding a topic. While Shen Yue and Zhou Xuerong were thriving, the other groups faced considerable challenges. Particularly, 2 hours later, as Zhou Xuerong was helping Shen Yue digest, Jiang Sherwing suddenly burst onto the scene, shouting, Sister Yue. Shen Yue swiftly sidestepped, watching Jiang Sherwing quietly. Unfazed by her avoidance, Jiang Sherwing began to lament, expressing his frustrations with Zhou Xuezhen, who he found exasperatingly foolish and overly demanding, often using Dong Nuo as a scapegoat, and he could no longer endure it.
Hence his escape.
Jiang Sherwing, single-handedly redefining integrity. From the moment he fled, I knew I would see him in Sister Yue's live stream. Jiang Sherwing never anticipated that this would be my escape route. After a string of complaints, Shen Yue had gathered that he had accomplished nothing in the past 2 hours. Did you find any treasures? Jiang Sherwing, with a confident flick of his dreadlocks, replied nonchalantly, Not a single one. Zhou Xuerong, amazed by Jiang Sherwing's audacity to speak the truth with such confidence, couldn't help but compliment him. Brother Jiang, you truly are something else. Shen Yue felt utterly exhausted. While she had felt fine when it was just the two of them, the addition of another person seemed to drain her energy. Her eyes wandered to the small cart being pulled behind Jiang Sherwing, wondering what it was meant to carry. Yeah, has Jiang not yet found the treasure? Can he join us? Shen Yue's gaze was fixated on the small cart, unable to look away. I am exhausted. Jiang Sherwing immediately understood and willingly offered the small cart. I knew you would be tired, Sister Yue. This is the last of my earnings from these past few days. A gift for you.
Hop on.
Shen Yue paid no heed to the cart's simplicity. All she desired was a place to sit without having to walk. Once seated, she felt all her previous discomfort dissipate. Shen Yue inquired of Zhou Xuerong, where is the next location? Zhou Xuerong paused for a moment before leaning over the map to search. Let's go left. Without waiting for Shen Yue to speak, Jiang Sherwing began to run. Come on. They appear to be having a splendid time. Zhou Xuerong watched as Jiang Sherwing pulled the small cart with Shen Yue aboard and suddenly burst into laughter. However, when Jiang Sherwing took a wrong turn, Zhou Xuerong panicked. Jiang, not that way.
Yeah.
Zhou Xuerong rummaged through her bag for the 5 treasure boxes, excluding the pink diamond, and asked, What should we do with these? Without even glancing, Shen Yue replied, They are yours. Zhou Xuerong adamantly refused, her rejections continuing until they arrived at the courtyard. When everyone gathered in the courtyard, the director's team announced the number of treasures each group had discovered. Shen Yue and Zhou Xuerong's group, 8 treasures. Jiang Sherwing's trio, 1 treasure. Shen Shuangyi and Li Xing's group, 1 treasure. The one in Jiang Sherwing's possession was counted among Shen Yue's group, as it was given to him after they found it. The remaining 2 treasures were held by Li Xing and Zhou Xuezhen. Dong Nuo, upon acquiring a treasure, did not seem particularly elated. The final scene in Shen Yue's livestream showed her retrieving 2 treasures from the pile in Zhou Xuerong's hands. Shen Yue nodded. As Shen Shuangyi was leaving, Shen Yue handed him a treasure box. He paused in his exit, turned around, and accepted the box with both hands. He did not open it, but simply ruffled Shen Yue's hair and expressed his gratitude. When the butler opened the door for her, although the hall was brightly lit and the chefs and housekeepers occasionally moved about, Shen Yue still felt a lack of warmth. The butler, sensing her sentiments, leaned closer to explain, the lady is performing abroad, and the gentleman has accompanied her. Shen Yue nodded, though she was indifferent to it. Afterward, she took a shower, preparing to return to her novel. The last one was too terrifying, so she opted for a different one to rest her eyes. She preferred books that did not require much thought, but those that were excessively simple were also unsatisfactory. Noticing water still dripping from Shen Yue's hair, Shen Yichen waved her over. Come here. Shen Yue trotted over, feeling a bit flustered. However, to her surprise, Shen Yue simply led her to dry her hair. The warm air from the blow-dryer and the occasional gentle touch of his fingers made Shen Yue feel her body gradually warming up. Only when Shen Yue appeared more relaxed did Shen Yue prepare to have a serious conversation with her. Yet, would it be too abrupt to discuss things this way? Perhaps a topic should be found first. Shen Yue blinked, unperturbed that her elder brother could discern her thoughts, for he had always been remarkable. Chapter 53. How to Prevent Shen Yue from Scavenging. Before we begin, I took note of everyone who was idle and their respective positions. Shen Yue, while listening, unexpectedly produced an auto-heating cup from somewhere and began warming milk for Shen Yue. Nodding in agreement, he grasped the essence of her words, which might elude others momentarily. It was not about determining gender but rather about assessing a person, correct? Shen Yue, fixated on the warming milk, suddenly spoke up, "I would like to add some honey." Shen Yue was momentarily taken aback, pushing the electric cup towards the center of the table, ensuring there was no danger before turning to search for honey. As Shen Yue observed the steam rising from the milk, she pondered how to subtly hint to her brother that, rather than plain milk, she preferred sweet milk. And even more so, honey milk. Yet, above all, she adored yogurt. How vexing it was to be presented with such a dilemma. Could her brother not simply procure yogurt for her and insist that she consume it? That way, she could indulge in her favorite treat without any sense of guilt. In that moment, Shen Yue felt the weight of the world upon her. When would she achieve the freedom of yogurt? "How much would you like to add?" Shen Yue leapt from the sofa, rushing to Shen Yue's side, extending her hand. "I want to do it myself." Thus, Shen Yue handed her the spoon while holding the honey jar for her to scoop. Watching her take a spoonful, patiently waiting for the excess honey to drip off, she finally immersed both the honey and the spoon into the milk, stirring it vigorously. Shen Yue continued to hold the honey jar, waiting for Shen Yue. She stirred and stirred. Shen Yue waited. She stirred yet again. Shen Yue could no longer contain his patience. "Just one spoonful?" he inquired. Shen Yue nodded. She initially desired 2 spoonfuls, but her brother's presence with a honey jar made her feel pressured, so she settled for just one. Shen Yue was momentarily speechless. Yet he had to concede that Shen Yue was correct. She could scoop from the honey jar without it being in his hands, as she could easily do so from the table. The spoon in Shen Yue's hand had already been tainted with milk, prompting Shen Yue to retrieve another spoon from the refrigerator, adding a spoonful of honey into her mixture. "If you wish for me to place the honey jar on the table, you could simply tell me," Shen Yue remarked, stirring the honey into Shen Yue's cup while imparting a lesson. Shen Yue perked up her ears, absorbing his words. Then she declared, "In that case, I do not wish to drink honey milk, I want yogurt." Shen Yue suppressed his reaction, reminding himself, "This is my younger sister." The next day, Shen Yue nodded and, cradling her perfectly warmed honey milk, drank it all in one go. Delightful. It was time for bed. Shen Yue cheerfully dashed towards her bedroom, only to halt abruptly, as she felt someone grasping the collar of her shirt. Shen Yue had caught her, continuing to inquire about the earlier question. "You determine gender through assessing the person."
Do you not?
I want to sleep," Shen Yue replied. "You are aware of time and their starting positions, however. How do you ascertain each individual's destination and the velocity of their movements? Moreover, there exists the possibility of the same individual participating multiple times. If a person enters the arena twice, rendering both the starting and ending points indeterminate, how do you make your judgment?" Shen Yue's eyes widened. This game, once one masters the data, becomes as simple as playing the shell game with transparent bowls. Shen Yue, at the age of 22, has encountered numerous events throughout his life. Yet today, he finds himself astounded by his sister's seemingly nonchalant yet profoundly terrifying deductive abilities. Why is his sister so formidable while she barely managed to score 40 in her mathematics final last semester? Her overall ranking was among the lowest. Nevertheless, Shen Yue soon finds solace in this thought. Shen Yue is akin to toothpaste. A little pressure elicits a response, but without it, she remains inert. Realizing this, Shen Yue feels no relief, but rather a deeper discomfort. He is currently too occupied to exert daily pressure on Shen Yue. After finishing her statement, Shen Yue turned to him, seemingly asking if she could be released. Shen Yue sighed and continued, "How do you remember them?" She recalled every staff member who passed by her door and in front of her. Then it was simply etched in her mind. But how to explain this?
Well,
"They come and go, and I just remember." Shen Yue concluded. It was indeed an illusion. His sister had merely experienced a fleeting moment of brilliance. He pondered alternative methods to ensure Shen Yue would be dissuaded from scavenging in the future. Chapter 54. Is this what it means to be a domineering CEO? Shen Yichen usually finds himself asleep in the company, and he could not recall the last time he had slept at home. Lying on a bed still imbued with the scent of detergent, he suddenly felt as if he were in a different era and he had grown accustomed to the office. Sleep eluded him. Shen Yichen was not one to squander time. Upon realizing he could not sleep, he began to devise a plan. You may ask what sort of plan? Naturally, it was a strategy to cultivate Shen Yue. He had drafted 4 similar plans, all of which seemed to yield satisfactory results thus far. Where should he begin with Shen Yue? Sitting before his computer, he contemplated that Shen Yue's principal issue was her laziness, necessitating an environment that compelled her to act. This environment was easily determined. The well-organized school was the ideal venue. Next, he needed to select suitable individuals capable of applying continuous pressure on Shen Yue. These individuals must possess the ability to adapt to Shen Yue's various antics. Ordinary people would certainly not suffice. Shen Yichen opened his computer and began scouring the internet for winners of youth competitions in top-tier events, as well as participants from the strongest brain youth class. After 5 hours of careful contemplation, Shen Yichen opened his phone contacts, randomly selected a fortunate secretary, and dialed the number. As the phone rang for 30 seconds, a somewhat groggy voice responded, "President Shen, I shall soon send you a list. Kindly invite the students enumerated therein to our school, allowing them to set their own conditions." The secretary, still somewhat dazed, responded while listening attentively. Suddenly, Shen Yichen interjected, promising a salary increase upon the successful execution of this task. Splendid! The voice from across the table rose significantly, revealing that his secretary had finally regained her senses. After addressing the students' affairs, Shen Yichen commenced drafting emails to extend invitations to numerous teachers. Upon completing this endeavor, he rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of fatigue, yet sleep eluded him entirely. At such times, he couldn't help but ponder why he couldn't share some of Shen Yue's slumber. Some languished in wakefulness while others struggled to awaken. Meanwhile, nestled in a dream, Shen Yue lay adorably on her elder sister's lap when she abruptly sneezed, inciting a chorus of laughter above her.
Huh.
I warned you not to sleep beside me yesterday, yet you insisted on snuggling and failed to seize the covers from me. I assure you, no one can wrest my blanket from my grasp. Infuriated, Shen Yue was determined to prove her prowess in reclaiming the blanket, yanking at the fabric that had mysteriously appeared. However, her efforts resulted in her being unceremoniously pulled upright. With bleary, bewildered eyes, Shen Yue struggled to recognize the figure before her, the kind woman who daily brought her meals. But then came Shen Yichen's voice, cutting through the haze with an undeniable force. "Get up and drink your yogurt." She sprang to her feet. Shen Yichen stood firm, blocking her path, insisting she change out of her bare pajamas. "I simply cannot allow you to sleep," he declared.
Aunt Zhang, help her change.
"I refuse," she protested. 5 minutes, and I shall await you downstairs." Ultimately, Shen Yue donned her sports attire, only to be forcibly led outside by Shen Yichen, who made her run 2 laps around the house. After their meal, she was again compelled to accompany him to the car and, subsequently, to the company. Seated within the vehicle, Shen Yue felt as though she belonged beneath it. Confusion enveloped her regarding the morning's events. Why had her day taken such a turn? Wasn't she merely to rise and drink yogurt? Why had she endured the trials of early rising, running, and accompanying her brother to his workplace? Shouldn't he, as an adult, manage alone? She had never required company for school. Uncle Zhang was a separate matter. Recalling Shen Yichen's advice to voice concerns directly, she mustered her courage and spoke. "Brother, could you possibly go to work by yourself tomorrow? I wish to sleep." Shen Yichen, glancing at the reports from his secretary, unemotionally declined. "No." "Why not?" she exclaimed. "Before you resume school, I must rectify your daily schedule." Focusing on the terms resuming school and daily schedule, Shen Yue began to grasp the impending ordeal. Her rusty mind struggled to function. But she finally conjured an excuse. "But I do not wish to attend school. It is quite terrifying." Shen Yichen's fingers paused momentarily as a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. Yet, he remained resolute and turned to gaze into Shen Yue's eyes, intently asking, "Shen Yue, what should one do when bullied?" He continued, "If they apologize, how should you respond?" Shen Yue, puzzled by the sudden inquiry, hesitantly asked, "Is it permissible to not accept an apology?" A hint of amusement finally graced Shen Yichen's features as he replied, "Indeed. An insincere apology need not weigh upon your heart. Remember, true contrition only counts when those who have wronged you endure the same suffering." The driver, who had been employed by the Shen family for nearly 2 decades and had served alongside Shen Yichen for over a decade, pondered the significance of Shen Yichen's words. This was the 5th time he had heard such a sentiment. The driver, lacking the complexities of thought, merely wondered why Shen Yichen's words lingered in his mind for so long and were shared with everyone. Was this the essence of a domineering leader? Chapter 55. Today, Shen Yue's fate was sealed. She had indeed memorized Shen Yichen's words, though for now, she only grasped their surface meaning, the deeper understanding awaiting the trials of real-life experiences. After uttering his advice, Shen Yichen returned to his phone, appearing engrossed, yet every time Shen Yue seemed on the verge of dozing off against the car window, he would nudge her awake. Shen Yue found this incessant poking exasperating, but eventually, she opened her eyes and sat upright, which pleased Shen Yichen. The two arrived at the office in a state of tranquil coexistence. Shen Yichen instructed Shen Yue to take a seat on the sofa and handed her a poetry anthology from his bookshelf, advising her to read rather than sleep. Although Shen Yue wore a forlorn expression, she was reluctant to defy her older brother and accepted the book, feigning engagement. Her gaze drifted beyond the text as she lost herself in thought. Seated at his desk, Shen Yichen opened his computer to begin work. Suddenly, he looked up and commanded, "Recite the first poem on the 3rd page." Shen Yue, still in a daze, reluctantly flipped to the specified page and began to read. Time unnoticed has deepened into spring. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold. It is not the Taoist who brings forth laughter. Rather, the sentiments of Zhou and Kong are what I pursue. Despite her lackluster proficiency in language, Shen Yue grasped the essence of the lines. She complied obediently, reciting without deviation, a veritable automaton. As Shen Yichen signed various applications presented to him, he continued to listen to her reading. Shen Yue felt as though she were a mere playback device, uncertain, and continued her recitation. It was not until individuals began entering and exiting the office to seek Shen Yichen's signature that she found a moment of respite. Almost every person who entered initially cast their gaze upon her, only to quickly avert their eyes as if they had not seen her at all, swiftly launching into their reports to Shen Yichen. Shen Yue wished fervently that these individuals would take their time, allowing her a brief reprieve, however, for reasons unknown. Each report was succinct, devoid of superfluous words, and upon signing, they departed without delay. As time passed, Shen Yue began to discern certain undercurrents and inquired, "Elder brother, why do they seem so afraid of you?" Shen Yichen glanced at the curious Shen Yue and retorted, "Why do you fear me? If you do, then it stands to reason that they do as well." "Because you are quite formidable," Shen Yue replied, leaving Shen Yichen momentarily speechless, as if struck by an unexpected blow. Following this interlude, Shen Yue was finally liberated from her fate of being a mere sounding board and was presented with delightful snacks and yogurt by the secretary. Shen Yichen observed Shen Yue, who was obliviously indulging in her treats, and cautioned, "Moderate your consumption. We still have lunch to look forward to." Upon hearing about lunch, Shen Yue asked, "Elder brother, where shall we dine? Where would you like to go?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yue recalled that she had never visited the family company during her childhood, as her parents had never taken her there, and she was previously unaware of its existence. The first time she learned of the family business was after a bump to her head, when memories resurfaced. However, in those memories, she had no clear image of what the company looked like, just a distant view from outside the building. Her actual first visit to her family's company occurred when her elder brother came to fetch her from school, and now, here she was again, acting as a sounding board for him. "I wish to dine in the company cafeteria," she declared. She wanted to savor the flavors of the cafeteria's offerings, so that even if she could not return in the future, perhaps even if she were imprisoned, she could still reminisce about those tastes. This is the essence of a grand corporation. I shall remember it for a lifetime. The company's meals were quite satisfactory. Shen Yichen often dined with the staff and had no objections. However, bringing Shen Yue along proved to be inconvenient. So, he called the secretary to arrange for lunch to be delivered, along with a bottle of yogurt. Shen Yue perked up at the mention of yogurt. Amused by her reaction, Shen Yichen couldn't help but ask, "Do you really enjoy yogurt that much? You've already consumed 2 bottles today. Are you transforming into yogurt?" Shen Yue nodded enthusiastically, her heart warmed by the thought. She cherished the comforting sensation that accompanied each sip. In gratitude for the yogurt Shen Yichen had treated her to, Shen Yue recalled that she still had something to give. She had not yet finished distributing the gourds she had purchased, and Shen Yichen had been pondering whom to gift the extra one. "Elder brother, this is for you," she said earnestly, presenting a small gourd to him. After a moment, She felt her reaction was somewhat mundane and worried that Shen Yue might not appreciate it, so she quickly added, "I truly like it." Hearing this, Shen Yue beamed. "I thought you wouldn't like such things." She had merely intended to test the waters. If he had refused, she planned to take it with her to the prison for entertainment. "I like everything you give me," Shen Yue assured her. Shen Yue blinked in surprise. "Really?" "Indeed," he affirmed. In response, she extended the remnants of her cookie towards him, asking, "Do you like this too?" Shen Yue was at a loss for words. He contemplated reprimanding her, but as he met her gaze, which seemed to seek confirmation, he swallowed his words. "I like it," though it was said. Shen Yue still found it impossible to swallow the cookie crumbs offered to him by others. He merely accepted them, placing the crumbs beside the lacquer gourd that Shen Yue had previously given him. After a while, Shen Yue presented him with a lump of mud, the origin of which was a mystery. "Do you like it?" "Yes." Moments later, she handed him a cup of water. "Do you like it?" "This is drinkable," Shen Yue replied, taking a sip. "Yes." After a little while, she produced a pillowcase, one that belonged to Shen Yue himself. "Do you like it?"
Shen Yue.
Open to the 5th page of the poetry collection I gave you and read the second poem.
Today's Shen Yue, the end.
Chapter 56. Haha. I will no longer be a person. Sometimes, if one does not make a vigorous effort, one would not realize how delightful it is to simply lie down and relax. This was the most genuine thought that crossed Shen Yue's mind as she reclined on the sofa in Shen Yue's office. She had never felt a sofa to be so comfortable. However, her repose was short-lived, as Shen Yue called her up. "Shen Yue, do not lie down, or you will fall asleep again." Shen Yue rose with an expression of displeasure, unable to comprehend how Shen Yue, engrossed in his documents, seemed to possess the uncanny ability to know what she was doing. As Shen Yue observed Shen Yue, who appeared blissfully ready to dash towards the bed, he seized her by the nape of her neck, calmly instructing her to wash up before heading to bed. Shen Yue chose to abandon her struggle, silently conveying to Shen Yue that her energy for the day had been depleted and she had no desire to move, indifferent to whatever might follow. Shen Yue shook Shen Yue gently, marveling at how, indeed, his sister was as pliable as water, capable of yielding a delightful curve. If one were to overlook her current petulant behavior, it could almost be deemed adorable. Shen Yue shook her a few more times, but Shen Yue remained utterly still, feigning death. "Shen Yue, you are a person, not an animal. You must learn to take care of yourself." Shen Yue drooped her head and exclaimed, "Haha, big brother. I am no longer human." Her audacious demeanor and confident stance distinctly conveyed 2 words, incorrigible. With a sharp clap, Shen Yue received a light reprimand, accompanied by a voice of exasperation from above. "Who taught you that?" After receiving a lesson from Shen Yue, Shen Yue settled down, recounting her whimsical adventures of the day with clarity. In essence, after finishing lunch, she had left the office to scavenge for treasures, hoping to find something suitable to gift her brother and bring him joy. As she passed by the secretary's office, she fortuitously overheard a resonant exclamation, "Humanity!" Thus, that phrase became etched in her memory. Shen Yue's earlier words had activated that memory switch, making Shen Yue realize that this phrase was meant for moments like these. She translated her thoughts into words, expecting affirmation from her brother, only to be met with disappointment and a playful reprimand. Feeling a fleeting sense of grievance, it dissipated almost instantly. She was too weary to dwell on it. After listening to her account, Shen Yue identified the root of the issue, a secretary fond of anime.
Was it?
"Let us see if I can find you later," he mused. "Shen Yue, do not utter that phrase again." "Oh," Shen Yue responded, as she felt a pang of regret for the exquisite phrases she had just mastered, only to have them dismissed. Shen Yue meticulously rearranged her thoughts and cast them aside to gather dust in a corner. Shen Yue observed his younger sister, Shen Yue, who still hung her head despondently, and sighed, just this once. As Shen Yue pondered the meaning of his words, she found herself hoisted by Shen Yue under her armpits and taken to the washroom. It was her first experience of the peculiar joy of a maternal-style face wash. It hurt. Did her elder brother genuinely regard her as an individual while washing her face? After a moment's reluctant contemplation, Shen Yue bravely spoke again. "Brother, I don't want you to wash my face anymore." Shen Yue, immersed in the satisfaction of having tidied Shen Yue up, felt his good mood diminish upon hearing her words. "You better not." Finally, Shen Yue lay down on her bed, drifting into a dreamless slumber. "Yi Xiaojing, did you watch anime in the office during lunch?" Yi Xiaojing was left bewildered, unable to discern any emotion from Shen Yue's tone, and cautiously replied, "President Shen, I took a short break during lunch." Is something the matter? Even if one were to rest, such behavior in the office was unacceptable. Yi Xiaozheng began to feel anxious.
What do you mean by that thing?
Had his secret been exposed? No, his stash was securely tucked away on his home computer, layered within multiple folders. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. He mustn't scare himself. Shen Yue, his face impassive, reiterated, I will cease to be a human.
Ye Xiaogang replied, understood.
You are the boss, your word is law. President Shen, regarding this matter, let it be a warning, or else your performance will be penalized. Understood, President Shen. I comprehend. At 6:30 in the morning, Shen Yue was once again seized by Shen Yue, taken for a run, followed by a shower, breakfast, and then to the company. Thereafter, they commenced reading. Each day brought a different book. Shen Yue's reading device at your service. After nearly a week of such a routine, one beautiful morning, Shen Yue opened her bleary eyes, just as she was about to marvel at the fact that her brother had not tormented her that day. A devilish whisper reached her ears. Your biological clock has adjusted. Today, I will take you to school, and from tomorrow, you shall resume your studies. School? How those two syllables once filled her with dread, yet now they sounded like music to Shen Yue's ears. Wonderful. She would finally be spared from the sight of her brother's face. Moreover, she could catch up on sleep during class. As the saying goes, if you wish to grow to despise a beloved song, set it as your alarm. Shen Yue had unwittingly become Shen Yue's alarm for a week and had thus earned her deep-seated resentment. Chapter 57. I am Shen Yue, fond of slumber. They were preparing to finish breakfast and head to school. Shen Yue had initially expected Shen Yue to develop a resistance to returning to school after her prior experiences. Yet to his surprise, she appeared quite pleased. Her hair was simply tied back a bit askew and rather basic. His sister, Shen Yue, could not merely sport a simple low ponytail to represent their family's unique elegance. Reflecting on the hair-tying techniques he had secretly learned from short videos over the past few days, Shen Yue felt a surge of motivation. While Shen Yue was engrossed in her meal, Shen Yue quietly fetched a comb, preparing to take his first step in practicing hairstyling on her. Confident in his abilities, having learned swiftly throughout his life, he thought a simple hairstyle would be no challenge at all. A feathered braid, yes, that would do. He had long anticipated this day. Having accumulated an array of decorative clips, hair ties, and embellishments like flowers and butterflies. To be truthful, he had been eagerly awaiting this moment for quite some time. The act of styling Shen Yue's hair before she set off for school imbued him with a sense of inexplicable ritual. Shen Yue worked quickly, finding that styling Shen Yue's hair posed no difficulty, especially given the excellent quality of her hair, which had no tangles. With her abundant locks, the braid turned out beautifully. He admired his handiwork, feeling it a shame not to boast about it. Shen Yue, feeling an itch on her scalp, instinctively reached up to scratch, only to have her hands restrained by Shen Yue, who admonished her not to disturb his work. But, big brother, my head itches. She protested. Endure it. If you can't manage such a trivial discomfort, how will you accomplish great things in the future? Shen Yue had one concern. Will not enduring it affect my sleep? Where does it itch? I shall scratch it for you, he replied. After scratching her head, Shen Yue began a 360-degree photo shoot of his labor, capturing Shen Yue diligently munching on her bun. Selecting the most flattering angles, he sent a plethora of photos to a WeChat group that remained unnamed. The group consisted solely of the 5 young masters of the Shen family. After tossing in a bunch of photos, he paid them no further mind, focusing instead on Shen Yue as she finished her last sip of soybean milk before they departed for school. Hearing it was time to leave, she dashed off, elated at the prospect of finally being able to nap at school. As long as she could avoid seeing her brother, a restful sleep awaited her. Shen Yue followed closely behind, pondering why she seemed so exuberant over merely having her hair styled. Nevertheless, thanks to Shen Yue, his mood improved significantly today. The frustration he had felt from her antics in recent days had dissipated considerably. On the ride to school, Shen Yue, too excited to sleep, gazed out the window, counting down to their arrival. What are you so happy about? Shen Yue's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Caught off guard, she nearly revealed her true feelings, relief at not having to see her brother's face that disrupted her sleep. Ultimately, she simplified her answer to because of you, big brother. Please don't ask, or I might dream of you and wake up. The driver commented on their good rapport. Upon reaching the school, Shen Yue noticed a throng waiting at the entrance before he even stepped out of the car. Frowning slightly, he pressed down on the fidgeting Shen Yue and dialed the principal. After a brief conversation, he arranged to meet in the principal's office and instructed the driver to continue driving. In the principal's office, Shen Yue introduced the principal to Shen Yue. Shen Yue then realized that the principal was no longer the same individual as before. Shen Yue, if you encounter any issues at school, feel free to approach Principal Deng, he said. Shen Yue nodded, showing little interest in the beaming principal before her. Her only concerns were the location of her classroom, her desk, and where she would sleep. Other students had already arrived, so she would now be escorted to class. Shen Yue glanced at Shen Yue and, noticing her lack of any significant resistance, replied, "All right." Afterward, he advised her, "Take some time to acclimate to the school today. If you feel uncomfortable at any moment, call me immediately, understood?" As he spoke, he retrieved her phone from her pocket, gesturing with it in front of her. Shen Yue found his nagging somewhat tiresome, yet an unfamiliar warmth surged within her, momentarily causing her to forget about sleep. She simply nodded obediently. Once Shen Yue had finished his instructions, he departed. Under the principal's guidance, Shen Yue arrived at a classroom marked for special classes. It was currently class time, and upon seeing the principal, the teacher paused their lesson and stepped forward. Not surprised by Shen Yue's presence beside the principal, the teacher inquired, "Principal, is this Shen Yue?" The principal nodded, affirming, "I leave her in your capable hands." "Shen Yue. My surname is Niu. You may call me Teacher Niu." Shen Yue dutifully responded, "Teacher Niu." Her demeanor, with a small backpack and an innocent expression waiting for further instructions, briefly perplexed Teacher Niu. He couldn't help but wonder why Shen Yue was so anxious. Surely, this child appeared quite well behaved. Was it possible he was suffering from a case of overprotective guardian syndrome? With a mix of curiosity and bemusement, Teacher Niu led Shen Yue closer to the classroom, announcing with gusto, "This is Shen Yue, our new classmate. Let us welcome her with a self-introduction." The students complied eagerly, applauding. Then silence ensued. Just as Teacher Niu was about to break the awkwardness, Shen Yue finally spoke up. "My name is Shen Yue. I love to sleep the most, and I will sleep during class as well. That's all." Chapter 58. She might have a terminal illness. Shen Yue's self-introduction was succinct. She believed she had conveyed her essence accurately and expressed her desires clearly. She harbored no grand ambitions nor wished to become someone remarkable. Her sole purpose for coming to school was to sleep. Teacher Niu sensed trouble as soon as Shen Yue began her introduction.
He thought to himself,
if she were truly the well-behaved girl he imagined, would he really need to be here as the homeroom teacher? Was this what awaited him? The second child was a typical rebellious teen, the third a reserved introvert, the fourth a delicate flower, and the fifth a neurotic. As for the sixth, it appeared he was indeed just the sixth. Shen Yue, sleeping during class is not permitted. Should you violate classroom rules, I might have to take certain measures. Teacher Niu cautioned. Shen Yue pondered for a moment and earnestly inquired, "How can I sleep in class then?" She truly wished to avoid the torment of being awakened mid-slumber. All she desired was a peaceful sleep. However, Niu Kaihui remained unfazed, unable to succumb to slumber. "I shall convey the specific class rules to you later. For now, please take a seat over there and join the others in attending a lesson." Shen Yue glanced at the spot designated for her, feeling a pang of sadness. It was, rather unfortunately, the seat by the window, devoid of curtains. Consequently, if sunlight streamed in, it would be quite blinding. She resolved to quietly purchase some earplugs. Just as Shen Yue was about to walk over and take her seat, someone raised their hand and said, "Teacher, I believe Shen Yue may be experiencing functional disturbances in her cognitive faculties. It would be prudent for her to seek medical attention rather than attend class." This remark was undeniably aggressive. If uttered by an ordinary individual, it would likely be construed as a sarcastic jibe at Shen Yue's intellect, suggesting a visit to the hospital. However, the speaker was no ordinary person but Mi Qian, a mere 13 years old, who had triumphed over numerous competitors as senior and claimed the National Science Competition champion title in the junior division with absolute dominance. Every word he spoke was laden with purpose, for Mi Qian's motto was to utter no superfluous words and to engage in no futile endeavors. Niu Kaihui, indeed, exhibited no inclination to reproach Mi Qian. Instead, she regarded him with commendable composure and inquired, "Why do you say that?" Mi Qian adjusted his glasses, exuding an air of professionalism as he began to elucidate in a measured tone. The desire to slumber is induced by the secretion of melatonin from the hypothalamus and pineal gland, which acts as a sedative, diminishing bodily activity and amplifying feelings of fatigue. Conversely, serotonin is a neurotransmitter that induces central nervous system excitation and euphoria, alternating in secretion with melatonin, typically maintaining alertness and vivacity during daylight hours. Therefore, If one experiences drowsiness during the day, particularly in such a delightful setting as a classroom, it is highly probable that it stems from a disruption in the secretion of these two neurotransmitters, or perhaps from insufficient cerebral blood flow. Upon concluding his explanation, Mi Qian adjusted his glasses once more and suggested an immediate visit to the hospital to ascertain whether there were any recent anomalies in her health metrics. Niu Kaihuai interjected. Is it not possible that this girl is merely lazy? Niu Kaihuai understood that the students in this class were rather unique in their perception. They might not even grasp the concept of laziness, making it challenging to analyze matters from such a perspective. Perhaps Shen Yue represented an excellent opportunity for them to comprehend the nature of an ordinary individual. In that instant, Niu Kaihuai grasped why it was essential to introduce an anomaly among these prodigies. It was, in fact, to refine their character. However, employing his own sister as a means of enhancement felt rather harsh. Before Niu Kaihuai could fully contemplate this, another student raised their hand. He did not even wait for Niu Kaihuai to acknowledge him, but began speaking independently. Mi Qian, I must disagree with your assertion. You have only considered the cognitive aspects of our new classmate's drowsiness. However, if we approach this from the perspective of mental health disorders, it is evidently symptomatic of depression. The hypersomnia associated with depression is primarily characterized by a lack of energy, diminished motivation, an aversion to activity, excessive sleep, and even a decline in volitional activities. One can discern through observation of our new classmate's gaze that she is currently engaged in no volitional activity, which clearly indicates that the situation is far more complex than you suggest. As soon as the person finished speaking, before even catching their breath, another individual stood up to refute the argument. While both of you may possess a degree of validity in your assertions, they apply only to general circumstances. If it is neither an ordinary metabolic anomaly nor a temporary disruption, it is highly likely to be Klein-Levin syndrome. Observe the new student's posture, slumped and lethargic, as if on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Does this not resemble a rare neurological disorder? It is associated with a phenomenon known as microparticles, which, in certain instances, can render individuals unable to awaken from sleep. Composed of amino acids akin to a protein, it may confine those afflicted to their beds for years. Prolonged slumber can lead to the deepening of brain fissures. To put it simply, while the brain captures information during the day, it organizes and filters this data at night. Excessive sleep disrupts this natural mechanism, resulting in behaviors reminiscent of amnesia. I can conduct an experiment immediately. New student, do you know your name? Shen Yue? Niu Kaihuai. He had initially been resolute in his belief that Shen Yue was merely lazy, wishing to doze off in class, yet now he found himself in doubt. His expertise in biology was not particularly strong, and some of the children present were even more knowledgeable than he. If 3 classmates suspect Shen Yue is unwell, then it is indeed plausible that something is amiss. Once this child is entrusted to him, he must take responsibility, but before assuming such duties, he ought to comprehend what he is accountable for. Your conjectures are all possible. However, I encountered an intriguing theory yesterday, termed cellular rejection. The human body instinctively seeks a comfortable environment. Perhaps our cells find the new student too comfortable, thus prompting her desire to sleep. This suggests that the issue may not be a simple neurological disorder, but rather a cellular malfunction. Cancer? Niu Kaihuai, listening intently to the discussion, fell into contemplation before decisively reaching for his phone to call Shen Yue. Hello, Brother Shen. Your sister may be suffering from an incurable illness. Perhaps you should take her to the hospital for an examination immediately? Chapter 59. Here I am. As Shen Yue was signing documents, upon hearing Niu Kaihuai's serious yet uncertain voice over the phone, he abruptly tore the paper in half. The sound of paper ripping caused the project manager, who had been patiently waiting nearby, to startle. Great, now I have to reprint the signing documents. However, the project manager dared not utter a word, instead speculating what could have provoked such ire from President Shen while fervently hoping that the flames of his wrath would not scorch him. What does this mean? Understood. I will come immediately. Odd. How did the tone of this statement suddenly shift to such complexity? Truly, President Shen, with just a couple of brief sentences, can convey entirely different emotions. The project manager perked up his ears, eager to hear gossip about the youthful yet mature Shen. Instead, he was met with a cold, indifferent command: reprint the documents and place them on my desk. Yes, President Shen? The manager had just responded when he looked up to find the previously seated Shen Yue had vanished without a trace. The speed at which he reacted was comparable to that of the time he learned his father-in-law was to undergo a hemorrhoidectomy. As this thought crossed his mind, the project manager experienced a sudden epiphany, realizing he might have uncovered something significant. Could it be that Mr. Shen's family was afflicted with hemorrhoids?
Indeed.
It seemed that neither the domineering CEO nor his relatives could escape the fate of this ailment. Sighing, the manager proceeded to print the few damaged sheets of paper. Observers, noticing his despondent demeanor, speculated that he had incurred Mr. Shen's ire, causing a ripple of tension among them. Given Mr. Shen's apparent foul mood today, it was perhaps wiser to postpone the signing until tomorrow. In truth, the manager was preoccupied with a singular concern. If even the family of the CEO could not evade the clutches of hemorrhoids, what about him? Was there still hope for his own salvation?
Sigh.
Meanwhile, Shen Yue was indifferent to such matters. All she desired was to rest, her eyes sparkling as she focused intently on Niu Kaihui. With her mind consumed by the prospect of relaxation, she listened to Niu's explanations, marveling at the soundness of the theories he presented. Yes, promote me in this manner. Shen Yue stifled a smile, nodding in agreement. Hooray! If her elder brother believed she was unwell, he would surely refrain from insisting she rise early, a sweet reprieve at last. My apologies, Teacher Niu. I concede my earlier tone was somewhat loud. You truly are a helpful and kind educator. With that, she handed her small backpack to Niu and ambled towards the school gate. Initially, Niu Kaihui intended to lighten Shen Yue's burden, thinking she might be unwell. But as soon as he lifted the backpack, he sensed something amiss. How could a seemingly stuffed and bulging bag feel so light? This defied logic. He looked at Shen Yue with a quizzical expression. May I take a look at your backpack, classmate Shen? Shen Yue, having formed a favorable impression of Niu, after all, he was the one guiding her towards rest, did not hesitate to open her bag, from which she extracted an enormous pillow. The pillow was indeed colossal, giving the impression of being exceptionally oversized. Niu Kaihui attempted to maintain his composure. Surely, she had simply brought along a pillow for comfort. However, as he weighed the nearly weightless backpack in his hands, he could no longer deceive himself. Shen Yue had audaciously brought a pillow to school. Was she truly attending for serious study? Could the Shen family not produce a single rational individual, or must they persist in dragging him into their absurdities? He was thoroughly exasperated. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Niu Kaihui addressed Shen Yue with a controlled tone. Classmate Shen, next time you come to school, please fill your backpack with textbooks instead of a pillow. Shen Yue obediently nodded. Niu Kaihui mused to himself, you better have a legitimate reason for today's inspection. Shortly after he escorted Shen Yue to the school gate, Shen Yichen arrived. During this interval, Shen Yue even instructed Niu on the most efficient technique to fit such a massive pillow into a backpack. Niu Kaihui expressed that he had acquired yet another useful piece of knowledge today, though he found it rather unnecessary. He did not require instruction on how to stuff a pillow into his backpack, as his pillow would remain in its rightful place. Fortunately, Shen Yichen arrived promptly, otherwise, he might have had to courageously decline this job before he could even teach Shen Yue. Having said this, Niu Kaihui hastily departed, his demeanor akin to one who fears being ensnared. Shen Yichen, who had initially harbored some doubts, now found himself in a state of alarm. Could it be that Shen Yue was afflicted with some terminal illness? He had always assumed that Shen Yue's frequent slumber was merely a sign of laziness, never considering the possibility of something more sinister. This was a grave oversight on his part. As Shen Yichen gazed at Shen Yue, he noted that she was merely 12 years old, if she were indeed suffering from an incurable ailment. Shen Yue swiftly hopped into the car and settled herself comfortably. Even as she dozed off during the ride, she was no longer disturbed by Shen Yichen's nudges. However, she was awakened later for a multitude of examinations. She was bewildered by the sudden appearance of so many large and imposing instruments in her home. Thus, Shen Yue enjoyed 2 blissful days of indolence. On the 3rd day, however, she was roused with the command, Shen Yue, wake up for school. Oh, I'm ill, she protested. You have a case of laziness. You'll feel better once you leave your bed. Shen Yue retorted. How could you discover my ruse so quickly? In Chapter 60, when faced with uncertainty, one sleeps soundly. Niu Kaihui, having misrepresented Shen Yue's condition, received a reprimand from Shen Yichen. A fully grown man, robust and muscular, sat restlessly before Shen Yichen, awkwardly scratching his head. Brother Shen, it's not that I lack proficiency in biology. When that group of kids mentioned it, I truly began to believe it was a possibility. Shen Yichen sighed. I've told you before not to specialize narrowly, or you will inevitably be deceived, especially by a bunch of children. Brother, you know very well that those are not ordinary folks, right? I don't understand why you insist on forming such a class and allowing your sister to join. Ordinary individuals cannot comprehend geniuses, nor coexist with them. I want to take responsibility if she suffers a setback. In truth, Niu Kaihuai was older than Shen Yichen, however, due to certain circumstances. He was compelled to address Shen Yichen as brother. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen recalled something, pausing for a moment before stating earnestly, Shen Yue will not be discouraged. She possesses great capability, though she is simply too lazy. Just ensure she has tasks to engage her. Niu Kaihuai considered the enormous pillow in her backpack with skepticism. Yet he recalled Shen Yue's remarkable prowess in managing that cumbersome pillow and began to entertain the notion. He and Shen Yichen had been classmates for many years. And among their peers, he was the only one who could truly connect with Shen Yichen. After all, Shen Yichen was a prodigy, often skipping grades, while the other students struggled to keep pace or perhaps felt intimidated. Ultimately, he was the only one who accompanied Shen Yichen through his academic leaps, even receiving an invitation to the same university. Throughout this period, he had frequently assisted Shen Yichen, and their camaraderie had blossomed. After entering university, their bond only deepened, and unbeknownst to them, they had become steadfast friends over the years. In the past, he could easily outshine Shen Yichen in mathematics.
Now,
Shen Yichen has become a corporate mogul, undoubtedly excelling in all subjects beyond him. Ha ha ha. Niu Kaihuai chuckled to himself, only to be interrupted by Shen Yichen's indifferent voice. Niu Kaihuai, do you wish to cease your merriment? Niu Kaihuai burst into laughter, exclaiming, how could I? My parents named me to ensure my happiness. You have no say in the matter. Pray tell, Shen Yue is to become my student. I must know what my role entails. Niu Kaihuai had previously overlooked Shen Yue, and by the time he recognized her potential, she had already transformed into this. Scratching his head uncertainly, he inquired, in what way? Is it that she attends class with a pillow? To his surprise, instead of refuting him, Shen Yichen solemnly nodded. Indeed. Her life goal appears to be sleeping. Niu Kaihuai gasped, what? Your sister's life goal is to sleep? Your own sister? Shen Yichen closed his eyes and nodded vigorously. Niu Kaihuai's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, when Shen Yue expressed her desire to sleep during class, he assumed it was merely an attempt to intimidate him, as several mischievous students had done before, so he paid it little heed, feeling only slight irritation. Little did he realize, Shen Yue was indeed serious. He could not fathom how a child of her age could prioritize sleep as a goal. Absurd. His own objective in slumber was to glean insights akin to those of James Watson, aspiring to become the greatest mathematician of our time. Indeed, Niu Kaihuai, a 26-year-old man standing at an imposing height of 188 centimeters, with bronze skin and a buzz cut, possessed sharp, assertive eyes that led most to perceive him as the new physical education teacher. In truth, he was merely a gentle soul with a profound passion for mathematics. His pastimes consisted of exploring fractal geometry and complex dynamical systems, with aspirations of becoming a great mathematician. Niu Kaihuai nodded earnestly. In her case, it is indeed plausible.
no.
From my brief interactions, I estimate there is an 80 chance she won't pick up any trash and will solely sleep. You are aware of our family's circumstances. I wish to do my utmost for Shen Yue. Having spent many years with Shen Yichen, Niu Kaihuai understood the myriad emotions concealed beneath his expressionless facade. Upon hearing this, he merely remarked, your parents are truly unkind. Shen Yichen did not respond, continuing, the children in your class are all prodigies. Perhaps they might pique Shen Yue's interest. While at school, I entrust her to you. The mere fact that Shen Yichen entrusted him with such a request filled Niu Kaihuai with joy. And he promptly thumped his chest in assurance. I will see to it.
You can count on me.
It was only after Niu Kaihuai left Shen Yichen's office that he realized the implication of Shen Yichen's words. The intention of placing so many geniuses in proximity to Shen Yue was not merely to cultivate her talents, but to allow those talents to nurture her. Shen Yue was still being sent off to school, devoid of her supersized, incredibly soft pillow. The only concession she could manage was to secretly don an eye mask. That was her limit. This was also her final display of defiance. Shen Yue, do not sleep in class, Shen Yichen admonished her before she hopped off the bus. Shen Yue nonchalantly nodded, clearly not absorbing his words. Shen Yichen chose not to press further. Instead, he handed her a bottle of multigrain yogurt, saying, go on. I will pick you up in the evening. Shen Yue paused, clutching the yogurt, momentarily taken aback by his promise to come for her. Sensing her unease, Shen Yichen inquired, what's wrong? After a brief hesitation, she asked, what about the company? It took Shen Yichen a couple of seconds to realize that Shen Yue was concerned about his job. It won't take long to pick you up. There's no need to worry. I'll take you to eat whatever you desire tonight. Shen Yue nodded, secretly vowing to herself. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and made her way to the special class. Along the way, she attracted numerous fearful and envious glances, which she chose to ignore, even dismissing two individuals who approached her for conversation. Thus, she arrived at her designated desk in the special class, donned her sleep mask, laid down, and fell asleep. She had decided to indulge in a brief slumber before making any firm decisions. As the saying goes, when faced with uncertainty, a good sleep is the remedy. Chapter 61. The periodic table of elements awaits. Shen Yue's sleep mask barely lasted until the bell rang. Niu Kaihui hurried over, rousing her slumbering spirit with a gentle nudge. It's Shen Yue. She must be sleeping. Niu Kaihui dashed towards the classroom and, upon reaching the doorway, spotted Shen Yue blissfully resting with her black sleep mask firmly in place. With a smug sense of foresight, he approached her, but just as he drew near, the bell rang. To save time, he promptly confiscated her pillow and sleep mask. Shen Yue, I've taken these two items. You can retrieve them from my office after school. Shen Yue, bewildered, opened her sleepy eyes only to see Niu Kaihui's broad back. A voice beside her remarked, You really do enjoy sleeping, don't you? Shen Yue turned her head, noticing that someone had taken the previously empty seat beside her. Though she wished to forget, she recognized this person, the one rumored to have a rare illness. Hello, I am Yin. My forte lies in all subjects.
How about you?
Which subject do you cherish the most? Shen Yue preferred to ignore him, staring out the window instead. As her older sister had advised, if social interactions were deemed unnecessary or unwelcome, one should simply silence the other. However, she found herself unable to silence him, leaving her with no choice but to remain mute. Turning back to Yin, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Thank you, she expressed, sincerely grateful to anyone who made an effort to enhance her sleep. Yin, who had intended to sincerely apologize if Shen Yue did not accept his initial attempt, was taken aback. Why had he received a thank you instead of the expected response? Such situations typically yielded a limited array of outcomes: forgiveness, rejection, silence, indifference, discomfort, surprise, or even anger. Ultimately, there exist rare and peculiar circumstances characterized by confusion, indifference, fear, and a plethora of other negative emotions. Typically, such sentiments manifest in individuals plagued by profound self-doubt. Yin possesses unwavering confidence in his theoretical stages. He has never miscalculated. While the permutations and combinations may number in the hundreds or even thousands, the fundamental digits that compose them are few. He has always believed that mastering these foundational elements would enable him to predict all actions. In his youth, this predictive ability often astonished his parents, who suspected he possessed the gift of mind reading or foresight. Yet, he was not so extraordinary. He merely arranged possibilities. However, today's scenario presented by Shen Yue eluded his predictions. Why express gratitude? Such a term seems inappropriate in this context. At least in the past, he had never encountered such a possibility. Yin pondered that he must unravel the motivation behind Shen Yue's expression of thanks. Otherwise, he would inevitably fail to predict similar situations in the future. His mind raced with thoughts, and his tongue matched its pace, rendering him a rare talent capable of articulating his cognitive processes. Had it not been for the ongoing class, he would have surely engaged Shen Yue in a profound discussion regarding the appropriateness of gratitude in an apologetic context. Yet, the lesson had commenced, and thus, the chemistry teacher sighed, instructing him to sit quietly and pay attention. However, he had already completed the entire chemistry syllabus for the semester. The teacher replied, I did not inquire about your progress. You may not be listening, but your classmates are. Be mindful not to disturb them. To his surprise, her words seemed to activate a switch, prompting the students in the special class to raise their hands. Teacher, I too have completed this semester's coursework. Such straightforward content is easily grasped at a glance and is rather dull. Could we discuss something more engaging? Can you elaborate on structural chemistry?
I wish to learn about that.
Teacher, do you understand the principles? Yet I am far more interested in inorganic chemistry. The chemistry teacher felt overwhelmed. She had initially applied for the middle school position because she believed middle school chemistry was simple and required little mental exertion.
Yet,
why were the students in this class so abnormal? Middle school students ought to study the appropriate material rather than subject her to a second round of torment with the very topics that had previously challenged her. Shen Yue blinked, unable to sleep. It was a daunting ordeal. Who could endure such a fate? Certainly not her. Yin stood frozen in disbelief. Are you truly unwell? Shen Yue nodded. My older brother claims I have lazy illness, and that I will be fine once I leave the bed, so I came to school to sleep. Yi Yin, before he could further contemplate, noticed that Shen Yue had already laid her head on the desk, facing him, appearing as if she might slip into slumber at any moment. It was then that Yi Yin suddenly realized that the new classmate possessed an exceptional beauty, surpassing any girl he had previously encountered. How did his father court his mother back in the day? Shen Yue, wouldn't you be uncomfortable sleeping on the desk like that? If a desk, thoroughly dried or completely desiccated, is immersed in liquid ammonia at temperatures ranging from -78 degrees Celsius to -33 degrees Celsius for a certain duration. Upon removal and allowing it to reach room temperature, the desk will soften. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue felt utterly drained. The chemistry teacher, exasperated by the situation, had initially intended to casually discuss covalent bonds and the structure of diatomic molecules, but her gaze shifted and she suddenly spotted a glimmer of hope. Shen Yue, isn't there a precious gem in the form of Shen Yue? Forget discussing structural chemistry. Let us delve into the periodic table of elements. Chapter 62. Shen Yue's Dreams Matter. When Shen Yue heard her name being called, she slowly lifted her head by a mere millimeter, only to let it fall back against the desk in utter fatigue. She felt so weary. The effort to rise was exhausting, staying awake on the bus was burdensome, and after having her pillow and eye mask confiscated, even lying down felt like a trial. This minuscule exertion was her final act of stubbornness. Yi Yin observed Shen Yue still lying there after hearing the teacher's voice, and memories of his mother's teachings flooded his mind. Although you are intelligent, do not look down upon your classmates, nor show disrespect to your teachers. School life is quite enjoyable. Keep it up, my dear. Witnessing Shen Yue's obedience filled Yi Yin with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Had he just aided a classmate? Surely. And a beautiful one at that. This was the joy of school his mother had spoken of. Although Shen Yue's voice was barely audible, the teacher nonetheless detected it with precision. Prior to teaching a special class, every instructor receives a dossier on the students, detailing their strengths, academic progress upon entering the class, and personal traits. This preparation enables teachers to anticipate potential questions and to guide students according to their individual characters. Most importantly, Shen Yue's profile indicated that she was prone to sleepiness, lethargy, minimal movement unless necessary, possessed strong mental arithmetic skills, had an excellent memory, and had experienced significant psychological trauma, which sometimes led her to withdraw from social interaction. Such a student in a special class clearly required exceptional care. How ought one to nurture a child with psychological trauma? As a teacher, the best she could offer was companionship, encouragement in her studies, and the hope that she might come to cherish learning. Shen Yue, are you familiar with the elements on the periodic table? Would you like me to assist you in studying it further? However, Shen Yue, resting her head upon the desk, not only failed to grasp her subtle hints, but instinctively began to search for answers in her mind. The periodic table was on her mind. In truth, Shen Yue had learned practical chemistry in a very direct manner while in confinement, where each concept had a specific application. Foundational and systematic knowledge like the periodic table had not been covered during her time in prison. Yet, she had indeed studied it at school. Her memories encompassed not only what she had learned in confinement, but also the knowledge gained during her school days. To her, those things were akin to mere words printed in a textbook. She had indeed read them and committed them to memory, yet comprehension eluded her. She could only recite the answers that her mind had stored. This was precisely why she struggled to solve problems after initially acquiring her memories. Without prior exposure, she could not produce answers. She was only capable of tackling questions she had encountered before and had memorized. By a stroke of luck, when the teacher posed a question, the answer conveniently resided in her mind. Thus, Shen Yue's eyes sparkled as she earnestly sat up, posing a sincere inquiry to her chemistry teacher. If I learn it, can I then sleep? Upon hearing this, the chemistry teacher's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, since Shen Yue enjoyed slumber, she could utilize sleep as a reward to motivate Shen Yue's studies, all while imparting the simpler aspects of chemistry. How clever she was! At that moment, the chemistry teacher remained oblivious to the true implications of Shen Yue's strong memory as indicated in her profile. She was unaware of the gravity of the situation. With great enthusiasm, she readily agreed, stating it was permissible, provided Shen Yue truly learned the material. Shen Yue nodded and began to memorize the periodic table of elements. However, upon completion, the teacher did not grant her wish to sleep. Instead, she wore a triumphant smile. Shen Yue, I said learn it, not just memorize it. Have you truly grasped the periodic table? Do you understand the concept of the island of stability? Are you aware of the characteristics of element 118? As Shen Yue processed the questions, she rummaged through her mind but only managed to retrieve the answer to the second query, failing to recall the first and third. Frustrated, she cursed her memory, which felt utterly useless and burdensome. A sudden inspiration struck Shen Yue, and she diligently noted every word spoken by Yin, emotionlessly regurgitating them aloud. With each word she uttered, the teacher's expression darkened further. How infuriating! Why is it that even Shen Yue can do this? The chemistry teacher felt utterly depleted, reduced to nothing more than a pile of white ash. It appeared that Shen Yue did possess some knowledge. Addressing the other students, the teacher asked what they wished to know, desperately attempting to respond. If Shen Yue was aware of the characteristics of element 118, surely she must understand the attributes of other elements as well. How vexing! She equally resented every prodigious child who increased her workload. Meanwhile, Shen Yue blinked, observing the chemistry teacher's gaze drift elsewhere, uncertainly resuming her position on her desk. After waiting for approximately 10 seconds and realizing the teacher had indeed ceased calling on her, she felt reassured enough to close her eyes. As the teacher began discussing more complex topics, Yin also focused intently on the lecture, no longer bothering her. Once one perceives everything around them as a lullaby, the onset of drowsiness becomes irresistible.
Shen Yue.
Moreover, as the surroundings grew increasingly lively, Shen Yue showed no inclination to awaken. Yin, what are you doing here? Exclaimed Yin's friends, arriving after class had ended. The students in the special class share a common trait: intelligence. During their previous schooling, they often felt out of place among their peers, but upon joining this class, they discovered that everyone was equally bright, which rapidly bridged the gaps between them. I am here to apologize to Shen Yue. Although Yin did not explain the reason for the apology, Qing Xiaoyu immediately understood. Indeed, the three of you were quite peculiar that day. I had no desire to address your behavior. What about Mi Qian? Has he come to apologize? Yin shook his head, indicating he did not know.
Consequently,
Qing Xiaoyu turned to fetch Mi Qian for an apology. Yin glanced at Shen Yue, who was peacefully sleeping, and hesitated before suggesting, perhaps it's best not to disturb her while she rests. Qing Xiaoyu, finally realizing, remarked, right, Shen Yue has mentioned that she loves to sleep. It's best not to interrupt her. My father has said that many scientists derive inspiration from their dreams. It's wise to let her be. Upon hearing this,
Yin nodded vigorously.
Shen Yue's dreams are of utmost importance, and thus he felt compelled to remain there, safeguarding her slumber from disruptions. Don't you have hands? Yesterday, I taught you how to solve that problem using Taylor's expansion. Deal, I'll help you move right away. Chapter 63. Losing in the East, Gaining in the West. In truth, individuals often regret whatever choices they make. We habitually embellish the paths not taken. Yet, we all understand that even if time were to rewind, with our then current mindset and experiences, we would likely make the same choices. So, does the conclusion of a story truly hold significance? I am fond of a particular saying: losing in the East, gaining in the West. Little you, I hope our encounter has not left you feeling regretful. If that is the case, then one day, the moments we shared will become a source of strength for you.
Yin sat beside Shen Yue,
At times captivated by the intricacies of chemistry, and at other moments, pondering why Shen Yue was so remarkably beautiful. Of course, what puzzled him most was that when Shen Yue first joined the class, he did not perceive anything amiss. He could even rationally analyze her penchant for sleep. However, ever since he recognized her striking beauty, his feelings had taken an inexplicable turn. After a brief hesitation, Yin contemplated whether to awaken Shen Yue. Just then, Niu Kaihui entered the classroom, bellowing, "Everyone, let us get moving. Hurry up. Don't just sit there. You can study any time, but group exercises wait for no one." Upon hearing Niu Kaihui's call to action, the other students obediently set down their pens and began making their way to the nearby gymnasium. Meanwhile, Shen Yue, still in deep slumber, was inadvertently exposed. Niu Kaihui donned an expression that suggested he had expected this, approaching Shen Yue to speak, but Yin preempted him. Teacher Niu, if a person is abruptly awakened from deep sleep, the profound inhibitory effects on the cerebral cortex may prevent the immediate restoration of brain function. The constricted capillary network cannot open instantaneously, which may lead to insufficient blood flow to the brain, resulting in dizziness, nausea, and in severe cases, tachycardia, acute myocardial infarction, acute heart failure, acute cerebral hyperemia, and even acute cerebral infarction, potentially triggering a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Yin pondered for a brief moment before arriving at a conclusion. she would wait for her to awaken. Niu Kaihua, recalling how he had been tricked by this little rascal just days prior, was determined not to fall for it again. Yet, despite his internal admonitions, he relinquished his vocal assault and instead gently nudged Shen Yue, urging her to awaken. Shen Yue remained unresponsive. Niu Kaihua, intensifying his efforts, shook her with a bit more force, but to no avail. Doubting whether she was merely feigning sleep, he abandoned his calls and hoisted Shen Yue onto his shoulder, preparing to carry her down forcibly. Yi Yin, anxious, exclaimed, "Niu Laosher, you're too tall. You might bump into Shen Yue." Niu Kaihua looked at Yi Yin, bewildered. "Why are you so worried about Shen Yue? Is there something brewing between you two?" Yi Yin was taken aback, sensing something unsaid hanging in the air. With Shen Yue slung over his shoulder, Niu Kaihua marched forward, attracting the attention of many onlookers. The expansive grounds of Sihai Academy, with its one-stop educational system encompassing both junior and senior high schools, boasted 4 sports halls, making it quite reasonable. Students typically engaged in recreational activities in the nearest gym according to their school divisions. Eventually, Niu Kaihua set Shen Yue down in a corner of the gymnasium. As the rousing strains of the athlete's anthem enveloped them, Shen Yue slowly opened her eyes, momentarily believing she was dreaming, as the prison sometimes played the anthem during lively moments. "Shen Yue, rise and move. I fear you may rust away," Niu Kaihua remarked. Struggling to shake off her drowsiness, Shen Yue managed to stand, moving her right hand. Then her left, but feeling fatigued, she gradually sank back down to the ground.
Niu. You.
Under Niu Laosher's insistence, Shen Yue begrudgingly executed a set of military exercises, albeit in a painfully uncoordinated manner, and upon completion, she shuffled toward the classroom at a glacial pace. Strangely enough, after setting her mind on the goal of sleeping at school, she found herself disinclined to engage in any other activities. However, after the earlier exertion, she did feel somewhat more alert. Noticing the gazes of several onlookers, she chose to ignore them, as she did not recognize any of them. That was until a girl intercepted her. Expecting yet another tiresome encounter, Shen Yue prepared to push her aside, only to be taken aback when the girl suddenly burst into tears before her. Shen Yue? She hadn't even made a move yet. Was this the infamous act of extortion? Strategically retreating, Shen Yue was surprised when the little girl stepped forward. After sobbing for a considerable time, she finally spoke. "Sister Shen Yue, please, I beg you to save Shang Junyu. He seems to be on the brink of death." Upon hearing Shang Junyu's name, memories that Shen Yue had painstakingly cast aside resurfaced, and she frowned at the thought of his tragic existence. Her mind seemed far too astute. Could it not consult her preferences before dredging up such memories? Observing the tearful girl before her, Shen Yue felt little empathy for her plight and even found it somewhat irksome. Everyone must eventually face death. It's merely a matter of timing. Encourage him to embrace life, to savor every meal while he still can. The girl across from me widened her eyes in disbelief. "How could you be so indifferent? Shang Junyu has treated you so well." Shen Yue rarely interrupts others, but this time she was reluctant to hear any further words. The girl was momentarily taken aback by the question. How could you say that? Everyone in Shang Junyu's circle knew that he harbored a strong dislike for Shen Yue. Far from being kind to her, he had never even defended her. After all, she had once been close to Shang Junyu, and it was not unlikely that Shen Yue's ire would be directed at her. Initially, she had planned to keep her distance from Shen Yue, to abide quietly through the remainder of her school life. Yet, after receiving a week's worth of desperate messages from Shang Junyu, she felt compelled to approach Shen Yue today. However, upon hearing Shen Yue's retort, she understood. Shen Yue would never come to Shang Junyu's aid, for it was they who had erred, not Shen Yue.
I am sorry.
Shen Yue said, observing that the girl before her seemed disinclined to linger any longer and quickened her pace to leave. Chapter 64. Familial Afflictions. It is indeed Shen Yue, the girl who once trailed after Shang Junyu. Initially, I thought she was a beneficiary of the Shang family's generosity. But then my father suddenly revealed that she was a daughter of the Shen family, someone we must not provoke. My family had specifically instructed me on this matter. Moreover, I witnessed her being personally escorted by the new principal around the school. Wasn't the special class newly established? It seemed to be created for Shen Yue's benefit. Who are the students in this special class? I have only heard that they were personally invited by the Shen family. Furthermore, we are about to be reassigned into classes, seemingly no longer segregating scholarship students into a separate class, but rather organizing by academic performance. Organizing by performance? What is the purpose of that? Yi Yin and a few classmates passed by another classroom and chanced upon a discussion about Shen Yue. He interjected, "What do you think of the new student, Shen Yue?" The other two were his close friends, Mi Qian and Zhuo Wenfei, who had also been present during their earlier conversation regarding Shen Yue's health. Upon hearing Shen Yue's name, Zhuo Wenfei and Mi Qian instinctively reacted, realizing they still owed her an apology. Yi Yin hurriedly reminded them, "You need to act quickly, or she might fall asleep again." The two turned to him. "How do you know?" "She has already been asleep for half the morning." Mi Qian asked, "Is she really okay?" Zhuo Wenfei responded, "She could sleep through such an interesting class?" Yi Yin remarked, "Don't you think she is beautiful? We can't find anyone more stunning than her in our class." The three of them spoke over one another, each absorbed in their own thoughts, disregarding the others. As they drew closer, the trio, previously engrossed in discussing problems, simultaneously turned to face Shen Yue. Shen Yue? Not only did they look her way, but as she approached, Zhuo Wenfei and Mi Qian turned to her directly, offering an all-encompassing apology reminiscent of Yi Yin's. Shen Yue, with genuine sincerity, replied, "Thank you." Mi Qian, straightforward in nature, asked, "Aren't you angry? Why are you thanking us?" Shen Yue, equally puzzled, responded, "I enjoy sleeping." Well, and then? Such bliss, after enduring the torment from their older brother, felt even more precious. In that moment, Mi Qian, Yi Yin, and Zhuo Wenfei simultaneously comprehended a singular truth. Their new classmate, Shen Yue, harbored a profound affection for the art of slumber. During the midday meal, driven by sheer lethargy, Shen Yue opted for a nap instead of dining. Yi Yin attempted several times to strike up a conversation with her, yet opportunities eluded him. Thus, a joyful day slipped away unnoticed. When school concluded and Shen Yichen arrived to collect Shen Yue, he noted her noticeably improved spirits, leading him to believe that bringing her to school had been a judicious decision. However, this pleasant mood was short-lived, as Niu Kaihuai's phone call requesting him to retrieve Shen Yue's pillow and eye mask abruptly interrupted it. Setting down his phone, Shen Yichen gazed at Shen Yue with calmness and inquired, "Do you have something to confess today?" He resolved that should she sincerely acknowledge her misstep, he would grant her leniency. Shen Yichen had initially assumed Shen Yue merely brought her pillow and eye mask to school, only to find out that she had actually slept the entire day. Although he should have been incensed, an inexplicable lightness filled him upon hearing her remark about the yogurt from her elder brother, instantly dissipating his irritation. In fact, he felt a hint of joy. How peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yichen pressed a few points on his chi meridian and ultimately yielded. He ruffled Shen Yue's hair, and the reprimand he had intended to deliver transformed into praise. "Well done." Shen Yue's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly pleased with her own actions. "Tomorrow in class, refrain from sleeping," he instructed. "Then, can you bring me 2 bottles of yogurt?"
Certainly.
Shen Yue attempted to retreat to her bedroom once more, but Shen Yichen stopped her, saying, "You have a cooking class tomorrow. To prevent any mishaps, let us practice today." With that, he playfully tossed her into the kitchen, where the family chef imparted some culinary basics and instructed her on the proper use of utensils. Casting a glance at Shen Yichen, who stood nearby with crossed arms, Shen Yue felt a tinge of confusion. She had anticipated her brother would teach her, yet it was the chef instead. Wasn't her brother supposed to be all-knowing? "Don't look at me. I am aware of your thoughts. I can assist, but I am not an expert. Some matters require professional guidance." Shen Yue nodded, tilting her head to observe the chef's technique, speed, and precision in chopping. Fortunately, she only sustained a superficial cut, though the sight of blood was alarming. Shen Yichen seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly retrieving a first aid kit he had prepared earlier. He meticulously cleaned Shen Yue's wound with gauze, sanitized it with alcohol, and affixed a large bandage over her injury. "Do you understand? Knives are perilous. During class, avoid using them unless absolutely necessary. If you must cut something, proceed with caution," he advised. Observing Shen Yichen's adeptness, Shen Yue began to suspect that he had foreseen her injury and had evidence to prove it. "Brother, have you ever injured your hand?" Nodding, Shen Yichen pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of Shen Yue's bandaged finger. "Your other 4 brothers have also had their share of cuts." With that, he opened a group chat, sharing the image of her injured finger along with the caption, "Completed kitchen training." The most recent message in the group had been from Shen Shuangyi, who succinctly commented, "Nice. How long did you practice, brother?" "Not long. I just observed and learned," he replied. Indeed, he merely watched a few hundred videos, which are hardly noteworthy. Shortly after the photographs of Shen Yue's injury were disseminated, Shen Shuangyi sent a message in the group. "Shen Shuangyi, is it serious?" Shen Yichen, "Not serious, just a little scraped." "Aren't you filming?" Shen Yichen, "All right." Lowering his head, He noticed Shen Yue patiently standing by, awaiting his attention, which softened his heart.
What was she contemplating?
Shen Yue spoke up, expressing her desire to try bandaging. Thus, the physically intact Shen Yichen found himself seated on the sofa, as Shen Yue meticulously wrapped him from head to toe, leaving only his nostrils and mouth unobstructed for breath. After their meal, Shen Yichen promptly supervised Shen Yue in tidying herself up and watched as she lay down in bed. To prevent Shen Yue from sneaking peeks at novels during the night, he even confiscated her phone. Shen Yue was quite reluctant, as her favorite series was due for an update that day, and she wished to await it. However, the stern Shen Yichen disregarded her pleas, insisting she comply and promising to return her phone the next day. Shen Yue felt a profound sense of despair, having napped excessively during the day. She now found herself unable to sleep and resorted to rereading her favorite series. Upon her second reading, Shen Yue suddenly perceived the peculiar nature of the protagonist's character. At times gentle, at other moments fierce, and occasionally quite ruthless, she was often strict, leaving one feeling perplexed. Yet what struck her most was the protagonist's uncanny ability to procure delectable food even within the confines of prison.
Ah, delightful treats.
Lost in her musings, Shen Yue eventually succumbed to slumber. Indeed, as she had mentioned, sleep was paramount. She had even skipped lunch, remaining in the embrace of sleep. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow, initially believing Shen Yue's napping was merely a ruse to avoid studying. However, if she was sleeping through lunchtime, it indicated a more significant issue. Given Shen Yue's character, it was implausible for her to forego meals. When food was mentioned at home, she would dash faster than anyone else. Ultimately, despite transitioning to a different class and clearing out the troublesome individuals, the school environment itself continued to unsettle Shen Yue. It was only when she was in his presence that she appeared entirely composed, leading him to mistakenly believe she had grown indifferent. This was his oversight. What could he do to encourage Shen Yue to thrive at school? The brilliance of her classmates could serve to motivate her academically. Yet it would require the support of others to alleviate her fears of the school environment. Shen Yichen quickly devised a solution. He contacted his secretary and soon received a phone number. Dialing it, he greeted, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is Shen Yichen. I would like to invite your daughter, Zhou Xuero, to attend C High School. We will handle all necessary procedures. Personally, I hope she can join us by tomorrow. If you have any concerns regarding accommodation, I can provide housing and a caretaker near the school for her."
Thank you.
Shen Yichen hung up the phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed another number. "Jiang Siyuan, please have your brother accompany Shen Yue for lunch every day." The voice on the other end seemed reluctant to agree, prompting Shen Yichen to frown. "What does it have to do with you and your brother? He needs to come to school right away." The response from the other end rendered Shen Yichen silent for quite some time. Inform Jiang Sherwing that Shen Yue experienced an unfortunate incident at school and is now quite fearful, to the point of avoiding the cafeteria for lunch. Let us see what he says. After another moment of silence, it was Jiang Siyuan conveying the message to Jiang Sherwing. Yes, Shen Yue is in a special class, not far from the high school section. He can simply go find her. After ending the call, Shen Yichen began to arrange for a transfer, clearly troubled by the situation. However, Shen Yue remained oblivious to all this. Her sole concern was the flavor of the yogurt she would have the next day and when she might finally fall asleep. The following day, Shen Yue sat in the car, unusually exhilarated. Today, Shen Yichen had styled her hair into an enchanting braid, even attempting to accessorize it with a light blue cloud-patterned headband. This transformation imbued the initially lethargic Shen Yue with a gentle and elegant demeanor, making her appear quite demure. Shen Yichen couldn't help but think how impressive it was that he could style her hair so beautifully, to the extent that it even kept Shen Yue awake. As usual, after dropping Shen Yue off at school, Shen Yichen instinctively reminded her, "Don't fall asleep. Your yogurt is in your backpack. I'll come to pick you up in the evening." Shen Yue nodded, prepared for her goal of staying awake all day so she could sleep well at night. Life without a phone, lying in bed and forced to sift through her memories, was rather challenging. As Shen Yue stepped out of the car, a number of students and parents were watching. When Shen Yichen was present, they held back, but once he left, curiosity got the better of them. Before Shen Yue had even taken 2 steps, she was blocked by someone at the school gate. "You must be Yeye." "Oh, you're so beautiful. You're in the first year, right? Our child is also in the first year. If you don't mind, you two could play together. Come on." Call her sister Yeye. Thus, Shen Yue heard a girl she did not recognize calling her sister. How strange. But this was just the beginning. Those around her, eager to connect with Shen Yue, quickly followed suit upon seeing someone approach her. "Yeye, our Li Ming is in the 3rd year. You're both in the middle school section, so you can hang out together. Our child talks a lot. You can chat with them whenever you have free time. The atmosphere was quite noisy, and Shen Yue felt like a delectable cake, with everyone wanting a piece. Although bodyguards swiftly intervened to shield her from the crowd, their words still drifted into Shen Yue's ears. Shen Yue, I'm Chen Yanlong from the high school section. You can come find me anytime, or if you need anything, I can bring it to you. Yeah. Our Wang Shui is in class 2 of the 3rd year. She asked the top of her grade. If you have any learning questions, you can ask her. Every name mentioned in those words was instinctively etched into Shen Yue's memory, despite her reluctance to retain them. These occurrences felt as if they were perpetually repeating, sending an inexplicable chill down her spine, instilling a sense of dread within her. Located at the school gate. Even the bodyguards were unable to keep the crowd at bay, and yet Shen Yue stood frozen, as if entranced. At that moment, a strikingly talented individual happened to pass by and noticed the encircled Shen Yue. Upon surveying the chattering crowd, she comprehended the situation and gracefully altered her course to approach Shen Yue. Of course, Qing Xiuyu was intercepted by the bodyguards, yet she remained unperturbed, calmly adjusting her glasses. I am Qing Xiaoyu from the special class, a classmate of Shen Yue. I will escort her to class. As you may have observed, Shen Yue is not quite well. Upon seeing the words special class emblazoned on Qing Xiuyu's badge, the bodyguards permitted her passage. Qing Xiaoyu strode confidently toward Shen Yue, politely greeting a certain parent who was fervently promoting her child's academic achievements. Good afternoon, Auntie. She continued, pushing up her glasses, although our special class is newly established. The students here are no less capable than any other. Shen Yue should not need to seek assistance from students in other classes. Thank you for your kindness. Shen Yue, let us go. Class is about to begin. Chapter 66, The Untouched Innocence of Unfettered Knowledge. Shen Yue lifted her gaze to meet Qing Xiaoyu's. A face she did not recognize, nor had it ever graced her memories. Uncertain, she scrutinized Qing Xiaoyu once more and confirmed her unfamiliarity.
Indeed.
The name of the special class had never appeared in her recollections. As Shen Yue's sluggish mind began to awaken, Qing Xiaoyu had already taken her hand, leading her into the school. Once free from the clutches of the frenzied adults, Qing Xiaoyu commenced imparting her wisdom to Shen Yue. In the face of those meddlesome adults, do not be afraid. Instead, carry yourself with pride, and they shall cease to trouble you. Shen Yue's eyes shifted to Qing Xiaoyu, then down to their clasped hands. Sensing that she had embarked on a path divergent from her memories. How else could the warmth radiating from their contact feel so reassuring? Shen Yue tightened her grip on Qing Xiaoyu's hand, as if seeking confirmation of its authenticity. After a moment's consideration, she embraced Qing Xiaoyu's entire arm within her embrace. Startled by Shen Yue's sudden gesture, Qing Xiaoyu turned to look at her, finding Shen Yue cradling her arm as if cherishing a precious treasure. Qing Xiaoyu felt a slight tug. She was held quite firmly. When we reach the classroom, you must release me, she reminded. Shen Yue nodded, appearing exceedingly obedient. Meanwhile, Qing Xiaoyu found her hand tingling with an inexplicable urge. From a distance, seeing Shen Yue standing alone at the school gate amidst the cacophony of voices had evoked an image of a startled little rabbit. Now, it felt even more pronounced. Shen Yue, may I pinch your cheek? Qing Xiaoyu inquired politely, for she was a well-mannered child. Shen Yue found herself fond of this classmate before her, as she provided a sense of reality, and thus generously leaned her face forward, inviting the gesture. Qing Xiaoyu pinched Shen Yue's delicate face with her remaining free hand, suddenly realizing why those aunts had enjoyed doing that to her in her childhood. No, they still liked to pinch, but she would never allow anyone to touch her face now. Your hair is truly beautiful. Did you style it yourself? Qing Xiaoyu inquired, tilting her head. Shen Yue shook her head. No, my elder brother did it for me. Your brother is quite skilled. My brother does nothing but make noise all day. After contemplating how Qing Xiaoyu had approached and pulled her away earlier, Shen Yue echoed Qing Xiaoyu's sentiment, saying, You are quite remarkable as well. Qing Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I have been exceptional since childhood, but Yi Yin is even more impressive. I have never won against him, which is quite frustrating. You are more capable than him.
No.
No, Yi Yin is far superior. He already knows many advanced mathematical formulas, while I am still learning the fundamentals of high school mathematics. I believe you are more talented than him. Really? In what way do you think I excel? Shen Yue pondered for a moment before asserting. You are indeed more formidable than Yi Yin. In that instant, Qing Xiaoyu comprehended the meaning of the adage. Listening to you is akin to hearing a profound truth. Just then, Yin happened to walk behind Qing Xiuyu, intending to greet her, but was greeted by the sight of Shen Yue's adorable and lovely face, sincerely declaring, "You are more capable than Yi Yin." Yi Yin's initial reaction was joy at the realization that Shen Yue remembered his name. However, he quickly processed the implication that Shen Yue was suggesting he was less impressive than Qing Xiuyu, prompting him to retort, "I am clearly more talented than Qing Xiuyu. She has never won against me in any competition." Qing Xiuyu, already feeling uncomfortable from being overshadowed by Yi Yin's consistent victories, was about to retort when Shen Yue spoke up first. "Xiaoyu is remarkable." Yi Yin opened his mouth to refute, but upon seeing Shen Yue's earnest expression, he found himself at a loss for words. He clicked his tongue and turned away, feigning a scratch at his hair. "Fine, she is impressive."
With that,
he strode past both Qing Xiaoyu and Shen Yue, making his way to the classroom ahead of them. Shen Yue felt a sense of psychological calm wash over her and resolved to gift Qing Xiuyu a bottle of yogurt that her elder brother had given her. In a remarkably short period, the two girls forged a revolutionary friendship. Qing Xiaoyu even invited Shen Yue to move her desk beside hers to sit together. After some internal conflict, just as Shen Yue was about to agree, Yi Yin interjected with opposition. "I disagree. Shen Yue cannot sit with Qing Xiaoyu because I want to sit with Shen Yue." Qing Xiaoyu turned to Yi Yin. "On what grounds do you object? You are not the teacher. If we follow that logic, then you have no right to swap seats with Shen Yue either, since you are not the teacher. I can tutor Shen Yue. I can teach her anything she struggles with." Shen Yue caught on to the key phrase sleep. Yes, she had promised her brother not to sleep today. She needed to persevere, hence she wanted to sit beside Qing Xiaoyu. "Xiuyu, I want to sit with you. I want to sleep today." Those words, falling upon Qing Xiuyu's ears, ignited a profound sense of dedication, as if to say, "For you, I am willing to forego sleep." It was well known how much Shen Yue cherished her slumber. From the previous day, when Shen Yue slept the entire day, and her self-introduction on that day, it was apparent that such a person was willing to sacrifice her sleep for someone else. The nascent friendship between them had just begun to blossom, and Shen Yue's words ignited that budding connection with fervor. Qing Xiaoyu immediately took it upon herself to assist Shen Yue in rearranging the desks, discarding her former deskmate in the process. When Mi Qian arrived in the classroom, he noticed the change in his seating arrangement but had no objections, naturally settling down to review his French. After all, studying was paramount, and the location was inconsequential. Mi Qian would not squander time over such trivial matters. Qing Xiaoyu was elated to have a new deskmate, and she couldn't shake off the feeling of indignation at the memory of other classmates confidently asserting they could teach Shen Yue at the school gate. While it may not have been entirely appropriate to say, Qing Xiaoyu believed that, apart from teachers and classmates, it was improbable for students from other classes to provide guidance to them. Shen Yue listened intently as Qing Xiuyu chattered on, successfully noting each word but failing to grasp the meaning. Eventually, upon meeting Shen Yue's bright and clear eyes, Qing Xiaoyu hesitantly inquired if Shen Yue had understood the teacher's explanation. Shen Yue shook her head honestly, admitting that she had memorized every word yet failed to comprehend. Remembering information was straightforward, but expending effort to understand it was too cumbersome for Shen Yue. She preferred to passively absorb information. At that moment, Qing Xiaoyu finally comprehended the purity reflected in Shen Yue's eyes, an untainted essence unclouded by knowledge. Chapter 67. I do not wish to strive, but you do. It was of no consequence if she did not grasp Gauss's theorem, as that was a subject reserved for university. Understanding Ampere's law was sufficient for now. Qing Xiuyu realized she might have misspoken and quickly sought to amend her words. Some students in their class struggled with certain subjects, which was precisely why the teacher had prepared standard courses. For instance, she herself was not proficient in Chinese expression, and the teacher would address some fundamental concepts to accommodate her. Her parents often reminded her to empathize with others. Since her classmates had assisted her in her areas of weakness, she too should lend a hand to others in their struggles. It seemed that Shen Yue was precisely the type who did not excel in physics. However, after Qing Xiaoyu mentioned Ampere's law, Shen Yue responded, I remember it. But I do not understand. If the questions were similar to what she had memorized, she could likely recite them. Qing Xiaoyu was skeptical and promptly presented Shen Yue with a problem related to Ampere's law, only to discover that Shen Yue truly did not comprehend it. She could articulate the significance of Ampere's law verbatim and even reiterate the teacher's lecture, yet she was unable to tackle the problem independently. Qing Xiaoyu realized that Shen Yue was a mere memorization machine devoid of thought. Shen Yue, this approach is inadequate. The sciences require comprehension. Rigidly applying formulas with no understanding limits their practical application. Allow me to teach you how to interpret what we just discussed. After listening for a while, Shen Yue still found contemplation bothersome and subtly averted her gaze. Then, Qing Xiaoyu realized that the voice explaining had suddenly lowered, and she quietly inquired if her explanation was too dull. She instinctively adjusted her bangs and smiled, admitting that she was indeed not very adept at conveying knowledge to her classmates. If they still did not comprehend, she would refrain from continuing. Shen Yue observed Qing Xiaoyu's bittersweet smile as she attempted to explain, and suddenly felt that perhaps she was not so averse to pondering after all. She did not wish to see Qing Xiaoyu disheartened. If contemplation could restore her joy, then she was willing to engage in it. You explained beautifully. It's just that I grasp things a bit slowly. Can we go over it again? Qing Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with delight. Of course. Let us begin by understanding the principles. It will be easier if we convert the text into tangible forms. Shen Yue nodded, somewhat comprehending. Meanwhile, Yi Yin sat in the back, watching Shen Yue and Qing Xiaoyu converse animatedly, utterly perplexed as to why Shen Yue, who slept all day when seated with him, appeared so vibrant in Qing Xiaoyu's company. Why is that? He too wished to explain problems to Shen Yue. He was quite proficient at it.
Yi Yin, what are you looking at?
The problems on the board have all been erased. I'm watching Shen Yue.
Why?
Is her math prowess superior to yours? Yi Yin grumbled. How infuriating. No one in this class is better at math than me, and how many times must I explain that?
What do you want from me?
Yi Yin turned to Zhuo Wenfei, inquiring about his intent. Typically, when Zhuo Wenfei sought him out, it was for science-related queries. Given that Zhuo was exceptionally skilled in the humanities, but utterly clueless in mathematics and the sciences. As expected, Zhuo Wenfei slammed a workbook down before Yi Yin, exclaiming, I encountered numerous problems in this exercise yesterday that I couldn't solve. Could you assist me? Yi Yin flipped through the pages and asked, Which elective content are you studying? Elective 4. But you're solving problems from elective 5.
Oh.
Is that so? No wonder I found it so challenging. I was quite pleased yesterday. Yi Yin, unwilling to engage further, continued to openly admire Shen Yue. The more he looked, the more captivating she appeared. Even the blue headband atop her head seemed enchanting. How vexing. He needed to devise a way to converse with Shen Yue. Yi Yin encountered his first monumental challenge, how to initiate a conversation with Shen Yue. After 5 minutes of deep contemplation, he found inspiration from the class schedule in the lower right corner of the blackboard. He truly was a genius. Shen Yue nodded vigorously, feeling that she need not study at present. However, Qing Xiaoyu shifted the conversation, saying, So, after lunch, we shall delve deeper into that physics concept. As I fear you still do not fully grasp it from the root. You wouldn't find me bothersome, would you? Initially, Shen Yue felt somewhat annoyed, but upon hearing this, her irritation seemed to dissipate. Shall we study after lunch then? Shen Yue earnestly sought to secure some time to clear her mind. Pleading with Qing Xiaoyu. Qing Xiaoyu responded with enthusiasm. That sounds splendid. Very delightful. I agree. Regardless of the circumstances, she firmly believed that adorable Loli would save the world. Qing Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses and readily consented. Let us study after lunch. The break is quite long. Shen Yue suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Shen Yue's pronunciation was impeccable, a model for everyone to emulate, and she was even familiar with advanced vocabulary. Had she studied abroad? The thought nearly escaped her lips. I learned it in prison. After all, it was a world-class institution where everyone donned translation headsets, with exposure to multiple languages. Shen Yue gradually mastered them. The foreign language teacher nodded enthusiastically. Excellent. You should all learn from Shen Yue. When watching dramas, try to engage with multiple languages rather than just listening. This way, you too can speak as fluently as Shen Yue, even in lesser-known tongues. Shen Yue realized only then that the last sentence she had read was indeed in a minor language. Meanwhile, Qing Xiaoyu regarded Shen Yue with newfound warmth. She appreciated classmates who shared her penchant for specialization, as they could progress together. Unlike Yi Yin, who was merely a source of discouragement. Qing Xiaoyu grasped Shen Yue's hand earnestly. Best friends, let us strive together. Shen Yue swiftly withdrew her hand, declining. I don't want to. Quick as a flash. Qing Xiaoyu covered her mouth. No, you do. Qing Xiaoyu. No talking during class. Please read this word aloud. Chapter 68. Sister, Yu wants to have lunch with me. As noon arrived, the class bell rang. Shen Yue initially planned to have lunch with Qing Xiaoyu, but upon turning around, she noticed another girl had joined them, a fellow student from the special class with whom she had yet to converse. The girl appeared quite familiar with Qing Xiaoyu and approached them to join for lunch, leaving Shen Yue momentarily hesitant. Qing Xiuyu took a couple of steps forward, noticing Shen Yue still seated, and was about to invite her when a heart-wrenching cry resonated from outside the classroom. Sister Yue. Instantly, all the remaining students in the special class turned towards the door. A humanoid figure, shimmering with excitement, rushed towards Shen Yue. Zhuo Wenfei, alongside Yi Yin, urged, quick. Time waits for no one. For every minute wasted, you lose 60 seconds of learning. Yi Yin could only catch a glimpse of a tall, handsome figure next to Shen Yue. The newcomer was undoubtedly Jiang Sherwin. His height, surpassing that of his peers, was indeed imposing, provided he remained silent. Sister Yue. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Let us go have lunch together. Jiang Sherwin exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Ever since he learned that Shen Yue struggled to eat at school due to fear and needed his company, he felt a mix of compassion and excitement. He was pained that those wretched bullies dared to torment his cool and confident sister Yue, yet thrilled at the realization of his importance to her. His heart swelled with emotion, convinced that their feelings were mutual. Shen Yue sensed the curious gazes around her and for the first time contemplated feigning ignorance of Jiang Sherwin. Thinking to herself, who is Sister Yue? I don't know her. However, before she could act, Jiang Sherwin had already reached her side, boldly proclaiming to the onlookers, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before?" Shen Yue could no longer endure it. She picked up her textbook to shield Jiang Sherwin's mouth, saying, "Please, not here." Jiang Sherwin removed the book, immediately becoming compliant. "My apologies, my bad. I want to make noise. The cafeteria is quite a distance away. Sister Yue, if you prefer not to walk, how about I bring the food to you? What would you like to eat?" Shen Yue's eyes sparkled. How did Jiang Sherwin know she was reluctant to move? She began to ponder what dishes the cafeteria offered. Qing Xiuyu observed for a moment and realized that Jiang Sherwin had come to dine with Shen Yue. Although she was puzzled as to why someone who appeared so much older would refer to Shen Yue as sister, it did not hinder her from discerning that Jiang Sherwin seemed somewhat dim-witted. Upon hearing the phrase together, Shen Yue felt a flicker of excitement, albeit a slight one. If she could avoid going to the cafeteria, she would prefer that. The distance to the cafeteria was one thing, the multitude of people was another,
And she was not keen on it.
Sister Yue, are you going to eat with them? Jiang Sherwin was taken aback. This contradicted what his sister had said the previous day. Was it not mentioned that Shen Yue was too frightened to go to the cafeteria and had gone hungry all afternoon? If his sister Yue was now going to dine with others, what was the purpose of his special trip? Just then, Zhou Xuerong dashed over from the neighboring class. She had been standing awkwardly at the entrance of the special class, gathering her courage to glance inside, and unexpectedly spotted Shen Yue. Her face instantly lighting up with a smile.
Yeah.
Although Zhou Xuerong did not possess particularly long legs, she reached Shen Yue's side with a speed rivaling Jiang Sherwin's and subtly nudged him aside. Jiang Sherwin thought, what just brushed against me?
Oh, Xiaoxurong.
Then it's all good. What brings you here? He promptly shoved Zhou Xuerong aside again, eager to stand closer to Sister Yue. Zhou Xuerong shyly ran her fingers through her hair, glancing between Shen Yue and Qing Xiuyu before lowering her head. I just transferred to the school today. Jiang Sherwin responded with an "oh," indicating his understanding. He personally believed that for meals, 2 people was just right, 3 was manageable, but any more would be rather impolite. Qing Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses without hesitation, extending her hand to grab Jiang Sherwin's meal card, sealing the deal. Shen Yue whispered 1 point. Qing Xiuyu glanced at the meal card in her hand, confirming, then it's 1 point. With that, she and her companions departed with an air of nonchalance. Seeing that no one was competing with him for attention, Jiang Sherwin sighed in relief. Sister Yue, have you decided what you want to eat? Shen Yue nodded and expressed her conclusion. She wanted to eat everything. Jiang Sherwin replied, I can't carry that much, sister. Zhou Xuerong chimed in, I can help carry it. Even with your help, we still can't carry that much. After a moment of thought, Zhou Xuerong suggested, how about we eat at the cafeteria? That way, we can each try a little of everything. Jiang Sherwin remarked, the cafeteria serves 120 dishes every noon. Then Yaya will surely discover what she craves most after going to the cafeteria. The more Shen Yue listened, the more reasonable it sounded. Then let us go to the cafeteria.
Xiaoxurong nodded, yes.
She then naturally took Shen Yue's hand. I almost forgot my card. Without it, we can only eat air. When Jiang Sherwin saw Shen Yue take out her meal card, he looked incredulous. Sister Yue, what do you mean? How can I swipe your card here? Shen Yue tilted her head in confusion. Didn't you give your card away? Jiang Sherwin's momentary astonishment gave way to a resounding exclamation. Observing his flustered expression, Shen Yue felt an unexpected amusement, her eyes curving into a smile, revealing a markedly uplifted mood. Initially embarrassed, Jiang Shaiwen's perspective shifted upon noticing Shen Yue's visibly improved spirits. Perhaps embarrassment was not as unbearable as he had thought. Rarely did Sister Yue display a childlike demeanor, so losing face seemed trivial. Let us go, let us eat. Sister Yue is treating. Chapter 69. With so many geniuses around, what difference does one more make? Undoubtedly, Shen Yue's appearance in the cafeteria instantly captured the attention of many. The morning's commotion, though not monumental, had nonetheless propelled Shen Yue's name into the school forum. She was the celebrated heiress of the Shen family, known for producing generations of prodigies, and not merely the attractive girl trailing behind Shang Junyu. Feeling the weight of surrounding gazes, Shen Yue hesitated, instinctively yearning to flee. However, the incessant chatter between Zhou Xuerong and Jiang Shaiwen steadied her. Sister Yue, do you eat spicy crayfish? Isn't it too hot for lunch?
Zhao Xurong timidly interjected.
Believing Shen Yue should indulge in healthier fare. Eat, Jiang Shaiwen insisted, piling food onto his plate. Sister Yue, do you eat spicy intestines?
Eat.
He continued to serve, peppering her with questions as he filled his plate, yet considering the appetites of Shen Yue and Zhou Xuerong, he did not take much of anything. Noticing Zhou Xuerong closely adhering to her, Shen Yue turned and asked, "What are you eating?" Zhou Xuerong, slightly bashful, hid behind Shen Yue, replying, "Whatever you eat. I will too." She hesitated, aware that she could not handle spicy food, yet she longed to share the same experience as Shen Yue. "Let us choose something mild," Shen Yue suggested to Jiang Shaiwen's. "There are garlic scallops here." Zhou Xuerong was instantly touched, clinging to Shen Yue. "You're so wonderful, yeah. Jiang Shaiwen's, who was busy serving food, felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing Zhou Xuerong's affectionate gesture. "Zhou Xuerong, don't wipe your snot on Sister Yue's arm." "I'm not sniffling. You're making things up." Shen Yue glanced down at her arm, finding no snot, only a trace of tears. She gently wiped away the remnants of Zhou Xuerong's tears that had not been properly cleaned. During this peak dining hour, although there were ample tables, it was inevitable that small groups would have to share space. Jiang Shaiwen's had initially found an empty table, but shortly after sitting down, two individuals approached, requesting to share. "Shen Yue, may we sit with you? We are from Class 1, Year 2, just above your special class." Jiang Shaiwen's furrowed his brow at this. If it were merely a request to share a table, he would have been accommodating, as he did not consider himself unkind. However, these two young men kept casting furtive glances at Shen Yue, their intentions unmistakably clear. Wasn't he foolish? "What are you staring at? Go sit elsewhere." With that, Jiang Shaiwen proceeded to divide the dishes he had just selected into multiple plates, covering an entire table, leaving no space for the two intruders. Yet, it was evident that these two had come prepared, undeterred by Jiang Shaiwen's intimidation. "You must be an upperclassman, right? Aren't you proud of flaunting your status over lowerclassmen?" Jiang Shaiwen nodded. "Indeed, I take great pride in it." "You wish to converse with Shen Yue, do you? If you can best me in a fight, then you may sit here, otherwise, it's out of the question." Such brazen bullying was utterly shameless. "Flattery will get you nowhere. Hurry and leave. Spare me your nonsense." His face was a trivial matter, but he would never permit any ill-intentioned individuals to approach his beloved Yujia. Seeing their efforts were in vain, the two stood at a distance, introduced themselves to Shen Yue, and then departed. Soon after, another girl arrived, politely inquiring if she could sit at their table. Jiang Shaiwen appraised her from head to toe. She appeared well-mannered but harbored ulterior motives, leading him to decisively decline. "Please find another place. Thank you. I meant no harm. I merely wanted to get to know you. You are quite handsome," she professed, hoping to sway him. To her surprise, Jiang Shaiwen merely flipped his hair with confidence, remaining unyielding. "Thank you. I am aware of my appeal, but I'm not interested in someone younger. You will encounter someone even better, so please sit elsewhere." Another one sent away, Jiang Shaiwen was about to peel shrimp for Shen Yue when yet another group approached. Exasperated, he continued to peel shrimp while firmly ushering people away. Shen Yue, enjoying the small lobsters he had prepared for her, watched as Jiang Shaiwen engaged in verbal sparring, finding it quite impressive. By the end of lunch, Jiang Shaiwen had barely touched his meal, yet he claimed his heart was fulfilled. He finally understood the significance of yesterday's phone call.
Yeah.
"I cannot do without you." Shen Yue glanced at the time. It was nearly the hour she had arranged to meet with Qing Xiyu. Although studying was a hassle, she did not wish to breach her promise. It felt as though the other two naturally gravitated back towards her. "Shen Yue, you were absent earlier. I've prepared some foundational questions that can help reinforce everything we covered this morning." His straightforwardness momentarily left him dumbfounded, as he realized something. Wasn't he, Jia, a genius? Why would she need to study? He had always assumed Shen Yue was a prodigy, fully adept in all subjects. How could she possibly require foundational exercises? Was she deceiving him?
Yeah.
Are you studying? Shen Yue nodded. Although studying was exhausting, she had mentally prepared herself for the entire morning. It should be manageable. Jiang Sherwing inquired again. Jia, did you not grasp it? That can't be true, can it? Aren't you supposed to understand everything at a glance? Though seemingly a nonsensical question, Jiang Sherwing comprehended its weight. It was precisely because thinking was troublesome that she avoided it, leading to her inability to solve problems. That's it. That's my Jia. Qing Xiaoyu, listening nearby, found the exchange amusing and asked Shen Yue, so, if I explain the problems to you, would thinking not be a bother? Shen Yue gazed intently at Qing Xiaoyu, nodding earnestly, her eyes seemingly reflecting the brilliance of stars, radiating an extraordinary brightness. Yes, Xiaoyu teaches splendidly. She relished the feeling of being the sole focus of Qing Xiaoyu's attention while explaining the problems, as it made her feel undeniably real. Suddenly receiving praise. Qing Xiaoyu felt a rush of shyness. I'm not that remarkable, she responded with a laugh. Zhou Xuerong had been quietly observing from the side, and upon witnessing the natural interaction between Qing Xiaoyu and Shen Yue, she chimed in, Yeah, I wish to study with you too. Shen Yue looked at Qing Xiaoyu, who readily agreed, without hesitation. Isn't teaching 1 or 2 the same? Jiang Sherwin found the situation amusing and joined in. I want to learn too. Qing Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Sherwin, adjusted her glasses, and smiled. All right. Before long, Jiang Sherwin, after Shen Yue, once again experienced what it meant to be intellectually overshadowed. Why are there so many geniuses in the world? Why can't there be just one more? How infuriating. Chapter 70. The Lagrange Remainder. Qing Xiaoyu explained concepts in great detail, and Zhou Xuerong quickly grasped the material, expressing her gratitude softly. However, Shen Yue and Jiang Sherwin remained bewildered, their clear, innocent eyes displaying a vivid expression of confusion. Shen Yue was simply too lazy to engage her mind, preferring to bask in the attention Qing Xiaoyu bestowed upon her, while Jiang Sherwin exerted himself to comprehend, yet found it incomprehensible. Noticing the time, Qing Xiaoyu began to usher them out. The afternoon class is about to begin. Aren't you leaving? Zhou Xuerong, upon checking the time, panicked. Today was her first day at school, and she couldn't afford to be late. Fortunately, her classroom was nearby.
I'll take my leave then.
Yeah, I'll come find you after school, she said, turning to Qing Xiaoyu to thank her as well. Jiang Sherwin, feeling quite frustrated, followed Zhou Xuerong out. Typically, his academic performance in class was merely mediocre, and the teachers seldom criticized him, which led him to feel quite satisfied with himself. Yet today, being taught by a younger student and still failing to understand was utterly unbearable. He could overlook studying, but he could not tolerate the notion of trying and failing to comprehend. Jiang Sherwin resolved to diligently study from that day forth, determined that at the very least, he would grasp the material next time. Niu Kaihuai, who prided himself on not being one to suppress his curiosity, directly asked Shen Yue, Why aren't you sleeping? Shen Yue responded with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Niu Kaihuai found the answer strangely reasonable, yet not entirely so.
Today,
I must see whether you are truly awake or merely pretending. The problem on the blackboard was exceedingly straightforward. Prove 132. This was a rather conventional proof question. Yet for an average first-year student who had only learned some basic formulas, it was undoubtedly beyond their reach. Yi Yin cast a glance at the problem and began to suspect that Shen Yue must have somehow offended Niu Kaihuai. Otherwise, why would such a question be posed to her? To solve this problem using conventional methods, one would need to first draw tangents at 3 points, then use the assumption to derive and prove that it is monotonically decreasing within the domain to demonstrate 132. With merely 5 minutes remaining before class commenced, it would be nearly impossible to solve the problem within this time frame unless one had thoroughly mastered the requisite knowledge and was intimately familiar with such questions. Yi Yin could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Shen Yue. However, if Shen Yue were to falter on this question, might he seize the opportunity to engage her in conversation while elucidating the problem? No. Such thoughts were entirely inappropriate. How could he entertain such malevolent notions? Wishing for a classmate to struggle with a question? Although the scope of this problem was indeed beyond what most of the class could comprehend, he could not wish ill upon Shen Yue. Truly, it was a paradox of existence. She was only 12, at an age where one should be free of worries and quietly gathering strength for the future, not wasting precious moments, standing idly. She ought to sit. Approaching the podium, she grasped a piece of chalk, glanced at the problem, and began to rummage through her mind for relevant concepts, learning and understanding in the moment. Shen Yue paused for about a minute, her hand still, and Niu Kaihuai's heart gradually sank. It was all Shen Ji's fault for misleading him into believing that Shen Yue was a mathematical prodigy. Had Shen Ge not uttered such words, he would not have posed such an advanced question. Nevertheless, even if Shen Yue could not arrive at a solution, he could always claim that he had intentionally posed this question to invigorate the class. No harm done. As Niu Kaihuai reassured himself, Shen Yue finally put chalk to board. From the first stroke to the last, she completed the task fluidly, without a moment's pause, finishing in less than a minute. To say she had solved it may not be entirely accurate. It was more as if the answer existed in her mind, and she merely transcribed it. When Shen Yue concluded her answer, the class bell had yet to ring. Niu Kaihuai stared in astonishment at the solution she provided, noting with surprise that she had not employed the conventional method of differentiation but had instead utilized the Taylor series to manipulate the inequality. This problem, if approached through traditional methods, would necessitate several lines of intricate calculations, yet, in Shen Yue's capable hands, it had been resolved using merely 3 equations. Fixating on her work, Niu Kaihuai scrutinized it multiple times before finally confirming its accuracy. Thank goodness, standing was no longer necessary. At that moment, Qing Xiaoyu approached, regarding Shen Yue with an awe-stricken expression, one entirely unlike the indifference she had shown earlier in the day. Shen Yue, you can also use the Taylor series? I only learned about that formula from Yi Yin yesterday. Shen Yue nodded, admitting that she too had learned it just the day before. While drifting off to sleep, she had inadvertently overheard a discussion of the formula next door and had committed it to memory, later recalling it when she felt it might be useful. To her surprise, it had indeed led to a solution. However, even had this method failed, there existed another approach, albeit a slower one, which might not have been completed before the bell rang, leaving her no choice but to stand. Fortunately, the Taylor series resided in her mind. Though she did not know who had imparted this knowledge to her, she felt grateful for the gifts of nature. As Qing Xiaoyu observed Shen Yue with her hands clasped together, curiosity piqued, she leaned closer and inquired, "What are you doing?" Without altering her posture, Shen Yue replied, "I am expressing gratitude for the gifts of nature." Qing Xiaoyu, though somewhat perplexed, found her adorable. She gently poked Shen Yue's hand and said, "Class is starting. Old Niu is watching you." "I'm too exhausted. I need to rest," Shen Yue retorted. Old Niu cheerfully posed a calculus problem, brimming with confidence. 5 minutes later, Shen Yue playfully whispered, "Enjoy yourself but be discreet. Don't let your brother know." Consequently, she ostentatiously retrieved a novel titled One Pregnancy, 108 Babies. The CEO is quite troubled and began to read. Chapter 71. Woe is me. Everyone seemed eager to approach her with math queries. However, once class concluded, Shen Yue collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, sprawling and slumping in every direction except sitting properly. During the subsequent cooking class, she dutifully refrained from wielding a knife, choosing instead to observe others with her hands behind her back. Ultimately, she secured a tasting opportunity for the majority of her classmates' culinary creations, thereby bridging the gap with them and promising to assist with their studies. The outcome was that Shen Yue enjoyed a hearty meal. Yet her cooking class grade languished at a dismal 0. The only one less than pleased was Yi Yin, as Shen Yue relished the majority of her classmates' dishes while neglecting his. The reason being, by the time she reached his dish, she was already too full to take another bite. Yi Yin, though annoyed, could only depart with a smile. "See you tomorrow, Shen Yue," Qing Xiaoyu said, as she packed her bag and waved goodbye, accompanied by her lunchtime companion, Gao Qin. Shen Yue had memorized Gao Qin's name, especially since her small cakes were delightful. At that moment, Gao Qin also waved at Shen Yue, bidding her farewell. Upon reaching the classroom door, Zhou Xuerong was already waiting. Upon seeing Shen Yue, she approached eagerly.
Yeah.
Together, they made their way to the school gate, where the familiar car door swung open. Shen Yichen sat in the back seat, tablet in hand, his posture straight as he turned his gaze toward her. Shen Yue momentarily felt a wave of disorientation. Shen Yichen powered down the tablet and inquired of Shen Yue, who lingered at the door without getting in. "What's wrong? Are you worried about your classmates?" Her family's driver had also arrived. Shen Yue turned to see that Zhou Xuerong had already settled into another vehicle, waving goodbye. Shen Yichen had contemplated much today. If Shen Yue truly struggled to adapt to the school environment, it would be feasible for her to learn at home under a tutor. However, The last sibling who had such an arrangement, the fifth, had developed peculiarities due to prolonged isolation from peers. Ideally, he wished for Shen Yue to engage with others during her formative years, to forge friendships and witness the beauty of the world, rather than remain ensnared in the shadows of past traumas for a lifetime. Yet, was he perhaps too hasty in his desire for her to confront this painful chapter so soon? Big brother, I find school quite enjoyable. Shen Yue's voice interrupted Shen Yichen's reverie. Surrounded by a continuous stream of students, they chatter, laugh, and create a delightful ruckus, embodying the most carefree moments of life. This is the essence of what children in the ivory tower should experience. Yet, for Shen Yue, it has become a distant luxury. Shen Yichen had never witnessed such a vibrant side of Shen Yue, no matter how she played around with him on ordinary days. He was acutely aware that her world was shrouded in darkness. However, today, he glimpsed a spark of vitality within her. This realization made him feel that perhaps his decision was not misguided. Is there something amusing that you would like to share with me? Shen Yichen gestured to the seat beside him, and Shen Yue immediately understood, hesitantly climbing into the vehicle and settling down to recount her day. Shen Yichen listened intently, occasionally praising her, and smiles illuminated both their faces. Brother, do you think one can foresee their own end? Shen Yue could not help but pose this question. In truth, what she longed to ask was whether she was truly a child of the Shen family. Yet, she could not articulate her concerns directly and opted for a different approach. Shen Yichen looked at her, recognizing the seriousness in her gaze. After a moment's reflection, Shen Yue replied, "Could it be the path I have traversed? If you are inquiring about destiny, I am fond of a saying by Mr. Shi, not knowing what destiny is indeed destiny." Shen Yichen playfully tugged at Shen Yue's small braid, relishing the fruits of his labor while imparting wisdom. Therefore, you must also strive for your own fate. No sleeping in class, understood? Shen Yue seemed to grasp the essence of his words, her eyes gradually sparkling with understanding, and she eagerly affirmed, "Yes, I want to sleep. Or else I want to be able to sleep at night." Shen Yichen acquiesced. "Very well, then. No sleeping it is." The following days unfolded without incident, and Shen Yue thrived at school. Aside from the occasional mental exertion required in math class, everything was delightful. Her classmates were kind, often bringing her snacks, and she adored her new companions. Then came Saturday. On Friday, Shen Yichen had earnestly informed Shen Yue of his impending business trip out of town, cautioning her with a plethora of advice. However, Shen Yue was only preoccupied with the thought of having the house to herself, feeling quite pleased and not paying much attention. It was not until the next morning that she was roused by the sound of crying, realizing the situation was more complicated than she had anticipated. Shen Yue's room was on the second floor, overlooking the family's small garden. From her balcony, she could see a beautifully picturesque view. Yet, her little balcony also served as a perfect hiding spot for sorrow, a place suited for tears. As Shen Yue opened her eyes and listened for a moment, she rolled over, attempting to return to sleep. However, the intermittent crying continued to intrude upon her peace, causing her inexplicable distress. She did not want to dream of this sorrowful sound. With no other option, she donned her pajamas and prepared to venture downstairs to investigate. As Shen Yue descended, she soon spotted someone crouched in the distance, sobbing quietly. She approached with a friendly demeanor and said, "Could you please find another place to cry? You've disturbed my sleep." Upon hearing Shen Yue's words, Wu Wu raised her head, and both individuals were momentarily taken aback at the sight of one another. Wasn't this the fourth brother? In Chapter 72, regarding the fingerprint lock, Shen Yue's impression of this fourth brother was rather vague. If one were to elaborate, it would be that every time she encountered him, he was invariably trailing closely behind the eldest brother. The fourth brother never acknowledged her presence, as if she were entirely non-existent. The silver lining, however, was that he equally disregarded everyone else apart from the eldest brother. Over time, Shen Yue ceased to pay attention to the fourth brother, as it was simply a source of unnecessary distress. It was apparent that the fourth brother harbored no affection for her. His indifference seemed to be a manifestation of his inner emotions. Of course, perhaps her own shortcomings played a part. Shen Yue was acutely aware that she could not compare to the fourth brother's exceptional talents, making his reluctance to engage with her quite understandable. Even though the second brother appeared to have undergone some changes, Shen Yue still preferred to avoid him whenever possible. And the fourth brother was no exception. She was at a loss as to how to interact with him. Their exchanges had never surpassed 6 sentences, predominantly consisting of mundane New Year greetings. Faced with this unexpected encounter, she found herself at a loss for words. Shen Yue fell silent, and so did Shen Jize. A fleeting glance exchanged between them revealed a shared trepidation in their eyes, and in that moment, an epiphany struck them both. There is no challenge insurmountable, as long as one is willing to evade it. If words elude you, then simply feign that nothing has transpired. Thus, in unison, they turned to flee in opposite directions. Once safely ensconced in their respective rooms, both Shen Yue and Shen Jize expressed how utterly terrifying the encounter had been. As for Shen Jize, after shedding a few tears, he pitifully began messaging Shen Yichen, "Eldest brother, my leg hurts so much." With this thought in mind, Shen Jize sent another message to his brother. When the camera activated, it revealed his tear-streaked visage, prompting an immediate panic as he frantically searched for tissues to dry his tears. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen appeared utterly unfazed, simply letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed he had harbored hopes that Shen Jize would mature after attending school and learning from professors, only to realize that he had been overly optimistic. Shen Jize had hardly changed, let alone taken on the responsibility of caring for Shen Yue. Observing Shen Jize, now with clean cheeks after wiping away his tears, Shen Yichen inquired, "What happened?" The tears that Shen Jize had just managed to dry began to well up again at his brother's question, and while sobbing, he pointed to his leg, saying, "I accidentally fell just now." Shen Yichen rubbed his temples, about to respond, when a secretary approached, seemingly reporting some matters. It was then that Shen Jize realized he had interrupted his brother during work. "Eldest brother, you carry on, I'm fine." Shen Yichen felt an increase in his headache. He initially had no intention of intervening. It was normal for a man to sustain injuries, and as long as the wound was not neglected, it would heal on its own. However, the unfortunate reality was that the injured party was Shen Jize. Unlike other children, Shen Jize required careful attention. If left unattended, one could only speculate how he might torment himself over such an injury. Shen Yichen dialed the number once more, and it was answered almost instantly. However, upon connection, the tears that had been wiped away began to flow anew. Shen Yichen spoke, "Stay in your room. I will have the butler come by to bandage you." Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Jize, in a panicked manner, swiftly declined, "No need, big brother," and abruptly hung up the phone. Shen Jize was indeed of such a disposition, unwilling to draw close to anyone besides himself. Shen Yichen had initially believed that Shen Jize had shed his reclusive nature, and he had hoped to encourage the similarly withdrawn Shen Yue to become more open. Thus, he left with a sense of relief, but he was sorely mistaken. Shen Jize's pain sensitivity was 23 times that of an ordinary person, and his blood coagulation function was also problematic. Neglecting it was simply not an option. At that moment, an image of Shen Yue bandaging his wounds flashed through Shen Yichen's mind. To be fair, although Shen Yue had been somewhat overzealous in her application, her technique was commendable, and she had not made him feel uncomfortable. She had even meticulously simulated the disinfection process. Perhaps he should let Shen Yue give it a try.
Shen Yue,
who had been lost in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by the ringing of her phone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, seeing Big Brother, she felt a surge of panic. The first words she uttered upon answering were, "Big brother, I wasn't he asleep?" Shen Yichen, with no hint of hesitation. Shen Yue delivered her response, devoid of any consideration for the potential implications of her words, as if to linger even a moment longer would be an affront to her slumber. Yet a moment later, Shen Yichen felt a sense of pride in having swiftly discerned the best approach to handle Shen Yue. He resolved to impart this method to Niu Kaihui when he had the opportunity. After listening to his brother's gentle persuasion for nearly 3 minutes, Shen Yue grasped what was required of her. First, she needed to locate the first aid kit at home, then find her fourth brother's room, devise a way to break in, identify the injured area on his leg, and ultimately assist in bandaging it. Then, she could enjoy an uninterrupted Sunday. Having determined her course of action, Shen Yue quickly retrieved the first aid kit and, with the butler's assistance, successfully located Shen Jize's room, which lay in the opposite direction of her own. She approached his door with confidence and knocked. Silence greeted her. She knocked again, but still, there was no response. Reluctantly, she set down the first aid kit, clasped her hands in prayer before the door, and prepared to unleash her memory prowess. She was no longer simply Shen Yue. She was the version of herself who had unlocked doors within her memories. However, just as Shen Yue prepared to seek out the butler for a wire to showcase her skills, she suddenly discovered that the locks on their home were fingerprint activated.
Alas.
Chapter 73. The optimal solution is often the most unadorned approach. Shen Yue, female, 12 years old, has led a charmed life. her mind both brilliant and whimsical. Her former aspiration was to have the affections of the person she admired reciprocated. Her current desire, however, is to unlock the door secured by a fingerprint lock, allowing her to embrace a comfortable and leisurely weekend. Yet, at present, her mind lacks the knowledge to open a fingerprint lock. She only knows how to operate an iris lock and a 64-digit password lock. However, fingerprint locks should function similarly to iris locks. As long as biological data can be extracted, the lock can be opened. Is the method for extracting iris data akin to that of fingerprint extraction? Shen Yue took out her phone, poised to search, only to suddenly freeze in realization. She had forgotten that her phone was no longer the same as it once was. She had lost her search capabilities. The events leading to this were rooted 2 days prior, when Shen Yue inexplicably developed an ulcer. She pulled out her phone to inquire why ulcers occur. The search yielded a response that was unsettling. It suggested a possible cancer diagnosis and recommended a hospital visit. Shen Yue was taken aback, never having anticipated such a grim outcome. In a flurry, she sought out her older brother to express her desire to spend her remaining days in the hospital. Under her brother's serious demeanor and probing questions, her search function permanently vanished from her phone. Consequently, Shen Yue abandoned her inquiry and instead opened her class group chat. Though she often zoned out at school, she was acutely aware of her classmates' impressive capabilities. Just the day before, she had spied on the group and observed her peers discussing the feasibility of methods employed in detective novels. Perhaps she could ask how to collect fingerprints. Shen Yue entered the group chat titled Kawaii, a lively assembly of 3 heads. At that moment, Yi Yin was engaged in a contest with other classmates, vying to solve the same problem using the most diverse methods. Numerous small images flew across the chat, indicating the intensity of their competition. Occasionally, Qing Xiaoyu would send messages to keep score in real time, adding to the excitement. Shen Yue glanced at the messages, found them incomprehensible, and retreated from the chat. Early in the morning, such deep contemplation was to be expected from those with 3 heads. She, however, had only one, and thus refrained from overthinking. Shen Yue stared at the screen until the flood of images subsided, then began typing. May I ask how I can collect fingerprints at home? Why would you need to collect fingerprints at home? Has something happened? Do you need assistance in calling the police? Upon seeing Qing Xiaoyu's misunderstanding, Shen Yue hurried to clarify. I wish to enter my 4th brother's room, but it is locked. I was wondering if I could unlock it by collecting his fingerprints. After she sent this message, a moment of silence enveloped the group until Gao Qin broke the stillness. We are now mature first-year students. Spying on your brother is inappropriate. Shen Yue replied, perplexed. He is crying. My older brother said he might be in trouble and hopes I can bandage his wounds. Shen Yue refrained from disclosing the transaction she had with her brother. Such matters, once spoken of, lose their potency.
Yet,
her statement seemed to trigger a wave of excitement in the chat, as one by one, the usually silent members began to emerge, flooding the chat with messages, all detailing methods for extracting fingerprints. Shen Yue diligently reviewed each one. There exists a method suitable for extracting fingerprints from smooth, non-porous surfaces such as glass cups, window frames, and switches. First, with a delicate, soft bristle brush, gently sweep away the fingerprints and dust from the smooth surface. These particles had clung to the crevices of the fingerprints due to sweat, and once removed, the hidden prints are revealed. Next, press a clean adhesive tape onto the fingerprints, and then lift the tape to adhere it onto a small piece of paper, thus leaving the fingerprints imprinted on the paper. Shen Yue memorized this and continued to the next instruction. Find a piece of money your brother has handled, or another paper he has touched, spray it with ninhydrin. Then use a heated iron to press the paper, and after a moment, the fingerprints will appear. Shen Yue swiftly disregarded this. She had no ninhydrin. Try using iodine vapor. Why not ask the police for a laser gun that can reveal fingerprints? If you can seek help from the police, why not just call 119 directly? Upon reading this line, a thought flashed through Shen Yue's mind, and she suddenly realized. Indeed, why expend so much effort extracting fingerprints? If, as her brother claimed, the 4th brother was in danger alone in his room, by the time she deciphered the fingerprints, it might be too late. This seemed rather impractical. Furthermore, she had just inquired with the butler, and it turned out that only her elder brother could open the 4th brother's room, which meant it was reasonable to call the police. She was merely a child. What could she do? Gradually, Shen Yue lost herself in a self-induced hypnotic state, decisively taking out her phone to dial the emergency number. Just as she articulately and clearly described the potentially dangerous situation her 4th brother was in, a butler passed by Shen Yue, overhearing the conversation, and rushed over to intervene. After apologizing profusely 300 times, he finally succeeded in hanging up the call. The butler, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, earnestly admonished Shen Yue, "Young miss, emergency lines must not be dialed frivolously. Security resources should be reserved for those truly in need. False alarms can result in penalties." Injured? Upon hearing this, the butler suddenly became tense, swiftly calling for the bodyguard at the entrance, and miraculously procuring tools to begin forcefully prying open the door to Shen Ji's room, ultimately achieving success. Almost simultaneously with the doors opening, the atmosphere grew tense. Shen Yue leaned in to observe, and there sat Shen Ji on the bed, a significant portion of the bedding stained crimson. Even from a distance, the sight was distressing. Startled by the sudden entrance, Shen Ji shouted towards the doorway, "Do not come any closer. Stay back." The butler, though exasperated, seemed to have encountered such scenes before, and could only soften his voice to persuade, "Fourth young master, you are injured and need treatment.
Leave. Don't worry about me.
Fourth young master, just go away," he cried, tears spilling forth. Shen Yue watched in awe, yet upon reflection, she found herself able to understand such feelings. How peculiar. Dismissing the thoughts, she resolved to complete her task. Thus, disregarding Shen Ji's sobs and protests, she approached his bedside, lifted the covers, discovered the wound, and commenced with the disinfection. Upon encountering Shen Ji, Shen Yue was struck with terror, her countenance marred by fear. Yet, in such a moment, words eluded her. She could only weep incessantly, appearing utterly pitiable.
Today,
Shen Yue experienced for the first time the incessant echoes of sobs surrounding her. Moreover, during the process of bandaging, she discerned that Shen Ji's physique seemed quite distinct from that of an ordinary person. Although his wounds appeared typical, the volume of blood loss was markedly greater than normal. His coagulation function was evidently impaired. No wonder her elder brother had insisted she check on him. Otherwise, he might truly succumb. After retrieving hemostatic medication from the depths of the first aid kit to apply to Shen Ji's wounds, she affixed an oversized bandage atop his injury. Task complete. Shen Ji stared blankly at Shen Yue's retreating silhouette, frozen in disbelief. Was she truly departing without uttering a single word? Did she not find his tears curious? What compelled her to tend to his wounds? Shen Ji harbored a multitude of questions, yet not a single one escaped his lips. He was paralyzed by fear. The steward, having remained silent at the threshold, finally spoke once Shen Yue had left and Shen Ji had ceased his tears. "Young master, the first aid kit is beneath your bed. And now Miss has provided another. You must ensure to dress your wounds promptly next time." Shen Ji glanced at the first aid kit Shen Yue had left behind, and then at his own injury, suddenly pressing his hand firmly against the wound. The pain was acute. This was no dream. Besides his elder brother, might there be others who cared about his well-being? Shen Ji was uncertain, too afraid to ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, Shen Yue had already reclined on her bed, reporting the results of her fingerprint collection to her adorably quirky classmates. "I did not extract fingerprints. I simply smashed the door." Soon, this statement ignited a flurry of discussion among her peers, leading them to a conclusion. The optimal solution is often the simplest approach. For instance, if I can calculate mentally, why write the process? What the person above said is correct. 1, 2, 10,086. So, why did Mr. Neo scold me for only writing the answer to my math homework? How should I know? He scolded me too. Chapter 74. What harm is there in admiring beautiful things a little longer? Shen Yue lay in bed until nightfall, her stomach growling. Yet no one came to deliver her meal. It was then that she recalled that this household was no longer the same. It was now governed by Shen Yichen's 10 strict prohibitions. At the forefront of these restrictions was the edict forbidding her from dining in bed. How vexatious. Had she known, she would have exchanged the condition for tending to fourth brother's wounds for the privilege of eating in bed, especially since tomorrow was the weekend, and her elder brother would not be home to monitor how long she slept. Realizing she might have made a significant miscalculation, Shen Yue felt a surge of indignation. Given the circumstances, she resigned herself to the necessity of dining in the restaurant. Upon her arrival, she found Shen Ji already seated. A solitary meal before him, consisting of rather bland fare, accompanied by a bowl of rice. As Shen Yue took her seat, the chef did not inquire about her preferences, but instead served the pre-prepared dishes directly. A bowl of soup accompanied by several simple home-cooked dishes appeared unassuming. Shen Yue took a tentative sip, and despite its simplicity, it was remarkably delicious. She could tell that her elder brother had likely instructed the cook before his departure, so she refrained from commenting. As long as it was tasty, that sufficed. However, as she continued to eat, an unsettling feeling crept over her. It seemed that both she and her fourth brother were accustomed to avoiding the clattering of utensils and the smacking of lips while dining. Their table was enveloped in a soft crunching sound, barely audible. More often than not, an enveloping silence permeated the entire restaurant. Shen Yue couldn't help but recall how her elder brother would engage her in bizarre conversations during their meals, and today, his absence left an air of lightness tinged with a sense of incompleteness. Just as she was about to finish the last sip of soup and make her escape, Shen Yue, who had been silent before her, suddenly spoke. "Thank you." Shen Yue halted her movement, an instinctual feeling suggesting that her fourth brother might be contemplating something significant. After a moment's thought, she decided to be forthright. "You needn't thank me. It was my elder brother who sent me. So please don't thank me. And let's not engage in conversation. Let's just be as we were before.
Goodbye."
Thus, after taking 2 steps toward her cherished haven, a familiar whimper reached her ears.
Shen Yue paused, intrigued.
After indulging in a satisfying meal and reveling in leisure, her curiosity piqued. She wondered why her fourth brother always seemed to cry. She recalled her teacher's adage, "What old Nyo, wish to know will never be left unexamined." Instead of suffering oneself, it is better to torment others. Emulating this philosophy, she resolved not to deny her own curiosity. "Fourth brother, why do you cry? Is it due to your clotting disorder?" I've never heard that such a condition would cause perpetual tears. Recently, she had learned from Ching Xiuyu a phrase, "You're so adorable. A punch would surely make you cry for ages." Yet her fourth brother was not adorable, and even in the absence of any blows, he could still weep for an eternity. Upon hearing Shen Yu's inquiry, Shen Yue's sobs faltered momentarily. He seemed to wish to speak, but the lump in his throat rendered him speechless. Faced with such an awkward situation, he cried even harder than before. After all, this morning, beneath her balcony, he had likely sobbed for at least 15 minutes. Shen Yue opened her phone and began to time it. Suddenly, she recalled her eldest sister's insights about the power of tears. Her sister had advised her to weep beautifully, for tears are a weapon. Particularly, when an individual with a sense of autonomy cries in front of others, it often conveys a clear social signal, an expression of social need. Was her fourth brother crying in front of her due to a similar necessity? As the 5th minute ticked by on her phone, she realized that his crying showed no signs of abating, rather it intensified. Such weeping could lead to dehydration, and soon he would be unable to shed any tears at all. To avoid external distractions affecting her observation, Shen Yue went to fetch a glass of warm water for Shen Yue and approached him, offering it gently. "Fourth brother, please drink some water." Only after drinking water could he continue to cry unabashedly, shedding tears of strength, for he wished to discover what tears, as a weapon, truly represented. Shen Yue, gazing at the water presented to him, stifled his sobs, though he remained somewhat choked with emotion. Once he had quenched his thirst, his tears ceased to flow. After a brief moment, Shen Yue noticed that Shen Yue had stopped crying and paused the timer on her phone. A glance at the clock revealed 7 minutes, a shorter duration than that of the morning. Shen Yue held the cup, observing Shen Yue, perplexed as to why, given her apparent indifference, she chose to remain by his side for so long. Was this also a request from his elder brother? Shen Yue inquired suddenly, his voice hoarse from weeping, the corners of his eyes tinged red from tears. While a typical person's eyes might swell after prolonged crying, Shen Yue appeared remarkably beautiful instead. Indeed, beautiful, this was the most immediate impression that surged within Shen Yu's heart. Especially when Shen Yue, with his still moist eyes, uttered those words, he appeared all the more pitiable. So this was what the elder sister meant when she spoke of crying beautifully. Shen Yue opened her phone to capture the moment, the click of the camera immortalizing the elder sister's profound words in reality. Upon hearing the sound of the shutter, Shen Yue felt his fleeting hope dissipate. Surely Shen Yue was merely reporting back to their elder brother, as his second and third brothers had done. Shen Yue understood all too well that if anyone beyond his elder brother showed concern for him, it would surely come with his brother's directive or some ulterior motive. No one could possibly care for him, not even his parents. The urge to cry surged within Shen Yue once more. He despised his inability to control this aspect of himself. What was the elder brother's request? Shen Yue asked uncertainly. Was it not the elder brother who wanted you to stay here? Shen Yue continued to inquire. Why would the elder brother desire this? Shen Yue comprehended that Shen Yu's earlier actions were devoid of his brother's influence. His heart raced suddenly. Then why did you not leave? Just this morning, he had been urged to cry elsewhere. One of the elder sister's maxims echoed in his mind. I have no particular hobbies. What harm is there in admiring beautiful things a little longer? Chapter 75. How can one cry? He cried beautifully throughout his life, whenever he shed tears. The adults around him would admonish him, insisting he was a strong man and must not weep so easily. In school, if he cried, his peers would mock him, claiming it was unmanly for a boy of his age to be so emotional. Yet he could not fathom why he was forbidden from crying. His heart was often overwhelmed with emotions that he struggled to articulate, and only through tears could he find a semblance of relief. He yearned to be like others, to sweat on the field, to sprint down the track, buoyed by the cheers of the crowd as he raced towards the finish line with hope, but he could not. From a young age, he had felt different. He could not understand why a minor wound was inconsequential to others, yet he found it unbearable. He was baffled as to why others could heal from a bleeding wound without care, while for him, a mere drop of blood would lead to an unending flow. He could not fathom why, whenever children on television cried, their parents would turn their attention to them, inquiring with concern about the cause of their tears, while his own parents regarded his emotions as a matter of course. Ji-Zai's intellect surpassed that of an ordinary child, and it was quite normal for him to weep as a means of alleviating mental pressure, as his mother had explained. Thus, he cried with increasing abandon. Initially, it was an attempt to prove a point, yet now it had become a habit, one he found difficult to break. He did not wish to cry, especially now that he was 16, on the cusp of adulthood in 2 short years. He desired to overcome this propensity for tears, for it seemed peculiar for a grown man to be perpetually weeping. His elder brother had once told him that there was no need for restraint, that the release of necessary emotions was essential. He had also heard doctors assert that tears could wash away excess cortisol and prolactin from the body, thereby alleviating negative emotions and worries. The incessant weeping was tiresome. Was this the nature of a genius? How strange. Indeed, remarkable children often possess peculiarities. Why did he cry so often when no one had provoked him? Ji-Zai pondered that crying was still an inappropriate response. Thus, he endured, managing to suppress his tears at school for an entire month without shedding a single drop. Yet, he found himself no closer to progress. With this thought, he became even more despondent and wept for a long while. Over the years, Ji-Zai had contemplated numerous times whether it was right or reasonable for a man, who ought to stand tall and proud, to cry in such a manner. Many had offered differing opinions, yet none had ever told him that he cried beautifully. Was crying merely a matter of right or wrong? How could it be described as beautiful? Moreover, he was a man. Beauty was not a term applicable to him. Ji-Zai had many retorts on the tip of his tongue, but in the end, all that emerged was the question beautiful. After uttering this, Shen Yue prepared to leave with her phone in hand. It was then that Ji-Zai recalled that she had seemingly taken a photograph of him moments before. What could she possibly want with his picture? Summoning his courage, he called out to Shen Yue, "Are you going to send my photo to my brother?" A question mark slowly appeared above Shen Yue's head. Even without words, Ji-Zai could sense her level of confusion. "I want to send it to him." "I'm keeping it," she replied. "It's for my studies." "What do you need it for?" Ji-Zai's voice dwindled, and his face grew increasingly flushed.
Shen Yue.
"For studying?" "Studying how to cry beautifully like you." Ji-Zai was rendered speechless, not in a dismissive sense, but in a genuine state of disbelief. His linguistic faculties were momentarily insufficient to navigate such an elevated conversation. Their dialogue came to an abrupt halt. He relayed the exchange with Shen Yue to Shen Yichen, earnestly seeking guidance. Upon reading the message, Shen Yichen found himself uncertain about which side to address first. Ji-Zai mused that perhaps he should have felt happy about the recent exchange. Previously, his understanding of crying had been limited to 2 choices, right or wrong.
Now,
a new dimension had emerged, whether it was beautiful or not. However, for the first time, she felt a profound yearning to learn something, yet her defeat was utterly complete. For no particular reason, tears would not come. Shen Yue attempted to envision herself in a state of prolonged hunger, but her overindulgent stomach rendered her incapable of empathizing. She tried to imagine being abandoned the following day, yet the thought of imprisonment made her realize it was not an unbearable fate, and once again, tears eluded her. She even envisioned a sleepless night, only to find herself nearly drifting into slumber. The conclusion was stark. It was exceedingly difficult to cry. Shen Yue took out her phone, intending to seek solace, but found none. Instead, she opened 3 group chats. The atmosphere in the groups was remarkably quiet, with no one speaking. Thus, Shen Yue boldly posed the question, How can one cry? Yi Yin replied. Why would you want to cry? What's the matter? Shen Yue regarded the inquiry seriously, typing her response, to shed tears. Before long, Qing Xiaoyu emerged to share her experiences, stating, if I lose a fiercely contested match, I always end up crying. Every time I lose to Yi Yin, I have a good cry.
Yi Yin responded silently.
Mi Qian quickly chimed in, exactly. Last time, when I competed against Yi Yin in problem-solving, it made me cry. You, a grown man, actually cried, haha. What's wrong with crying? I wonder who competes against Yi Yin without shedding tears. Did Bai Peng cry after competing with Yi Yin yesterday? Bai Peng appeared, admitting, I cried. It was quite tragic. Shen Yue observed the chat logs and suddenly realized that this was how one could cry. Yi Yin, I want to compete with you. Yi Yin replied, are you serious? Shen Yue confirmed, I am serious.
All right.
From that moment, the once quiet class group erupted with excitement. In a previous conversation, Yi Yin had asked his mother why he found a certain girl exceptionally beautiful. His mother explained that the appreciation of beauty is universal. If one simply finds a girl attractive, a sincere compliment can bring genuine joy. However, if one wishes to approach her beyond mere admiration, it is essential to avoid actions that she might dislike. As for the rest, destiny shall take its course. Throughout his life, Yi Yin had participated in numerous competitions, yet he regarded them all with indifference. Winning was secondary to learning. In his mind, gaining knowledge was a victory in itself. Even though he subconsciously understood that he would not lose, he thought this competition would be no different. What are we competing in? Yi Yin asked. Bai Peng replied, yes. Yes.
Did you see it?
You're so annoying, Bai Peng continued. Qing Xiaoyu encouraged, hurry, let us have a mental math competition with Yi Yin. Surely, you're not afraid. In matters of academic competition, Yi Yin had never faced defeat, let alone succumbed to fear. However, since it was a mental math challenge, typing would not accurately reflect their speeds, and the screen would obscure whether their answers truly stemmed from mental calculations. After much deliberation, the classmates unanimously decided that it would be fairer for two individuals to participate via video, while the others would pose questions through the public chat. Thus, Shen Yue and Yi Yin, the chosen duo, would compete to be the first to articulate their answers. Shen Yue promptly activated her camera, revealing a unique visage framed by her loose hair, captured at an unflattering angle on the screen. Qing Xiaoyu. Yi Yin.
Mi Qian?
Gao Qin. Other classmates. After nearly everyone had expressed their confusion, Shen Yue remained oblivious, holding her phone at the unflattering angle, seemingly indifferent to her appearance. It was Qing Xiaoyu who could no longer bear it. She called Shen Yue, urging her to place the phone on the table. She did not expect her to adjust it to the most flattering angle, just a normal view would suffice. Shen Yue, perplexed but eager to perform better, adjusted her phone after the call ended. Consequently, her charmingly plump face appeared on screen. Qing Xiaoyu. Now that's more like it. What was that earlier? Gao Qin. Haha, you really made the call. Qing Xiaoyu. Of course. Mi Qian. Yi Yin, you're not going to run away, are you? It was only then that the group realized Shen Yue had been visible for quite some time, yet Yi Yin remained silent, prompting speculation about whether he had fled. Shortly after the message was sent, Yi Yin's delicate face finally graced the screen, clad in casual attire and devoid of glasses, presenting an exceptionally pleasant appearance. However, the flush on his cheeks raised some eyebrows. A classmate inquired about the redness, to which Yi Yin replied curtly that he had just been running. Fortunately, this did not draw much attention, and the group's focus swiftly shifted back to the questions. The questions did not appear one by one. Instead, there could be up to 8 questions displayed simultaneously on the public chat. Once the rules were established, and an impromptu host announced the commencement, the questions began to appear on the screen. Shen Yue, determined to succeed, exerted her utmost effort, employing all her acquired knowledge to calculate. Yet she still could not match Yi Yin's pace. Yi Yin was a true polymath, particularly gifted in mathematics. Mastery of various computational methods was essential for him to expedite the process by eliminating unnecessary steps, a pursuit he had long embraced. For the types of questions posed by classmates, he merely needed a glance to discern the optimal solution. The answer would materialize in his mind faster than one could input it into a calculator, which required manual entry and thus consumed precious time. The outcome of this contest was never in doubt. Although Shen Yue was formidable, Yi Yin's prowess prevailed. He emerged victorious. Yet an inexplicable unease lingered within him. Yi Yin struggled to articulate this sensation. It was neither joy nor sorrow. If he had to describe it, He felt a hint of anxiety, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Shen Yue, observing the results on the public chat, comprehended her defeat. However, she felt no inclination to weep. Had she perhaps not exerted herself to the fullest? Nonsense. She had indeed strained her mind to the limit, nearly to the point of smoke emanating from her ears. So why, then, did the tears not come? Before Shen Yue could gather her thoughts, a sudden knock echoed from outside the room. Thus, she momentarily disregarded the phone resting on the table and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, to her surprise, it was her strikingly beautiful fourth brother, Shen Yue, whose eyes still bore traces of recent tears. In a flurry, he extended his hand, offering her something he clutched. Shen Yue accepted it, only to discover it was an onion.
Shen Yue,
She exclaimed. Although Shen Yue was initially oblivious to the reason behind her surprise, he now recognized the truth. Indeed, his sister required this humble vegetable. Shen Yue felt a pang of regret for not having thought of using an onion earlier, as it would have spared her the need for contemplation. Swiftly, she skillfully peeled the onion and brought it close to her eyes, the pungent aroma eliciting tears. It was time for her to master the art of crying beautifully. Thank you, fourth brother. I shall see you tomorrow. With that, she closed the door without hesitation. Shen Yue, unfazed, merely pinched the hem of his clothing, pondering whether her mention of tomorrow implied they would share breakfast together. Meanwhile, Shen Yue, having shut the door, sought a mirror to practice her newfound skill but, in her fluster, could not locate one. Her gaze fell upon her phone still standing on the table, and she hurried over to sit down, intending to observe herself via video. Just as she settled, tears brimmed in her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks like a string of pearls, captivating and heart-wrenching.
wow.
I look truly beautiful when I cry, she marveled. Yet, almost immediately, she sensed an impending issue. She was about to sneeze. Oh no, this is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, she ended the video call and frantically searched for a tissue. After a symphony of honking sounds, her nose finally returned to normalcy. Unbeknownst to her, her solitary tear had ignited a flurry of activity in their group chat. Chapter 77. It turns out I like Shen Yue. Yi pondered in the darkness of his phone screen for an extended period, unable to discern the turmoil within his heart. More troubling was the fact that Shen Yue's tear-streaked visage was etched firmly in his memory, replaying incessantly. Yi felt at a loss. He did not understand the nature of his emotions, and he feared whether he had unwittingly committed an offense that would earn Shen Yue's disdain, as his mother often warned. What happened after Shen Yue ended the video? Was she still crying? Did he need to call her to offer comfort? Although Shen Yue had expressed a desire to cry, he could not shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. It was then that Yi realized he did not possess Shen Yue's phone number and could only reach out to Yu. Do you have Shen Yue's number? Please send it to me. What do you want it for? You've already made her cry. Do you still have the audacity to call her? I'm hanging up. Yu, knowing it wasn't truly Yi fault, seized the opportunity to take her revenge, recalling how he had bested her in every competition without mercy. Now he sought her assistance? It was too late. You want Shen Yue's number?
Ha.
Not a chance. With that, she hung up. As Yi listened to the voices emanating from across the room, a wave of grievance washed over him. It was clearly Shen Yue's own volition to challenge him to a competition, and her intent was to provoke tears. Yet, why did he feel a sense of wrongdoing himself once her aim was achieved? Confounded, Yi descended the staircase and entered the living room. His father, as was customary, had his arm around his mother while they watched television, their whispers a private exchange lost to him. Yi's descent was marked by a heavier tread, a subtle reminder of his presence, though it appeared to have no effect. The couple remained unchanged, merely glancing in his direction as he arrived. What's the matter, Xiaoyin? Why the long face? Struggling with your problems? Just so you know, if you can't solve it, neither can I. His father's words were abruptly curtailed by his mother, who held him in an embrace. The question Yi had intended to pose evaporated with the interruption, and he contemplated leaving. But his mother's gentle voice from behind quelled his inner turmoil. Xiaoyin, what has happened? If you need your mother's counsel, come and share. Don't mind your father. Upon hearing this, Yi's father expressed his discontent, grumbling. Of course, I should be consulted. Yi regarded this scene with exasperation and couldn't help but pose a question to his mother. Mom, what initially drew you to Dad? Ah. His mother chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Your father may be a bit foolish, yet he loves me dearly and possesses a certain charm. Observing the sweetness in his mother's demeanor, Yi hesitated to articulate his own troubles. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share, but rather that he didn't know where to begin. However, even without his words, a mother's intuition revealed itself. Upon noticing his forlorn expression, she had already surmised much. Is this about that lovely girl you mentioned the other day? At her words, Yi felt his cheeks flush involuntarily. Shen Yue was indeed exquisite. Even in tears, she possessed a beauty unlike any other. He recalled how Qing Xiuyu had wept in front of him once, her face a mess of snot and tears, even snatching his cherished handkerchief to wipe her nose. Although she later returned it washed, the memory remained tainted with the image of her tears. Shen Yue, however, was a different matter altogether. For the first time, he understood that the term charming was not merely a figment of imagination. Seeing Yi Yin's face nearly bursting with embarrassment, his father couldn't resist a chuckle. Look at you, my boy. I thought you would spend your life poring over math problems. Yet before he could finish,
He was cut off again.
Xiaoyin, come talk to your mother about what just transpired. Yi glanced at his father, whose expression was a mix of amusement and mockery, before moving over and nestling into his mother's embrace, satisfied to see his father's face freeze in surprise. Silly old dad. Thus, Yi nestled in his mother's arms and recounted the incident that had led to Shen Yue's tears. He had initially thought that his mother would reproach him, chastising him for causing Shen Yue to cry, much like Qing Xiuyu did. However, instead, a pair of warm hands gently rested upon his head. Exerting your utmost effort during a competition is the true mark of respect for your opponent. If you were to hold back, would that not imply that you believe your adversary to be inferior and unworthy of your full capabilities? Moreover, that girl's initial desire was simply to cry. By that logic, you have inadvertently aided her. Why then should you feel sorrow? Upon hearing this, Yi felt some of his inner turmoil dissipate. Did I truly help her? He pondered. Indeed, and you have shown her great respect. Then why does it pain me to see her cry?
Yi earnestly inquired.
Grappling with a dilemma that eluded logical resolution. Just as his mother was about to respond, a suppressed man nearby interjected, Haha, my son, you are finished. You have fallen in love. Yi mother. Yi. That night, a certain man languished on the sofa, while Yi spent the entire night coming to a realization. He had indeed developed feelings for Shen Yue, although it was likely a superficial attraction at present. One thing was certain, Shen Yue was unparalleled in his heart compared to other girls. If she was indeed different, then he must pursue her.
Meanwhile,
Shen Yue was oblivious to the challenges that awaited her at school the following day. After crying for a considerable time while handling an onion, unable to stifle her tears, she ultimately opted to abandon her efforts and began searching for delicious onion recipes. Onion and egg pancakes? Let's give this a try. She took the onion to the kitchen, but upon seeing the empty space, she quietly set it down, deciding to cook it another day. Shen Jiza had yet to touch his chopsticks, seemingly awaiting something. Upon seeing Shen Yue descend the stairs, his eyes brightened. Shen Yue, still groggy, sat down and instinctively began to eat. It wasn't until halfway through her breakfast that she realized the person seated across from her was not her eldest brother, but her fourth brother. Fourth brother. Shen Yue's mind sprang to life, recalling the question she had wrestled with the previous day. Why is it that when you cry, it's merely tears, while when I cry, it becomes a full-blown affair with a runny nose? Fourth brother, how do you manage to cry without a runny nose? Shen Yue transformed into a curious child, eager to understand. Shen Jiza switched the spoon to his other hand, his gaze fixed on the breakfast before him. He pressed at the inner corners of his eyes, reducing the tears that would flow into his nasal cavity, thereby minimizing the runniness. Thank you, fourth brother. No need for thanks. Chapter 78. Call me Sister Xiuyu. Shen Yue, after a long time, found herself alone in a car heading to school. As she departed, Shen Jiza watched her, hesitating to speak. Shen Yue guessed that Shen Jiza wished to accompany her to school. But being just a middle school student while her fourth brother was already in university, their educational standings made it impossible for them to travel together. Thus, she closed the door without any lingering sentiments and reclined in the back seat, peacefully closing her eyes. Shen Jiza, however, struggled to muster the courage to tell Shen Yue that he could help her braid her hair. Although her loose hair looked quite lovely, could she truly attend school like that? He recalled that her teacher was likely Ms. Niu. Regret washed over Shen Jiza. If only he had found the bravery to voice his thoughts. But now that my sister has left, there is no room for regret. Shen Jiza could only retrieve a comb and some hair ties from home, instructing the housekeeper to send them to Shen Yue. Shen Yue remained blissfully unaware of the differences between her current self and the student she once was. After all, she was accustomed to wandering around the house in disarray on weekends, feeling utterly joyful. Moreover, she was now relishing the advantage of her elder brother's absence, which allowed her to monopolize the entire backseat. Uncle Zhang, could you please drive a bit slower? Let me catch a few more winks, Shen Yue requested. Uncle Zhang replied. Then let us keep it at a leisurely 38 kilometers per hour. Shen Yue arrived at class just in time, taking her seat under the scrutinizing gaze of Niu Kaihui and the collective attention of her classmates, her demeanor unperturbed by the surrounding tumult. Niu Kaihui initially intended to inquire about Shen Yue's hair but soon perceived an unusual atmosphere in the classroom and decided to postpone his question, planning to randomly select a fortunate classmate for further investigation later. Qing Xiaoyu, with remarkable speed, grasped and completed the problem on the blackboard before turning to Shen Yue to whisper, Shen Yue, were you alright yesterday? Shen Yue, distracted and not writing, unconsciously glanced at Qing Xiaoyu's answer. Understanding her friend's predicament, Qing Xiaoyu nudged her answer closer to Shen Yue, but it was quickly spotted by Niu Kaihui, who shut her notebook. Focus on your own work, Shen Yue. Use your brain. Shen Yue replied nonchalantly. Oh, it's fine. I've already seen and memorized it. What about onions? I practiced how to cry beautifully with them yesterday. Qing Xiaoyu asked, was your sudden inquiry about how to cry related to that? Shen Yue nodded, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Well, as long as you're happy, but remember to explain it in the group later. As she spoke, Qing Xiaoyu's gaze drifted back to Shen Yue's hair, and upon meeting her clear eyes, she suddenly realized, you didn't check the group after turning off the video yesterday. Did you? Shen Yue nodded, explaining that after turning off the video, she was busy wiping her nose, then searched for delicious onion recipes before going to sleep. Hence she hadn't checked the group. Everyone is quite concerned about you. Please take a look later, Qing Xiaoyu encouraged. Shen Yue nodded and promptly pulled out her phone to browse the messages. Upon opening the group chat, she found her name prominently featured, though the discussions had taken place the previous evening. Is Shen Yue alright? Indeed, competing with Yi Yin was a bit too early for a sleep-loving Shen Yue, who suggested that they compete. Step forward to be scolded. It was Shen Yue herself. Oh, then it's alright. I hope Shen Yue's confidence hasn't been shaken. She's quite remarkable, just facing Yi Yin. She might still be crying. Should someone call her? Let's hold off on that, perhaps check again tomorrow. Doesn't she love to eat? Let us prepare something for her. Shen Yue halted her scrolling, her eyes honing in on two words, food. Food. With that thought, she began to type. I cried yesterday because I was overwhelmed by onions. No need to prepare food for me. Send. Shen Yue gazed at the two characters, food, and suddenly found herself empathizing with her fourth brother, who had cried so beautifully. This sense of grievance, who could endure it? Just as Shen Yue was on the verge of tears, Qing Xiaoyu timely interrupted the spellcasting, calling out to Shen Yue, Shen Yue, it would be better if you expressed gratitude to everyone for their concern. Shen Yue obediently complied, promptly editing her message to read, thank you all for your concern. She sent it again, only to be caught red-handed by Niu Kaihui. Shen Yue, I will immediately present a method for solving this problem. Once I finish, you shall come up and apply this method. If you cannot solve it, you will stand at the back. In an instant, Shen Yue focused her attention, earnestly listening to teacher Niu's lecture. Niu Kaihui was exceedingly satisfied, thinking to himself, little girl, I have already mastered the art of handling you. There's no escape. For the students in the special class, the teacher did not prohibit them from bringing their phones. One reason was that these children possessed sufficient self-discipline, and another was that if they carried phones, they could look up any questions they did not understand, instead of persistently bothering the teacher. In summary, phones were a constant source of divine assistance. Coupled with the final words of gratitude, the students inexplicably perceived Shen Yue's endurance within those 6 meager words. Perhaps she had lied to spare their worries. The logical reasoning of the special class students was undoubtedly robust. With a bit of deduction, they identified the illogical aspects and firmly believed that Shen Yue was deceiving them. Only Qing Xiaoyu, having interacted closely with Shen Yue, recognized her absurdity and thus believed in her unwaveringly. At that moment, Qing Xiaoyu suddenly noticed that the yogurt, which Shen Yue usually kept on her desk, was absent today, prompting her to inquire, Shen Yue, where is your yogurt? Shen Yue felt a pang of unjustified grievance. In response, Qing Xiaoyu deftly retrieved a bottle of plain yogurt from her bag, saying, here you go. This yogurt had been placed in her bag the previous day with the intention of comforting Shen Yue. Although Shen Yue currently appeared not to need consolation, It seemed unreasonable not to share the yogurt she had already brought. Shen Yue hesitated, wanting it but feeling reluctant to ask. Qing Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? You can't just take other people's things. Then call me Sister Xiaoyu as a trade." Sister Xiaoyu. Good girl, here you go. In Chapter 79. Shen Yue successfully acquired a yogurt and a good mood in her brother's absence. Qing Xiaoyu looked at Shen Yue with delight, feeling pleased that she had chosen well. This is delicious. You must try it.
Shen Yue. Hurry. Take it.
Didn't you say you liked the cookies I made the other day? I made some more. Shen Yue, what is happening? Upon hearing this, Shen Yue thought that perhaps it was acceptable. It no longer felt like taking something for nothing. Thus, she continuously expressed her gratitude and accepted a multitude of treats, indulging in them on the spot. Her classmates looked on, witnessing the blissful expression on Shen Yue's face, and smiled warmly. Only Yi Yin remained troubled, unsure of what to say to Shen Yue. Should he apologize? However, he had done nothing wrong. Apologizing would have seemed excessively contrived. Instead, he decided to present the item to Shen Yue with the same naturalness as everyone else. Yi Yin had prepared a headband, crafted in collaboration with his mother, and he believed it to be more suitable for Shen Yue than the one she wore that day, especially since she had let her hair down. Indeed, Shen Yue's hair cascaded freely. In that moment, Yi Yin suddenly realized what he should say. He approached Shen Yue and handed her the headband, saying, "Shen Yue, you can use this to tie your hair." It was then that Shen Yue recognized the source of the unease she had felt all day. It was due to her unbound hair. Yi Yin's heart raced at her simple thank you. After Shen Yue accepted the headband, Zhou Shuirong, who was attending class in the adjacent room, approached. She had encountered the Shen family's butler on her way to school, who had asked her to deliver a comb and some hair ties to Shen Yue. Upon spotting Shen Yue, she noted that her hair was indeed unbound. Without hesitation, she moved closer to assist Shen Yue. Ignoring Yi Yin, who stood beside Shen Yue, she placed the hair ties on Shen Yue's desk and asked, "Yi Yu, may I help you tie your hair?" Upon seeing Zhou Shuirong, Shen Yue felt a wave of relief and willingly complied. Understanding Shen Yue's intent, Zhou Shuirong began to braid her hair with the comb and ties. Zhou Shuirong had observed Shen Yue's daily hairstyles and had practiced the techniques, and although she felt slightly clumsy at first, the final result was quite commendable. Noticing the headband in Shen Yue's hand, Zhou Shuirong remarked that it complemented Shen Yue's outfit beautifully. "Yi Yu, may I borrow the headband for a moment?" Shen Yue passed it to her, and after some adjustments, she transformed from a disheveled beauty into one who appeared gentle and graceful. As Zhou Shuirong marveled at her own handiwork, she sincerely acknowledged Shen Yue's beauty. "Yu, you're stunning." Shen Yue tilted her head modestly, replying, "I don't know. I can't see myself." Witnessing the entire exchange, Qing Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of incredulity. Unable to contain herself, she poked Shen Yue's cheek, exclaiming, "Simpleton. When someone praises your beauty, you should say thank you, not ramble on." Shen Yue, nudged by Qing Xiaoyu, leaned closer to Zhou Shuirong and then fell into her embrace. Acknowledging Qing Xiaoyu's wisdom, she looked up at Zhou Shuirong and said, "Thank you." Zhou Shuirong chuckled, "No need to thank me." Shen Yue then reached out towards Qing Xiaoyu, asking, "Sister Xiaoyu, could you pull me a bit closer?"
Xiaoxurong.
Reluctant to let go, bent down to inquire, "Why have you never called me sister before?" Shen Yue replied, "You never asked me to."
Xiaoxurong pressed. "Can you call me that now?"
"Sister Shuirong," she replied. Zhou Shuirong was taken aback. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to have Shen Yue around her at home, convinced that if they could always be together, her life would be entirely transformed. Meanwhile, Yi Yin, hearing Shen Yue sweetly call Zhou Shuirong sister, felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, his mouth moving before his mind could fully process what was happening. "Call me brother," Yi Yin said, and at that moment, all the classmates who were previously engrossed in their own tasks turned to him in unison.
Xiaoxurong.
"Shen Yue?" Qing Xiaoyu erupted, pointing at Yi Yin. "Wow.
Yi Yin.
Have you been sneaking peeks at Zhang Han's dramas?"
You are so bold.
"Help." Gao Qin, who was originally erasing the blackboard, rushed over upon hearing Yi Yin's outrageous words, covering Shen Yue's ears. "Don't listen. Don't listen. Our minds are meant for learning, not for containing nonsense." Yi Yin's friends widened their eyes in disbelief. Mi Qian questioned, "Do you regard Shen Yue as a math problem? Wake up, brother." Zhuo Wenfei chimed in, "Indeed, electrolyte imbalances, low blood sugar, and anemia can lead to cognitive dysfunction, resulting in nonsensical speech. Low levels of sodium chloride, potassium chloride, And calcium can cause hypoglycemia. Hence, replenishing electrolytes and blood sugar while alleviating anemia can effectively mitigate such symptoms. After his monologue, Zhuo Wenfei prepared to seek some medicine from old Niu, but was abruptly halted by the chubby companion who heard his ramblings. Zhuo Wenfei, don't go. You're just asking for trouble. Let me go. I must rescue my brother from his nonsensical speech. Amidst the chaotic commotion, Shen Yue nestled in Zhou Xuerong's embrace, emotionlessly uttering, Brother Yi. Whether she called 1, 2, or 3, it was all the same. Calling out twice wouldn't cost her anything, especially since everyone had given her gifts. They were all good people. Yi was momentarily taken aback. This is it. He had unwittingly allowed Shen Yue to fall in love beneath his very nose.
Ah.
He knew it. With Shen Yue being so sweet, there must be some little rascal involved. What to do now? First, I should call Brother Shen. Hello, Brother Shen. Your sister is dating. Are you sure? I heard your sister calling someone else brother. My goodness, these kids nowadays. And then? What do you mean and then? After hearing her call brother, I called you, of course. Niu Kaihuai continued to chatter, but Shen Yichen had already hung up. He beckoned his secretary over, requesting to change his flight to the nearest one. The secretary appeared concerned. Mr. Shen, won't you rest a bit longer? Meanwhile, the commotion that had briefly arisen due to Shen Yue had already been quelled. Yi fell into deep contemplation once more. Shen Yue had taken note of it. At noon, Shen Yue, Zhou Xuerong, and Jiang Sherwin went out for lunch. Under Jiang Sherwin's vigilant and equal protection, Yi found no opportunity to approach them. In the afternoon, Qing Xiuyu kept a watchful eye on Shen Yue's surroundings. And Yi still could not find a chance, nearly being diagnosed by Zhuo Wenfei as critically ill and in need of treatment. In summary, it was quite miserable. However, as Yi gazed at the headband adorning Shen Yue's hair, he felt a surge of joy. Shen Yichen hurriedly disembarked from the plane and rushed to the school. At this juncture, Niu Kaihuai had discerned the peculiar atmosphere of the class through his interaction with a fortunate little classmate and coupled with Yi Yin's unusual behavior. The truth was on the verge of revelation. The day's event stemmed from the classmates' desire to console Shen Yue, leading them to deliberate on bringing her some snacks and small gifts. Niu Kaihuai, clutching a notebook barely the size of his palm, was simultaneously reporting to Shen Yichen while jotting down notes and sketches. According to my investigative findings, 80 of the students in the class believed that Shen Yue's tears were quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen felt a sigh welling up within him. From the moment Shen Jiza had informed him of this matter, he sensed trouble, and indeed, it had come to fruition. Had she cried in class?
No.
It was during a video math competition with a male classmate yesterday where she had shed tears after losing in the class group video. For reasons unknown, Shen Yichen felt that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. When had she cried? Around 8:30 p.m., perhaps. He understood. Shen Yue's tears were inextricably linked to him. What did you mean by saying someone else was your brother over the phone? Regarding that, Niu Kaihuai flipped a few pages back in his notebook and began to recount how Shen Yue played with a female classmate who prompted her to call her sister. And she complied. Then a male classmate urged her to call him brother, and she did so, rather foolishly it seemed. A swift slap landed on Niu Kaihuai's head. Shen Yichen, feigning nonchalance, responded, Who are you calling foolish? Niu Kaihuai, feeling aggrieved, protested, Not foolish, just exceptionally clever. Your exceptionally intelligent sister called a male classmate brother. That's all. After gaining insight into the situation, Shen Yichen engaged in a deeper conversation with Niu Kaihuai, and the time was nearly at hand. Glancing at his watch, Shen Yichen rose, preparing to meet his sister at the classroom entrance, while also intending to identify the mischievous lad who had coaxed Shen Yue into calling him brother. Thus, Niu Kaihuai, who was ready to leave, was forcibly escorted back to the classroom by Shen Yichen. The two stood outside the window, with Niu Kaihuai pointing out Yi Yin's position while flipping through his notebook to enumerate the awards Yi Yin had garnered over the years. He concluded that Yi Yin was a genius among geniuses, undoubtedly the foremost even within this assembly of prodigies. If not for his tender age, Niu Kaihuai mused that he could very well have achieved even more. Shen Yichen remained silent, merely observing the sight of Shen Yue and Qing Xiaoyu whispering to each other, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Soon enough, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Just as Shen Yichen was about to enter the classroom to assist Shen Yue in packing up, he witnessed the very boy Niu Kaihuai had just introduced, Yin, charge toward Shen Yue. He truly charged, to the extent that no one had time to react before Yi Yin reached Shen Yue and proclaimed, Shen Yue, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Chapter 81, I Will Win. Shen Nyo Kai Huai. The abruptness of Yi Yin's confession left Shen Yue completely taken aback. She was unaware that he was addressing her. It wasn't until Qing Xiaoyu nudged her that she turned to see Yi Yin and finally grasped the situation. This person professed his affection for her. As soon as Shen Yu's mind grasped the situation, she was abruptly interrupted by Shen Yichen, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Shen Yichen did not address Shen Yue directly. Instead, he extended his hand towards Yi Yin. Hello, I am Shen Yichen, Shen Yu's elder brother. Yi Yin paused for a moment before shaking hands with Shen Yichen, replying, Hello. Observing Shen Yue, who seemed still bewildered, Shen Yichen turned to Yi Yin and remarked, Personally, I do not approve of Shen Yue dating at her age. However, I just heard from Teacher Nyo that you are quite remarkable, so I believe I should grant you an opportunity. It appears that you and Shen Yue engaged in a mental arithmetic competition yesterday, and she unfortunately lost.
Tonight,
I would like to propose a similar contest between you and Shen Yue's elder brother. If you emerge victorious, I will permit you to pursue Shen Yue. How does that sound? Yi Yin, who had been feeling apprehensive, inexplicably found solace in those words. A competition. He had never tasted defeat.
All right.
Shen Yue's mind whirled, as if something momentous was unfolding before her. Her elder brother was going to compete with Yi Yin? Although Shen Yue typically remained indifferent to her surroundings, she understood that Yi Yin was formidable, and so was her brother. Did their previous conversation imply that if her brother lost, she would be handed over to Yi Yin? Upon realizing this, Shen Yue felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, a tangible ache. She opened her mouth but could utter nothing, allowing Shen Yichen to tidy her belongings and lead her away. At the school gate stood the familiar black sedan. Shen Yue climbed in, her spirits dampened. Noticing Shen Yue's downcast demeanor, Shen Yichen assumed she was merely frightened and reassured her, Do not be afraid. Such situations will arise eventually. This time, your brother can assist you, but in the future, you must learn to refuse on your own. After a moment's thought, Shen Yichen added, Do not casually call others brother at school. At that moment, Shen Yue lifted her head and asked, Brother, if you lose, will you give me to Yi Yin? As she gazed up, she noticed the collar of Shen Yichen's shirt had loosened, revealing the lacquer gourd she had gifted him. Now adorned with a small hole and secured around his neck by a string. Suddenly, the pain in her heart dissipated. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists and encouraged Shen Yichen. Then, brother, dear best. Fourth brother? Yes, your fourth brother is far more adept at solving problems than I am. Have him compete in a mental arithmetic video challenge with a child later. Shen Jiza fidgeted, his hands entwined anxiously. Can we not speak during the competition? Shen Yichen's large hand pressed down on his head. What do you think? If you remain silent, others will have already provided their answers while you are still writing. Xiao Zhe, your brother believes in you. Shen Jiza suddenly felt the urge to cry. He was certain that his brother had discovered he had been lying about making friends at school. As tears threatened to spill from Shen Jiza's eyes, Shen Yue stepped forward, deftly applying pressure to the corner of his eye, precisely where he had mentioned earlier in the morning, causing him to sniffle. Shen Yue watched as Shen Jiza suddenly turned around to find some tissue, silently wiping his nose without a hint of remorse for his actions. Instead, he eagerly leaned in to ask Shen Jiza, Fourth brother, didn't you say that if I press down, I wouldn't have a runny nose? Shen Yue suddenly understood. So as long as the nasolacrimal duct was blocked before tears flowed, there would be no leakage. Shen Jiza nodded, admitting there might still be a little, but one could sniff it back and swallow before it escaped. Shen Yue gasped in shock, so that means we're eating snot? Shen Jiza pondered for a moment before correcting her. Along with snot, there should also be tears. Shen Yichen, unable to endure their conversation any longer, grabbed one of them with each hand and led them to the sink, directing one to wash their face and the other to wash their hands. Once the three had finished their meal together, Shen Yichen suddenly inquired of Shen Yue, Did you have the competition in the class group yesterday? Shen Yue nodded while playing with an onion, tears brewing in her eyes. Shen Yichen snatched the onion from her and set it aside, announcing, Tonight. It will also be in your class group. From now on, any boy who wishes to confess to you must meet one requirement. Defeat your fourth brother in any field of knowledge. Listening to this, Shen Jiza felt the weight of responsibility settle upon him. He waved his hands at Shen Yichen, insisting, No, if I lose, it will be detrimental to my sister. It should be big brother who competes. Precisely because of this, you cannot lose, fourth. You can do it. Shen Yue recalled big brother as encouragement for her to cheer for fourth brother in the car and joined in, shouting, Fourth brother, you can do it. Though Shen Jiza felt a twinge of fear within, he couldn't quite suppress a sense of joy. It felt as though he was relied upon. Then I will strive, he declared. Not just strive, but you must win. Shen Yue, producing a phone stand from somewhere, positioned it in front of Shen Yue. As Shen Yue gazed at his own reflection on the darkened screen, he noticed a shift in his expression. I will win. This was the first time Shen Yue had spoken such a definitive statement. In Chapter 82, the contemplation arose. Why must one type words? Seeing Shen Yue take this seriously, Shen Yue instructed his secretary to prepare the necessary software. Without the aid of software, it would be difficult to create questions that could challenge two prodigies. Both Shen Yue and Yi Yin were undoubtedly masters of mental arithmetic. Typical mental arithmetic competitions involved simple addition and subtraction, designed to increase difficulty by reducing time. Yet for Yi Yin and Shen Yue, they encountered problems requiring more complex formulas. The ability to swiftly discern which problems could be solved mentally would assist them in arriving at results more quickly. Mental matrices and calculus derivatives were second nature to them. This kind of mental arithmetic skill could not be matched by the mathematical techniques of ordinary individuals. It was more a matter of inherent talent in understanding mathematics. As Shen Yue once remarked, he perceived all formulas differently. While ordinary people viewed equations as layered with complex arithmetic symbols, leaving them perplexed to him, every formula was merely a matrix. Perhaps this is precisely the reason why Shen Yue harbored little interest in mathematics, viewing it merely as a supplementary tool to facilitate his exploration of other subjects. He had only confided in Shen Yue regarding these sentiments, and had even triumphed over him in mental arithmetic tests, which was a source of great reassurance for Shen Yue. His fourth brother, as long as he was determined not to lose, would invariably prevail. Before long, Shen Yue had prepared the necessary software and began to prompt Shen Yue to announce the competition time in their class group chat. It was currently 7 p.m. And although Shen Yue had initially intended to set the time for 8 p.m., he was taken aback when he opened the group chat to a flurry of messages. A glance revealed an endless stream of messages, each one crookedly declaring when the competition was to commence. Shen Yue cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yue, who was engrossed in her game, and inquired, "May I use your phone to send a message in your class group?" Without lifting her gaze, Shen Yue focused intently on her game, replying, "You can send a voice message." First, Shen Yue randomly selected a fortunate classmate to act as the questioner for the upcoming challenge, then switched to the class group to send a voice note. "I am Shen Yue's brother. We are ready and can begin at any time." Shen Yue's voice was melodious. Several girls in the class silently bookmarked the message, leaving their guesses as to who he was. After Shen Yue's message, the previously chaotic stream of text suddenly halted, leaving only his voice note at the bottom. As Shen Yue prepared to return the phone to Shen Yue, he noticed another message had appeared beneath his own. "I am ready as well." Following this, Yi Yin activated his video, prompting Shen Yue to do the same, swiftly positioning his phone in front of Shen Yue. Upon seeing his and Yi Yin's faces on screen, Shen Yue was startled, his eyes reddening as tears brimmed. Shen Yue, who had been absorbed in her game, quickly reached out to help him with his tears, only to forget that her hands were still fragrant from playing with onions. "Sister, your hands smell, my eyes hurt." Shen Yue whimpered. Shen Yue hastily withdrew her hands, rushing to fetch a clean tissue to place beside him. Once Shen Yue began to wipe his tears, she softly apologized, "I'm sorry." Shen Yue initially intended to comfort him while crying together, but upon hearing his words, she abruptly paused. For reasons unknown, she abandoned her pursuit of crying prettily, instead taking the tissue to assist Shen Yue in drying his tears, murmuring, "Don't cry, fourth brother." As Shen Yue sobbed, Shen Yue observed and interjected, "When the fourth cries, it often takes a while for him to stop. Let him cry for a bit." Shen Yue responded with an "oh," sitting beside him and continuously offering tissues. Meanwhile, Yi Yin, who had planned to initiate the challenge in a suave manner, found himself perplexed by the situation. "What is happening? I haven't even done anything yet, and someone is already crying." A gentle female voice suddenly chimed in from Yi Yin's side, causing his expression to shift awkwardly. He gazed at the weeping figure before him, a strikingly beautiful individual resembling Shen Yue, the so-called elder brother of Shen Yue. His emotions were tumultuous, tinged with a vague sense of helplessness. Even before the competition had commenced, suddenly, Shen Yue appeared on camera, observing that Yi Yin did not display any negative emotions in response to the unforeseen situation. This subtly enhanced his fondness for Yi Yin, while he felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. At last, his sister had begun to attract some genuinely decent individuals. Yi-in, if you do not mind, shall we commence now to avoid prolonging everyone's wait? Shen Yue suggested. On one side of the video, one participant wept while the other sat in quiet anticipation, and the students in the chat box were utterly exhilarated. The essence of humanity, it seemed, was encapsulated in gossip, speculation, and the insatiable thirst for intrigue. No one could resist the allure of gossip, not even the most gifted among them. Presently, they were not only speculating on who would triumph between Yi-in and Shen Yue's brother, but also on why the Shen family members appeared to cry so beautifully without any signs of distress. Upon hearing Shen Yichen's words, Yi-in felt a wave of calm wash over his previously anxious heart, entering a focused state of competition. With a stoic nod, he adjusted the camera to reveal the emptiness of his desk, signifying that there was nothing before him. Shen Yichen smiled and adjusted the camera for Shen Yue's side, inadvertently capturing Shen Yue, who was holding paper nearby. Clearly, upon seeing Shen Yue, Yi-in's expression momentarily faltered. Noticing this, Shen Yichen instructed Shen Yue to sit aside and refrain from distracting them. Shen Yue complied, handing the paper to Shen Yue and stepping out of the visible area of the video. Yi-in sighed in relief, yet a sense of disappointment lingered. Meanwhile, Shen Yue, clutching the box that Shen Yue had touched with her onion-scented hands, cried as he wiped his tears. Shen Yichen began to announce the rules. The mental arithmetic competition would consist of 3 rounds, with the first round featuring 10 4-digit addition problems. I have prepared software that will present the numbers at intervals of 0.5 seconds after the questioner has finished stating all the digits. You must memorize these numbers and calculate the final sum, as each number will only appear once. Are you all ready? Shen Yichen smiled at Yi-in, expressing gratitude for his concern, assuring him that he was prepared. Chapter 83. Well done, haha. Once it was confirmed that Yi-in was ready, the group chat suddenly activated a full mute, allowing only the administrator and the group leader to speak. Upon Shen Yichen's signal to begin, a plump individual sent an image into the chat interface. The image initially displayed the number 9,535, which then transformed into another 4-digit number, 8546, at a speed of 0.5 seconds. Each subsequent number followed suit, continuing for a total of 24-digit numbers over the course of 10 seconds. Shen Yue watched from the sidelines, her focus solely on accurately memorizing each digit without engaging her mind in calculations. Remembering the numbers was incidental. Engaging her intellect for computation was simply not feasible. At such a rapid pace, it was challenging for an ordinary person to even retain the numbers, let alone sum them up. Thus, the only feasible way to ensure accuracy was to calculate the sum of 2 numbers during the brief pauses of 0.5 seconds. Unexpectedly, almost at the very instant the final digit was uttered, Yi-in and Shen Yue simultaneously declared the answer, 148563. The resolute response was voiced by Yi-in, while the soft, tremulous one belonged to Shen Yue. Nevertheless, even amidst his tears, Shen Yue's words were clear enough for everyone to comprehend his answer. The victory in the first round allowed Yi-in a momentary sigh of relief, yet he became increasingly vigilant. The ability to match his speed indicated that Shen Yue's brother was indeed formidable. Upon hearing that he had lost, Shen Yue's tears flowed even more profusely as he trembled and glanced at Shen Yue, murmuring an apology. Just as Shen Yue was about to speak, Shen Yichen placed a reassuring hand on Shen Yue's head, urging him to compose himself for the next question. Clutching the tissue box tightly, Shen Yue endeavored to suppress his tears. He could not afford to cry again. In a best-of-5 format, he could not let his emotions lead to another loss. Next time, he vowed to articulate his answer clearly. Wiping away the fresh tears, he sobbed to Shen Yue, "Sister, could you fetch me a glass of water?" Shen Yue nodded and went to get him some water. Recalling that every time Shen Yichen had handed her water, it had been warm, she prepared a similar cup for Shen Yue. Without waiting for Shen Yue, Shen Yichen began to explain the rules for the second round. This round was simple. One only needed to solve the problem presented by the questioner first. However, he cautioned, the second question would not be a mere arithmetic operation, but rather a differential equation, lacking elementary function solutions. Yi-in, have you encountered such concepts before? Yi-in exhibited no surprise at the terminology that Shen Yichen employed, clearly indicating his familiarity.
I have.
Do you possess the ability for mental calculation of such equations? Yi-in felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was confident in his speed relative to the average person, yet he could not ascertain if he could outpace Shen Yue's brother. I can. Upon concluding his statement, the dialog box displayed a new question, 0. The moment Yi-in beheld this query, he commenced mental calculations. Shen Yue also began to compute, just as Shen Yue arrived with the water before him. After glancing at the problem, he seized Shen Yue's glass and took a hearty sip, then, with clarity, articulated the answer. His speed suggested as if he had derived the result the moment he encountered the question. Yi Yin, still on the verge of completing his own calculation, heard a delicate yet resolute voice from across the table. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the truth. He had lost. The third round posed the challenge of calculating the 13th root of a 200-digit number. As this question was announced, the onlooking classmates gasped in astonishment. Having been labeled geniuses since childhood, they were well acquainted with tales of others' brilliance. One individual had once calculated the 13th root of a 200-digit number in a staggering 777 seconds, and they had attempted it themselves, often taking nearly 30 minutes. Now, they were curious to see how quickly Yi Yin and Shen Yue's brother could solve it. It became evident that Shen Yue's brother was far from ordinary. Begin. As Shen Yichen's voice fell, a lengthy string of numbers instantly appeared on the screen. These figures had been carelessly typed by a rather plump contestant moments ago, leaving him oblivious to the correct answer. Shen Yue's eyes swept over the hundreds of digits. With each number he encountered, the matrix in his mind morphed accordingly. Upon reaching the final digit, he arrived at the answer. 23972076679666701, accomplished in 87 seconds. Meanwhile, Yi Yin had yet to ascertain the solution, thus sealing his fate. Shen Yichen entered Shen Yue's answer into the group chat, allowing classmates to verify it independently. Though everyone recognized this as a superfluous gesture, Shen Yue let out a deep sigh of relief. Tears no longer spilling as he clutched the tissue that Shen Yue had given him, exuding a sense of triumph. Sister, I have won. Shen Yue gazed at the smile gracing Shen Yue's face, astonished. Fourth brother, you're smiling. Shen Yue's previously upward-turned lips faltered momentarily, his anxiety dissipating as he saw the same mirth reflected in Shen Yue's eyes, his smile widening. You're smiling too. Listening to the jubilant laughter from across the room, Yi Yin felt a sudden pang of discomfort. This was his first genuine defeat. Not only had he lost in the realm of mathematics, which he had always prided himself on, but he had also lost something more profound. Yi Yin, you are remarkable as well.
Thank you.
Yi Yin was momentarily taken aback by the bright, melodious voice emanating from the video, distinct from her usual languid tone. He raised his head and beheld Shen Yue's radiant smile. In that instant, the only word that came to Yi Yin's mind was brilliant. His earlier disappointment evaporated, leaving only Shen Yue's smile. Regrettably, the video call ended immediately after she spoke those words. Having witnessed the entire exchange, Yi Yin's mother stepped forward to gently stroke his head, her voice tender. You have developed feelings for an exceptionally talented girl, and I admire her greatly. Thus, in order to surpass her brother, you must strive to become even more outstanding. Upon hearing this, Yi Yin momentarily set aside his despondency, his mind consumed by Shen Yue's earlier words of gratitude. Yes, I will work hard. Yet he pondered. Why had Shen Yue expressed her thanks to him? Shen Yue, why did you say that? Shen Yichen, exasperated, pinched his thumb and forefinger at the Yiming acupoint, feeling that this had only reignited emotions he had worked diligently to suppress. As Shen Yue dabbed at the tears of joy streaming from her fourth brother's eyes with a tissue, she casually remarked, I believe he has worked very hard for me. So, I wanted to thank him. Shen Yichen's intended admonition was halted in his throat. After a moment, he approached Shen Yue and tousled her hair. Well done. Chapter 84. Shen Yue was quite vexed. Ever since Yi Yin and her fourth brother engaged in a brief, yet exhilarating competition in the group chat, the once relatively normal class had descended into chaos. Each day, as Shen Yue entered the classroom, students would line up to confess their feelings to her. This continued until she departed, with some even pursuing her all the way to the car where her elder brother awaited, declaring their affections in his presence. The rationale behind this was Shen Yichen's proclamation in the class group: to pursue Shen Yue, one must first defeat her brother in any domain. Thus, in their fervent quest to vanquish Shen Yue's elder brother, many individuals, both male and female, earnestly confessed their affections to her. Each day, Shen Yue was subjected to the repetitive declarations of affection from a dozen suitors, to the point where her ears felt calloused from the incessant declarations.
Shen Yue,
I adore you beyond measure. I shall defeat your brother for your sake. She recognized the familiar words, her head remaining still. For this was the 30th iteration of Qing Xiaoyu sentiment, unchanged in the slightest. Throughout the month, Qing Xiaoyu confessed daily, her words consistently identical, truly reveling in her own persistence. However, Shen Yue could not fathom such joy, she merely felt fatigued. Shen Yue. I shall repeat it once more. You are my Shen Yue. Do not utter that today as confessions have reached their limit. I do not wish to hear you say your brother is unavailable today. I refuse to hear those 6 words again, do you understand? Once more, I profess my genuine feelings for you. You are my one and only beloved. Shen Yue sighed deeply. Gao Qin, you have already expressed that confession on the 14th. Shen Yue mused that Gao Qin's search for unique ways to confess was less effective than Qing Xiaoyu's unwavering repetition. At least that would spare her the need to remind them of their redundancy. Yet, Gao Qin felt quite pleased with herself, asserting that her confessions held greater significance, bringing varied surprises and joy to both herself and others each day. Shen Yue, however, found herself only startled, with little joy or surprise, and was burdened with an array of absurd declarations of affection, uncertain of when they might ever be useful. Each time Gao Qin praised her own creativity, she would disparage Qing Xiaoyu, labeling her efforts as mere meaningless repetition, a waste of life.
Shen Yue.
Qing Xiaoyu is merely going through the motions. Only I truly care for you, do you understand? Consequently, Shen Yue raised her gaze and replied to Gao Qin. My elder brother has a dinner engagement tonight and will not be home. Gao Qin's exuberant confession abruptly ceased, her expression transforming into one of disbelief as she inquired once more, Your elder brother is absent tonight. Only the 4th brother remains? Shen Yue nodded. This simple gesture caused a collective loss of spirit among the beautiful girls, including Qing Xiaoyu and Gao Qin. The absence of the elder brother felt akin to having one's essence strained. Qing Xiaoyu immediately turned to the group of boys who were still gathered, discussing the reasons for their failure in yesterday's challenge, and shouted, Today, the elder brother is away. Only the 4th brother is here. What? The 4th brother is here. Quick, quick, quick. Strangely enough, while Shen Yichen and Shen Jiza would often agree to partake in small competitions with their classmates who had confessed to Shen Yue, the past month had seen a series of defeats and persistent attempts, gradually splitting the class into 2 factions, the elder brother faction and the 4th brother faction. The girls favored competing with the elder brother, while the boys preferred engaging with the 4th brother. Those enamored with the 4th brother particularly enjoyed challenging Shen Jiza in mental arithmetic, relishing the thrill of being intellectually outmatched, which spurred them to strive for improvement. Upon hearing that the 4th brother was available tonight, they hastily abandoned their current pursuits and queued up before Shen Yue once more. Thus, a new wave of confessions approached her. Mi Qian took the lead, holding his phone as he began to record his confession with a facial expression. Although I had turned off the lights, the room remained brightly lit. Searching for the source of illumination, I eventually discovered that the light emanated from the left side of my chest, not from the brilliance of my heart, but rather because you reside in my heart, Shen Yue. You are my light. You are my sun. Shen Yue nodded, initiating her critique, noting that this script had already been utilized by Gao Qin and advising him to be more attentive in the future. Upon hearing this, Mi Qian promptly marked the phrase and turned to seek out Gao Qin. Gao Qin, why did you give me something you've already used? Your service quality is lacking. Return my practice book. Oh, it was an accident. I haven't finished studying your practice book yet. Once I do, I'll return it to you. I assure you it won't happen again. Shen Yue, while keeping her ears open, recorded the names of the confessors for the day. There were a total of 8 individuals, and if they proceeded swiftly, they could conclude before dinner. Tonight's meal featured boiled fish, and time was of the essence. In the evening, despite having mentioned a dinner engagement, Shen Yichen adhered to their daily arrangement and came to pick up Shen Yue. As customary, he inquired about her day. Shen Yue understood his implication and reported the calculated number, a total of 8 individuals today. Your 4th brother can handle it alone. Shen Yue nodded, confident in her 4th brother's capabilities. Over the past month, she had witnessed his remarkable prowess. Even if she possessed such intellect, she would likely not utilize it. Shen Yichen dropped Shen Yue at her doorstep before hurrying off to his dinner. Upon entering, she found her 4th brother seated in his usual spot, gazing towards the entrance. He immediately sprang from the sofa, eager to assist Shen Yue with her backpack.
Shen Yue firmly declined Shen Yue's offer,
fearful that he might inadvertently cause her pain and lead to tears. 4th brother, there are 8 people today. Upon hearing this, Shen Jize nodded, his eyes fixed on Shen Yue as she placed her backpack down. He then quietly spoke, Dear classmates dislike me? Shen Yue, bewildered by the question, looked at her 4th brother, who appeared on the verge of tears, and naturally handed him a tissue. Why would they dislike you? They actually like you. Shen Yue, incredulous, clutched the tissue and quietly retorted, impossible. They have never won against me. Shen Yue responded with an understanding "oh," grasping her fourth brother's sentiment. You needn't worry. They are all strong, which is why they admire those who are even stronger. After confirming that Shen Yue was indeed truthful, Shen Yue sighed in relief. Your classmates are truly wonderful. I think they are quite good as well, though it would be preferable if they could refrain from excessive confessional literature. Just 2 minutes before the competition commenced, Shen Yue suddenly asked Shen Yue, should I let them win once, since it's 3 out of 5? Shen Yue shook her head earnestly. Fourth brother, the strong aspire to surpass the stronger. The quicker you finish, the more they will admire you. Shen Yue, enlightened, accepted this advice. That day, Shen Yue indeed indulged in her beloved boiled fish on time, and when it was served, the sizzling sound of the oil being drizzled on it was utterly tantalizing. In stark contrast to Shen Yue's joy are the 8 fortunate spectators of the evening. How did today's match come to an abrupt conclusion, leaving no trace in its wake? What is that sensation of a competition swiftly passing before one's eyes, yet leaving no remnant? Ah, it is yet another splendid and serene day. Shen Yue feels vexed. Despite sleeping as soundly as before and enjoying leisurely weekends, her dreams have dwindled, and the presence of her beloved older sister has grown scarce. Nevertheless, Shen Yue has never doubted her fate. Inexplicably, she harbors a profound sense of assurance. Checking her phone, Shen Yue notes the time. Perfect. It is yet another day of combining breakfast and lunch. Descending the stairs, she finds her 2 older brothers, the fourth and first, already seated at the dining table. With practiced ease, she takes her place. It is only when she arrives that the others begin their meal. Shen Yue remains indifferent. She perceives no change in her own appetite. The 3 of them eat in silence until suddenly, Shen Yue's spoon clinks against the bowl, producing a clear sound. Startled, he instinctively shields his eyes and searches for a tissue, only to realize, upon finding it, that he has not shed a single tear today. Turning around, he sees Shen Yue munching on corn while fixedly gazing at him, accompanied by Shen Yichen's amused expression. If her memory serves her right, her fourth brother has yet to graduate. Surprised, she notes that he has unexpectedly stayed for over a month. At this moment, Shen Yue's curiosity is not about what her first brother might say, but rather, must fourth brother truly join the team? Why cannot he simply relax at home? Just as she is about to engage in the conversation, Shen Yichen interjects, seemingly enlightened. Old fourth, do not emulate your sister. His words are meant in jest. For having a sibling like Shen Yue is already more than enough. One is manageable, but too many would surely be overwhelming. To his astonishment, Shen Yue, who usually heeds his words, quietly retorts, my sister is quite wonderful. She helps me wipe my tears, never mocks me, does not regard me with strange eyes, and even introduces me to her classmates. In essence, my sister is splendid. Shen Yichen glances at the 2, sighing. He finds himself at a loss for words. Yet he thinks that their relationship is rather delightful. Before Shen Yue can further ponder Shen Yue's statement, the restaurant door suddenly swings open, and an emotionless voice cuts through the air. So, you are all here. Fourth brother, why did you not inform me that you were not at school? Shen Yue observes that Shen Yue, who was previously relaxed, tenses up at the sound of the voice. Turning, she spots a boy devoid of expression standing not far away, holding a scalpel dripping with fresh blood. Clearly, this is her 5th brother, Shen Yue, a misfortunate soul, much like her, who bore a name bestowed thoughtlessly by lazy parents, one that merely consisted of a single character. However, upon reflection, Shen Yue considered that her 5th brother might indeed be slightly more unfortunate than she. After all, her character Yue exudes a sense of grandeur and radiance, embodying precious and exquisite meanings. In stark contrast, the character Wu in Shen Yue's name seems to suggest a mere phonetic choice, lacking depth and significance. Shen Yichen furrowed his brow as he approached Shen Yue, taking the scalpel from his hand with a hint of exasperation. He reiterated, with a tone of weary insistence, that the scalpel should never leave the confines of the dissection room. Had he forgotten once more? Observing Shen Yue's demeanor, Shen Yue felt a peculiar familiarity with his character. In a moment of clarity, she realized that he was, in essence, a reflection of herself. No wonder he appeared so recognizable. Shen Yue remained expressionless. Yet his words carried an inexplicable weight. You know, I do not check the group messages. His inability to reach me is of no concern to me. What matters is that I can reach him. Shen Yichen understood Shen Yue's nature. He was inherently incapable of grasping the harm certain matters could inflict on others. To help him comprehend the emotions of those around him required significantly more time than the average person. At present, Shen Yue had improved remarkably compared to his former self. Shen Jiza was also aware of this. Given Shen Wu's temperament, his current conversational tone was, in fact, relatively gentle. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a wave of sympathy for his younger sister, who sat nearby. The tears that had previously remained unshed began to flow freely. Shen Yue pushed the untouched glass of milk toward Shen Yue and retrieved a tissue to wipe Shen Jiza's tears. It was at that moment that Shen Wu's gaze finally fell upon Shen Yue. He opened his mouth to utter his first words to her. Shen Jiza is my experimental subject. Do not touch him. Chapter 86. The Invincible Great Frog. Initially engaged in comforting the fourth brother, Shen Yue paused upon hearing Shen Wu's declaration, feeling an odd sensation stir within her. Experimental subject. No wonder. She had always sensed that the wounds on her fourth brother did not resemble those she could have inadvertently inflicted. To understand why Shen Yue was aware of the numerous injuries on Shen Jiza, one must recall the incident when Shen Jiza triumphed over Yin. Ever since that day, when he found his voice and defeated Yin, he transformed from a timid, downcast child into one who softly called out for his sister and gazed at Shen Yue with newfound courage. Though seemingly unchanged, the dynamics between them had shifted significantly. In essence, their communication flourished. Shen Jiza appreciated Shen Yue's kindness, as she naturally engaged him in conversation and invited him to play. Conversely, Shen Yue found comfort in Shen Jiza's attentive listening and his willingness to participate in her every endeavor. In summary, through their remarkable exchanges, the two siblings had finally reached a point where they could coexist harmoniously, even in Shen Yichen's absence. Last time, when Shen Jiza was at home retrieving something, he inadvertently bumped his back against the corner of a table while stepping back, causing him to cry out in pain. Upon noticing this, Shen Yue immediately lifted Shen Jiza's shirt to examine the wound. Given Shen Jiza's coagulation disorder, any subcutaneous bleeding could pose greater complications than a typical injury. Fortunately, on that occasion, Shen Jiza only experienced pain without any bleeding. However, Shen Yue observed several irregular wounds on his back, particularly along the spine, as well as a barely discernible injection mark. Despite Shen Jiza undergoing regular treatment, the number of wounds in that area seemed excessive. Originally, Shen Yue planned to find an appropriate moment to inquire about this matter with her fourth brother, as it was likely he wouldn't voice any grievances if he were mistreated. Yet, before she could pose her questions, the suspect appeared. Shen Yue did not step away from Shen Jiza. Instead, her gaze was fixed on Shen Yue, particularly on the knife in his hand, still dripping with blood. The freshness of the blood indicated it was likely within 4 minutes old. Excluding the minute or so Shen Yue had spent speaking chaotically upon entering, it could be deduced that he had killed a living creature approximately 3 minutes prior. The fresh soil on the knife was a clear indication it had come from their own garden. Coupled with the blood on Shen Yue's knife, Shen Yue quickly pieced together what had transpired before he entered the house. Disregarding Shen Yue's possessive declaration over Shen Jiza, she turned to Shen Yichen to report, "Brother, he has killed your toad." Shen Yichen, who had been contemplating how to explain that Shen Yue meant no harm, was taken aback upon hearing Shen Yue's calm recounting. The domineering CEO, usually commanding in both business and family affairs, found himself momentarily stunned. The toad, was it the one he had been raising in the garden? Shen Yichen appeared to be the epitome of perfection, talented, diligent, adept at managing subordinates, and devoted to his family. Yet, few knew of his pathological obsession with wealth. While most pursue money to acquire things that bring them joy, Shen Yichen derived pleasure from the very act of accumulating wealth itself. He did not earn money merely for the sake of it. Rather, he reveled in the exhilaration that came from obtaining substantial sums through his own efforts. Furthermore, his methods of making money were varied, encompassing work, relationships, and practices. That toad had been specially acquired after consulting a renowned feng shui master to ensure it was positioned optimally for attracting fortune. Even a domineering tycoon could not resist the allure of a toad, a sentiment Shen Yue held regarding this family member's amphibian. Now the toad, which Shen Yichen had cherished and had a dedicated caretaker for, had been dispatched by Shen Yue. Hearing Shen Yue's words, Shen Yue remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, arrogantly lifting his chin, clearly displeased with her attempt to shift the topic. The toad was too noisy. It deserved to be killed for daring to croak at me, he asserted, his gaze fixed on Shen Yue, seemingly hinting at something more. Although Shen Yue harbored a certain trepidation towards Shen Yue, it was indisputable that he possessed the deepest understanding of Shen Yue's character. Upon hearing those words, despite still being in tears, he exhibited a protective demeanor towards Shen Yue, softly retorting to Shen Yue, "Do not frighten my sister. She is in such a pitiable state." Shen Yue furrowed his brow, a sudden wave of annoyance washing over him, yet he refrained from speaking, merely diverting his gaze from Shen Yue, which had previously coiled around her like a venomous serpent. Just as he was about to utter something further, a voice devoid of discernible emotion emerged from beside him. "Shen Yue, what have you done with my toad?" Shen Wu's body stiffened, sharply attuned to the pivotal word within Shen Yichen's statement, "My." Was that the elder brother's toad? Shen Yue opened his mouth to explain, but Shen Yue preempted him, articulating clearly, "Brother, he killed your toad." Her eyes fixated on the scalpel in Shen Wu's hand, still bearing remnants of tissue, and she added, "He even dissected the toad." As her words lingered in the air, Shen Wu's gaze returned to Shen Yue. Yet before he could act upon his irritation, he was seized by Shen Yichen and whisked away to the garden. Shen Yue observed the departing figures of Shen Yue and Shen Yichen with an inscrutable expression, gently patting Shen Yue's back. "Fourth brother, do not cry." She scrutinized Shen Yue's reddened eyes, harboring serious doubts that his notion of protection was merely a ruse to divert the attention of the adversary, Shen Yue. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead sincerely expressing, "Thank you, fourth brother." Under Shen Yichen's watchful gaze, she earnestly apologized to the toad, even crafting a small mound of earth to inter its remains, ultimately erecting a marker that read, "Frog number 1. Chapter 87. If you have the ability to snatch fourth brother, then you have the ability to open the door. As Shen Yichen approached, he effortlessly discerned that Shen Yue was elucidating to Shen Yue, "This is a dissection knife, not a surgical knife. The blade of a dissection knife is larger than that of a standard surgical knife, as it is designed to create longer and deeper incisions and to excise certain tissue structures. Generally, those wielding such a knife in public pose a significant danger. One must never draw near." Shen Yue recalled having seen something similar in her memories, where an individual in cell block number 4 harbored such an obsession, even going so far as to spend lavishly to procure a dissection knife from outside the prison, carrying it daily as if it were a treasured possession. Ultimately, that individual met a grim fate. Though it remained uncertain whether he had ever used the knife to inflict harm, it was merely rumored that he had, which led to his demise. Shen Yue recalled her own brief stay in the prison infirmary. However, her time there was cut short as the medical personnel remarked that while she could swiftly memorize certain facts, she lacked comprehension. Such individuals were no different from machines. They would be better off allowing artificial intelligence to assist, which could operate at a speed superior to her own. "Hey, return my Jiu Yuzi." Shen Yue approached the two surrounding his knife with an unfriendly tone, as if the mere act of them gazing at his blade was a profound affront. Shen Yue took a step back, fully demonstrating her disinterest in the knife through her actions. Without hesitation, she once again lodged a complaint. "Brother, look at him." Remained engulfed in the sorrow of his beloved frog being inexplicably dissected. Upon hearing the words, he cast a glance at and said, "Xiao Wu, do be honest. First, put away your knife. Wandering about with it is perilous." Pursed his lips, refraining from retorting to, and quietly retreated to his own room, still clutching the knife. After his departure, addressed the two individuals still huddled together before him, stating, "I need to step out for a while. Do not cause any disturbances at home, and you too." Upon hearing her name, obediently lifted her gaze. Although his behavior seemed somewhat peculiar, she recognized him as a good child. Thus, she need not fear him. Nodded in acknowledgement. While she felt no fear, she couldn't shake the impression that resembled her late cellmate, inciting a desire within her to confront him. Since gaining her memories, had long relinquished her desires, yet this was the first time she felt such an intense urge to challenge someone, particularly when it was being domineering towards her fourth brother. Her fourth brother was so delicate. Why couldn't he simply speak kindly? Thus departed. He needed to swiftly seek out a new frog. While the house could be empty, it must never lack a frog, otherwise he would find it impossible to sleep through the night, feeling that his wealth lacked something to anchor it. Picked up the phone to summon his fortunate secretary, requesting arrangements for a feng shui ceremony that very day, the engagement of a geomancer for the following day, and the welcoming of toad number 2 into the garden the day after. Recently, the duo had been engrossed in a campus Mary Sue narrative. It was first encounter with such material, and his most frequent inquiry was why they were enamored with this girl. Was it genuinely intriguing? For instance, phrases like woman, You have successfully captured my attention, and woman, your playing with fire made him wonder how they would fare in real life, if anyone had ever attempted such declarations. However, rather than relying on others, he thought it better to engage in self-experimentation. Fixed her gaze on from a distance, preparing to conduct her own experiment on her fourth brother. Just then, as phone rang, he glanced at the caller ID. A flicker of panic crossing his face as he pressed the answer button, softly and gently inquiring, "Xiao Wu, what is it?" On the other end, cold and assertive voice came through, asking, "Where are you?" Looked at, biting his lip as he replied, "I am with my sister." No sooner had he spoken than began her practice. "Fourth brother, you are playing with fire. You have successfully captured my attention." Upon hearing's words, though aware she was merely mimicking lines from a book, felt a flush of embarrassment color his cheeks. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion on the other end, abruptly hung up. Listened to the dial tone, yet remained oblivious to the impending consequences, merely asking, "Sister, were you quoting lines from the book just now?" Nodded yes. "What do you think it sounds like?" Fidgeting with the hem of his garment, candidly expressed his true feelings. "I find it somewhat odd. As if it's too lofty." Expression turned knowing. "I feel the same. No wonder the female protagonist gets angry." Nodded in agreement indeed. It is only natural for the heroine to be incensed. As Shen Yue shifted her tone, she inquired, "Fourth brother, why did you not feel anger when Shen Wu spoke to you so condescendingly just now?" Shen Yue was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shen Yue would circle around to ask him this question. Once he realized her intent, a warmth enveloped his heart, and he chuckled softly, nervously toying with his hair, as he explained, "Though Xiao Wu can be fierce, he genuinely worries about me. Admittedly, at times his concern frightens me, but it is rooted in care." Indeed, Shen Yue's assertion was validated almost immediately. As soon as his words fell silent, a heavy knocking reverberated from Shen Yue's room, accompanied by Shen Wu's chilling voice from outside, "Shen Yue, open the door." Chapter 88. Elder brother, look at him. She set aside her book on tumultuous romances and asked Shen Yue, "Fourth brother, do you wish to open the door for him?"
Shen Yue nodded,
articulating the necessity of granting entry. If he did not allow Xiao Wu in, the incessant knocking would continue. He paused for emphasis, reiterating it will persist. Shen Yue comprehended the situation. Listening to the increasingly frantic and forceful knocking, she barred Shen Yue, who was poised to open the door, and began to pose calm inquiries, analyzing rationally, "Fourth brother, how long do you believe a normal person can maintain such a relentless knocking?" Shen Yue pondered. He was uncertain about others, but Xiao Wu had once knocked for an entire hour, only ceasing upon Shen Yue's eventual opening of the door. She retrieved a pair of earplugs from her bedside and handed them to Shen Yue, suggesting, "Fourth brother, let us rest for a while. After all, fifth brother won't halt anytime soon." Shen Yue hesitated, murmuring about Xiao Wu. Observing his momentary daze, Shen Yue decisively donned the earplugs onto him. After doing so, she recalled something and removed one of the earplugs, saying, "Fourth brother, you might as well sleep on my bed. Just a heads up, my pillow is a bit damp, so you might want to flip it over to avoid the taste of my saliva." Shen Yue countered, "Do you wish to be in pain right now?" Shen Yue pressed his lips together, obediently wearing the earplugs, flipping the pillow over, curling up and closing his eyes. It was evident that, despite his insistence that Shen Wu was merely concerned for him, Shen Yue was still apprehensive about Xiao Wu's behavior, for it was always extreme, unyielding until his objectives were achieved. As Shen Yue listened to the persistent knocking outside, she transformed the sound into data, processing it in her mind. Currently, Shen Wu seemed to possess remarkable stamina. Otherwise, he would not be capable of such relentless exertion. The knocking had slowed somewhat. He must be feeling fatigued. An hour, 12 minutes, and 27 seconds later, Shen Wu switched to the other hand, continuing to knock. During this time, faint footsteps of others reached Shen Yue's ears, merely hurried footfalls. Everyone understood the imperative not to provoke the frenzied Shen Wu. The fifth young master of the Shen family was no ordinary individual. The knocking gradually weakened, yet, as Shen Yue had remarked, Shen Wu would not relent until the door was opened. Then the knocking ceased. However, Shen Yue knew this was not the end. Indeed, not long after, with a soft click, her door swung open. Outside stood Shen Wu, his expression dark and brooding, locking eyes with Shen Yue, who sat directly opposite the entrance. In that moment, Shen Wu's gaze bore no resemblance to that of a kin. It was more akin to that of an adversary, as though Shen Yue had committed some unspeakable transgression against him. While an ordinary person might cower, flee, or feel perplexed under such a gaze, Shen Yue remained unperturbed. Just before Shen Yue could unleash his fury, she raised her index finger to her lips and whispered softly, "Fourth brother is asleep. Please be quiet." Shen Yue observed as Shen Yue opened his mouth, only to close it again without uttering a word. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely moving silently to the bedside of Shinjiza, where he leaned down, gripping a knife, fixated on the curled figure of Shinjiza, remaining mute. Shen Yue had intended to ponder further, though she was uncertain of what exactly to contemplate. However, once the knocking ceased, the only sounds that permeated the air were the faint breaths of Shinjiza and Shen Yue. In such an atmosphere, who could possibly sleep?
Consequently,
Shen Yue reclined on her lazy sofa and instantly succumbed to slumber. At her age, how could she possibly remain awake? After Shen Yue drifted into sleep, Shen Yue, who had been silently watching by Shinjiza's bedside, suddenly turned his head, fixating on Shen Yue, scrutinizing even the slightest reactions of her slumbering form. Once he confirmed that she was truly asleep, a rare flicker of confusion appeared in his eyes. He was still present. This so-called sister should surely fear him, especially while sleeping in his presence. Sleep is when one sheds their defenses, revealing their vulnerability, a state typically reserved for those one trusts. Of course, this is generally the case. There are, however, foolish individuals who fail to recognize impending danger, willingly placing their necks beneath the blade. Shen Yue approached Shen Yue, observing the rise and fall of her chest with each breath, the delicate curve of her alabaster neck exposed from her tilted head, and the blood vessels that seemed to be almost vividly apparent. Beautiful. Was this truly his sister? The daughter that the two had incessantly spoken of. Their voices echoed in Shen Yue's mind, clear even to this day. The fifth one is truly lovely. What a pity she is a boy. If only we had a daughter. No worries, if we desire a daughter, we shall conceive another. Very well. This marked the inception of his haunting nightmares. Little Five. So beautiful, my obedient daughter. Mother, Little Five is a boy.
How dare you speak to your mother like that?
What she says is absolute. Do not retort. Born? It's a daughter? Darling, we finally had a daughter. Thus, the false daughter was rendered unnecessary. Shen Yue gazed upon Shen Yue, this sister who brought an end to his old nightmares yet ushered in new ones. If this sister were to perish, would those two ever feel a moment of remorse? A regret for the way they had treated him in the past? Shen Yue gently caressed his blade, the notion lingering that, should he desire, this sister of his could instantaneously cease to breathe in this very moment. With such thoughts, he pressed the knife against Shen Yue's neck. It was at this juncture that Shen Yue, appearing to be in the depths of slumber, abruptly opened her eyes and shouted towards the doorway, "Elder brother, look at him." Shen Yue, momentarily taken aback, turned to see his elder brother gazing at him with an impassive expression, cradling a golden cage in his arms. One yet to be used in a ritual. In Chapter 89, now tainted and seeking a victim, Shen Yue held the knife, poised near Shen Yue's throat. Under normal circumstances, the proximity of an exceedingly sharp blade would instinctively incite an individual to evade, a primal response to danger, a self-preservation instinct. Yet, Shen Yue appeared utterly oblivious to the threat of the knife, her body betraying no reaction, as if the blade were merely a plaything. In other words, within the depths of Shen Yue's consciousness, the scalpel was not categorized as a peril, or perhaps her subconscious deemed such an instrument well within her control. Thus, as Shen Yue hovered perilously close to inflicting harm, Shen Yue did nothing but gaze innocently at her elder brother with her glistening eyes, disregarding the blade entirely. You may wonder why her eyes appeared so glistening. When awoken abruptly from slumber by an external stimulus, one often finds their eyes dampened by the remnants of sleep. Of course, the catalyst for Shen Yue's awakening was not Shen Yue or his dramatic knife, but rather the unsettling aura of her elder brother, who seemed to be in distress. Consequently, Shen Yue roused from her dreams, only to find herself the subject of a knife's threat, and without hesitation, she turned to her elder brother at the doorway to report the incident. Shen Yue, caught off guard by her sudden reaction, found himself at a loss. Sheathing the knife felt overly deliberate, yet leaving it unsheathed seemed equally inappropriate. Resigning himself to the moment, he contemplated that perhaps a swift action would alleviate the tension. Thus, the situation evolved into an odd tableau, Shen Yue fixated on the frog in her brother's grasp, while he observed both Shen Yue and Shen Yue, who hesitated with the knife in hand. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Shen Yichen who first shattered the stillness. He placed the frog down and swiftly approached Shen Yue, taking the knife from his grasp. The once menacing aura surrounding Shen Yue dissipated in the presence of Shen Yue, who now appeared disarmingly compliant. The reason was simple: elder brother was displeased. The most prudent course of action when faced with an irate elder brother was to obey. Whatever he decreed held sway. Shen Yue, have I not informed you that neither surgical nor dissection knives are to be taken from your laboratory? Have I not cautioned you that your knife is perilous, never to be pointed at another, least of all a family member? Shen Yue remained silent, and after a prolonged pause, he finally acquiesced with a simple acknowledgement. Did you err? Yes. Apologize to your sister.
I'm sorry.
Although at this moment, Shen Yue appeared remarkably obedient, almost as if he would comply with any request. Shen Yue furrowed his brow at this very Shen Yue. He sensed that Shen Yue had not truly absorbed the words he had just spoken. In the past, when Shen Yue had erred and he had to chastise him, despite not fully comprehending the situation, Shen Yue would strive to remember every admonition. Today was distinctly different. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since Shen Yue had directed a blade at another person. And today's actions must have been provoked by some underlying reason, most likely involving Shen Yue. Yet, even with his astute intellect, Shen Yue could not fathom how his indolent sister, who preferred to lounge about all day, could possibly incite such a reaction in Shen Yue. Could it be that her reclining position inadvertently triggered Shen Yue's sensitivities? Shen Yue's gaze fell upon Shen Yue, and the inquiry he had intended to voice was swallowed back upon meeting her dazed and pitiable, glistening eyes. With a sigh, he gently queried, Shen Yue, what were you doing just now? Sleeping, she replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This answer seemed exceedingly reasonable to Shen Yue, who felt a sense of affirmation wash over him. He then turned to Shen Yue and asked, what were you doing just now? Before Shen Yue could continue, Shen Yue had already resumed his monologue. I recall that elder brother mentioned this is wrong. One must not slit another's throat, nor instill fear in others. Yet I could not restrain myself. Shen Yue no longer wished to dwell on why Shen Yue had failed to control himself. He simply understood that until he could unravel the inexplicable hostility Shen Yue harbored toward Shen Yue, he could not allow them to remain in each other's presence. Shen Yue,
Come with me.
elder brother, return my knife.
Dream on.
Elder brother, I detest you. Even if you loathe me today, you must still transcribe those rules 20 times. I know what I must not do, yet I desire to. Why is it that I cannot slit someone's throat? I do not comprehend. Suddenly, Shen Yue fell silent. Remember this feeling, Shen Yue continued. Meanwhile, Shen Yue could no longer contain herself, forcefully interjecting, you cannot reach my throat. You cannot defeat me. Having observed the earlier incident of Shen Yue knocking on the door, she had surmised his basic physical capabilities, deeming them average. Shen Yue's cold gaze, upon hearing her words, fixated once more on Shen Yue, the contempt buried deep within his eyes suggesting he regarded her with utter disdain. Killing and fighting were not the same. Enough! Shen Yue exclaimed, his head throbbing from the exchange. He delivered a firm tap to both Shen Yue and Shen Yue's heads to halt the perilous discourse and, taking Shen Yue by the arm, turned to leave. Despite Shen Yue's considerable stature, his slight weight remained inconsequential against the formidable presence of his elder brother, who had honed his physique through years of rigorous training. It was only after Shen Yue had turned with Shen Yue in tow that he noticed a peculiar mound on Shen Yue's bed. Instinctively sensing that this object was of significance, he inquired, Shen Yue, what is that? That is fourth brother, she replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue seemed to finally grasp why the family had called him earlier, alarmed by Shen Yue's apparent frenzy. It appeared that sixth brother had concealed fourth brother within his own room. Shen Yue's most cherished person is undoubtedly the fourth brother. Typically, he observes the fourth brother's interactions with others for an extended period. Thus, it is inconceivable for him to permit Shen Yue to be alone with anyone under his watchful gaze. Shen Yue's possessiveness is indisputably pathological, a fact that Shen Yue is well aware of. Yet, he feels powerless. This current state represents the utmost limit of his efforts. When Shen Yue uttered the words fourth brother, a sudden thought struck her. She called out to her elder brother, who held a knife in one hand while grasping Shen Yue with the other, reminding him, elder brother, allow Shen Yue to treat fourth brother before you strike him. Shen Yue was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Shen Yue in astonishment, even forgetting to clarify that his intention in taking Shen Yue away was not to inflict harm. He was solely curious about how Shen Yue had come to know this matter. Did the fourth brother tell you? Shen Yue, wishing to avoid extensive explanation, simply nodded. After a moment of silent contemplation directed at Shen Yue spoke. Half an hour, Then transcribe the 500 prohibited actions 20 times. Shen Yue chimed in. Make it 50 times. This successfully earned Shen Yue a glance that suggested he might be on the verge of violence. Chapter 90. Shen Yue's hippocampus for you memory is a psychological activity intrinsic to humanity, with every mental process governed by physiological mechanisms. Two critical physiological organs are vital for memory: the hippocampus in the brain and the prefrontal cortex. The maturity of these material organs significantly influences the efficacy of memory functions. Generally, the capacity for short-term memory is comprised of 5 to 9 information units. Yet children under the age of 6 possess a limited capacity of only 4 to 6 units. However, Shen Yue is different from a remarkably early age. He has been able to retain memories of events that transpired in his life. In those early years, when he was still voiceless, his father presented a particularly beautiful bowl to his mother, urging her to eat first instead of playing with the child. He found the bowl in his mother's hands captivating and reached out to grasp it, even snatching her spoon and taking a bite. His parents burst into laughter, and he savored the food with delight. This scene remains one of the few warm memories in Shen Yue's recollections. The phenomenon arises from his ability to utilize his right brain for memory. The right hemisphere relies on visual imagery, and Shen Yue transformed his childhood experiences into vivid pictures, which he preserved within his hippocampus. Consequently, the peculiar expressions on the faces of the ants who observed him in a dress remain unbearable to him even now. He has repeatedly inquired of his mother why those ants regarded him with such strange eyes whenever he entered the restroom. By the age of 4, his sister had also turned 2, reaching an age suitable for dressing up. From that point onward, he no longer needed to wear dresses and instead donned ordinary clothes and pants. No longer required to feign cuteness with repetitive words, he could remain silent. Yet, he found himself unable to converse with his parents as he once had. Their attention was entirely devoted to his sister. His elder brother stated that from then on, he was to use the boys' restroom and could no longer enter the girls', a decree he diligently remembered. His elder brother also conveyed that he was a boy and must maintain a distance from girls, a lesson he internalized. Elder brother declared his intention to acclimate to a solitary existence, and if he found it insufferable, he could always retreat to the company. He took heed of this. However, he did not impart any wisdom on how to reclaim the attention of their parents. Shen Yue observed his mother engaging in conversation with her beloved puppy, neglecting to converse with him, which stirred a sense of bewilderment within him. Why was this so? He pondered the distinctions between himself and the puppy, concluding that what he lacked was the soft, plush fur. Thus, he sought a knife and approached the puppy, convinced that possessing a coat akin to its would earn him his mother's affection. Reflecting on the smile that graced his mother's face while she caressed the puppy, he acted without a moment's hesitation. He was well-versed in the anatomy of dogs and felt confident in his ability to procure what he desired. Alas, Shen Yue's endeavor ended in failure. He was intercepted by the caretaker of the dog, who summoned elder brother. Upon understanding Shen Yue's intentions, elder brother spent half an hour explaining why such actions were impermissible, yet Shen Yue could not grasp the rationale, ultimately committing the prohibition to memory in a rather forced manner. This lesson lingered for many years, accumulating a list of over 500 prohibitions. Whenever he repeated a past mistake, elder brother would insist he rewrite the previous infractions. On particularly vexing days, elder brother would require him to transcribe them multiple times. Today was one such occasion, 20 times a record high. As Shen Yue administered medication to Shen Jize, he meticulously observed his brother's reactions. Shen Jize faced 2 significant health issues. His wounds failed to heal autonomously, and his pain sensitivity was 23 times that of an ordinary person. These symptoms, seemingly resulting from coagulation dysfunction and neuroinflammation, were, in truth, manifestations of a singular rare ailment. Unfortunately, Shen Jize's condition was exceedingly uncommon globally, verging on unique, with no definitive medical nomenclature established. Whether a curative treatment could ever be developed remained uncertain. Fortunately, during Shen Jize's youth, when conventional medications still offered some relief, Shen Yue had already exhibited a prodigious aptitude for medicine, becoming an exceptional disciple of a renowned physician who took him under his wing for training. Though only 14, Shen Yue had already succeeded in formulating palliative medications tailored to Shen Jize's afflictions. It should be noted that Shen Yue's primary concern lay with his brother's health. His agreement to study under the elderly mentor stemmed from this very reason. Shen Yue, both you and your family have underestimated your talents. I dare assert that if anyone is destined to fully heal your brother in the next 20 years, it shall undoubtedly be you. This singular statement transformed Shen Yue's passion into a lifelong pursuit. A momentary recollection stirred within him, yet he maintained his composure, deftly administering the injection into Shen Ji's hip. Meanwhile, Shen Yue contemplated the implications of the injection site, speculating whether the injuries along fourth brother's back had indeed been harvested for experimentation. Before she could complete her thoughts, her eyes were covered by Shen Yichen.
Shen Yue.
You are 12 now. Avoid witnessing that which is inappropriate. Shen Yue blinked, rendered speechless. As Shen Yichen sensed a tingling sensation in his palm, he inexplicably felt that he had grasped Shen Yue's intent. It was time to observe. The injection in the buttocks was inherently painful, and Shen Ji's sensitivity to pain surpassed that of others. Despite Shen Wu's utmost caution, he still inadvertently roused Shen Ji from his slumber. Upon awakening, Shen Ji neither struggled nor spoke. He merely trembled slightly. Even without turning around, Shen Wu was aware that his fourth brother had undoubtedly shed tears once more. To this day, he had yet to ascertain the cause of his brother's frequent weeping. Perhaps his skills were still inadequate. After the injection, Shen Wu produced a small package from an unknown source, retrieving a diminutive test tube. He gently turned Shen Ji, who was facing away from him, and upon witnessing the tears streaming down his brother's face, he paused momentarily before collecting a few drops in the test tube. During this process, his peripheral vision inadvertently fell upon Shen Yue. Upon realizing that she exuded an air of relaxation, he felt a twinge of peculiarity. Shen Yue's response was not as it should have been. Amidst this oddity, Shen Wu drew blood from his own arm with a needle and subsequently injected it into Shen Ji's vein. When Shen Yue caught sight of the scene after prying her elder brother's hand away, her gaze narrowed. Experimental subjects. Who was the subject of whom? Such complications, she thought, were best left aside. Brother, I desire pudding, she stated. Fetch it from the refrigerator yourself. I do not wish to move. Shen Yue was met with her brother's admonition. Thus, she took small steps, reluctantly making her way to retrieve the pudding. Shen Wu's focused gaze remained upon the syringe, disregarding Shen Yue's presence. In Chapter 91, Strange Repetitions of You, Shen Yue leisurely opened the refrigerator and beheld the neatly arranged puddings in the second shelf. Unbeknownst to her, the refrigerator, originally intended solely for ingredients, had gradually become a repository for snacks she cherished. The puddings were placed there by her elder brother, who had a habit of organizing items from left to right, prioritizing them by significance and size. Yogurt, her favorite, occupied the foremost position, with various flavors meticulously arranged according to her preferences from left to right. The puddings followed in the second row, while smaller cakes and biscuits were relegated to the back. On the opposite side, the canned candies were undoubtedly placed by her fourth brother. Though candies did not require refrigeration, he had a peculiar habit of inserting incongruous items into the fridge, seeking a sense of involvement without quite knowing what was appropriate. This was his adorable little scheme. Unfortunately, not everyone was inclined to respond positively to such harmless antics. Shen Yue extracted 2 candies from the jar, intending to consume them in front of her fourth brother as a way of indicating her awareness. Just as she closed the refrigerator door, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Shen Wu. Shen Yue remained silent, waiting for him to speak first. As her eldest sister had once said, unless there was a significant disparity in strength, the most formidable individuals often spoke the least and reserved their words for last. She was to speak next. Under Shen Yue's silence, it was evident that Shen Wu's half-hour time limit was nearing its end. He hastened to scribble down 20 repetitions of over 500 tasks he could not accomplish, and could only ask, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid of you?" Shen Yue retorted. "Just now, I held a knife to your throat. My elder brother says that generally, others would be frightened." Shen Yue wiped the condensation from the pudding cup, nodding in agreement. "What my brother said is correct. Regardless, it is wise to heed my elder brother's words. When I was nearly 5, I almost skinned that dog," Shen Wu blurted out, seemingly without thought. His words appeared casual, yet his gaze remained firmly fixed on Shen Yue. When their parents learned of this incident, they regarded him with palpable terror. Although his elder brother assured them repeatedly, he was still forbidden from interacting with any pets thereafter. Everyone who was aware of the matter cast him glances laden with apprehension. He remembered those looks. His elder brother had told him that was fear. Indeed, he did not comprehend what fear was, nor did he feel guilt as a result. Yet, he still found it vexing. He was uncertain why he posed this question to Shen Yue, for previously, this so-called sister had never captured his attention. He was also unsure of what answer he anticipated from Shen Yue, or whether this probing even required a conclusion. Shen Yue was undeniably perplexed by Shen Wu's nonsensical remarks. Yet her ability to grasp the crux of matters was always commendable. Even amid such chaos, she could accurately pinpoint the blind spots. Why almost? Shen Wu replied. The caretaker of the dog discovered it. Shen Yue glanced at her pudding again. The caramel on top must be consumed promptly after leaving the refrigerator, lest it melt away. Then my elder brother mentioned me. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue seemed to trigger a switch within her. Suddenly sighing with an air of maturity, he mentioned me too. Shen Wu, momentarily forgetting his initial intent, absent-mindedly inquired, "What did he say about you?" "He said I shouldn't drink so much yogurt. If I do, I'll turn into yogurt." The emotion conveyed in Shen Yue's words at that moment was undoubtedly richer than when she faced him. Shen Wu watched, astonished, as Shen Yue, while admonishing against excessive yogurt consumption, opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of yogurt, evidently unconcerned about their previous topic regarding the dog. Shen Yue was unafraid. This was the conclusion Shen Wu reached. He regarded Shen Yue, who had turned back around and, for the first time today, approached her with a tone of normal conversation, asking, "Why does the fourth brother like you?" Shen Yue maintained her usual expression of nonchalance, replying, "The fourth brother likes you too." Shen Wu was taken aback. Falling into silence for a considerable time before responding, "He is afraid of me." Shen Yue countered, "He is also afraid of me." Shen Wu finally sensed something amiss and, half in doubt and half in certainty, stared at Shen Yue. "Are you mimicking me?" Shen Yue replied, "The essence of humanity is repetition. I shall kill you. Then I shall kill you too. You cannot kill me. Neither can you kill me." This was Shen Wu's first encounter with meaningless banter, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of unwavering resolve. However, the pent-up vexation that had initially stemmed from concern for his fourth brother seemed to have dissipated somewhat, provided that Shen Yue refrained from uttering the subsequent words. "Shen Wu, if elder brother hears what you just said, he will surely scold you. Who goes around uttering threats while wielding a knife?" Suddenly, Shen Wu recalled that each instance of reprimand he had received from elder brother today was inextricably linked to Shen Yue. Gratitude surged within him, only for the earlier feelings of frustration to resurface. "You just mentioned it," he coldly pointed out Shen Yue's hypocrisy. Shen Yue nodded. "I did say that." But elder brother did not hear it. This reply, so utterly nonchalant, astonished Shen Wu yet again. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, Shen Yue's reactions were always utterly divergent from those of an ordinary person. She was, as they say, quite eccentric. As Shen Yue sensed that Shen Wu had said enough, she turned to indulge in some candy with the fourth brother, only to find Shen Yue not far behind, observing her intently. "Shen Yue, I heard you."
Shen Yue.
"You and Shen Wu are in cahoots." Shen Yue blinked, attempting to feign innocence, only to hear Shen Yue add, "If you don't finish copying, you cannot eat." In that instant, she felt as if struck by lightning. The sorrow emanating from her was palpable, almost tangible. Shen Wu looked at Shen Yue in confusion, unable to comprehend why her emotional outpouring diverged so significantly from his years of research. It felt like an opportunity to collect unique data, aiding him in better masquerading as a normal individual. Of course, Shen Wu had no intention of emulating Shen Yue. Rather, he viewed her as a cautionary example, determined to avoid becoming the peculiar individual she was. Little did Shen Yue know that her mere thoughtless repetition had transformed her into an oddity in Shen Wu's mind. Chapter 92. Every onion will not die in vain. Shen Yue had anticipated that the copying would take place in a dim, dreary room, reminiscent of the barren cells where inmates are made to transcribe regulations. To her surprise, elder brother had instructed them to copy in the courtyard. Perhaps their home lacked such a small, dark room. As she pondered this, a troubling realization struck her. If she too had to copy, how exhausting it would be. Yet, she could not evade the task. Thus, only one route remained. She must devise a plan to have Shen Wu do the copying for her. Shen Wu was certainly capable of mimicking her handwriting. The question was whether he would be willing. When pushed to her limits, Shen Yue was capable of anything, including solving mathematical problems and scheming against Shen Wu. Shen Yue had prepared pens and paper for the two of them, only to discover that the over 500 prohibitions they were to copy were still secured in the safe, necessitating a trip to the study to retrieve them. However, even though Shen Wu's knife had been confiscated, his propensity for dangerous actions left Shen Yue feeling uneasy. Before departing, He positioned Shen Yue at the easternmost edge of the courtyard and Shen Wu at the westernmost, instructing them to remain obediently in place until his return. The notebook containing over 500 prohibitions was rightly deemed worthy of safekeeping in a secure cabinet by Shen Yichen.
To him.
Each entry represented a fragment of Shen Wu's existence. Should there come a day when Shen Wu could return to normalcy, this notebook would serve as evidence of his diligent upbringing. As Shen Yichen retrieved the items, Shen Yue had already dashed across the courtyard with remarkable speed. Had Shen Yichen been present, he would have been astonished to witness Shen Yue's swiftness. Indeed, she was far from being a sloth. Yet, unobserved, Shen Yue successfully approached Shen Wu and produced a piece of candy from her bag. Shen Wu glanced at the candy in Shen Yue's hand before dismissing it from his gaze. Such trivial confectionery was beneath his notice. He scoffed at it with disdain, treating it as mere refuse. This candy is from fourth brother. Do you want it? Upon hearing this, Shen Wu swiftly snatched the candy from Shen Yue's grasp, 2 pieces in total, leaving her none. However, he was astute enough to immediately propose a condition. This is insufficient. I will teach you how to alleviate fourth brother's fears. Struck at his core, Shen Wu hesitated only briefly before acquiescing.
Deal.
You have 43 seconds. Can you learn my handwriting? He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yue, his expression seemingly challenging her not to underestimate him. No need for idle chatter. Just gesture with your hand, and I will remember. This statement held truth, for Shen Wu's memory predominantly manifested as visual imagery, allowing him to concretize key details for later analysis. As long as he comprehended Shen Yue's writing habits and stroke patterns, replicating her handwriting would be effortless. Shen Yue had been waiting for this moment. She extended her finger and began to gesture in the air. Shen Wu made no further demands but focused intently on her finger, meticulously memorizing each stroke. Estimating the time was nearly up, Shen Yue turned and fled, leaving no room for Shen Wu's reaction. Observing Shen Yichen's approaching figure, Shen Wu pondered the duration of Shen Yue's absence. Ultimately, Shen Yichen allowed Shen Wu and Shen Yue to collaborate in their writing, as the prohibitions existed only in a single volume. In the courtyard, the two recited aloud while inscribing their entries. 1. No bringing animal corpses to school. 2. No studying classmates. 3. No violence against female classmates, parenthetically nor male classmates. The parentheses need not be read aloud. Shen Yichen interjected, exasperated. Shen Yue acknowledged with an O and continued. 4. No taking lab materials outside the laboratory for experiments.
5.
No engaging in or becoming involved in a love triangle. Upon reaching this point, Shen Yue suddenly became intrigued and inquired, what is a love triangle? I want to know. In the realm of gossip, all were treated equally. I, Shen Yue, officially request to hear the gossip. Shen Yichen began to speak, urging not to inquire further, but to continue reading. Shen Yue, seizing upon a crucial point, remarked, 3. That must imply a love quadrangle. Brother, may I suggest a revision? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yichen responded with composure and precision, let it be termed a polyamorous relationship. Thus, the 5th rule underwent a transformation. As Shen Yue amended the text, she commented to Shen Wu, you must have been chastised by brother. Shen Wu replied, indeed. Where did he strike you? On the backside. He answered, with such ample flesh, it must not have hurt. Brother surely feels for you. Indeed. Shen Yichen interjected, continue reading. The 6th rule stated one must not administer medication to others without permission. What sort of medicine? Shen Yue inquired. Is it delectable? It is an intelligence-enhancing potion. Then procure one for me. There is none. Shen Yue continued her incessant chatter, clearly reluctant to write. And upon reaching the 20th rule, prohibiting the act of shoving money into a classmate's mouth, she found her mouth covered by Shen Yichen. Shen Yue, cease reading and commence writing. Shen Yue pouted and argued, you see, I cannot write while you watch. I did not instruct you to compose, merely to transcribe. Realizing that Shen Yichen would not depart, Shen Yue felt compelled to copy the text. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, recalling the intensive training she had previously endured. She could not betray the onions she had once consumed. Thus, Shen Yue centered her thoughts on dinner and utilized her transcription as a radius to sketch a circle, successfully delineating her dismal future, and then she wept, controlling her tears. Of course, brother, do not look upon me in this pitiable state. It is truly lamentable. Those unaware might assume Shen Yichen had committed some unspeakable misdeed. In chapter 93, it became evident that most matters could be resolved without contemplation. Ultimately, Shen Yichen fell prey to Shen Yue's deception. Whether it was Shen Yu's superior acting skills or Shen Yichen's willingness to be misled remained to be seen. In any case, after Shen Yichen distanced himself from them, Shen Yue seized the opportunity to command Shen Wu to assist her in transcribing the prohibitions. It was at this moment that Shen Yue discovered Shen Wu possessed the remarkable ability to write simultaneously with both hands. Presently, Shen Wu was engaged in the task at the same speed, producing two entirely different scripts, one being an elegant small script, the other a bold, flowing handwriting. As Shen Yue observed the similarity between Shen Wu's writing and her own, she stumbled upon a revelation. It seemed plausible that, in the future, she could enlist Shen Wu's aid with her assignments, provided he was at home. After watching Shen Wu write for a while, she felt a pang of hunger and called out, "Write faster, I am famished." Shen Wu lifted his head, his expression devoid of emotion, as if contemplating the possibility of ending Shen Yu's existence. However, upon witnessing his countenance, Shen Yue exclaimed, "It is precisely because you often wear such an expression that fourth brother fears you." At this statement, Shen Wu was taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion as he asked, "What expression?" The cold, serpent-like gaze, and the menacing demeanor. Shen Wu lapsed into silence upon hearing Shen Yu's analogy. Though she engaged him in conversation, upon noticing he had ceased writing, she promptly urged, "Hasten your writing. Do not stop." Originally, Shen Wu felt as though he had grasped something, but he was interrupted, resulting in his inability to seize anything at all. He could only inquire of Shen Yue what he ought to do. Shen Yue understood that Shen Wu was asking her how he might rectify his expression. "Your face appears too rigid. You ought to smile more, although I suspect you may not be inclined to do so," Shen Yue remarked, retrieving a long-unused adage from her mental repertoire and began to recite it. There are many varieties of smiles, which can be broadly categorized into 15 types. 1. A sincere smile. 2. A smile of acquiescence. 3. A friendly smile. 4. A smile of affection. 5. A joyful smile. 6. A disdainful smile. 7. A mocking smile. 8. A somber smile. As Shen Yue spoke, she demonstrated the smiles to Shen Wu, knowing he would not only remember them but also deconstruct them into visual data for analysis. If it were Shen Wu, he would replicate her earlier demonstration with remarkable precision. In the presence of the fourth brother, who was acutely perceptive of emotions, it was best for him either not to smile at all or to emulate the most genuine of smiles, Shen Yue advised, adding a final reminder. Shen Wu, pondering her words, quickened the pace of his note-taking. Following this, the two remained silent for 5 prolonged minutes until Shen Wu spoke again. "Is there more?" The sudden sound startled Shen Yue, prompting her to urge Shen Wu to write faster. To her surprise, in the brief span of 5 minutes, he had transcribed a considerable amount without any signs of idleness. Thus, Shen Yue continued to rummage through her mind, unearthing more of the esteemed sayings. If one cannot cultivate a perfect smile, then words and actions will become the most potent weapons. Shen Yue rattled off her thoughts, oblivious to the increasingly distinct gaze Shen Wu directed at her. Shen Yichen stood at a distance, unable to hear their conversation. But observing Shen Yu's lips moving continuously and Shen Wu's hand writing diligently, he mistakenly believed their endeavor to be harmonious. He ought to have realized by now that Shen Yue possessed a certain depth. Having already managed the fourth brother, how could she fail with the fifth? Shen Yichen mused, a sudden chuckle escaping him. "Let's not even mention them. Am I not also under her influence? Otherwise, I wouldn't be neglecting my work to supervise these two youngsters as they copy texts." Once assured that the two would not clash in the near future, Shen Yichen picked up a nearby newspaper to read. Although the younger generation preferred digital news, he still favored the tactile sensation of paper. As he reflected, he sighed, acknowledging his advancing age. Meanwhile, after Shen Yue dispassionately recited yet another of her adages, Shen Wu finally voiced his curiosity. "You clearly do not know these. So, how is it that you are aware of them?" Shen Yue paused, countering. "How do you know that I do not?" Shen Wu was certain. A person's subtle physical reactions cannot deceive. Shen Yue refrained from probing how Shen Wu had made his judgment. She lacked the desire to acquire new knowledge. Instead, reclining languidly as she provided an example she believed Shen Wu would comprehend, even if one memorizes certain things, it does not necessarily entail the need for analysis. Shen Wu's hand paused momentarily as he regarded his sister, whose demeanor had shifted in an instant. With a hint of uncertainty, he inquired, "Why?" If the information held no value, then why retain it? Conversely, if it were indeed valuable, why not analyze it after remembering? Shen Yue continued to recline, tilting her head to ensure that her elder brother was not watching, for she found contemplation burdensome and undesirable. Shen Wu, assuming there must be a lofty rationale behind her behavior, felt a fleeting moment of deception wash over him. Just as he prepared to mock Shen Yue, he abruptly halted. He never derided those he deemed inconsequential. With a mind that raced and a daily focus on human behavior, Shen Yue fell silent. He harbored a dislike for social interactions, perceiving them as arduous endeavors. He could never ascertain whether his actions would impose upon others. Thus, he deliberated extensively before undertaking any task to avoid inconveniencing his elder brother. Yet, despite his earnest efforts, he remained unable to engage with others in a normal manner. He believed his elder brother was forgiving, while only his fourth brother truly comprehended him. Now, at this very moment, he realized there was another individual with whom he could communicate seamlessly, without any oddity concerning his actions, because that person did not ponder. Chapter 94. The unfortunate one. Shen Yue managed to complete 20 copies for 2 individuals using both hands, and it did not consume much time. Shen Yue's standard for what constituted a brief duration was that they had finished their copying before her stomach began to rumble. And they were already seated at the dining table. Today marked the most animated gathering Shen Yue could recall, as there were surprisingly 4 people present. Shen Yue, consuming her vegetables, was focused on her meal when suddenly a piece of green vegetable was tossed into her bowl. She feigned ignorance, deftly pushing the vegetable to the side of her bowl with her chopsticks, continuing to eat other items, resolutely ignoring the vegetable and her elder brother's remarks. As long as she consumed her meat swiftly enough, the vegetables could not catch up with her. The condition was that she must eat quickly. Seeing Shen Yue feigning oblivion before him, Shen Yue said nothing, but persistently added more vegetables to her bowl, evidently attempting to counteract magic with magic. Realizing she was overwhelmed, Shen Yue shielded her bowl with her hands and made a hasty retreat. Upon noticing that Shen Yue was not pursuing her, she paused, locking eyes with him as he held his bowl and chopsticks, still laden with vegetables. All was conveyed without words. Shen Yue had been so swift in adding vegetables that despite Shen Yue's timely escape from the table, her bowl was already overflowing with greens, leaving no room for meat. With grace, Shen Yue transferred the vegetables from his chopsticks into his own bowl and calmly remarked, "Just eat what's in your bowl." Shen Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Eat what's in my bowl? Elder brother, do you not see how you have piled it up?" Meanwhile, Shen Yue silently chewed his food, beginning to question whether the elder brother before him was indeed the same person he had always known, as his memory suggested that his elder brother would never engage in such childish antics. "It is undoubtedly Shen Yue who has led my elder brother astray," Shen Yue pondered, casting a sidelong glance at her. To his surprise, Shen Yue happened to be gazing back at him, and their eyes met. A chill ran down Shen Wu's spine. He then overheard Shen Yue asking their elder brother, "Brother, is it enough if I just eat it?" At that moment, Shen Yue, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nodded affirmatively. As soon as he acquiesced, Shen Yue dashed to Shen Wu's side, standing resolutely and unabashedly proclaiming, "Fifth brother, if you are willing to help me eat these vegetables, fourth brother will perceive you as a gentle person, and thus he shall no longer fear you." However, after picking up the vegetables, she did not place them in her own bowl, but rather in the bowl filled with soup. Shen Yue retorted, "These vegetables are sullied by your and elder brother's saliva. I cannot consume them without washing." Thus, he suggested washing them in the soup. Shen Yue remained unfazed, merely urging Shen Yue to eat promptly. The two were engaged in their playful banter, entirely oblivious to the potential impact their conversation might have on the other 2 individuals at the table. Shen Yue, who had been eating his meal in peace, found himself flustered by Shen Yue's antics. He indeed harbored a certain fear of fifth brother, yet he felt it inappropriate to voice such sentiments. Shen Yue was merely aware of one thing: he had been careless. At that moment, Shen Yue leaned in and quietly inquired of Shen Yue, "Fifth brother, have you truly assisted your sister in eating the vegetables?" Shen Yue swallowed his food and replied, "She is too loud." As if that were insufficient, he added, "A 12-year-old acting as if she were 2. Shen Yue chuckled, "I think it's rather good that our sister is like this." Shen Yue fell silent, yet his heart swelled with happiness. Just moments ago, fourth brother had smiled at him. That day, Shen Yue did indeed consume the vegetables, since she refused to eat. Their elder brother would not allow her to lie down. In summary, experience is indeed the best teacher. Life continued as usual, with Shen Yue temporarily refraining from attending school or accepting any professor's invitations. In his words, every research project marks a significant undertaking that requires careful consideration. In reality, he simply wished to spend more time at home playing with his sister. Weekly, Shen Yue would witness Shen Wu extracting his blood only to rainfuse it into Shen Jize's body, with subtle variations in color each time. Shen Yue noticed this, but chose not to disclose it to anyone. One day, following a routine treatment, Shen Jize faced off against those seemingly scheming little geniuses who had thoughts about Shen Yue, yet after competing with two of them, his expression suddenly soured. Clutching his chest, Shen Jize realized that Shen Wu's words had rung true, yet he remained hesitant, unwilling to lose the match. I understand. I shall win. You should rest, he declared. However, Shen Yue picked up her phone, enabling her to monitor the current state of the competition through their group chat. Once she had assisted fourth brother to his room, she retrieved her phone once more, discovering that Shen Wu had seemingly already bested one opponent. Meanwhile, the chatter in the group continued. Why did we lose again? Why are all of Shen Yu's three brothers so formidable? Isn't it true that there's no stipulation that the competition must solely revolve around mathematics? There are no such regulations, right? Didn't the elder brother previously compete with Qing Xiaoyu and others in historical questions? Then, Zhuo Wenfei, why not challenge Shen Yu's fifth brother in the realm of medical knowledge? Haven't you been learning alongside your father all this time? Shen Yue glanced at the chat logs, her interest piqued. What a coincidence. Medicine was precisely Shen Wu's forte. If Zhuo Wenfei had chosen any other day but today to compete in this field, he would indeed be the unluckiest soul. Shen Wu remained composed, seated casually with his hands resting on the table, exuding a sense of relaxation. Are we ready? How shall we proceed? At that moment, Shen Yue felt a rare flicker of sympathy for Zhuo Wenfei, mentally shifting her perception of him from a mere passerby to that of an unfortunate fellow. Chapter 95. New bonds. This implies that if faced with a question one cannot answer, it is better not to attempt it than to answer incorrectly. Both Shen Wu and Zhuo Wenfei had no objections to this rule. Shen Wu, for one, was unfazed, while Zhuo Wenfei hailed from a family that owned a hospital. His father was a renowned physician with international acclaim, and he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge from his surroundings. Shen Yue glanced at her fourth brother, who had curled himself into a ball beneath the covers, before stepping out of the room and closing the door behind her. She then took out her phone and typed a question onto the screen. Under what circumstances can relatives donate blood to each other? As she listened to the response, her expression remained unchanged. It aligned perfectly with the standard answer stored in her memory, yet it evidently did not apply to Shen Wu. What she truly wanted to hear was Shen Wu's interpretation. In response, Zhuo Wenfei immediately countered, under normal circumstances, the incidence rate among the general population is merely 0.11. However, the closer the blood relation, the higher the incidence rate becomes, increasing to 10 to 20 times among first-degree relatives. The risks associated with blood transfusions between relatives are significantly greater compared to those between non-relatives, which is why direct blood donations among relatives have never been advocated. The notion of using medication to achieve a transfusion state is unsupported by any relevant literature. Ultimately, what medication could possibly yield such an effect? Zhuo Wenfei's brash rhetoric faltered upon hearing Shen Wu's statement. Pharmacological engineering, he stammered, is the premier medical authority journal in the country, without exception. Those who can publish papers there are the elite among elites. Zhuo Wenfei swallowed hard, uncertainly inquiring, may I ask your name? Shen Wu. You are that 14-year-old genius. I am your idol. No, I mean you are my idol. Idol. My name is Zhuo Wenfei. I admire you immensely. My dream is to become your apprentice. Idol. The enthusiastic antics of Zhuo Wenfei are omitted here. Shen Yue quietly lowered the volume of her device and descended the stairs, asking Shen Wu, have you finished, fifth brother? Shen Wu paused at the address, taking a moment to register that Shen Yue was calling him. Since the moment he began conversing with Shen Yue, she either addressed him as Shen Wu or spoke directly to him, never once referring to him in the manner of calling an elder brother or the fourth brother. Furthermore, during these recent days, it was Shen Yue who had been imparting more knowledge to him, to the extent that he nearly forgot his own identity as Shen Yue's older brother. However, why did Shen Yue suddenly call him fifth brother? Based on past experiences, such unsolicited affection often harbored ulterior motives. Despite this thought, Shen Wu nodded and turned to the camera, addressing Zhuo Wenfei, stating that if he doubted him, they could continue their competition once the paper was published. To his surprise, Zhuo Wenfei immediately changed his previously arrogant demeanor, shaking his head vigorously and exclaiming, no, no, no. There's no need. If Shen Wu says so, it must be correct. I was mistaken earlier, I concede. Zhuo Wenfei's concession was quite straightforward. And Shen Yue also exited the conversation with equal decisiveness, bidding farewell. As Shen Yue approached Shen Yue, her originally languid gait transformed into one imbued with a sense of urgency. "Fifth brother, I wish to examine your hand." Upon receiving a nod from Shen Yue, she rolled up his sleeves and, as expected, discovered a multitude of puncture marks and incisions, more numerous than those on Shen Ji's hands. Shen Yue was currently observing Shen Wu's right hand, as he was left-handed. She scrutinized the wounds and marks with an impassive expression. After she had finished inspecting, she neatly adjusted Shen Wu's attire before inquiring, "Do the eldest brother and the fourth brother remain unaware that you are experimenting on your own body?" Although Shen Yu's question was phrased as an inquiry, it bore more the weight of a statement coming from her lips. Shen Yue tugged at his sleeve, replying, "I don't know." Shen Yue seemed to share this uncertainty. It was evident over the past few days that the eldest brother was primarily concerned about Shen Wu's mental state, while the fourth brother focused on Shen Wu's aspirations. As for what Shen Yue had actually done, it would likely go unnoticed unless he had affected others in some significant way. Gazing at Shen Yue asked, "Are you going to inform them?" Shen Yue retorted, "Why would I do that?" Her query was merely to satisfy her own curiosity, bearing no relation to anyone else. "It's the candy from the fourth brother. The candy he gave to me. The candy stored in the refrigerator." The atmosphere here was expected to be rather frigid, given that one of them was languid and the other overly restrained. Yet, akin to the concept that two negatives yield a positive, amidst these seemingly trivial exchanges, a new bond appeared to weave itself, unbeknownst to either party. Chapter 96. The first draft of Today's defense. After his botched attempt to kill the dog, Shen Yue distinctly sensed that the members of his household were avoiding him. Apart from the eldest brother, others were even reluctant to engage him in conversation. Initially, Shen Yue felt a pang of confusion, but he did not dwell on it for long. After all, they were insignificant individuals, and their attitudes were of no concern to him. As his eldest brother had advised, he needed to learn to live independently, and he could thrive on his own. First and foremost, he needed to seek out something that piqued his interest. In pursuit of such an endeavor, Shen Yue made his way to the study, intending to draw inspiration from the books, hoping to uncover something that would captivate him. When he finally arrived at the study, he discovered that he was not alone. His fourth brother, Shen Jiza, was already there. Shen Yue knew little about this brother and had no desire to delve deeper into his character. Thus, he chose to ignore Shen Jiza's gaze upon him and busied himself searching through the titles on the shelves, seeking an interest that remained elusive. Yet, after surveying the collection, he found the books to be rather monotonous and uninspiring, much like his current existence. As he prepared to take his leave, his eyes suddenly fell upon the volume titled Human Anatomy perched atop the highest shelf. It struck him that while he possessed a basic understanding of canine anatomy, he had never explored the intricacies of the human form. If he could grasp the components that make up a person, might he not better comprehend the phenomena occurring within himself? With this thought in mind, he reached for the book, but alas, his height proved inadequate, and even standing on a stool, he could not retrieve it. Just as Shen Yue contemplated abandoning his quest, a faint voice broke the silence. Laced with hesitation, "Which book do you wish to take? I can assist you." Strangely, Shen Yue found himself fully attentive to Shen Jiza's words and nodded in response. Shen Jiza continued softly, "Then come down first. I will climb up on the stool to fetch it for you." Although slightly taller than Shen Yue, Shen Jiza was not excessively so, just enough to reach the book. Once he secured it, however, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He cautiously maneuvered down from the stool, finally exhaling in relief once his feet touched the ground. Shen Yue found his fourth brother peculiar. His attitude differed from others. Yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of this difference. As he accepted the book from Shen Jiza's hands, he felt a slight scratch from something. And at that moment, the previously composed Shen Jiza unexpectedly shed tears. Shen Yue was bewildered. He assumed that, like everyone else, his fourth brother must have disliked him, which was the reason for his tears. He resolved to leave promptly. Just as he was about to step away, he heard a choked voice behind him, uttering,
"I'm sorry."
Shen Yue paused, perplexed. In his understanding, apologies were not typically exchanged in such circumstances. Based on past experiences, Shen Jiza should have been yelling for him not to come closer or demanding that he leave, which would have seemed far more logical. Thus, Shen Yue halted and inquired, "Why do you apologize to me? Moreover, it truly hurts." Shen Yue stood still, clutching the book for a considerable moment before replying, "I am not frightened." After uttering this, the study was enveloped in the sound of Shen Jiza's weeping. Shen Jiza continued to cry. Shen Yue reflected on his own moments of sorrow, which he had swiftly suppressed. He approached Shen Yue and imparted his perspective. You might ask yourself what there is to weep about, and you will discover that there is little worth crying over. His rather nonsensical advice managed to halt Shen Yue's tears for a brief 2 seconds before they resumed their relentless fall. Fell into a moment of silence, realizing that not everyone could quell their tears in such a manner. Instead, he simply sealed his lips and silently began to attend to the bleeding of Shen Yue. The wound on Shen Yue's hand was, in truth, quite minor, a mere abrasion inflicted by a nail. Under normal circumstances, it would not warrant concern. However, for reasons unknown to him, the sight of the inconspicuous cut gradually oozing blood compelled him to take action. All he could do was to retrieve a medicated plaster and apply it to Shen Yue's injury. Thank you, Shen Yue murmured. Shen Yue lingered for a moment more, waiting until Shen Yue had completely ceased his weeping before he departed. In the week that followed, Shen Yue completed his reading of an anatomy book and, upon entering the study, encountered his fourth brother once again. This time, he found Shen Yue in tears. Shen Yue walked past him, deliberately averting his gaze, casually placing his book down before seeking something else that might pique his interest. He had not anticipated that Shen Yue would initiate a conversation. Are you hiding here too? No, I merely came to find a book. After that, Shen Yue did not hear Shen Yue speak again until he found another book and prepared to leave. When he heard Shen Yue's almost melancholic self-reflection, I wish I could be like you. Like me?
Why?
Shen Yue thought his own life hardly seemed worth aspiring to.
Why?
Shen Yue was curious about the reason behind Shen Yue's admiration. I think you are very strong, even when you are sad or in pain.
You do not show it.
But I cannot do that. I always cry. I cannot endure it, which is why no one wishes to be close to me. At that moment, Shen Yue understood that it was not a lack of interest on his part, but fear that held him back. He had endeavored to heed his elder brother's advice, striving to be strong and to live independently, thus suppressing himself and all his emotions. I'm sorry, have I disturbed you? You need not concern yourself with me. Fourth brother, Shen Yue interrupted Shen Yue's apology, suddenly saying, I read in a book that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. If you struggle with self-restraint, you need not force yourself. Though Shen Yue intended this as a kindness, he was unaware that his tone and expression might have come off as too harsh, leading Shen Yue to perceive it as a mockery, causing him to break down once more. Shen Yue, witnessing the tears streaming down Shen Yue's face, felt at a loss for what to do, only able to stand by until Shen Yue ceased his weeping before he left. Chapter 97. The second piece of defense written today. Shen Yue began to observe his fourth brother, who, like him, seemed to have little presence at home. He noticed that Shen Yue was prone to tears. A minor bump or scrape would set him off, a loud voice would make him cry, and even moments of solitude would inexplicably bring forth his tears. This behavior resembled a condition of tear incontinence, yet Shen Yue sensed it was not entirely the same. Compared to the descriptions of tear incontinence in his readings, his fourth brother evidently possessed control over his emotions, though he was reluctant to exercise it. Shen Yue began to shadow Shen Yue, documenting the various triggers for his tears and seeking relevant case studies in his books, finding him intriguing, not for his disposition, but for the peculiarities of his physical responses. The other members of the household seemed oblivious to Shen Yue's wounds, which were incapable of healing on their own. In the past, Shen Yue might have resorted to inflicting injuries on Shen Yue with a knife in order to conduct experimental observations. However, after the lesson imparted by his elder brother, he understood that such actions were unacceptable. Thus, he continued to trail behind Shen Yue, waiting for him to inadvertently hurt himself. Yet, a month passed without any injuries. When alone, Shen Yue appeared particularly cautious. Until one fateful day, when guests arrived at the home, and their parents were preoccupied with hospitality. Shen Yue found himself playfully besieged by younger children, ultimately sustaining a cut from one of their toys. Familiar tears streamed down his face, met only with a light-hearted apology. Shen Yue watched as Shen Yue hurried into the room where the medical kit was kept, crying softly as he prepared to tend to his wound. However, this injury was on his arm, and Shen Yue seemed unable to manage it alone. Recognizing an opportunity for close observation, Shen Yue stepped forward, offering to assist Shen Yue in treating the injury. Shen Yue, of course, had no reason to refuse. As Shen Yue cleaned the wound, he observed intently. But upon finishing the bandaging, a small notebook slipped from his pocket, landing directly before Shen Yue. The open page fortuitously displayed Shen Yue's name. Shen Ji's observation diary read, 1. Cried while hiding under the windowsill. A glance at the entries revealed a series of records detailing Shen Ji's tears shed in various locations. For an ordinary person, such a revelation might have been awkward, yet Shen Yue, instead of feeling embarrassment, boldly seized the notebook and inquired, "Why were you hiding under the windowsill crying yesterday?" Shen Ji hesitated briefly before dazedly explaining that he had not been able to eat what he desired, which had suddenly left him feeling distressed. After speaking, a laugh escaped Shen Ji's lips for the first time, despite the pain of the wound. "So you do care about me. Thank you." Shen Yue vividly remembered that day in the cold warehouse, permeated with the scent of medicine. Yet, whenever he recalled it, he felt it must have been filled with the fragrance of blossoms and warm sunlight. He realized that he had been concerned for his fourth brother, who had already noticed his feelings even before he himself had. How wonderful it was. Shen Yue thought that if only fourth brother were present, perhaps he would not have to face solitude. Motivated by this thought, Shen Yue fervently began to study medicine, uncovering the nature of Shen Ji's ailment and initiating a course of treatment. However, as he commenced this healing journey, he sensed a shift in his relationship with Shen Ji. Fourth brother gradually began to regard him with a gaze typically reserved for strangers, and when Shen Yue approached, Shen Ji's body would involuntarily tremble. Their conversations became scarce. "Little Wu, it hurts so much. I don't want to continue with the treatment. The pain is unbearable. I'd rather die. I don't want to continue for now. It doesn't matter to me." With each utterance from Shen Ji, the invisible grip around Shen Wu's heart tightened further. Finally, "Fifth brother, allow me to teach you how to make fourth brother unafraid of you. However, you must first assist me with my homework." Shen Yue opened his eyes, beginning to question his own sanity. Why was he compelled in a dream to complete an assignment for someone? After drinking a glass of water to calm himself, he found sleep eluding him, prompting him to turn on the bedside lamp and review the data he had received a few days prior, engaging in analysis within his mind. Time slipped away, and soon Shen Wu's alarm clock rang, signaling it was time for breakfast. Only then did he begin to prepare himself. As he entered the dining hall, his elder brother was descending the stairs with Shen Yue, who appeared to be only half awake. "Good morning, fifth brother," greeted Shen Yue. "Good morning, elder brother," replied Shen Yichen, shaking a certain sleepy bug in his hand, attempting to rouse Shen Yue. "Wake up a bit, Shen Yue." She opened her eyes briefly before closing them again. "Good morning, elder brother." "Good morning, fifth brother." Shen Yue approached and exerted several times the force his elder brother had used to shake Shen Yue, successfully awakening her. She looked at him, her gaze conveying a message. "You'd better have a reason." Shen Yue smirked. "Good morning, Shen Yue. Was it really necessary to shake me for that? Are you unwell?" Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she heard another familiar set of footsteps behind her, causing her expression to shift instantly. She turned to Shen Yue with softened brows and a hint of pity. "Why did you shake me? It hurts." The incantation had worked, and the footsteps hastened. A gust of wind swept through as Shen Ji positioned himself protectively before Shen Yue, casting a wary glance at Shen Yue, perfectly embodying the coexistence of resilience and fear. "Little Wu, do not shake my sister." Shen Yue replied. "I, Shen Yichen," still holding Shen Yue, remarked. This is the first time the eldest of the Shen family feels a twinge of sympathy for the neurotic fifth brother. Enough of this commotion. Shen Yue, finish your breakfast quickly, you have school. I have some matters to attend to tonight, and your second brother will come to pick you up. Before Shen Yue could respond, Shen Ji piped up, "Elder brother, I can pick up you. There's no need to trouble second brother." Despite the subsequent shift in circumstances where second brother began to protect Shen Yue, to Shen Ji's second brother remained untrustworthy. "I will accompany fourth brother to pick her up," Shen Yue chimed in. Before he could finish, Shen Yichen made a definitive decision. "Then the three of you shall go together." Shen Yue? Chapter 98. A quest for French fries across the school. In the classroom, Shen Yue felt exasperated. After her elder brother informed her that he would not be picking her up today, she had meticulously planned her afternoon. Eager to seize the rare opportunity of freedom after school to indulge in some French fries across the street. However, now, due to those three individuals, this grand aspiration had been shelved. With a heavy sigh, Shen Yue lamented, "Alas. Such a sigh would seem entirely natural for anyone else." Yet upon hearing it, Qing Xiaoyu immediately set down her pen, tentatively reaching out to touch Shen Yu's forehead. Noticing Qing Xiaoyu's gesture, Shen Yue did not shy away, but leaned in closer instead. The palm of Qing Xiaoyu was pleasantly warm, a sensation she cherished. It is essential to understand that Shen Yue, as a person, primarily contemplates two matters: rest and nourishment. As long as these two needs are met, Shen Yue becomes the most docile creature in the class. Such a creature would only sigh if the sun were to rise in the west. While Qing Xiaoyu was gauging Shen Yue's forehead temperature, she deliberately glanced out the window. Indeed, today the sun rose from the east, thus eliminating the possibility of the world being at fault. Just moments ago, Qing Xiaoyu's words had reached the ears of the plump Bai Pengpeng, who, while munching on a piece of bread, leaned over and inquired about Shen Yue's condition, suggesting whether Zhuo Wenfei should take a look at her. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, realizing that he had been engrossed in rare medical cases lately and could find 100 ailments in anyone he encountered. For Shen Yue to seek his counsel would be tantamount to a terminal diagnosis. After this, Qing Xiaoyu turned to Shen Yue and urged, "Do not heed Zhuo Wenfei's words, understand?" Shen Yue nodded, affirming, "I trust Sister Xiaoyu." She had already discovered the most suitable way to navigate her life, one that required no mental exertion yet allowed her to live comfortably. This involved listening to her elder brother at home and to Qing Xiaoyu at school. Naturally, when faced with matters that necessitated her own effort, she would listen to herself. Qing Xiaoyu was utterly charmed and felt an irresistible urge to ruffle Shen Yue's hair, but fearing it would ruin her hairstyle, she merely poked Shen Yue's cheek, asking, "What were you sighing about just now?" In response, Shen Yue let out another sigh, revealing her desire for the fries across from the school. Qing Xiaoyu was puzzled. "Then let us go eat them." Shen Yue replied, "I can't get them." "Why not?" "My brothers are coming to pick me up tonight." A rare flicker of anguish surfaced in Shen Yue's voice. This distress stemmed not only from the unattainable fries but also from the nature of the situation itself. Shen Yue was perplexed. She had never felt discomfort over her elder brother fetching her, yet this time, with the addition of the other three brothers, everything felt amiss. Very amiss. The second brother was conspicuous, the fourth brother was prone to tears, and the fifth brother had a gaze that could be lethal. The prospect of these three coming to collect her promised to be troublesome. Moreover, had she not developed the desire for fries today, she would not have experienced such sorrow. She wished her elder brother would speak more swiftly to avoid kindling inappropriate expectations. Sighing once more, Shen Yue evoked an inexplicable sense of pity in Qing Xiaoyu. Ever since Shen Yue had taken her place beside her, when had she ever endured such grievances? Since Shen Yue had affectionately referred to her as Sister Xiaoyu, Qing Xiaoyu felt compelled to shoulder this responsibility. "Stop sighing, it's merely fries. We shall purchase some from the cafeteria at noon." Qing Xiaoyu anticipated that this would brighten Shen Yue's spirits, yet to her surprise, Shen Yue shook her head, declaring, "The fries from the cafeteria lack that forbidden allure." Qing Xiaoyu, perplexed, retorted, "Why?" Shen Yue continued, "My elder brother forbids me from eating the fries across from the school, hence I must have them." Bai Pengpeng, upon hearing Shen Yue's declaration, could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Why can't you have fries? Fries are splendid. The essence of life is to indulge in fries." His voice was soft and endearing, perhaps a reflection of his round physique, making it all the more delightful. Shen Yue recalled her classmate, who frequently shared sweet treats with her, and turned to explain that her elder brother had deemed the fries from outside unsafe to consume. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiaoyu comprehended the situation. It was merely a matter between adults and children. Although she had outgrown that age, she had nonetheless experienced to herself. Defying parental authority? Ah, the essence of youth. Qing Xiaoyu could not help but muse. Ever since her entry into middle school, she had taken complete charge of her own affairs. She would have supported Shen Yue had it not been for the mention of elder brother. This man, Shen Yue's elder sibling, had captured Qing Xiaoyu's heart with his extensive academic prowess. In her eyes, Yi Yin was utterly unimpressive, defeating him was trivial. But conquering her elder brother, that was the true challenge. "Shen Yue, I believe your brother is correct. The fries across from the school are fried in unsanitary oil. We should stick to the cafeteria as offerings. I will ask Jiang Sherwin to prepare extra ketchup for you." Qing Xiaoyu swiftly altered her stance, as if the earlier determination to procure fries for Shen Yue belonged to someone else entirely. Fortunately, Shen Yue did not dwell on it, but merely sighed once more. Feeling powerless, Qing Xiaoyu resorted to offering Shen Yue a bottle of yogurt, successfully silencing her earlier lamentations. At noon, Shen Yue had hoped to indulge in some cafeteria fries. But alas, the uncle responsible for frying them was on leave that day, and her cravings went unfulfilled. Consequently, she nearly recounted every word of the earlier conversation verbatim. This prompted Niu Kaihui to resolutely vow never to inquire again whether Shen Yue had remembered anything. Upon returning to the office, He forcefully jotted down a note in his little notebook. When it came to Shen Yue, the question should not be whether she remembered, but rather whether she understood. Soon, the class ended. After a day of despondency, Shen Yue perked up upon learning the dinner menu at home. She slung her small backpack over her shoulder and walked out with Zhou Xiahong, who was waiting for her at the door. Although Shen Yue sensed that a small figure was trailing behind her and Zhou Xiahong, she paid it no mind, as there was no malice to be felt. When they arrived in front of the familiar vehicle, Shen Yue suddenly found herself uncertain about what expression to wear upon opening the door to see her three brothers' faces. What was her usual demeanor towards her elder brother? Oh, she had never contemplated it. Typically, as she approached the car, he would open the door and greet her with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, she refrained from reaching for the handle. In an instant, disregarding any notion of concealing her identity, she yanked open the door, preparing to climb into the car for further inquiries. However, unexpectedly, just as she approached, a chubby little boy came barreling towards them, panting heavily, and shouted, "Let Shen Yue eat fries." Chapter 99. Going across the school to get some fries. Shen Shuangyi was taken aback by this sudden outburst. Given his general aversion to children, and on the verge of expressing his irritation, he noticed the word special class emblazoned on the chubby boy's uniform badge. Since his elder brother had mentioned that Shen Yue had been getting along well with the students from the special class, who had been quite considerate towards her, he decided to let it slide. After enduring a rare moment of patience, Shen Shuangyi finally found the time to ponder the words of the chubby boy. French fries? What about French fries? Shen Yue desires French fries? While Shen Shuangyi attempted to decipher the essence of the chubby boy's speech, he inadvertently led the boy to believe he was silently declining the offer. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the boy began to articulate his thoughts. Fried foods possess numerous benefits. Compared to carbohydrates, they provide energy for a more extended period. In fact, some studies suggest that among certain obese populations, fried foods might even have a positive impact on insulin levels. A 2012 study by Spanish scholars revealed that the polyphenol in extra virgin olive oil can be infused into fried potatoes, pumpkins, tomatoes, and eggplants, thus enriching them with these antioxidant nutrients. Therefore, indulging in fried French fries is indeed a delightful experience. However, Shen Shuangyi listened without grasping much. He lacked the cognitive prowess of his peers and could only extract the main points from the chubby boy's intonations. Stripping away the irrelevant arguments and embellishments, he discerned the crux. "Shen Yue, do you wish to eat French fries?" Before him stood Shen Yue, her youthful eyes sparkling like deep black jewels, her straight nose betraying a hint of stubbornness, and her erect posture reflecting her iron will. She simply stated, "I want to eat." Shen Shuangyi nodded decisively, indicating his understanding. "I will go buy them for you." The chubby boy, who had initially intended to continue his lengthy discourse, was taken aback. "You just agreed?" Shen Yue pointed towards a nearby store, her eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Shen Shuangyi understood that was the light of hunger. Her resolve required no further confirmation. He glanced back at the chubby boy, who had just bombarded him with a barrage of incomprehensible words. "Wait here." With that, Shen Shuangyi strode towards the store. Although he wore sunglasses and a mask, his impressive height and the unique aura he exuded seemed to declare, "I am handsome." Handsome men purchasing French fries often encounter certain challenges, such as being approached by a dozen girls seeking his contact information. He handed a box to Shen Yue and another to the chubby boy. "Hello, I am Shen Yue's second brother. Thank you for your concern for her. Please accept this." The chubby boy waved his hand. He could not casually accept things from strangers, even if that stranger was a classmate's brother. Shen Shuangyi noticed the boy's reluctance and refrained from forcing the fries upon him. Instead, he turned to Shen Yue. "Shen Yue, your classmates must occasionally give you things. You cannot only take without giving back." Shen Yue blinked, taking the fries from Shen Shuangyi and offering them to the chubby boy. Though she was at a loss for words, she at least understood her feelings at that moment. "Thank you, Bai Xiaming. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy my beloved French fries. Both I and the fries in my hands extend our heartfelt gratitude to you." Given the gravity of her words, Bai Xiaming felt it would be impolite not to accept. Blushing, he accepted the fries from Shen Yue, resolved to bring her even more delicious treats the following day. Even if Yi Yin glared at him, he was determined to provide for Shen Yue. Additionally, "Please bring some for Shen Yue's second brother. Those who relish French fries are undoubtedly good people." Shen Shuang observed Shen Yue's contentment as she seized him and tossed him into the back seat alongside the fourth and fifth brothers. The three exchanged glances. With two pairs of eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evidently startled by some unseen fright. Shen Yue raised a fry and inquired, fourth brother, do you like French fries? Second brother bought them for me. Uh-huh, I want some. Shen Ji's voice was soft, yet Shen Yue had grown accustomed to this volume and could hear him clearly. Do you want ketchup or chili powder? Before Shen Ji could finish, Shen Wu, frowning fiercely, interjected that he could not consume such things. Shen Yue responded with an "oh," devouring the fry herself while reminding, fourth brother, fifth brother, doesn't he allow you to eat? It's not that I don't want you to eat. Upon hearing this, Shen Ji lowered his gaze, gripping his clothes with both hands, lost in thought. At this moment, Shen Yue spoke again. One fry, one tea hurt, right? After all, fifth brother is so capable. Fourth brother, even if there's an issue, you'll know immediately. Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Shen Ji looked over, his eyes filled with anticipation. Under that hopeful gaze, Shen Wu nodded. Shen Yue and Shen Ji joyfully high-fived and began to indulge. Without being prompted by Shen Yue, Shen Wu naturally joined in the feast. Meanwhile, Shen Shuang, seated in the front passenger seat, was consumed by existential doubt. What had he missed? Hadn't he been Shen Yue's sole savior? Second brother, do you want some? While Shen Shuang was lost in thought, he suddenly heard that familiar voice, momentarily taken aback. In the past, this had been one of the voices he loathed most. Fourth brother Shen Ji, weak, delicate, insecure, devoid of masculinity and valor, yet possessing the intelligence he admired yet lacked, stirring envy within him. However, today, that voice sounded remarkably melodious. No need. You all enjoy. Shen Shuang feigned indifference, reluctant to share fries with this group of children. Fearing a loss of face, Shen Ji, having mustered the courage to speak with Shen Shuang, faced a natural rejection, his eyes reddening, though he held back the tears. Shen Yue was the first to notice and praised, fourth brother, you're getting better. You didn't even cry. Hearing this, Shen Ji shyly looked down and smiled, continuing to nibble on the one fry he was allowed. At that moment, Shen Wu let out a hum and polished off all of Shen Yu's fries. Shen Yue's eyes widened in shock. You scoundrel. Second brother. He devoured the fries you bought for me. Initially irked by the joyful sounds emanating from the back, Shen Shuang suddenly found tranquility upon hearing this, almost wanting to laugh. He glanced around for nearby shops and instructed the driver to stop. All right, I'll go buy more for you. After a while, he observed Shen Yue, satisfied and content, and belatedly realized, you three, do not tell elder brother about today as French fry escapade. Chapter 100. So many floors. Shen Shuang prided himself on his insights into nurturing, determined not to disappoint his sister's admiration, aspiring to become the pillar of strength in her heart. After Shen Yichen sent Shen Yue to school, the house was often left with three silent figures. Shen Ji was relatively calm. In Shen Yue's absence, he would quietly sit in a position facing the main door, engrossed in his reading. However, Shen Wu could not remain idle. He had countless matters to investigate, and once absorbed in his research, he often disregarded the well-being of others. Oh, except for his elder brother and fourth brother, and perhaps now he could include Shen Yue. The second brother, that foolish Shen Shuangyi, was certainly beyond his concern. Shut up, if your brain is dull, just sit quietly and observe. I have no time to explain everything to you.
Huh?
What did you say, you little rascal? You are using my things. Do you think an explanation is unnecessary? How much did I pay for them? I am not selling. Can you not understand simple words? I wanted to ask, can you not comprehend? Truly foolish. Are you out of your mind? Then came the familiar lecture time. Who was it that, despite their age, still got scolded by their brother for arguing? It was Shen Shuangyi. Who was it that, despite their age, still quarreled with their brother over a bottle of milk? It was Shen Wu. Who is it that, having neither married nor born children, had already experienced everything they should and shouldn't have? It was Shen Yichen. Who is it that, alongside the eager onlookers, was devouring the juicy gossip? It was Shen Yue. Each day passed in tranquility, and occasionally, Shen Yue felt as if she were dreaming. Everything seemed too splendid. At the same time, she began to doubt whether she truly deserved to enjoy all that she had. After all, she was not a child of the Shen family. It had been nearly a year and a half since she last dreamt of her older sister, and Shen Yue was now 14 years old. One day, after witnessing the rivalry between her second brother and fifth brother, she finally dreamt again of that familiar yet alien place, the first building where she had resided upon her arrival at the prison. The island of the Fallen Wings was divided into 9 areas, comprising 8 prisoner buildings, each with 36 floors. The higher the floor, the fewer the cells. The The larger the living space, and the stronger the prisoners confined within. Each building housed different types of inmates, with varying conditions for ascending to the upper floors. The first building held true dignitaries. They generally maintained regular contact with the outside world, playing an irreplaceable role. The living conditions and prison life in the first building were the best. Labor was required only once a week. And even the least favorable cells were 3 times larger than those in other buildings, with superior facilities. However, to reside in the first building, one must pay a substantial accommodation fee annually and receive a guarantee from high-ranking officials from the outside world each year. Otherwise, they would be randomly assigned to another building. The second building was exclusively for assassins and mercenaries, where sheer force ruled supreme. The third building was designated for hackers, who engaged in intelligence work daily. In such a confined space as the Fallen Wings, they could even ascertain the exact number of mice in any hole. The fourth building housed intellectually gifted criminals. Their degree of mental perversion was directly proportional to the meticulousness of their criminal plans. The fifth building accepted all, serving as an equal refuge for unfortunate inmates with nowhere else to go. Building 6 is exclusively designated for medical personnel, specifically accommodating individuals with a foundational knowledge of medicine or those gifted in the field. Notably, the distance from Building 6 to all other structures is consistent. Building 7 is reserved for those exhibiting exceptional talents in a particular area, while Building 8 caters to the social intricacies of human relations, indulging in games of chance. The allocation of inmates to these buildings is governed by prison regulations, while ascension to higher echelons is determined by the 36th floor of each building. Those residing on the 36th floor are referred to as the power holders of their respective buildings. The first piece of sage advice that Shen Yue received within the confines of this prison was to refrain from leaving the protective bounds of Building 1 until she comprehended the prison's rules. Furthermore, to maintain her residence in the most comfortable and well-appointed Building 1, she would need to amass considerable wealth and value. Shen Yue came to this realization, and upon awakening, she resolved to abandon her previous languid demeanor and embrace a grand ambition. She must acquire wealth. To ensure her continued residence within the most comfortable quarters of the prison, she needed to generate substantial income. However, the pressing question arose. While wealth theoretically existed, how could she practically initiate this endeavor? Shen Yue found herself at a loss for a viable strategy, lost in contemplation until she arrived at school, seated beside Qing Xiuyu. Sighing heavily, Qing Xiuyu, noticing her distress, refrained from her usual gesture of placing her forehead against Shen Yue's and instead calmly inquired, "What troubles you? Is the stool too hard?" Shen Yue shook her head. "No. Is it that your second brother tied your hair too tightly?" Shen Yue assessed her scalp and noted a slight discomfort, yet it was inconsequential. "No. Is it due to an incorrect sleeping posture last night?" "Not at all." Qing Xiaoyu scrutinized Shen Yue once more, asserting, "It must be that your elder brother forgot to bring you yogurt today." In response, Shen Yue silently retrieved a blueberry-flavored yogurt from her backpack and placed it on the table. Qing Xiaoyu glanced at it, growing anxious. "If those aren't the reasons, then why are you sighing? Don't frighten me." She reached out to feel Shen Yue's forehead, finding it normal. Just as she was about to summon Zhuo Wenfei for a checkup, Shen Yue spoke in a tone of utmost seriousness. "Sister Xiuyu, tell me, how can I earn money?" Chapter 101. How to Acquire More Wealth. Qing Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her ears. Shen Yue wished to earn money. Did her family truly lack financial resources? Qing Xiaoyu recalled her visit to Shen Yue's home, which resembled a grand estate rather than a mere residence. An intriguing thought crossed her mind, and she leaned closer, whispering incredulously, "What prompted this sudden desire for money? Have you been deceived? Perhaps you've lost a significant sum and wish to earn back what you've lost without your family discovering it. That's how the youth romance dramas portray it." Shen Yue shook her head once more, explaining, "Having money allows for a more comfortable bed." At that moment, Qing Xiaoyu understood the situation. It was Shen Yue's aspiration to purchase a new bed, but her family was unwilling to indulge her request, leading her to seek her own means of earning. How utterly endearing, she thought. Qing Xiaoyu adjusted her glasses and began to fondly pinch Shen Yue's cheeks. Shen Yue was accustomed to allowing Qing Xiaoyu to massage her. Once Qing Xiaoyu had satisfied her craving, she cleared her throat and began earnestly advising Shen Yue on a lucrative opportunity. Shen Yue's eyes lit up. She knew that listening to Qing Xiaoyu at school was always a sound decision. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Please elaborate." Qing Xiaoyu, with an air of mystery, leaned in closer to her ear and said, "There are municipal and national competitions that often offer substantial prizes. Whenever my pocket money runs low, I participate in a few." Shen Yue pondered for a moment before posing a crucial question. How much can one earn? Xiaoyu began counting on her fingers. Local competitions yield less. Typically a few thousand, with some reaching over 10,000. However, winning a National Olympiad gold medal could bring in hundreds of thousands. As Shen Yue listened, she began to calculate the expenses of residing in Building 1. No, hundreds of thousands are insufficient, she declared, fixing her gaze on Xiaoyu. I need more. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. What could you possibly wish to purchase that requires more than hundreds of thousands? She felt a sudden wave of sympathy for Shen Yue's older brother. Although Shen Yue was charming, she could be quite demanding. Pondering what could possibly require such an extravagant sum, Xiaoyu decided to consult the ever-resourceful Yi Yin. Come here, I have a question for you. Yi Yin, who had been engrossed in a book, looked up upon hearing Xiaoyu's call and found Shen Yue gazing at him, causing his face to flush involuntarily. Despite his discomfort, he approached her, maintaining a respectful distance, and awkwardly inquired, What do you need? Since losing to Shen Yue's brother, he had felt embarrassed to face her. He envisioned a time when he could regain his confidence and greet Shen Yue again after surpassing her brothers in skill, only to have his plans disrupted by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, can you not sense the atmosphere? Haven't you noticed that I've been avoiding Shen Yue for over a year? What do you want me for? Xiaoyu, though perceptive, disregarded Yi Yin's discomfort and directly asked, Yi Yin, if you had 500,000 as startup capital, how would you invest it to generate more wealth? Illegal activities are out of the question, Yi Yin thought, wary of the implications. What could a young girl need with such a vast sum of money? Something is amiss. I must be cautious. Perhaps she has been lured into a scheme by some unscrupulous man. He recalled the trending phenomenon of 4 paper figures that had drained the finances of countless young girls, fearing that even Xiaoyu might have fallen prey to such folly. Upon observing Yi Yin's expression, Xiaoyu immediately recognized his line of thought and rolled her eyes, explaining, Shen Xiaoyu wants to buy a comfortable bed, but that bed is rather pricey. Upon hearing Shen Yue's name, Yi Yin was instantly alert. What kind of bed do you desire? I can cover the difference. Over the years, Yi Yin had participated in numerous competitions and had accumulated a fair amount of wealth. His mother had always said that spending on a girl he liked was a source of personal joy, and he need not be overly frugal. Just as Yi Yin was prepared to offer all his savings to Shen Yue, she shook her head resolutely. I want to earn it myself. Only the money earned through one's own efforts truly belongs to oneself. It is renewable and can even be utilized within the confines of a prison. Yi Yin's gaze dimmed slightly, and he chose not to persist any further. Currently, a certain virtual currency is quite popular abroad, and if it involves only a small sum, one might consider investing in it. As for the patterns of virtual currency fluctuations, one could inquire with Yi Fei, who has recently been delving into the dynamics of supply and demand, as well as national financial policies and virtual currency regulations. Shen Yue nodded in comprehension, summarizing aloud. Thus, all I need to do is secure a sum of money and pass it to Yi Fei. Yi Yin interjected. That is not quite his intent yet. As their gazes met, Yi Yin felt his heart race. It was not entirely out of the question. All right, I shall speak with Yi Fei. How much do you currently possess? Xiaoyu turned to Shen Yue, who confidently replied, 0. Yi Yin fell silent. Xiaoyu chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. It's merely temporary. Once we participate in the competition, we will have funds. Are you aware of any competitions with substantial prizes recently? There is a mathematics competition among 3 provinces, with a first prize of 50,000. Shen Yue's eyes sparkled with renewed ambition. This shall be the one. She intended to secure that 50,000, hand it over to Yi Fei, and thus acquire even greater wealth. With increased funds, she would repay her elder brother for the money he had spent on her over the years, while also setting aside some to cover her rent in prison. Shen Yue was well aware of faster methods to earn money, having absorbed knowledge from her studies in Building 8, yet she was reluctant to pursue them. She recalled someone telling her that gambling could lead one to succumb to their most primal desires, becoming a slave to money. One must wield money, rather than be wielded by it. Shen Yichen stated matter-of-factly, Did you not desire a new bed? I have procured one for you. That evening, Shen Yue lay upon her new bed, contemplating the possibility of transporting it to Building 1. The conclusion was that if she ascended to a position of power, it would indeed be feasible. Chapter 102. From today onwards, we shall tackle the major topics, you men. In pursuit of a more comfortable existence in prison, Shen Yue developed a new objective, to earn money, and to earn it handsomely. Theoretically, obtaining prize money through competitions was a viable plan. But once Shen Yue began her studies in earnest, she realized the complexity of the task at hand. The problems presented in these competitions were markedly different from those she could solve merely by rote memorization. While she had already committed the foundational knowledge to memory, applying it proved to be a significant challenge. The questions that Niu Kaihui discussed, while advanced, typically began with a sample problem. By following the solution steps of the sample, Shen Yue could replicate the approach to solve subsequent questions. Even when faced with variations that required some lateral thinking, she could navigate through them using her own abilities. However, competition problems were distinctly different. Shen Yue was certain she could not maneuver around them. After being thoroughly bested by 5 consecutive problems, Shen Yue set down her pen and began to pray. Choosing to seek guidance through prayer between the options of perseverance and surrender was indeed the correct path. Qing Xiaoyu, noticing Shen Yue's sudden loss of enthusiasm for earning a substantial sum, approached her with curiosity. What's the matter? Are the problems too challenging? Shen Yue nodded, not merely at a loss, but entirely unsure of where to begin. It was as if her mind harbored a multitude of knowledge points. Yet she was oblivious to which ones would unlock the solution to the problem at hand. In colloquial terms, her intellect was insufficiently developed. Qing Xiaoyu glanced at the problem Shen Yue had attempted and swiftly began to write out the solution. She handed the answer to Shen Yue, advising her to review it and to come back with any questions should any part remain unclear. Barely a moment had passed since Qing Xiaoyu had picked up her pen when Shen Yue announced that she understood. For an instant, Qing Xiaoyu harbored doubts, suspecting Shen Yue might be toying with her. However, upon reflection, she recognized that this was Shen Yue, who would likely be disinclined to engage in such antics. Thus, she casually presented another problem, similar in nature to the previous one, for Shen Yue to tackle, encouraging her to consolidate her understanding. Shen Yue took the problem, aligning her approach with the thought process she had just observed. After navigating a couple of twists, she successfully arrived at the solution. Gazing at her answer, Shen Yue felt an inexplicable sense of achievement and promptly handed her notebook to Qing Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "Sister Xiaoyu, I've finished." Qing Xiaoyu took the notebook, glanced at it, and praised Shen Yue, saying, "Well done. You're learning quite rapidly. Now, try this one." This time, Qing Xiaoyu devised a more convoluted problem, but Shen Yue, adhering to the initial method employed by Qing Xiaoyu, spent 30 minutes without reaching a solution. Coincidentally, this 30-minute span coincided with Niu Kaihui's class. Initially, Niu Kaihui, observing Shen Yue with her head bent over her work, was prepared to reprimand her for her apparent lack of focus. However, upon realizing she was grappling with a challenging Olympiad problem from 5 years prior, he silently refrained from comment. It was commendable for a student to exhibit such determination. As a teacher, he believed it essential not to undermine a child's enthusiasm, especially for someone like Shen Yue, who exhibited intermittent diligence followed by periods of lethargy. He felt a duty to support her efforts. After class, upon noticing Shen Yue still engrossed in her problem-solving, Niu Kaihui felt a sense of satisfaction. Nevertheless, he was not a tyrant. As he departed, he fulfilled his responsibilities as a teacher by pointing out the errors in her approach. After a moment's reflection, Shen Yue began to write according to Niu Kaihui's guidance. 5 minutes later, she presented Qing Xiaoyu with an impeccably flawed answer sheet. Qing Xiaoyu examined Shen Yue's work, puzzled by how one could err so profoundly, employing the most obscure and complex theorems and formulas to arrive at the most exquisite mistakes. Such was Shen Yue's nature. Recalling Shen Yue's previous exceptional performance in memory, Qing Xiaoyu suddenly had an epiphany. She first elucidated the correct solution to Shen Yue, and then provided her with a similar problem, which Shen Yue indeed solved, by merely altering the problem slightly. As long as the techniques and theorems remained constant, Shen Yue was capable of solving it. However, when presented with a markedly different problem, she was unable to succeed. Instead of hastily concluding, Qing Xiaoyu meticulously verified her observations through several iterations, even enlisting Gao Qin to assist in challenging Shen Yue with problems. Ultimately, by the end of the day, she arrived at a conclusion. For Shen Yue to solve a problem, she must first have encountered a similar foundational type. Qing Xiaoyu sighed heavily as she watched Shen Yue diligently working before her. Given Shen Yue's current circumstances, the prospect of securing an award appears to be somewhat daunting. Should she encounter unfamiliar question types during the competition, it is evident that she would struggle to solve them. As Qing Xiaoyu contemplated alternative means of earning money, a sudden realization struck her. If Shen Yue is unable to tackle unfamiliar questions, Perhaps a different approach could be taken. As long as the question types are familiar to Shen Yue, she would undoubtedly be able to solve them. This implies that the more question types Shen Yue has encountered, the greater the theoretical probability of her hitting upon the competition's questions. If she does hit upon them, success is assured. Qing Xiaoyu merely posed her question tentatively, well aware of Shen Yue's post-class routine, which consisted primarily of eating, sleeping, and watching her brother. It was virtually impossible to expect her to study diligently at home. It was far more likely she would be engrossed in melodramatic novels. Consequently, after expressing her thoughts, Qing Xiaoyu was mentally prepared for an 80 chance of rejection. All right, I will remember this. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu, Shen Yue responded. Taking the hefty workbook from Qing Xiaoyu with both hands, her expression devoid of any insincerity, instead brimming with earnestness. In that moment, Qing Xiaoyu, who had previously thought Shen Yue's ambitions of earning money were mere jest, suddenly felt the weight of Shen Yue's determination. It became clear that Shen Yue was indeed serious. At that juncture, having assessed the thickness of the book, Shen Yue remarked, "Fortunately, it's not too much. After I finish memorizing it today, I should still have a couple of hours to play. Sister Xiaoyu, shall we watch a drama together today?" Qing Xiaoyu, moved by Shen Yue's resolve, replied, "Just call me when you're done." The 15th episode is airing today, and I must say, that second female lead is absolutely infuriating. As they discussed the drama, Qing Xiaoyu gradually forgot the fleeting sense of dissonance she had felt from Shen Yue moments earlier. Chapter 103. The third one returns. The following day, after diligently noting down an entire volume of Olympiad problems, Shen Yue was finally able to solve a small portion of them with relative ease. To emphasize, it was indeed a small portion. Observing Shen Yue's dismal test paper, Qing Xiaoyu concluded that Shen Yue's retention capacity was insufficient, necessitating the memorization of more question types. Thus, she approached Yi Yin, requesting to borrow his workbook. Yi Yin generously obliged, but upon perusing its contents, Qing Xiaoyu's expression darkened. The questions he provided were excessively simplistic. Did he look down on her? "Yin, please tell me you don't solely work on these?" she inquired incredulously. With a nonchalant demeanor, Yi Yin replied, "Why not? The essence of thousands of questions is the same. Once you grasp the core concepts, the remaining questions will be easily surmountable." Qing Xiaoyu understood then that Yi Yin employed these questions to comprehend the underlying knowledge, and once he had achieved that understanding, he could effortlessly conquer all questions. Very well. This is quintessential Yi Yin, she thought, removing her glasses, her gaze sharpening. Yi Yin, you have compelled me. Consequently, Qing Xiaoyu began to articulate Shen Yue's learning characteristics and the challenges she had recently faced in detail. Ultimately, she concluded that for Shen Yue to aspire to win an award, she required a greater influx of questions. If direct comprehension of certain knowledge was currently unattainable, then perhaps she could resolve some problems through imitation. As long as the questions fed to Shen Yue are plentiful, she will undoubtedly transform from an artificial simpleton into a true artificial intelligence. Qing Xiaoyu pulled out her phone and began to scroll. Indeed, this is the one. Yi Yin leaned in, and after examining the content, he asserted that relying solely on rote memorization for this competition would make winning exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, it is unreasonable to approach all science subjects through mere memorization. Qing Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, affirming that Shen Yue had not only memorized the questions, but had also grasped the methods. Theoretically, if mathematics is approached from a problem-solving perspective rather than a research-based one, then mastering a sufficient variety of problems could indeed enhance one's scores. Otherwise, why would ordinary students spend their days practicing problems? Yi Yin pondered this for a moment and found it reasonable. Qing Xiaoyu turned to him, insisting he contribute. Yi Yin grasped her arm, requesting a favor. "I have yet to surpass her fourth brother. I must uphold my promise." Qing Xiaoyu looked perplexed. "What promise?" Yi Yin pressed his lips together, insisting that giving her a question was not equivalent to pursuing her. "I'm afraid that if I provide her with a question, I might not be able to resist." This remark seemed to trigger something within Qing Xiaoyu, prompting her to leap back. "Yi Yin, how greasy! Help!" With that, she dashed away, leaving Yi Yin and Mi Qian pondering throughout the day what the term greasy meant in a girl-esque context. Thus, before officially participating in the competition, Shen Yue embarked on a life filled with an endless stream of new question types being fed to her. At times, she would even study questions late into the night. In the stillness of the night, when the hour was late, Shen Yue would occasionally reflect on why one must memorize questions. Ultimately, she concluded it was for the sake of earning money, to ensure a more comfortable bed in the future. Upon realizing this, Shen Yue felt a sense of relief. Let us memorize then. It merely requires a bit of thought. This routine persisted for about a month, during which Shen Yue had memorized a significant number of questions. Perhaps her diligent efforts moved the heavens, for during this time, the frequency of arguments between her second and fifth brothers had notably decreased. Indeed, for 2 years, Shen Yue had successfully passed the family assessments and obtained shares based on his existing research accomplishments, thus inheriting his sister's aspirations and becoming a perfect recluse, thoroughly content. Shen Yue, eager to keep an eye on Shen Yue's situation, disregarded his master's objections and relocated the laboratory to their home, keeping a daily watch over Shen Yue. As for the renowned star Shen Shuangyi, she declined all engagements aside from acting and commercials, preferring to stay home and bicker with Shen Yue. At over 20 years old, she was less manageable than a 2-year-old child. Eventually, he ceased his intervention, merely awaiting the moment when Shen Shuangyi and Shen Yue would argue, counting down until one of them grew weary, thus signaling the end of the quarrel. Shen Yue, how long did they argue this time? 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 4 seconds. And the last time? Shen Yue glanced at Shen Yue, noting that she had been memorizing questions and did not hear it. Should be the fourth brother counting. Fourth brother, how long did they argue last time? Shen Yue contemplated before replying. Last time it was 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 45 seconds. Shen Yue nodded, remarking, compared to last time, your stamina has declined. You should go out and run 10 laps to exercise. As Shen Yue's words fell, both individuals changed their expressions, yet they refrained from displaying any dissatisfaction towards him. After all, the elder brother is invariably right. They could only exchange glances filled with irritation before setting off to run. Once the two noisy ones had departed, Shen Yue handed a cup of warm milk to Shen Yue, advising her not to consume anything cold tonight as she was to compete tomorrow, lest she feel unwell. Shen Yue nodded and then looked up to inquire, will you take me to the competition tomorrow, big brother? Shen Yue affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her that not only would he escort her there, but he would also wait for her to finish. All right, Shen Yue responded, but sensing something amiss, she added, thank you, big brother. Shen Yue chuckled softly, questioning, what is there to thank me for? His gaze then fell upon the second and fifth brothers, who had just reached the doorway and resumed their bickering, causing his expression to shift. Shen Yue has a competition tomorrow. Will you both be there to see her off? The two feuding brothers turned their attention toward him, responding in unison, of course. Afterward, they exchanged disdainful glances at one another. If you are to go, keep it down. If you can't finish 10 laps today, then don't bother coming tomorrow. At last, the two fell silent. The following day, Shen Yue arrived at the competition venue, surrounded by her 4 elder brothers, basking in the spotlight. Yet, at that moment, she was oblivious to the gazes of those around her, fervently hoping that the questions would fall within her prepared scope. Upon stepping through the door, Shen Yue's countenance immediately soured. He furrowed his brow, detecting a foul stench of blood. Shen Yue was perplexed. How could Shen Yue, who dealt with blood and flesh daily, find the scent repugnant? Just as she was about to speak, her elder brother interjected. Shen Yue noted that the usually composed elder brother was choked with emotion as he uttered these words. Chapter 104. How horribly you died. What manner of person was Shen Shuangchen, the third son of the Shen family and Shen Yue's elder brother? At mealtimes, he would always sit in an inconspicuous corner, never speaking of himself, only conversing with those he found interesting, adept at ignoring others, and immersed in his own significant undertakings. Most importantly, he was exceedingly obedient. When given orders by those he respected, Shen Shuangchen would go to great lengths to fulfill them, even at the cost of his life. In Shen Yue's memory, her third brother had perished in the line of duty. Moreover, the scent of blood felt inexplicably familiar. Stepping back quietly, Shen Yue instinctively grasped her fourth brother's hand, pulling him away. Shen Yue, still somewhat bewildered, turned to ask, Sister, what's wrong? With a serious expression, Shen Yue refrained from explaining, warning him of impending danger ahead. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue grew anxious, questioning why they wouldn't call the elder and second brothers to join them. However, upon hearing Shen Yue's words, his hesitance transformed into resolve as he hastily followed her and Shen Yue. After barely moving a few steps, they heard Shen Yue's voice, dark and foreboding, asking, Third brother, from where did the blood on you come? The three of them, having distanced themselves, along with Shen Shuangyi, who stood foolishly beside Shen Yue, heard an emotionless voice respond from ahead, I just casually killed a noisy creature and hadn't had the chance to wash my hands. The emphasis was on washing hands for Shen Shuangchen, while Shen Yichen's focus lay on the act of having eliminated a bothersome creature. Did you kill the toad in the courtyard? Shen Shuangchen had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, during the year he departed from home, his elder brother had not yet officially taken over the family business, nor had he developed the habit of raising toads. The image he held of his brother was one of strength, devoid of vulnerabilities. Indeed, that single affirmation resonated through the heavens, impacting every soul present. At that moment, Shen Shuangyi finally sensed something amiss. He was acutely aware of how deeply his elder brother cherished that toad number 2, and feared the potential for misplaced wrath. If there was ever a time to flee, it was now.
Run.
Shen Shuangyi exclaimed, "Thank you for still seeing me. Yet, alas, dear second brother, I find myself unable to escape." The other 3, having evaded detection, were spared the grim duty of assisting Shen Yichen in preparing for a funeral. Otherwise, this night would have witnessed the 6 siblings of the Shen family collectively praying for a mere toad, potentially leading to grave misunderstandings about who had truly perished in the household. However cautious they were, their efforts proved futile, as Shen Yichen, engulfed in sorrow, discerned their presence. A curious fact, Shen Yichen's sensitivity heightened in moments of profound despair, yet dulled in times of joy. At this moment, he was undoubtedly at the zenith of his emotional turmoil. His eyes harbored a tempest, exuding an unparalleled aura of oppression as he softly commanded, "Come here." Shen Yue hesitated, preparing to reassure her elder brother with the 4th sibling in tow, only to hear her elder brother continue, "Shen Wu. 4th brother, Shen Jiza? 5th brother, Shen Wu?" Shen Yue, eager for an escape, seized Shen Jiza, who was about to utter something, and made a dash. "4th brother is gone. I am utterly exhausted." That night, the young ones, 4th brother and Shen Yue, enjoyed a blissful slumber, while the adults, 5th brother and 3 others, kept vigil over the toad throughout the night. The following morning, during breakfast, everyone appeared invigorated, save for Shen Shuangyi. Logically, the 4 who had endured the night should have shared the same fatigue, yet the eldest, 3rd, and 5th sibling seemed unscathed, while Shen Shuangyi bore the look of someone who had pilfered a neighbor's cattle. As Shen Yue observed Shen Shuangyi's head drooping toward his porridge, she swiftly intervened with a supportive hand. The dazed Shen Shuangyi lifted his head to find Shen Yue before him, offering a smile. "Little Yue, you are so kind to me." Shen Yue replied, "Second brother, why not finish your meal and take a nap?" Had she not intervened, Shen Shuangyi might have become the first victim to drown in his porridge. In his stupor, Shen Shuangyi appeared agreeable, smiling at Shen Yue with an innocent demeanor.
All right.
"I shall heed little Yue's advice." Shen Shuangchen silently observed the surroundings, taking note of the affectionate dynamic between Shen Shuangyi and Shen Yue, committing their interactions to memory. The Shen family adhered to the principle of silence during meals and refrained from conversation while resting. In the past, family dinners were often shrouded in quietude, where even the clinking of utensils was required to be muted. Shen Shuangchen had anticipated that breakfast would follow suit until, "Shen Yue, you're eating my egg." "I know. Then why do you eat it?" "Because yours is already peeled. I peeled it myself, and you should do the same. Peeled hands get dirty, and dirt necessitates washing, which is quite a hassle." As Shen Yue spoke, she swiftly devoured the egg, chewing it slowly, her message unmistakable. "I have eaten. Do as you wish." Shen Wu fixed a menacing gaze upon Shen Yue. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from Shen Wu, Shen Shuangchen furrowed his brow slightly and instinctively glanced at Shen Yichen. Noting that Shen Yichen showed no inclination to intervene, he quietly relaxed the muscles that had tensed up reflexively. He thought to himself that this sister of his was likely to face reprimand from the 5th brother. Although Shen Shuangchen was generally reticent, he was observant of matters he deemed impactful, particularly concerning his family. Shen Wu was perilous, and after all these years, had grown even more so. This was a judgment formed from both experience and intuition. He mused that Shen Yu's hand might very well be at risk. While sipping his porridge, he continued to contemplate. Suddenly, he witnessed the dangerous Shen Wu approach Shen Yue, seizing the egg before her with his formidable hand and delivering a harsh remark. "If you wish for me to help you peel an egg next time, just say so. I want you to help 4th brother peel an egg. He can only consume half, a whole one is beyond his capacity." Shen Shuangchen found this unexpected and was at a loss for words, opting instead to continue sipping his porridge. Sitting beside Shen Shuangchen, Shen Yichen wondered if perhaps Shen Shuangchen was excessively hungry, given his rapid eating. Over the past 2 days, it seemed there had been some issues with communication. I had sent messages, yet many treasures were left unseen. Thus, I could only share here for the time being.